General sir, are you all right? Lan rubbed his throbbing head and lifted his gaze toward the source of the voice. A black man in a dusty yellow military uniform was standing nearby, staring at him in puzzlement. Lan glanced around. There were only the two of them in the room, so he was certain the title of General had been directed at him. He gave a slight shake of his head and replied, "It's nothing, just a bit of a headache." Yet doubt churned in his heart. He's wearing a military uniform. Who is he? Why is he calling me General? Why am I here? Could it be that I've transmigrated? The questions tangled in his mind as he pondered. The man in uniform spoke again, his tone clearly more urgent. "Sir, please get up quickly. Commander Rueda and the #1 assassin Tao Pai Pai have been waiting for you for a long time." Lan was slightly stunned at the name. Tao Pai Pai. Dragon Ball. In an instant, tangled thoughts surged through his mind and fragmented images flashed before his eyes. Before transmigrating, Lan had been a 19-year-old male. His father's surname was Qin and his mother's surname was Lan, so he ended up with this somewhat feminine-sounding name. Because of this name, he had often gotten into fights with his childhood playmates. As a result, he had loved martial arts from an early age. When he grew up, he fulfilled his wish and became an ordinary undergraduate student at a sports university, majoring in martial arts with a focus on exercise physiology. At the beginning of his sophomore year, on the very first night back at school, just before going to sleep, he discovered that the author of the novel he was following had suddenly updated 20,000 words and had written at the end that any readers who tipped could make a wish and the author would help fulfill it. Relying on the ample living expenses he still had before school fully started, Lan generously tipped the damn author 100 yuan and added a note. "Damn author, I've tipped you, now hurry up and let me transmigrate. My demands aren't high. Tall, rich, handsome, incredibly good at fighting, and with superpowers." After sending it, he thought smugly, "If I really transmigrate, I'll definitely." Before he could finish the fantasy in his mind, he drifted off into a sweet sleep. Who would have thought that when he opened his eyes again he would awaken here? From the memories in his mind, he learned that the body he had transmigrated into belonged to General Lan of the Red Ribbon Army. General Blue, whose English name rendered Lan as Blue. General Lan was handsome with a flawless physique and an extremely durable body. In the original story, he could land silently from a height of 100 meters without being noticed by Master Gixianren's son Wukong Krillin and the others, and could casually crush a metal phone booth with his bare arms. His combat strength was such that in single combat, he could defeat Krillin Hedon. Combined with his superpower, he was capable of subduing Gixianren, Krillin, Wukong, and the rest of the main cast at that time. Yet when facing Tao Pai Pai, he suffered a humiliating death, killed by a single lick of the tongue. From the inherited memories, Lan understood that the current point in time was after General Lan had lost 3 Dragon Balls in Penguin Village and returned to Red Ribbon Army headquarters with the Dragon Radar. He had just met Tao Pai Pai. On the way to the dueling ground, the original owner had suddenly fainted due to Lan's transmigration. Now Commander Rueda and Tao Pai Pai were over there waiting for him. "It's over. What do I do? What do I do?" As a devoted Dragon Ball fan, he knew all too well Tao Pai Pai's 2 iconic scenes, one the utterly physics-defying pillar throw and flight, the other killing a man with a lick of his tongue. Any moment now he would become that poor soul licked to death, nailed as mere background decoration to the pillar of shame in anime history. No, that was absolutely unacceptable. He had to find a way to survive. "General Lan, by Commander Rueda's order, if you refuse to go, your death sentence will be carried out immediately." As he finished speaking, the soldier in the yellow military uniform drew a pistol and aimed it at Lan's head. "Forgive me, General." Facing the dark muzzle, Lan's heart wavered for an instant. He gritted his teeth, stood up, and gave a cold snort. "Who said I wasn't going? I've just rushed back from Egypt, so I'm a bit tired. But dealing with a fame-chasing assassin is still more than within my ability." Lan strode toward the door, but though his steps were firm, his heart was in turmoil. "My current condition is terrible. I've only just transmigrated and haven't fully adapted to this body. What if I can't bring out its full combat strength? And although I know how to use this superpower from the memories, I haven't tested it yet. Even if I can use it, it didn't seem to affect Tao Pai Pai at all in the original story. What's more, my base combat strength is far below Tao Pai Pai's. This is a certain death situation. Why couldn't I have transmigrated 2 days earlier? I would never have returned to Red Ribbon headquarters. Will someone please save me? Damn author. You arranged for me to transmigrate and technically met all my so-called wishes, but this is clearly a starting scenario where death is almost guaranteed." A soft ding sounded and a mechanical chime accompanied the slow opening of an automatic door. As Lan watched the door slide aside, he suddenly thought of the golden cheat artifacts that every transmigrator in novels seemed to possess. The all-purpose system. Lan immediately shouted silently in his heart, "System! System Daddy! System Grandpa! Help me!" Ding! "Greetings, esteemed host. I am your system at your service." Hearing the mechanical voice echo in his mind, Qin Lan was overjoyed. Fantastic. System Daddy, hurry. Give me the newbie gift pack. If you're any later, your host will be dead. Newbie gift pack is being issued. Points 100 Senzu Beans X4 500 kilograms Adjustable Weighted Training Suit X1 O Scouter Frisia Army Type 2 Comprehensive Knowledge Compendium of Galactic Written Languages. He more or less understood how to use everything except the points. He immediately asked in his mind, System Daddy, what are points for? Points can be used at a 1:1 ratio to increase the host's combat strength and can also be spent in the shop to purchase items. Open my status panel. A blue light screen visible only to him unfolded before Qin Lan. Host information. Name Qin Lan, General Lan. Height 181 centimeters. Weight 69 kilograms. Combat strength 78. Status mentally fatigued. Subhealth combat strength reduced by 31. Superpower telekinesis after locking on with mental power can freely control multiple objects. System Daddy, convert all points into combat strength and give me 1 Senzu Bean. Point allocation successful. Current host combat strength 178. As the mechanical voice finished, a surge of heat welled up from within his body and spread through every limb. Qin Lan felt his arms and legs fill with boundless power. At some point, a small green bean had appeared in his hand. Lifting it, he gazed at it. So this is a Senzu Bean. An item in Dragon Ball that is practically a walking bug in the system. I wonder what it tastes like. With that thought, he tossed the Senzu Bean into his mouth and swallowed it. It tasted no different from an ordinary bean, except that the moment it slid down his throat, it turned into a clear, pure energy that swept through his entire body. All fatigue vanished, and the faint swelling in his head was completely dispelled. When he looked back at his status panel, his condition now showed as normal. General, a clear female voice called out from ahead. Closing the panel, Qin Lan followed the sound. At the end of the corridor stood a woman with short purple hair and an air of heroic vigor on her face, yet her left arm hung limp at her side and blood stained the corner of her mouth. A memory flashed through his mind. Colonel Zilulin, commander of the Violet Special Forces under the Lan Corps, originally General Lan's direct subordinate. Qin Lan stepped forward and asked in puzzlement, how did you get hurt? In the original story, isn't Zilulin supposed to be using the dragon radar I handed in to search for Dragon Balls right now? Has my presence already caused a butterfly effect, he wondered. Colonel Zilulin let out a small sigh, then looked at Qin Lan with grave seriousness. A hint of fear flickered in her eyes as she said, General, it was that Tao Pai Pai. He said you were feigning unconsciousness out of fear. One of our Special Forces soldiers retorted that that was impossible. He killed all 8 of them with a single kick. I only survived by barely blocking with my hand from the back before escaping with my life. With General Lan's memories, Qin Lan knew these were his own elite subordinates. Now they had been slaughtered like poultry by someone else. A blaze of fury roared up from deep within his chest. With his current combat strength, he should be able to defeat Tao Pai Pai now. That bastard was utterly arrogant. Qin Lan fumed inwardly. I just boosted my combat power. How could I swallow this humiliation? Beat him up. In contrast, when Colonel Zilulin saw Qin Lan's anger, images of Tao Pai Pai's unthinkable speed and power surfaced in her mind. Fear and worry intertwined in her heart as she whispered, General, Tao Pai Pai is too powerful. Even though our comrades were killed, we don't have to seek revenge right now. General, we should escape headquarters. Having just boosted his combat strength, Qin Lan simply could not endure this. He patted her on the shoulder, brushed past her, and said, Don't worry. He can't kill me yet. Watching Qin Lan's back receding into the distance, Zilulin bit down on her lip, wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth with her right hand, pulled out a capsule, and slipped it into her mouth, then gripped her pistol tightly and followed after him. In her heart, she thought, if things go wrong later, I'll fire immediately. While they're dodging, I'll grab the general and use the flying machine in the capsule to escape. I just hope we can slip through the base's anti-air defenses. Qin Lan had not walked far when a voice floated out from a room ahead. It was Commander Rueda, as expected of the #1 assassin. With a single kick, you killed them all. A bunch of worthless trash dare to talk back. I won't even charge you for these ones, came Tao Pai Pai's indifferent reply. Report. Commander Rueda, General Lan has arrived, a red-ribbon soldier shouted from outside the door after saluting. Let him in. Qin Lan stepped into the room and saw his 8 Special Forces soldiers lying motionless on the floor, huddled near the wall. Several humanoid cracks marred the wall above them, clearly visible. Tao Pai Pai lifted his foot and lightly flicked it twice, shaking the blood from the tip of his shoe, then raised his head to glance at Qin Lan. Qin Lan's scalp tingled, and a bad premonition surged into his mind. System, show me Tao Pai Pai's personal information. Ding. Apologies, host. This system has no probing function. If the host wishes to view another's basic information, it is recommended that you use the scouter provided in the newbie gift pack to detect their bioenergy levels, the system added. Alternatively, you may obtain information through conversation. So it's not an all-powerful system after all. Take out the scouter. Ding. Understood, host. Qinlan pretended to reach into his trouser pocket, then brought the scouter up to his ear and aimed it at Tao Pai Pai, pressing the activation switch. Beep, beep, beep. After a series of digital beeps, the number stabilized at 150. Relief washed through his heart. This guy's combat strength was lower than his own. Even if he wasn't yet fully adapted to the body, he wouldn't be instantly killed like in the original plot. Once he gradually familiarized himself with this body, he might even turn the tables. And with Sinza beans, he no longer feared getting injured. General Lon, what is that thing you're wearing? Commander Rueda asked, curiously eyeing the strange device on Qinlan's face. Commander, I found it in a small backwater place. The locals called it a bioenergy radar. It can measure the energy living creatures possess. I thought it was interesting, so I took it. Bioenergy. What is that? Commander Rueda asked, still puzzled. Stop wasting time. You're cutting into my payment, Tao Pai Pai said, impatiently stepping forward between Qinlan and Rueda. Ding. Warning. Warning. A plot kill event is about to be triggered. Host is in danger. It is strongly recommended that the host escape immediately. Qinlan jolted, subconsciously preparing to leap away, but his body remained standing perfectly, still staring at Tao Pai Pai, as his mouth spoke in disdain. So you're the so-called world's #1 assassin, Tao Pai Pai. Qinlan was horrified, shouting inwardly in panic. What? System? What's going on? What plot kill? Did I transmigrate into a Dragon Ball game world? Why can't I control my body? Why is it talking on its own? Do you want my autograph? Tao Pai Pai asked with a hint of mockery, looking Qinlan up and down. Ding. Host has entered a Dragon Ball plot sequence. Plot events ignore combat strength and all laws. You may think of them as cutscenes in a game during which the player cannot control the character. Types of plot events include the following. Plot power-up, for example, when Sun Wukong emerges from the healing tank on planet Namek, his base combat strength is raised under plot guidance by roughly 30-fold from around 90,000 in normal state to about 3 million out plot protection, such as when Cell or Bu attack Mr. Satan. Under normal circumstances, the shockwaves of their blows would have erased him completely. Plot kill, for example, perfect lightning Cell being destroyed and killed by a heavily injured Super Saiyan 2 Sun Gohan. Qinlan's mouth burst into laughter. Huh. If you're the world's #1 assassin, then I'm the universe's #1 assassin. Ding. Once a plot event is triggered, it generally cannot be stopped, the system intoned. Ignoring General Lan's taunts, Tao Pai Pai turned to Commander Rueda and asked, if I kill this brat, can I get another fee? Bitter despair welled up inside Qinlan as he muttered inwardly, so I transmigrated into a Dragon Ball game world only to face a plot kill right from the start. Am I destined to die here? Commander Rueda replied carelessly, no problem. Let me see your skills. Hearing that, Tao Pai Pai turned back, fixing Qinlan with a sinister predatory stare. Qinlan screamed in his heart, damn it. Damn this game plot kill. I want to live. To deal with you, I need not move my hands or feet. My tongue alone is sufficient. Tao Pai Pai parted his lips, slightly speaking with disdain. Qinlan knew the plot had reached a critical juncture. Panic surged in his heart as he cried out internally, System Daddy, save me. Yet his body assumed a combat stance with disdain as he smiled, then come. Ding. The system can eliminate the plot forces of the game world. However, the system will lose nearly all its functions. Host, please use with caution. Begin. Adjutant Black shouted the order loudly. Qinlan knew there was no time left. He silently shouted in his heart, System, quickly help me eliminate the plot forces. Qinlan let out a loud shout, flying into the air to deliver a swift kick towards Tao Pai Pai. Ding. Host confirmation is required. If plot forces vanish, plot protection will lose its effect, and this world will develop chaotically, no longer correcting the original Dragon Ball plot through world power. Furthermore, the shockwaves from full power combat by beings with a power level over 500 will cause the host's resident planet to explode. Ding. Losing plot progression means that when future villain characters appear, it is highly likely there will be no protagonist characters capable of matching them through plot progression. Ding. Please confirm with caution, host. Qinlan's flying kick was dodged by Tao Pai Pai, who leaned his body back slightly. Tao Pai Pai then extended his tongue. Seeing the extended tongue, Qinlan's heart was filled with the terror of impending death. He disregarded all other dangers, shouting in his mind, confirm, confirmed 1,000 times over. Even if the universe explodes tomorrow, even if the world is destroyed, I must survive today. Tao Pai Pai's tongue straightened, suddenly accelerating towards Qinlan's temple. Ding. Confirmation successful. All plot forces in this world have vanished. The sensation of bodily control instantly returned. Qinlan hurriedly raised his left arm to shield his temple. A sharp pain shot through his forearm. Tao Pai Pai looked at him with slight shock, surprised that he had actually blocked it. Ignoring the pain in his forearm, Qinlan roared, and slammed his right fist heavily into Tao Pai Pai's cheek. One punch. The blow sent Tao Pai Pai crashing through the room's wall, flying out to hit another wall 5 meters away before falling. Commander Red stood up in shock. Adjutant Black also cried out in shock. This is a 1 meter thick marble wall. It shattered. General Blue's punch is too powerful. Tao Pai Pai leaped up from the ground, his clothes torn by debris and his hair disheveled. He touched his painfully throbbing jaw with astonishment, looking at Qin Lan with disbelief and ferocity. At this moment, Qin Lan stood with legs apart, right knee slightly bent, his figure steady. He slowly raised his right hand, index finger pointing to the sky straight as a sword piercing the heavens. The other 4 fingers were curled inward like a tiger's claw. His palm faced forward as if capable of pushing aside all obstacles. The muscles of his right arm were clearly defined, overflowing with power. His left hand was clenched in a fist at his ribs, storing energy like a tiger lurking in the shadows, ready to strike a fatal blow in an instant. His left leg was slightly bent, center of gravity lowered, stable as a rock. He was clearly ready for battle. With a grim expression, Qin Lan maintained his opening stance, staring fiercely at Tao Pai Pai. Their gazes met, and the intense hostility in their eyes instantly ignited the sparks of a prelude to war in the air. Tao Pai Pai tore off his already tattered clothes with one hand and threw them on the ground, fighting bare-chested. He stared at Qin Lan and said, "Kid, it seems I underestimated you just now. Now I'm getting serious. This time I won't let you die easily. I will break every bone in your body." After speaking, Tao Pai Pai stomped his leg on the ground. The surface instantly cracked, sending debris flying. He charged towards Qin Lan in the room like a cannonball. As Tao Pai Pai approached, he threw a punch. Qin Lan, unwilling to back down, threw his right fist with full force. Their fists collided like meteors, emitting a dull, thunderous roar. The surrounding walls of the room shattered from the visible shockwave generated by the clash of fists. The cracks in the marble widened, and the roof creaked, teetering on the verge of collapse. Seeing the room crumbling and about to collapse, Commander Red and Adjutant Black ran out in panic. Red Ribbon Army soldiers from the surroundings also gathered in shock, shouting to ask what had happened. Commander Red disregarded everything else. He and Adjutant Black boarded an aircraft and ascended, only then ordering other officers and soldiers near headquarters to take to the air to avoid the shockwaves of the battle. For a moment, various personal flying bikes and aircraft within the base shot into the sky, watching this unprecedented battle from above. They saw above the collapsed house the figures of Tao Pai Pai and Qin Lan intertwining like ghosts. The whistle of fists and flashes of leg movements were dazzling to the eye. Each of their punches sent out massive shockwaves like meteors crashing to the ground, producing a chilling dull roar. The aircraft were shaken by the shockwaves. Nearby houses collapsed from the impact. Every kick contained the force of 1,000 pounds, shattering the ground, toppling buildings, and raising clouds of dust. Commander Red's eyes could not keep up with the increasingly fast combat speed. One moment one person sent the other flying, overturning a row of houses. The next, they exchanged punches, shaking down surrounding buildings. Commander Red could not clearly see who had the upper hand. He slammed his hands on his seat, turned to Adjutant Black, and roared, "Quick! Activate the satellite radar surveillance. Hey, I want to see the real-time footage of their fight." Adjutant Black immediately operated the controls, and the screens in Commander Red's and others' aircraft displayed the scene below. On the screen, Qin Lan suddenly lunged forward, throwing a heavy punch with the force of thunder, aiming directly at Tao Pai Pai's face. Tao Pai Pai dodged sideways, simultaneously kicking towards Qin Lan's waist like a sudden storm. Qin Lan extended his hand to block Tao Pai Pai's flying kick. The two went back and forth, neither yielding, their moves becoming increasingly fierce and sharp. The flesh-to-flesh combat caused their sweat to scatter like rain. Their bare upper body muscles were tight, veins bulging, and their faces were filled with anger and ferocity. As the battle progressed, both Qin Lan and Tao Pai Pai's breathing became rapid, yet their eyes remained sharp. Both knew deeply that the outcome of this battle could hinge on a momentary flaw. A gust of wind blew, and Qin Lan, being downwind, had his eyes stung by dust. Tao Pai Pai keenly seized this opening, leaped forward quickly, and fiercely punched Qin Lan in the chest. Qin Lan retreated a few steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. However, he did not yield. He immediately adjusted his posture and shouted again as he lunged towards Tao Pai Pai. The two fought fiercely in this apocalyptic ruin. As Qin Lan grew more accustomed to his body, he fought with increasing valor. His attacks were as violent as a storm, gradually forcing Tao Pai Pai to struggle for breath. Qin Lan attacked Tao Pai Pai tirelessly. Each punch carried the sound of breaking wind, and each kick contained endless power. Gradually, Tao Pai Pai could only rely on his numbing limbs to barely block Qin Lan's attacks, retreating step by step. Qin Lan broke through Tao Pai Pai's defense and threw a fatal punch at his face. The fist drew closer and closer. With his defense shattered, Tao Pai Pai gritted his teeth and shouted, Dodon Ray. He unleashed his ultimate move from his fingertip, blasting rapidly towards Qinlan's head. The power of this energy wave was like a volcanic eruption. It struck Qinlan's head instantly. Qinlan fell to the ground, his detector shattered, and blood gushed rapidly from his forehead and the corner of his mouth. Panting, Tao Pai Pai stood in place, his body exhausted, but his eyes filled with the joy of victory. He looked at Qinlan in triumph. Kid, you're good, actually forcing me to use my ultimate move. You can die with honor. After speaking, he stomped his foot and charged at Qinlan like a cannonball, preparing to finish him off completely. Just as Tao Pai Pai thought victory was in sight, Qinlan laughed, his eyes flashing with blue light as he stared at Tao Pai Pai. Tao Pai Pai, charging rapidly towards Qinlan, suddenly found his body immobilized. A trace of despair revealed in his eyes. Qinlan stood up and grabbed the incoming Tao Pai Pai by inertia, kicking him in the abdomen. The force of this kick was like a mountain torrent. Tao Pai Pai flew out, crashing heavily into a wall before falling unconscious. Panting, Qinlan, his body also exhausted, said, You didn't think only you had ultimate moves, did you? Qinlan looked at the surrounding buildings covered in battle traces. Shattered bricks, collapsed houses, and deep footprints on the ground bore witness to the ferocity of this fierce battle. Amidst these ruins, Qinlan stood like a god of war. His figure appeared exceptionally tall in the eyes of the Red Ribbon Army. Qinlan dragged his exhausted body towards Tao Pai Pai, savoring the intense flesh-to-flesh combat just moments ago. It was truly exhilarating. Qinlan felt a surge of relief in body and mind. Just as Qinlan reached the unconscious Tao Pai Pai and prepared to raise his hand to kill him, a personal aircraft quickly flew over, shouting from the sky, General Blue, do not kill him. I need him. Qinlan looked up and saw it was Dr. Gero shouting at him from the air. He knew in his heart that Dr. Gero likely needed a test subject for his android research. He nodded at Dr. Gero, granting a favor. Then, somewhat exhausted, Qinlan sat down on the rubble of the ruins. Looking around at the broken walls, he gazed at his own hands, his heart filled with joy at the power he possessed. He had fully adapted to this perfect body. Now, I am General Blue. General Blue is me, Qinlan, he thought. The members of the Red Ribbon Army also landed in shock on this devastated ruin. They were stunned by the scene before them. Not long ago, this was the densely built headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. The originally well-arranged and sturdy buildings had now turned into broken walls. It was even harder to believe that this apocalyptic scene was caused by two men fighting with bare hands. Their gazes invariably fell upon Qinlan, filled with worship and awe. Qinlan was the one who defeated the world's #1 assassin. At this moment, he was like the descent of a god of war. General Blue actually defeated the world's #1 assassin, Tao Pai Pai. Violet exclaimed in amazement. Is this the level a human can reach? Too powerful. After ordering his men to take Tao Pai Pai away, Dr. Gero stared at Qinlan with gleaming eyes, as if discovering a new world, chiming in agreement. Other soldiers gathered around, expressing their admiration to Qinlan. They knew this victory was no accident, but a demonstration of Qinlan's true strength. Finally, the near-fatal crisis was resolved. It was time to think about the path ahead. I must survive. Qinlan thought about being in the Dragon Ball world, where his current combat power was only a little over 100. The future Piccolo, Raditz, Vegeta, Frieza, Cell, Bu, and other villains. His combat power of just over 100 was far too insignificant. Qinlan made his resolve. I must become stronger. I must survive. To survive in the Dragon Ball world. General Lon, good day. General Lon, good day. Qinlan, dressed in the neat military uniform of the Earth Yellow Ribbon Corps with a double-arm military cap, walked steadily down the corridor of the underground base beneath the headquarters. The soldiers of the Earth Yellow Ribbon Corps, standing guard and patrolling along the way, followed her with their eyes filled with admiration and awe. As Qinlan passed by, they straightened their bodies and saluted her in reverence. Indeed, they are currently in the underground base. The surface buildings of the base have been nearly completely destroyed by the battle between Qinlan and Tao Pai Pai. Thus, the headquarters of the Earth Yellow Ribbon Corps had temporarily moved to the underground base. Qinlan smiled politely, returning the salutes, showcasing her charm and grace in every gesture. Qinlan nodded to the guard outside Commander Ruid's temporary room, and the guard first saluted her before calling inside. General Lon has arrived. Come in. After the voice of the adjutant Black was heard, Qinlan walked into the room. She noticed a serious atmosphere within. Qinlan saluted seriously and said, report to Commander Ruid, I have arrived. After a brief moment of rest, she had already roughly planned her next steps. To survive, the androids are one of the means by which humans on Earth gain extraordinary power. The modified ordinary people 17 and 18 surprisingly possess combat abilities that surpass even super psyots. During the Dragon Ball Super Era 17's combat power was even comparable to that of Goku's Super Saiyan 3. The base combat power of the androids was very high, and they could also train to become stronger. Of course, the current android technology is rather lacking. At this point, the androids are still akin to the scientific monstrosity of Android 8, whose combat power might not even match that of her current self. Thus, she needed to temporarily lurk within the Earth Yellow Ribbon Corps and gain more influence within the Earth Yellow Ribbon Corps. Commander Ruid nodded at Qin and said, "Take a seat." Then he waved his hand to Adjutant Black, who understood immediately and quickly handed Qin the prepared Dragon Ball radar from a box. Qin took the Dragon Ball radar, a flicker of confusion passing through her eyes. "Where are you sending me?" "General Lan, according to the Dragon Ball radar, the 4 Dragon Balls are currently located 2300 kilometers northeast in the Karen region. Previously, Colonel Yellow's mission failed, and the entire army was wiped out here. Now you are given a chance to redeem yourself by bringing back those 4 Dragon Balls." Black pointed at the large map of the Dragon Ball radar, requesting Qin. Qin looked at the radar map, nodded, and with a serious expression and determined gaze said, "I understand. This mission is of great importance, and I will definitely bring back all 4 Dragon Balls to wash away the shame of the previous loss of the Dragon Balls." After finishing her statement, Qin saluted Commander Ruid and turned to leave the room, heading towards the lift platform. She boarded the most advanced aircraft of the Earth Yellow Ribbon Corps, swiftly heading towards the Karen region. Qin closed her eyes within, contemplating her plan on how to gain more influence, while also having ample time for cultivation. If tasks keep coming one after another like this, where would the time for cultivation come from? Moreover, she was about to face the main character of Dragon Ball Son, Goku. It would be a lie to say that Qin wasn't nervous and excited. Even though her original self had seen and fought with little Goku multiple times, this was her first time getting close to him. This is truly exciting. By the way, I should first understand the detailed functions of the system. With the system, I should be able to. Just thinking about it is thrilling. System, how do I earn system points? What's the quickest way to increase my combat power? Ding. The system points function has disappeared. The most basic points function has vanished. What other functions do you have now? Ding. Retained functions 1. Obtaining items already acquired 2. Intelligent voice service function. So my golden finger only gives me a few sins of beans and adds 100 combat power before disappearing. Why do other Dragon Ball novels start with 10 billion combat power? Ding. Apologies, host. The power consumption for altering the world storyline is too great. Qin recalled the feeling of helplessness when she nearly fell victim to the storyline, and a wave of fear washed over her. She quickly reassured the system, "It's okay, it's okay. I still have to thank System Daddy for saving my life back then." Ding. No need for thanks. Ensuring the host's safety is the primary duty of this system. However, losing the fastest channel to enhance her combat power left Qin feeling somewhat lost. Does that mean I have to follow the original storyline? Join the Z Fighters to protect Earth? But without the protection of the storyline, can the main characters still survive so many crises? Feeling a slight headache, Qin shook her head and decided not to consider these matters further. She would take it one step at a time. First and foremost, ensure her survival. However, for now, she should go meet little Goku, whom she has liked since childhood. To see the little Goku whom she has admired since she was young. After putting aside her distractions, Qin tried to sense her own energy, following the method that Sun Wufan taught her to sense chi, attempting to learn the flight technique. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. "General, ahead is the Holy Land of Karen. Do you need me to find a suitable place to land nearby?" Qin opened the Dragon Ball radar again. The positions of the 4 Dragon Balls had not moved, indicating that little Goku was still there and hadn't left. Qin said, "Go ahead near Karen Tower and lower the flight altitude to about 100 meters. I will go down myself." "Understood, General." As the aircraft arrived near Karen Tower, Qin leaped from the cabin without hesitation. Her body spread in the air, diving towards Karen Tower like a soaring eagle. In the air, she felt the wind rush past once again, trying to control her energy to perform the flight technique. Unfortunately, she still failed. As she approached the ground, Qin skillfully adjusted her landing posture, accurately landing in the open space among the tents near Karen Tower. With a loud crash, Qin fell to the ground like a meteorite. She looked around, her gaze landing on Karen Tower and the nearby Indian tents. She saw Bora and Upa emerging from the tents, sensing their coldness and unwelcoming demeanor. Bora shielded Upa behind him, his eyes revealing vigilance and hostility as he questioned Qin, "Who are you? What are you doing in the Holy Land of Karen?" Qin pointed at the dazed little Goku, rubbing his eyes as he walked out of another tent, and said, "I'm here to find him." Little Goku, seeing General Lan, instantly clenched his teeth and frowned. "Damn, it's you again. You Earth Yellow Ribbon Corps are truly troublesome." Qin and little Goku locked eyes, sparks flying the atmosphere charged with an impending battle. Bora stepped forward, meeting Qinlan's gaze, saying, "This child's life was saved from your Earth Yellow Ribbon Corps. I won't let you harm him any further." After speaking, Bora shouted loudly, picked up a spear, and fearlessly charged at Qinlan with it, his eyes filled with determination and hostility. The spear sliced through the air with a fierce momentum aimed straight at Qinlan. However, Qinlan remained as steady as a mountain with her arms crossed over her chest, facing Bora's attack. Her posture was upright, her eyes calm and resolute. Just as the spear was about to hit Qinlan, she swiftly sidestepped, easily evading the attack. Immediately after, Qinlan reached out and grabbed the spear, yanking it with force. Bora was taken aback, his body being uncontrollably pulled towards Qinlan. Losing his balance, Bora staggered. Qinlan seized the opportunity to kick out accurately, striking Bora's abdomen. Bora let out a muffled groan, his body flying backward, crashing through 3 large trees before heavily falling to the ground. Bora trembled on the ground, convulsing. "Daddy!" Upa shouted, rushing towards Bora and lying on him, crying. Qinlan retracted her foot. Throughout the entire process, her other foot remained planted, not even moving a fraction on the ground, her movements smooth and natural, as if everything was under her control. Son Goku witnessed this scene, and upon seeing Bora lose his combat ability, his expression shifted from shock to increasing seriousness. He never expected Qinlan to be even stronger than when they first encountered, so effortlessly defeating Bora without even using her superpowers. Son Goku clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flashing with excitement and challenge. He was eager to spar with Qinlan again. He knew this would be an even more intense battle. The atmosphere around them grew tense and serious, while Qinlan seemed to block out Bora's painful groans and Upa's loud cries, only able to hear Son Goku's breathing and heartbeat. Qinlan stood quietly and placed, the wind howling past her ears, her eyes burning with fighting spirit. She adjusted her breathing, suppressing her inner excitement, preparing to face Son Goku's attack. "Come on, Son Goku. I look forward to our first battle. You've grown stronger." Xiao Yukong stared at Qinlan with a serious expression, slowly drawing the golden staff from behind his back and adopting a battle stance. Qinlan, observing Xiao Yukong's stance, also spread his legs apart, slightly bending his right knee, steadying his form. He raised his right hand, pointing his index finger to the sky, straight as a sword piercing the heavens. His remaining 4 fingers curled inward like tiger claws. His palm faced forward as if he could push aside all obstacles. His left hand, however, was clenched into a fist held close to his ribs, coiled like a tiger ready to pounce, poised to strike a decisive blow to the enemy. His left leg was slightly bent, with his weight sinking low, steady as a rock. Qinlan, equally prepared, mimicked the tone of the original host from his memory, a look of disdain crossing his face as he provocatively said, "What's wrong? Little brat, are you scared now? If you're scared, just hand over the Dragon Ball, and I might consider giving you a quick death." Xiao Yukong shouted, "The Dragon Ball will never be given to scoundrels like you." With that, he charged fearlessly towards Qinlan, wielding his golden staff, exuding an undeniable aura of determination. His steps were agile and swift, appearing as afterimages, and in the blink of an eye, he leaped in front of Qinlan, raising the golden staff high to smash down upon Qinlan's head. Qinlan calmly observed Xiao Yukong's attack, shifting his body slightly to the side, effortlessly dodging the downward strike of the golden staff. Then he swiftly unleashed a thunderous punch aimed directly at Xiao Yukong's face. The wind from the punch passed through a series of flickering phantoms. Qinlan's fist met only air. It was an afterimage punch. Before Xiao Yukong could react, Qinlan's foot kicked out with a sound like tearing air towards an empty space behind him. The force of this kick was akin to a raging flood, its speed comparable to a meteor crashing to the earth. Xiao Yukong, now behind Qinlan, was met with a massive shoe sole. In a flurry, he raised his arms to shield his body, barely managing to block Qinlan's flying kick. However, Xiao Yukong was still sent flying over 10 meters, crashing heavily against the trunk of a giant tree before coming to a stop. As green leaves fluttered down around him, Xiao Yukong looked at the 2 deep grooves left by his feet on the ground, a burning sensation flooding his arms. He bared his teeth, shaking his arms, tears welling in his eyes as he exclaimed, "It hurts so much." Seeing this, Qinlan felt a slight thrill in his heart, thinking to himself, "Indeed, the current protagonist, Xiao Yukong, has very low combat power. I've actually beaten Son Wukong." At this, Xiao Yukong immediately changed his battle strategy, shouting, "Golden staff, grow longer." He swung the extending golden staff towards Qinlan's head. Qinlan quickly raised his hand, grabbing one end of the golden staff, and with a powerful throw sent Xiao Yukong soaring into the sky. As Xiao Yukong released his grip, the golden staff swiftly reverted back to its shorter form. Then Qinlan threw the now shortened golden staff to the ground, slightly bending his legs as he leaped towards the airborne Son Wukong. As he approached, he suddenly raised his leg and kicked Xiao Wukong in the abdomen, causing a loud scream of pain as Xiao Wukong clutched his belly in the air. Qin Lan's movements were skillful and powerful, and after retracting his leg, he lifted it high once more, delivering a precise and lethal downward kick that sent Xiao Wukong crashing to the ground. After landing, Xiao Wukong was in a panic, gritting his teeth as he used the last of his strength to tremble and prop himself up with one arm, gasping for breath, while looking up at the descending Qin Lan. Through gritted teeth, Xiao Wukong said, "You bastard, let me show you my power." With that, he rapidly placed his palms together at his waist. As he shouted, "Came. Haim. Huh." He aimed at Qin Lan, who had just landed. Between his palms, blue light flickered. He forcefully pushed towards the newly landed Qin Lan, sending a blue energy beam racing towards him like lightning. Qin Lan's eyes brightened slightly at the sight of the Kamehameha. He had imitated it for so long as a child, and now he finally saw it in action. Without letting his thoughts interfere with his actions, Qin Lan quickly steadied his stance, channeling energy into his palms. He thrust his hands forward to meet the Kamehameha, bracing himself against the force of the energy wave before shouting loudly, "Go!" Qin Lan grasped the Kamehameha in his hands and flung it aside with force. The blue energy wave traced a beautiful arc through the air, landing in the distant forest. Boom! A sound of explosion echoed from afar. Xiao Wukong widened his eyes in disbelief, shouting, "No! Impossible! It didn't work." Just as Xiao Wukong stared wide-eyed in shock, Qin Lan shook his slightly warm hands and then raised his foot to kick a nearby rock, which shot towards Xiao Wukong like a cannonball. Xiao Wukong sensed the incoming rock, but had no strength left to dodge. He could only watch in terror as the rock struck him squarely in the chest, letting out a muffled groan before collapsing to the ground motionless. The 4-star Dragon Ball on his chest, along with the other 3 Dragon Balls wrapped behind him, rolled out. Qin Lan stepped closer to Xiao Wukong, his gaze filled with authority and pressure. Lying on the ground, Xiao Wukong watched Qin Lan slowly approach, filled with unwillingness. He murmured, "Why has he become so powerful?" Qin Lan's eyes flashed with a blue light as the 4 Dragon Balls beside Xiao Wukong were enveloped in blue radiance, and the 4 glimmering orange Dragon Balls floated before Qin Lan, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. He reached out to grasp the Dragon Balls, thinking, "So this is the Dragon Balls that can grant any wish. Without the constraints of the storyline, I wonder if I can exchange my lifespan for combat power like in Dragon Ball Super. Or could I exchange something else for combat power?" Qin Lan gazed at the Dragon Balls floating in the air, contemplating how to make a wish through them and how to navigate the wishes of Commander RYD and Vice Commander Black, who both had aspirations for power, to fulfill his own wishes while also elevating his status within the Red Ribbon Army. At this moment, Xiao Wukong saw the Dragon Balls flying towards Qin Lan. With his eyelids drooping, he gritted his teeth and, using the last of his strength, hoarsely said, "Return the 4-star ball to me." Qin Lan, regaining his focus, did not take the Dragon Balls away. He looked at the downed Xiao Wukong. A slight smile appeared on his lips as he performed an unexpected gesture towards Xiao Wukong. Qin Lan glanced at the Dragon Balls in the air, commanding the 4-star ball to fly back to Xiao Wukong's side, a move that left Xiao Wukong utterly astonished, momentarily bewildered by what was happening. However, Qin Lan's eyes revealed a different kind of determination. He then took out a transformation capsule from his pants pocket, rummaged through it, and pulled out a transformation capsule, pressing it down and throwing it to the ground. Boom! With a sound, a cloud of smoke rose. When the smoke cleared, a feast appeared on the grass, unharmed by the aftermath of the battle. Qin Lan smiled as he approached Xiao Wukong, bending down to extend his hand, signaling friendship. Xiao Wukong looked at the smiling Qin Lan, confused, glancing at the 4-star ball beside him, and then took Qin Lan's large hand with his small one. After pulling Xiao Wukong up, Qin Lan handed him a large roasted pig leg, smiling as he said, "Son Wukong, hello. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Qin Lan. I'm glad we could spar, but the battle has ended now. Shall we eat something together?" Xiao Wukong, salivating, took the roasted pig leg, not paying attention to what Qin Lan was saying. Suddenly filled with strength, he devoured the pig leg in a few large bites. After finishing the meal, Xiao Wukong, filled with confusion, looked at Qin Lan and asked, "Haven't we met before? Why do you say it's our first meeting?" "Haha, you didn't know my name before, and I didn't know yours either. That doesn't count as knowing each other. Now we can truly say we know one another," Qin Lan replied. At this moment, Bora was already able to stand up, leaning on UPA as he wobbled over. Qin Lan turned to look at the Indian father and son, smiling as he waved and asked, "Would you like to eat something together?" Bora hesitated for a moment, nodded, and said thank you as he walked over to sit down. The 4 of them sat together, enjoying the tranquility and satisfaction brought by the food. After eating his fill, Xiao Wukong happily patted his belly and turned to Qin Lan, asking, "Qin Lan, I still don't understand. What is your purpose in stealing the Dragon Balls?" Qinlan thought for a moment, swallowed the food in his mouth, and replied earnestly, "Actually, it's not that I personally want the Dragon Balls, it's our Commander RYD who has a need for them. Although Commander RYD hasn't explicitly said what he wants them for, I've heard whispers that he merely wants to grow taller. He wishes to go from your height to his height." As he spoke, Qinlan first pointed at Xiao Wukong and then at Bora. Sun Wukong and Bora, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of shock, hardly believing their ears. They couldn't comprehend Commander RYD's thoughts, finding such a wish absurd. Qinlan shrugged and said, "Honestly, I also feel this wish is simply unacceptable." Qinlan turned to Xiao Wukong and asked, "Wukong, could you lend me the 4-star ball for a moment? After I make my wish, I will jump up and grab the 4-star ball the moment it flies away and return it to you." At this moment, Qinlan had already decided what wish he wanted to make. A wish that would make him stronger. Xiao Wukong fell silent for a moment, then lifted his head to meet Qinlan's gaze, his eyes gleaming with defiant challenge. He did not answer Qinlan's question. Instead, he countered, "Qinlan, will you attend the next World Martial Arts Grand Tournament? Next time I won't lose to you again. I'll give it my absolute all to prove my true strength." Qinlan nodded, a spark of excitement flickering in his eyes. He accepted Xiao Wukong's challenge without hesitation and replied, "Agreed. I will certainly attend the next World Martial Arts Grand Tournament, and I too eagerly await our rematch. That promises to be an extraordinary duel." With this solemn pact sealed, both understood their next confrontation on the tournament stage would be fierce, unrelenting. A battle where each would commit every ounce of strength in pursuit of the title of Supreme Martial Artist of the world. Hearing Qinlan's vow, Xiao Wukong nodded cheerfully, then pulled out the 4-star ball and handed it to him, saying, "Qinlan, I trust you. Here, take the 4-star ball. When we meet again at the next World Martial Arts Grand Tournament, remember to return it to me." Qinlan was taken aback. He had expected to negotiate at length before securing the artifact. Yet Xiao Wukong had surrendered it so readily. Qinlan looked at him surprised. "You truly trust me that much?" Xiao Wukong grinned broadly and said, "Well, I can't beat you right now, so there's no reason for you to lie to me." Then his expression shifted from playful to solemn as he added, "Of course, if you ever misuse the Dragon Balls for evil, I will defeat you." Qinlan accepted the Dragon Ball with both hands, meeting Xiao Wukong's gaze with unwavering resolve. "Rest assured." Then he turned toward Bora and asked, "Is the legend of Karen's sanctuary true? Does a martial god truly exist, one who bestows power upon mortals?" Xiao Wukong also tilted his head, curiously watching Bora intently. Bora hesitated, nodding once, then shaking his head before glancing toward Karen Tower. "It is but an ancient legend. I cannot confirm its truth. It may well be mere superstition." Qinlan already knew the tower housed the cat hermit, and 2 treasures coveted by many, the sacred beans and the ultra-divine water. Securing some sacred beans would be vital. They could save one's life in dire moments. As for the ultra-divine water, well, rumor held that Goku's later heart condition stemmed from childhood consumption of its lethally potent brew. Qinlan dared not risk it. He fixed Bora with a serious gaze and said, "I wish to ascend Karen Tower. May I?" Bora frowned, puzzled. "Why? You are already so powerful. Few in this world could rival you." Xiao Wukong too turned to regard Qinlan with open curiosity. Qinlan paused in quiet contemplation for several seconds. Then his gaze hardened, and his voice dropped low and resolute. "I wish to grow stronger." Bora nodded. "Of course. Karen is the sacred ground of martial artists. Any seeker of the way may attempt the ascent." Xiao Wukong, brimming with excitement, declared, "Then I want to try too." Qinlan smiled and said, "Let us climb together. We'll race. Who reaches the summit first and meets the hermit?" Xiao Wukong grinned. "Agreed. But when it comes to climbing, you might not outpace me." With a mischievous glint, he leapt upward, scaling the tower with astonishing speed. Qinlan bent his knees and sprang upward, launching himself in pursuit. Together they embarked upon the arduous ascent of the towering Karen Tower. Their eyes burned with unwavering resolve, each consumed by the fierce desire to claim victory in this contest. At first their climb progressed smoothly, with superhuman physique and indomitable will they steadily rose, eventually piercing through the clouds. Yet as altitude increased, hardship followed in kind. That night, the wind intensified dramatically, howling fiercely against Qinlan's body, threatening to tear him from the tower's surface. At greater heights, Xiao Wukong's smaller frame proved advantageous, while Qinlan's larger build exposed him to stronger gusts, forcing him to brace harder against the tower wall, halting his ascent just to remain anchored. Xiao Wukong drew steadily closer to Qinlan. The following morning, the thinning air began to strain both climbers' breath. Their hearts raced, their breathing grew ragged. Yet Qinlan's greater mass demanded more oxygen. He had to consciously regulate his breath to preserve stamina and focus. Xiao Wukong caught up to him. That afternoon, Prolonged exertion left Qinlan's limbs aching and numb. Each reach, each step demanded endurance beyond pain. At times thoughts of surrender surfaced, but deep within he knew the summit held what he sought. Clenching his jaw, he pressed onward, unbroken, unyielding. At that moment Qinlan surged ahead, surpassing Xiao Wukong, who now faced identical trials. On the third day, relentless climbing drained his reserves and hunger emerged as a formidable adversary. Scarce provisions weakened his body progressively. Still Qinlan knew he had no retreat. Having entered the Dragon Ball world, he understood with chilling clarity, without ever-increasing strength, he could perish, instantly, alongside an entire planet. His ironclad conviction to grow stronger, and his unshakable will, propelled him upward. Time blurred, until mechanically numbly ascending he suddenly glimpsed a black sphere ahead. He knew he was nearly at the summit. His body surged with renewed vitality as he lunged forward toward his goal. At last Qinlan reached the pinnacle. With great effort he hauled himself through the circular aperture into the chamber atop the tower. Claiming a quiet personal triumph, he had bested Xiao Wukong once more. Qinlan chuckled wryly. Here I am, a 20-year-old man elated over beating a child in a climbing contest. How utterly childish. It must be the influence of my former immature self. Yet this trial forged his resolve anew, tempering his spirit and teaching him an immutable truth: no matter the adversity, surrender is never the path. Perseverance alone leads forward. He sat resting on the stone steps only briefly before hearing labored breaths below. Peering down through the aperture, he saw Xiao Wukong emerging. Qinlan extended a hand to help him up. Gasping heavily, Xiao Wukong pointed at the surrounding circular water tanks. Qinlan, is this the sacred water that enhances one's abilities? Qinlan shook his head. I'm not certain. Come up, you're needed here. Xiao Wukong asked. Was that you speaking just now? Qinlan shook his head again. No, I didn't speak. It must be the hermit residing here. Xiao Wukong blinked, then snapped his fingers. All right. A hermit lives here. They ascended the side staircase onto the platform, and immediately beheld a snow-white feline standing upright like a human, pink ears, twitching left paw, cradling a wooden staff taller than itself. Qinlan recognized him instantly, the cat hermit. The hermit regarded them coolly. Not bad, you two, especially this little runt. He climbed fairly swiftly. Xiao Wukong scowled, lips pouting. What do you mean? I'm the runt. You're shorter than me. He stepped forward, gesturing emphatically. Look, look, you barely reach my nose. The cat hermit rolled his eyes. Enough chatter. And with that he lifted off the ground, floating effortlessly above Xiao Wukong. Qinlan froze, startled to realize the cat hermit possessed the art of flight. Xiao Wukong gasped, pointing. You. The hermit smirked, smug and self-assured. You're a flying cat. The hermit cleared his throat twice, then sighed. I am a hermit, though strictly speaking a cat hermit. Xiao Wukong nodded earnestly. I've heard you grant power to others. Is it true? That's why I came. The hermit glanced at Qinlan and asked, and you? What brings you here? Qinlan clasped his hands together and bowed slightly, voice respectful, yet steady. Honorable cat hermit. I too seek strength. The hermit studied him for a long moment, then slowly shook his head. This place cannot make you stronger. Leave. Qinlan recoiled, stunned. Why? Little Wukong hurriedly asked the cat immortal. What about me? Am I powerful? The cat immortal turned to look at little Wukong and said, you are quite good, but currently your strength is not as great as his. As he spoke, he pointed at Qinlan. At that moment, a gurgle sound echoed from the top of the Karen Tower. It was little Wukong's stomach growling with hunger. Little Wukong suddenly seemed to lose all his strength, sitting down on the ground while holding his stomach, saying to the cat immortal, I'm so hungry, do you have anything to eat? The cat immortal nodded and said, you two have been climbing for about 2 days. It's indeed time for you to have a good meal. With that he reached out and tossed out 2 magical beans. Little Wukong and Qinlan each caught one. Qinlan looked at the magical bean in his palm, realizing it was no different from the ones the system had previously given him. Little Wukong looked at the magical bean in his hand and complained unhappily, what? Only 1 bean. Is this really considered a good meal? Qinlan said, then eat the food I brought. Little Wukong's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he immediately jumped up from the ground, saying, great, great. Qinlan smiled as he put the magical bean into his pocket and took out a transformation capsule from another pocket, tossing it into the open ground. Bang! A cloud of smoke dispersed, revealing a large box on the ground filled with a variety of delicious foods. Qinlan opened the box and arranged the plates of food on the ground. The cat immortal sniffed the air filled with delicious aromas, smacking his lips and saying, don't underestimate this bean I gave you. It's a magical bean, the food of the immortals. Eat one and you won't feel hungry for over 10 days. Little Wukong, meanwhile, was stuffing his mouth with food and didn't even hear what the cat immortal was saying. Qinlan nodded, indicating he understood. He then lifted a roasted fish from the plate and asked the cat immortal, would you like to have a bite too? The cat immortal cleared his throat and said, well, considering your sincere offering to this immortal cat, I suppose I can't refuse to taste some of this mortal food. With that, the cat immortal and little Wukong began to dig in. Moments later, the cat immortal, feeling satisfied, patted his belly and exclaimed, this is really delicious, meow. After indulging in the feast, the cat immortal stared at Qianlong, a spark of wisdom shining in his eyes, and asked, I can see that your heart is not evil. So what do you desire? As Qianlong prepared to respond, the cat immortal gently interjected, I'm asking about your heart. What do you wish to obtain? What is it you wish to achieve? After a moment of contemplation, Qianlong candidly replied, right now, I only want to gain powerful strength enough to survive in the future. The cat immortal nodded, seemingly not surprised by Qianlong's answer. He quietly asked, what dangers have you encountered? Why do you only wish to survive? Is the meaning of existence merely to avoid death? Qianlong clenched his fist, sighed helplessly, and said, although I'm not currently in danger, I know this planet and the universe are filled with deadly threats. If I don't have powerful strength, I will be like an ant, mercilessly crushed at any moment. After speaking, images flashed through Qianlong's mind of the Scions attacking, where with a mere gesture entire cities and crowds were turned to ashes. Of Frisia on Namek, slicing the planet in half. Of the revived Frisia, who after losing his golden form, could casually destroy Earth with a light slap. Of Majin Bu, where the great Bu wiped out all humans with a simple wave in the temple. The cat immortal pondered for a moment and said, I can sense your despair for the future. However, to survive in this world, mere strength is not enough. You also need wisdom, courage, and faith. Wisdom comes from experience and learning. You must continuously explore, think, and reflect, drawing lessons from failures and insights from successes. Courage stems from inner conviction and a persistent pursuit of your goals. And faith is the source of your motivation to persevere during difficult times. Qianlong, touched, replied, thank you for your guidance, immortal. I will strive to enhance my strength while also pursuing these qualities. The cat immortal nodded and waved his staff, summoning a large cloud of nimbus in the sky. He turned to Qianlong and said, although I can't enhance your power, I'll give you a small gift in nimbus. Little Wukong, who had been unable to comprehend their conversation, was startled and asked, what? You have nimbus here too? The cat immortal smiled and replied to little Wukong, I could tell from your fighting actions under the tower that your master is Master Wutian. His nimbus was also a gift from me 300 years ago. Little Wukong gasped, 300 years ago? How old are you? The cat immortal thought for a moment and said, probably over 800 years old. Little Wukong asked, that's amazing. Did you also help Master Roshi become so powerful? The cat immortal nodded, you could say that. While little Wukong was chatting with the cat immortal, Qianlong made a firm decision and said to the cat immortal, I don't want the nimbus. I want to learn how to sense chi and the technique of flight. The cat immortal asked in confusion, what is the technique of flight? Qianlong pointed at the cat immortal floating in the air, saying, it's the ability to fly like you. The cat immortal realized, oh, you want to learn the flying technique. After examining Qianlong carefully, he nodded and said, your strength is already sufficient. I will teach you. Little Wukong also chimed in cheerfully, immortal, do you think I can learn too? The cat immortal pointed at the glistening water bottle on the central platform and said, first drink the super holy water to gain enough power, then we'll talk. Then Qianlong and little Wukong began their respective training on the Karen Tower. On the first night, under the guidance of the cat immortal, Qianlong was already able to faintly sense the presence of his own and others' chi. By noon the next day, after practicing for the entire morning, Qianlong could more accurately sense the intensity of the chi. That evening, with the cat immortal's guidance, Qianlong was already able to float off the ground. On the morning of the third day, Qianlong had completely mastered the flying technique. He flew to the second level of the Karen Tower and said to the cat immortal, I've mastered the flying technique. The cat immortal stopped the training of little Wukong's pursuit of the super holy water. Looking at Qianlong floating in the air, he expressed a bit of emotion, saying, I didn't expect your potential to be so great, mastering these two extraordinary skills so quickly. Little Wukong, panting as he sat on the ground, looked at Qianlong with envy and said, Qianlong, I can feel that you have become a little stronger again. Both Qianlong and the cat immortal looked at little Wukong. He scratched his head and said, while you were learning from the cat immortal, I secretly listened, and now I can also sense Qianlong's powerful chi. The cat immortal looked at the two and said, you both are truly becoming more formidable. Hearing the cat immortals praise, Qianlong reflected on the original work, recalling that General Lon did not undergo professional martial arts training, but could suppress Krillin, who had already reached the top 4 of the World Martial Arts Tournament, with his combat power, proving his extraordinary talent and immense potential. Later, Qianlong slightly bowed to the cat immortal to express his gratitude, and he took out several food capsules to offer to the cat immortal, hoping to take some magical beans with him. The cat immortal opened the capsule to see it filled with a large variety of seafood and dishes emanating delicious aromas from a gigantic thermal box. Happily, he directly gave a jar of magical beans to Qinlan. In good spirits, Qinlan stored the magical beans in a capsule, stood at the edge of the Karen Tower, turned to little Wukong, and cheered, "Little Wukong, do your best. Looking forward to our next meeting. Don't let me defeat you again so easily." Little Wukong jumped from the ground and raised his fist, saying, "Don't worry, Qinlan. Next time I will definitely defeat you." "Great. I'll be waiting for you. Goodbye, little Wukong." "Goodbye, cat immortal." With that, Qinlan waved to the two and leaped down from the Karen Tower, flying towards the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. During the few days of cultivation in the Karen Tower, Qinlan had already understood what he truly desired. He also realized his pursuit: power. Within the underground headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, metallic walls and soft cerulean lighting exude a stark, futuristic aura. Red Ribbon soldiers stand in formation, clad in earth-tone uniforms, their expressions grave and focused, hands gripping rifles with unwavering vigilance. In a corner of the base lies the command room, where a massive radar map glows with an emerald luminescence, displaying intricate real-time intelligence of the surrounding region. Two pulsing lights flicker at the center of the map. Meanwhile, four rapidly advancing yellow blips surge toward it from the northeast, transforming the vast radar display into a vivid, dynamic tableau. The chamber's walls, forged from ultra-high-strength alloy, gleam with a cold metallic sheen. Screens embedded along them stream live data feeds and surveillance footage, immersing observers in a hyper-digitized realm. In one corner, a barehead soldier processing streams of intelligence abruptly rises and strides to General Red, snapping a sharp salute, reporting, "Commander, the 4 Dragon Balls in Karen region have begun moving." Commander Red glances at the radar map from his seat and exhales a contemptuous snort. "So Blue has finally deigned to return." "Sir," interjects Deputy Black, "General Blue likely encountered unforeseen complications, delaying his return." Commander Red frowns deeply, arms crossed tightly across his chest. "Black, what is your assessment of Blue's mission?" "He has lingered far too long in Karen region." Deputy Black, aware of the commander's misgivings, offers a measured reply. "Commander, General Blue remains among our most exceptional officers. I trust his loyalty, but I believe it." Commander Red's voice hardens. "I believe that once too. This time, however, my confidence in Blue's fidelity has faltered. His power has grown overwhelming, and his conduct on this mission diverges markedly from all prior assignments. I can no longer be certain he will not become a threat to me." "Commander," replies Deputy Black after a pause, "might you be overestimating the danger? General Blue has served you and the army with unwavering devotion." Commander Red's face darkens. He slams his fist onto the table and surges to his feet. "Devotion? What I see is arrogance and autonomy. He placed my orders second to his own judgment. Perhaps we should speak with General Blue first. Learn precisely what anomalies or emergencies arose during his mission," suggests Deputy Black, meeting the commander's gaze with quiet resolve. Commander Red sinks back into his chair, but his eyes remain piercing. "Speak." If he intended dialogue, he would have contacted me immediately upon encountering complications, as he always has before. It seems I require a more decisive method to rein him in. Deputy Black hesitates. "Do you have a specific plan in mind?" Commander Red clenches his fist, jaw set with iron resolve. "Once he enters the base, confine him. Let him understand unequivocally who holds true authority." "Might this provoke General Blue's resentment, or even open rebellion?" asks Deputy Black, concern etching his features. Commander Red replies coldly, "I do not care for his feelings. I care only for the army's stability and the absolute integrity of my command. Should he defy my orders, resistance will be met with immediate execution." "But Commander," Deputy Black begins. Commander Red cuts him off with a sweeping gesture. "No buts. Carry out my orders without hesitation. My control over this army must remain unchallenged. No individual may threaten my supremacy. If Blue's loyalty to me is waned, then he has forfeited his right to exist." Deputy Black nods solemnly. "As ordered, Commander Red." With that, Deputy Black turns and lifts the telephone to begin his arrangements. Moments later, surveillance footage from the Red Ribbon Army base reveals a distant black speck swelling steadily, resolving into a hazy silhouette. A monitor officer stares stunned at the screen. Alert! An unidentified object is hurtling toward the camp at extreme velocity. His voice trembles with disbelief. Deputy Black strides forward, puzzled, and fixes his gaze on the monitor. "What is that?" "Initiate defensive systems, now." The monitor officer points at the screen, scarcely able to believe his eyes, then bursts out exhilarated, "Sir, look closely. It's General Blue." Commander Red, standing nearby, recoils in shock. He rushes to the monitor, only to behold Qinlan soaring through the sky. He and Deputy Black exchanged stunned, speechless glances, utterly baffled by this unprecedented arrival. After a moment's silence, Commander Red murmurs, bewildered, "How did Blue descend from the heavens? What in the world is happening?" He realizes the situation has shifted beyond expectation. His original plan now demands urgent revision, and Lan's aerial entrance only deepens his doubts and unease. Lan's figure streaks across the sky like a meteor, drawing gasps and rapt attention from sentries and patrolling soldiers alike. In a final eagle-like dive, he descends with breathtaking precision, landing squarely at the entrance of the Red Ribbon Army's underground base. Ground troops, frozen mid-posture, stare slack-jawed at the descending general, faces alight with astonishment and awe. None had imagined such an extraordinary arrival. Lan's presence instantly fractures the camp's calm. Tension thickens palpably in the air. Soldiers at a distance whisper among themselves. Inside, the base guards and patrols tense visibly the instant Lan steps out of the elevator, anticipation tightening their breath. They know Commander Red's secret orders, and some dare not meet Lan's gaze. Lan's sharp eyes sweep the room, detecting subtle shifts in posture and expression. A flicker of doubt stirs within him, but he conceals it completely, stepping forward as if nothing were amiss. Yet his gaze grows keener, silently scanning every corner, searching for irregularities, every instinct honed to razor's edge. He knows full well that a single misstep could place him at a disadvantage, even if conventional weaponry poses no true threat to him. Still, he acknowledges his vulnerability. Electricity remains his one fatal weakness. Lan quietly ponders the motives behind this unsettling tension. Had his training session with young Goku, filled with laughter, been discovered? Had that eroded Commander Red's trust? Yet Lan betrays no trace of anxiety. He subtly slows his pace, simultaneously formulating countermeasures in his mind. Whatever unfolds, he will remain calm, decisive, and in full command of his safety. As Lan advances deeper, a suffocating tension permeates the underground base. Soldiers' breathing grows shallow, heavy, constrained. His stride remains unwavering, grounded in absolute conviction. For in the Dragon Ball world, his personal might, save for rare exceptions, can shatter any phantom demon or illusion. With quiet confidence, Lan pushes open the command room's doors and faces Commander Red, prepared to seize him instantly should danger arise, ensuring his own survival. Lan possesses that power, here and now. As Lan stepped into the command room and surveyed the empty space, a wave of confusion washed over him. Why was there no one here? A creaking sound echoed in the room as a section of the ceiling slowly opened and a monitor descended from above, coming to rest not far in front of Lan. Gazing at the monitor before him, Lan couldn't help but feel a hint of doubt. A signal connection sound filled the air, and the shadow of Commander Reed appeared on the screen. Lan had initially expected to see Commander Reed in the command room, but was surprised to only find a projection. He pondered silently. It seems that Reed has started to take precautions against me, perhaps frightened by my combat prowess, and now dares not meet me. General Lan, do you still dare to return to the base? Commander Reed's deep, hoarse voice emanated from the monitor, resonating in the vacant command room. After saying this, Commander Reed turned around on the screen, his serious expression fixed on Lan. You've been out so long without promptly reporting to me. Do you have anything to say to me now? He questioned, a hint of dissatisfaction in his gaze. Lan took a deep breath and replied, yes. I encountered a special situation and was trapped in a place without any phone signal, making it impossible to report to you in a timely manner. However, once I resolved the issue, I immediately returned to the base. A flicker of skepticism crossed Commander Reed's eyes. What kind of special situation could delay you for so long? Does it have anything to do with your sudden ability to fly? I need you to provide me with a detailed explanation. Lan replied earnestly. I am happy to clarify, Commander. By chance, I had the fortune to meet the legendary god of martial arts at the sacred land of Karlin. I went to the place where he resides, which is high above in the sky, and I couldn't leave at that time. Fortunately, under his guidance, I mastered the ability to fly. Once I had control, I returned to headquarters immediately. Commander Reed remained silent for a moment before nodding. Lan did not wish to continue discussing this topic. With an excited expression, he opened his backpack containing 4 Dragon Balls, pulling the zipper in front of the monitor. The Dragon Balls in the backpack sparkled with a shimmering orange glow. Lan looked up at Commander Reed, whose expression showed a hint of excitement, and said, Commander, I have brought back 4 Dragon Balls, task completed. Now we have 6 Dragon Balls. Just one more, and we can grant any wish. Commander Reed's eyes lit up as he gazed at the Dragon Balls in Lan's backpack, holding the 2 Dragon Balls he had in his hands. He burst into joyous laughter. As if recalling something long awaited, he exclaimed excitedly, yes. I am so happy, just one last step to go. Once General Tong brings back the final Dragon Ball, I can finally become tall and mighty. While laughing, Commander Reed pressed a button. A mechanical arm extended from the ceiling, grasping the backpack containing the 4 Dragon Balls. At that moment, the aide-brack standing behind Commander Reed felt a surge of anger upon hearing Reed's words. He widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at Commander Reed. "Commander Reed, how can you say that? Are you collecting the Dragon Balls just to grow a little taller?" Interrupted from his joy, Commander Reed shot a sideways glance at aide-brack, saying, "That's right. Do you have a problem with that?" Aide-brack's expression remained astonished. "So you're not collecting the Dragon Balls to conquer the world. It's just to make yourself taller. We have worked so hard." Commander Reed yelled at aide-brack. "You are so tall, how could you understand how painful it is to be short like I have been since childhood?" Aide-brack, with a twisted expression, continued to stare at Commander Reed, saying, "I initially told you about the wishing power of the Dragon Balls. The purpose was for our Red Ribbon Army to conquer the world." Commander Reed, furious, pulled out his gun and shouted at the gritting aide-brack, "Shut up. I am the commander of the Red Ribbon Army. I have the right to decide everything. Do you dare to question me?" At this moment, Qianlan also pretended to be angry and yelled at the screen, "Commander Reed, do you know how many soldiers have sacrificed their lives in the search for the Dragon Balls? Do you realize how many resources we have wasted in this quest for the Dragon Balls? You squander so many resources of the army and sacrifice so many brothers only to find out that you are not considering the world's domination for the army. It turns out it's just to fulfill your meaningless wish to grow taller." Commander Reed, somewhat hysterical, turned around with bloodshot eyes and shouted at the screen, "Damn it. Lon, Brack, how dare you speak to me, your commander, like this? I will kill you both. I will have you both executed." After saying this, Commander Reed raised his gun towards the screen where Qianlan's figure was visible. A gunshot rang out, bang, but the gun in Commander Reed's hand did not fire a bullet. A blood hole appeared on his forehead. Commander Reed, in disbelief, glanced back at aide-brack, his eyes filled with resentment as he collapsed to the ground. Aide-brack, holding the gun, walked up to the fallen Commander Reed, looking down at him and gritting his teeth. "You are not worthy of being a commander. Only I truly care for the development of the army. I am the most suitable commander for the Red Ribbon Army. I will make the Red Ribbon Army conquer the world." With the sound of the gunshot, the soldiers outside rushed in with their weapons. Upon seeing the fallen Commander Reed and aide-brack holding a gun, they were momentarily at a loss. After all, aide-brack held a high reputation within the Red Ribbon Army, leaving these soldiers in a dilemma. They could only dumbly raise their rifles and exchange glances. Aide-brack glanced at the soldiers who had rushed in and were now at a loss, ignoring them. He walked up to the monitor and calmly said to Qianlan, "General Lan, how about we collaborate to jointly rule the world? Everything in this world will be determined by the two of us." Qianlan smirked slightly. "If I make a mistake, you'll come again." As aide-brack stood in shock, Qianlan shouted at the confused soldiers in the monitoring room, "Soldiers, what are you doing? Aide-brack has rebelled and killed Commander Reed. Are you all traitors like aide-brack? If you are not traitors, then seize him immediately. Don't let him escape. If he dares to run, shoot him dead." Upon hearing Qianlan shout, aide-brack instinctively raised his gun towards the soldiers, taking a defensive stance. The soldiers, who had been slightly dazed, suddenly came to their senses upon hearing Qianlan's words and looked at aide-brack, but before they could ask, they saw aide-brack raise his gun at them. The soldiers' first reaction was to empty their magazines. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out. Aide-brack, the black soldier, fell to the ground, shot, his eyes filled with confusion and resentment. Seeing the image of aide-brack collapsing on the screen, Qianlan sneered inwardly. "Why would I want to collaborate to rule the world with you? What is there to rule in this fragile world?" The squad leader of the soldiers who shot aide-brack appeared somewhat at a loss, walking somewhat flustered to the monitor and asking Qianlan, "General Lan, what should we do next?" Currently, Qianlan holds the highest position at the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, so it is reasonable for the squad leader to ask him what to do next. Qianlan issued orders through the monitor. He commanded that the soldiers on the other side of the monitor bring the Dragon Balls from inside the room to the command room, and then step outside to notify the station soldiers to gather all the officers and cadres in the command room. In an instant, news spread throughout the Red Ribbon Army headquarters that both Commander Reed and aide-brack had died due to disagreements, causing great unrest among the personnel. Fortunately, with Qianlan's presence, the various departments could still function effectively, and some information and orders continued to be gathered and issued from the command room. Qianlan began to contemplate whether to take over the Red Ribbon Army himself, or to put forth a puppet, or perhaps maintain the status quo. Due to the genius presence of Dr. Jero and the subsequent issues with the artificial humans, Qianlan was reluctant to relinquish his high-ranking position within the Red Ribbon Army. Qianlan began to analyze the pros and cons of various choices in his mind. Under the heavy blow of the deaths of Commander Ruid and Vice Commander Black, within a single day, Qianlan, as the highest-ranking leader at headquarters, barely managed to take control of the base. However, the news of Commander Ruid and Vice Commander Black's internal strife and subsequent deaths spread rapidly within the Red Satin Corps like wildfire, soon reaching General Copper, who was out on a mission to find the Dragon Balls. Sensing the shift in power, General Copper immediately abandoned the search for the Dragon Balls, unhesitatingly gathering his troops, and led the Copper Army soldiers toward the headquarters like a surging tide. At that moment, Qinlan was sitting in the conference room adjacent to the command center, discussing the assignment of the command position within the Corps with the officers of the Red Satin Corps. Qinlan sat in the center of the spacious conference room, his expression serious, revealing a determined resolve as he gazed at the various military officers seated below. The officers from other departments were gathered around the conference table. Their expressions varied. Some were tense, some grave, while others appeared calm and composed. Qinlan cleared his throat and spoke, "Everyone, I have called you here to discuss an important matter. With the unfortunate deaths of Commander Ruid and Vice Commander Black, due to internal strife, we now need to select a new commander to lead our Red Satin Corps." The indifferent-eyed Colonel Violet with her short purple hair was the first to speak. "General Lon, there is no one more suitable than you to take the position of commander for the Red Satin Corps. I suggest you take over the responsibilities of commander directly. I believe you can lead us to unify the world." Her tone was filled with confidence. Another senior officer, a tiger-headed man, rebutted Colonel Violet, "That may not be appropriate. Not to mention that General Copper is out on a mission with the same rank as General Lon, but you Blue Army may not fully understand the operations and commands of the headquarters. I suggest we should select someone from the officers at headquarters who has rich experience and capability to serve as the new marshal." His eyes flashed with sharp light. At this moment, Dr. Gillo interjected, "I have heard that Commander Ruid's daughter is an outstanding military strategist, as she received professional training at the University of Emory in the Western Capital and often assisted Commander Ruid at headquarters, possessing rich experience and excellent leadership skills." His words drew everyone's attention. Qinlan nodded slightly, a beautiful young girl's image flashing through his mind. He expressed his support. "I have also considered this possibility. However, we need to ensure that she is capable of handling such an important position, prioritizing the development of the Corps." "But Dr. Gillo, General Lon, is it appropriate to let a young girl in her teens lead our Corps?" the tiger-headed officer said with some concern. "Does she have the capability? Can she withstand such pressure? Commander Ruid also has a son named Mazeda." Colonel Violet glared displeased at the tiger-headed officer and said, "Colonel Qingye, do you underestimate the abilities of women? How about we two have a competition?" Dr. Gillo smiled and waved his hand at Colonel Violet, saying, all right. Turning to the tiger-headed officer, he maintained a smile and said, "Young man, do not underestimate the abilities of women. In the Corps and on the battlefield, strength and capability are what truly matter. Furthermore, Mazeda is only 10 years old. He is too young and currently cannot bear the important duty of leading the Corps." Another black officer echoed Dr. Gillo's words. "I agree with the doctor. Commander Ruid's daughter, Miss Bonnie, has often come to the headquarters since childhood and has practically grown up here. She has a deep emotional connection to our Corps, and I believe she will do her best to lead us. Young Master Mazeda is indeed too young right now." After pondering for a moment, Qinlan said, "Very well, since we all believe we can consider Commander Ruid's daughter for succession, let's make that decision." Then Qinlan said to Colonel Violet, "Colonel Violet, please take the trouble to go to the University of Emory in the Western Capital to bring Commander Bonnie back to the base." Colonel Violet stood up, saluted Qinlan, and turned to leave the conference room. Qinlan continued, "Now that we have confirmed the candidate for commander, let us discuss the focus of the Corps development. First, we need to adjust our strategy to prioritize the search for the Dragon Balls again." Everyone who agrees. Who opposes? Everyone unanimously agreed with Qinlan's suggestion. They did not believe that a legendary orb could possess any special power. Dr. Gillo nodded and said, "General Lon is right. We must return to the normal development path. I have studied such things as the Dragon Balls for a long time, and apart from a special frequency of electromagnetic waves, there is no other radiation that can be converted into energy. It is merely a beautiful ornament, nothing more." Afterward, they began to discuss the development of the Corps and related issues, such as the supplementary selection of personnel. 2 hours later, a soldier in a khaki uniform rushed to the door of the conference room, shouting, "Report. General Lon, the patrol aircraft has detected a large-scale armed force advancing toward our headquarters from the north." Qinlan, puzzled, commanded, "Open the surveillance screen." Qinlan wondered, could it be the butterfly effect? In the original story, this was when Bulma, Yamcha, and Master Roshi arrived in a flying vehicle to help little Goku right. However, they only decided to come after seeing little Goku. Little Goku should still be training on Korin Tower, right? As Qinlan pondered, the surveillance screen was displayed in the conference room. On the vast plane, tank formations rumbled, their armor glinting with cold light, resembling moving fortresses with rolling treads, stirring up clouds of dust, heralding unstoppable power. Fighter jets and flying vehicles roared past in the sky, leaving trails behind them like vibrant ribbons slicing through the blue sky. The infantry, high in morale, marched in perfect unison, their eyes resolutely focused ahead. Everyone fell silent upon seeing the surveillance screen, for they recognized whose troops these were, and the shadow of war loomed over the entire conference room, with every person present feeling the tense atmosphere. Colonel Chingye, the tiger-headed man, gritted his teeth and said, "What does General Copper want charging toward the headquarters with his fully armed troops?" Dr. Gallo frowned, remaining silent. Qianlong calmly instructed the soldier, "Activate the headquarters defense system. Everyone prepare for battle. Additionally, notify the Blue Army and White Army to gather and support the headquarters at the fastest speed." Upon hearing Qianlong's orders, everyone and the soldiers felt slightly reassured. The soldiers saluted and ran out to begin deployment. Then Qianlong issued commands to another soldier called Colonel Violet and asked where she has taken our little commander and how long it will take for her to return to the base. "Also connect me with General Copper. I want to ask him personally what he intends to do." Soon the video link between the Red Satin headquarters and General Copper was successfully established. The screen in the conference hall displayed General Copper's figure. Qianlong frowned and asked General Copper, "What are you bringing your troops to the headquarters for?" General Copper sneered, saying, "General Lon, let's not beat around the bush. What I want is the same as what you want. It is to become the new commander of the Red Satin Corps." Qianlong snorted, saying, "I have no intention of becoming the commander. I am now representing the headquarters to convey the results of the headquarters meeting to you. We unanimously approve Miss Bonnie, Commander Ruid's daughter, to become the new commander of the Red Satin Corps. You must have your troops return to their posts immediately. You personally come to the base to welcome the new commander. If you do not comply, then you will be classified as a rebel." General Copper sneered, saying, "General Lon, stop pretending. You control the headquarters. How is the command issued by the headquarters any different from yours? Don't think that just because you put forth a puppet, I will surrender. Let us meet on the battlefield." Just as General Copper finished speaking, a red alarm sounded in the underground base. Qianlong, unable to respond to General Copper, switched the video to surveillance. Qianlong understood the reason behind this situation. It seemed that the butterfly effect he had stirred had indeed led to this rebellion. The plot from the original story clearly surfaced in his mind. Originally, the Red Satin Corps should have been directly destroyed by little Goku, with people at headquarters fleeing or scattering. If the Copper Army had not disbanded at that time, they would have directly established their own power. However, now, under his intervention, the structure of the Red Satin Corps remained largely intact, while the prestige of the headquarters had significantly declined due to the deaths of the commander and vice commander. Meanwhile, the remaining corps had been severely weakened, appearing particularly frail. Currently, only the Copper Army still existed in an organized and scaled manner, inevitably leading General Copper to harbor inappropriate thoughts. Everyone in the conference room watched as paratroopers continuously jumped down from the clouds above the Red Satin Corps headquarters, precisely landing around the strategic points of the headquarters like flocks of birds returning to their nests. They moved swiftly and coordinated effectively, rapidly taking control of the high ground surrounding the base and other advantageous terrains, beginning to set up defensive works. In the small screen at the bottom right, General Copper sneered, "General Lon, prepare to die." In the underground base of the Red Satin Corps headquarters, the red warning lights flickered chaotically like wildfires, intense and blinding, heralding an imminent crisis. The ventilation system of the underground base emitted a deep, continuous buzzing sound akin to an unbroken oppressive charm, enveloping the entire space in a suffocating and tense atmosphere. In the conference room of the underground base, the expressions of the officers were grave, the atmosphere somewhat stifling, while Qianlong, seated at the head of the table, remained as steady as a mountain, eyes closed in meditation, sensing and controlling the flow of qi within. Faced with the encirclement of the army led by General Tong, he showed no fear. Momentarily, the anxious officers calmed down as they observed Qianlong's composed demeanor. For Qianlong knew that in the face of such a situation, the power he currently possessed was sufficient for self-preservation. A soldier entered the conference room and shouted, "Report, General Lon. Colonel Zilluo will arrive at the base in 5 minutes." Qianlong smiled and said to the officers in the conference room, "Let's go greet our new commander together." With a calm and unhurried pace, he went with the other officers to welcome the new Commander Bonnie of the Red Satin Corps. Soon they arrived at the temporary helipad and met Colonel Zilluo and General Reid's daughter Bonnie. Colonel Zilluo calmly saluted Qianlong, saying, "Report, General, the mission is complete." After nodding, Qianlong turned to gaze steadily at the girl brought by Colonel Zilluo. General Reid's daughter, at the blossoming age of 17, possessed skin as pure as mutton fat, exceptionally beautiful, captivating all who beheld her. This made it utterly impossible for Qianlong to associate this slender and graceful beauty with her father, who was short and rugged, akin to a potato. Her figure was delicate and graceful, walking like a willow swaying in the wind. Her golden hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, gently brushing against her fair skin, shimmering with radiant light. She had a pair of deep blue eyes resembling clear lakes, cold yet enchanting, as if they could penetrate one's soul. Her movements were noble and elegant, exuding an innate grace. However, her expression was as indifferent as ice, as if everything in the world was unrelated to her. Her beauty was like a work of art, overwhelming to behold. Qianlong unconsciously took a deep breath. He hadn't expected to encounter such a beauty in the Dragon Ball world, and he calmly nodded at Bonnie. Bonnie looked at Qianlong as he nodded. After blinking a few times, she also nodded indifferently in response. Bonnie's demeanor was aloof, her gaze was as cold as a distant star. When faced with the other officers' greetings, she merely nodded in acknowledgement, turning to walk toward the entrance of the underground base, having already gathered some basic information from Colonel Zilluo. As she reached the entrance, her figure paused slightly, and her clear voice rang out, "We will meet in the command room." Soon Qianlong and the other officers entered the command room. Bonnie, the daughter of General Reed, was already seated at the head of the table, quietly observing everyone as they entered. Once all the officers were seated, she spoke in a calm tone, addressing the crowd below. "Bring me the previous meeting records to review." Dr. Gallo, upon hearing this, handed his notes to Bonnie. Her expression remained indifferent as she flipped through the pages of Dr. Gallo's records, occasionally furrowing her brow, sometimes lost in silent contemplation. After a moment, Bonnie slightly raised her head, her calm gaze fixating on Qianlong. She asked, "General Lon, what are your thoughts on my father's death?" Qianlong was unaware of what Dr. Gallo's notebook contained. However, in response to Bonnie's inquiry, he said General Reed disregarded the interests of the Corps only to satisfy his private interests, which was indeed a mistake. Yet it does not warrant death. Thus Officer Brack must die. Upon hearing Qianlong's words, the other officers, who had also gathered some understanding of the situation between General Reed and Officer Brack, exchanged glances, bewildered. Bonnie, with her sapphire-like eyes, stared at Qianlong for a moment before choosing not to express her stance on his previous opinion. Instead, she stated regarding General Tong, General Lon handled it quite appropriately. At this point, Bonnie lightly furrowed her brow and said coldly, "However, I find one thing unclear. What is the basis of your unwavering belief in victory, General Lon? Is it merely to have me, a weak girl, shout from the front lines, urging General Tong to abandon or delay his attack? Or do you believe that the people here in headquarters can withstand General Tong's fool assault until your reinforcements arrive?" Qianlong smiled confidently, drawing out his sidearm and racking the slide. Qianlong's actions startled the surrounding officers slightly. The guards gripped their rifles tightly, uncertain whether to raise them or not. Bonnie raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback by Qianlong's decision to draw his weapon. Qianlong suddenly tore open his shirt, revealing muscles that were well-defined, as hard as steel. Qianlong's muscular definition was sculpted, each part brimming with strength devoid of any bulkiness. His well-toned physique showcased an unparalleled male beauty and power. Bonnie's eyes brightened slightly at the sight of Qianlong's muscles, as if she were anticipating or admiring something. Little did Qianlong know that years ago, during Bonnie's innocent youth, a special seed had quietly been planted in her heart. This seed stemmed from her vague affection for General Lon, whom she had met by chance at headquarters, captivated by his handsome appearance. Since then, the young girl had silently watched General Lon, her heart yearning for another encounter with him at headquarters. This affection left a deep imprint in her memory. However, unfortunately, she had heard some strange rumors about General Lon, which left her deeply disappointed and saddened for a long time. At this moment, Qianlong raised his gun decisively, pulling the trigger against his own chest, showcasing his absolute confidence in his strength. Through battles with Tao Pai Pai and Little Wukong, Qianlong had clearly recognized his current power. The gun no longer posed a threat to him. He was no longer the former Qianlong of just a few days ago, who was ignorant of his own strength and fearful in the face of a firearm. Bang, bang, bang. After a few gunshots, Qianlong could distinctly feel the distortion and rebound of the bullets as they struck his muscles. The officers in the command room were filled with astonishment and confusion at this spectacle. They could not comprehend why Qianlong would take such a risk, and they were shocked by his physical prowess. Outside the door, soldiers rushed into the room upon hearing the gunfire, their eyes revealing confusion and unease. They saw Qianlong's actions left them at a loss, unsure of his intentions, their hearts brimming with doubt. After waving for the guards outside to stand down, he looked at Bonnie, who maintained an elegant demeanor, as if the gunfire he had just discharged was merely a performance he had seen on television. Qianlong smiled and said, "Commander Bonnie, I can responsibly answer your questions." As he spoke, Qianlong, amidst the astonished gazes of those around him, floated gracefully above the ground. "My unwavering belief in victory does not stem from your presence, nor from the support of reinforcements. Upon finishing, Qin surveyed the command room with a cold gaze, his eyes suddenly flashing blue light, causing all the firearms worn by the people in the room to fly before him. Extending his hands, Qin crushed the guns into a metallic sphere. The sound of bullets exploding echoed, but aside from a cloud of smoke, not a single bullet escaped his grasp. Qin descended from midair toward Bonnie, looking down at her as he handed her the iron sphere, continuing, "Rather, it is the power I possess." In that moment, Qin felt a strange sensation, as if he glimpsed a heart shape within Bonnie's calm and indifferent gaze. Qin sat on the crumbled remnants of a half-fallen city wall, the desolate scenery stretching behind him. As far as the eye could see, the ruins lay scattered, full of scars. Collapsed houses stood like broken walls, and the destroyed buildings exuded an aura of despair. The uneven ground seemed like the earth's wounds, silently narrating the cataclysmic battles that once unfolded here. The north wind howled past, carrying with it a hint of sorrow. A cloud of dust rose from the ruins, shrouding everything in a veil of dilapidation. The once orderly headquarters now lay mostly in desolation, silent, yet hauntingly beautiful. Yet this tragic scene, reminiscent of an apocalyptic landscape, could not conceal the visible aura of resentment emanating from Qin, a resentment that soared to the heavens. Qin was extremely displeased, utterly displeased. What was it that caused him such gloom? Let us rewind time to half an hour earlier. In the command room, Qin flexed his muscles in front of Bonnie, making sure the young girl recognized her place. Of course, it was undeniable that there was a hint of showing off in front of a beauty. At that moment, it seemed to work rather well, as a flicker of distinct emotion appeared in the girl's eyes. However, it vanished in the next instant. Although Qin did not know why, he casually waved his hand, saying that when General Tong arrived, everyone would see his prowess. With that, he turned and prepared to leave the command room with flair. But just as he turned, he heard Bonnie let out a faint sigh, followed by murmurs that filled him with immense resentment. "What a pity he's a gay." Qin halted mid-step as he was about to step outside, almost stumbling. He wanted to turn around and tell the girl he was not gay, he was straight. But then he thought such an explanation would be incredibly awkward. So Qin could only grit his teeth silently and sulk outside alone. Damn it, the author made me transmigrate into the body of someone labeled as gay. Damn. From General Lan's original memories, Qin learned that although the original host had some disdain for women, the root cause was severe obsessive-compulsive disorder, not homosexuality. Otherwise, he wouldn't have executed a subordinate for simply picking his nose. Thus, it was impossible for him to engage in the game of stirring the pot. The good news was that General Lan's severe obsessive-compulsive tendencies seemed to have vanished after the transmigration. While immersed in his thoughts, Qin suddenly heard the sound of a growing rumble. At that moment, a soldier rushed to the base of the wall and shouted at him, "General Lan, Commander Bonnie has ordered me to inform you that General Tong will arrive in 5 minutes." Qin rose and saw a dark line on the horizon growing thicker. As time passed, a shocking tide of steel was surging toward the Red Ribbon Army base. Thousands of tanks advanced side by side like colossal beasts, their armor glinting with a cold sheen, their gun barrels raised high, as if declaring their might to the headquarters. A swarm of armed helicopters and fighter jets filled the sky, blocking out the sun. The fighter jets roared as they flew through the air, the thundering of helicopter rotors and the growls of engines resonating like a symphony. The aerial formations wove a tight net in the sky, showcasing an unparalleled display of power. The column of tanks continuously poured forth from the horizon, seemingly endless. Each tank radiated a chilling aura, forming an impregnable defense line. On either side of the tanks, infantrymen interspersed, clad in modern combat gear, their eyes reflecting determination and courage as they marched in sync with the tanks, creating an indomitable force of combined arms. The motorcycle troops sped through the ranks, the roar of their engines intertwining with the rumble of the tanks, composing an exhilarating symphony of war. The entire army resembled a mobile fortress, showcasing formidable combat power and cooperative operational capabilities. Led by General Tong, the Copper Army marched steadfastly toward the headquarters as if nothing could impede their advance. Meanwhile, helicopters and fighter jets formed a powerful fire support system in the sky, always ready to deliver devastating strikes against the enemy. The Copper Army, led by General Tong, surged toward the headquarters where Qin was stationed, demonstrating their strength and military prowess to the underground officers. Faced with this unparalleled scale and threat of power, some officers at the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army frowned deeply. Yet was the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army merely a lamb waiting to be slaughtered? Certainly not. Just as the Copper Army was about to arrive, the ground suddenly shook violently amid the ruins of the collapsed headquarters. It was as if the earth had been torn apart. Gaping wounds suddenly opened and massive artillery pieces slowly emerged from underground. They resembled slumbering giants awakening, emanating a chilling aura. Simultaneously, clusters of bunkers began to rise from nearby highlands and hills, rotating as they did so. These bunkers were closely linked, forming an insurmountable defense line. The muzzles of machine guns protruding from the bunkers resembled vigilant eyes closely monitoring the approaching army. Anti-aircraft artillery and rocket launchers surged forth from the ruins like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Soldiers quickly took their positions, adjusting their stances to form a dense thicket of guns and artillery. The anti-aircraft artillery soared into the clouds, and the rocket launchers stood tall together, constructing a formidable firepower web, a steel forest composed of guns. Each artillery piece and machine gun exuded an aura of infinite majesty, quietly awaiting intruders ready to shred enemies with their overwhelming firepower. Once the defensive fortifications of the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army were in place, personal flying devices and armed helicopters rushed out of the base like a swarm of startled bees. They swiftly ascended, densely covering the skies above the headquarters, creating a scene that obscured the sun. These flying machines darted through the clouds at an astonishing speed. The rotors spun at high speeds, producing a tremendous roar akin to a pack of roaring beasts. The armed helicopters were fully equipped, carrying various advanced weapon systems. The missiles, machine guns, and rocket launchers on their bodies sparkled with a cold light, hinting at their deadly capability. In the air, they formed a massive formation, collaborating and coordinating seamlessly. Unmanned aerial vehicles quickly ascended for high-altitude reconnaissance, providing intelligence support to the helicopters, while the armed helicopters hovered at low altitude, always ready to strike targets. General Tong cast a faint glance at the headquarters defenses, not surprised. He knew very well that if he wasn't aware of the headquarters' formidable defense, he wouldn't have gathered the entire army to seize power. General Tong summoned his advisors and loyal colonels. They examined the satellite images of the headquarters defenses and began discussing offensive tactics. At that moment, a communications soldier stood up and saluted, saying, "General Tong, someone is riding a motorcycle toward our army from the headquarters." General Tong looked at the map without raising his head, casually asking, "How many people?" The communications soldier checked the surveillance and confirmed, "Just one person. It seems to be General Lon." General Tong paused, surprised. How dared General Lon leave the base? Was he not afraid of being killed here? With doubts, he walked to the monitor, glanced twice, and then grinned, saying, "Prepare the vehicle. Let's meet with Lon and see what this guy wants." The atmosphere was tense and heavy as Qin Lon and General Tong encountered each other. General Tong's gaze was sharp, fixating on Qin Lon, his tone laced with threat as he took the initiative. "Lon, I don't care what you plan to do. Now I only offer you two choices: surrender or die." Qin Lon straightened up, undaunted, stepping forward with disdain to retort, "With just you, this trash." He then felt the absence of General Tong's aura and fixed his serious gaze on him, asserting, "No, you are not General Tong." Copper General grinned. "So you figured it out? I'm curious. How did you discover it?" Qin Lon did not answer but countered, "Who are you? Where's the Copper General?" And Copper General chuckled heartily. "Blue, you truly are an insatiably curious child. Very well, I shall seize you now and bring you back. The Copper General will meet you in person." Qin Lon sneered dismissively, "Then don't bother returning." And no sooner had the words left his lips than he vanished and reappeared instantly above the Copper General. Seeing the situation turn perilous, the Copper General sprang nimbly from the vehicle. And before his body even touched the ground, Qin Lon plummeted like a falling meteor, slamming his foot down hard upon the hood of the very car the Copper General had just occupied. A thunderous explosion erupted instantly, the shockwave hurling the airborne Copper General backward. And as he struggled to rise, darkness swallowed his vision. Qin Lon stood before him, boot planted firmly atop the Copper General's head. And with contemptuous disdain he said, "Worthless scrap. Now tell me who you really are." This entire confrontation unfolding between the two armies played out in real time across the command monitors of both forces. Meanwhile, the Copper General, watching the screen, gaped in stunned disbelief at Qin Lan's overwhelming power, watching him stomp a vehicle into detonation, then swallowed hard, his throat dry. Unconsciously, he wiped his brow, though no sweat was there, and spoke in a trembling voice, "No. 9. Do you truly have confidence in this?" A burly figure stepped forward from behind the Copper General. "Sir, rest assured. Though General Lan's individual combat prowess is indeed extraordinary, my database holds records of him, but I am a far superior entity." "No." 9 turned his gaze toward the monitor where Qin Lon stood with foot pressed upon the Copper General and added, "And do not underestimate the strength of a mechanical lieutenant." It turned out, the Copper General was a robot. In the original narrative, he was modeled after Arnold Schwarzenegger, the elite combat unit stationed at the White Army's base tower. Yet for now the protagonist remained unaware. Qin Lon stared down at the Copper General, whose head he held beneath his boot. No cry of pain escaped him. Instead, the figure slowly raised a fist. As Qinlan watched puzzled, that fist shot forward like a rocket. He caught it effortlessly, then examined the metallic knuckles resting in his palm. His eyes then flicked to the exposed mechanical joint at the fallen figure's severed arm. From memory, he recalled the mid-tier combat androids deployed among the Blue Army's elite officers. His interest evaporated. Just a puppet. With a swift kick, he seized the mechanical lieutenant by both shoulders, preparing to crush it utterly. The captured android felt no pain and would not yield passively. None of its slightly deformed arms suddenly detached, leaving Qinlan's grip striking empty air. Seizing that fleeting moment of hesitation, the mechanical lieutenant fired a barrage of bullets from its mouth, directly at Qinlan. Yet he merely scoffed, striding forward calmly through the storm of lead, as if strolling through gentle rain. Worthless mechanical doll. Closing in, he extended one hand in a blur, seized the barrel protruding from the android's mouth, and wrenched it free. Then with unshakable precision, he gripped the android's head, ready to crush it. At the instant Qinlan prepared to shatter its skull, the android, knowing defeat was inevitable, activated its self-destruct protocol aiming to annihilate them both. Headless, it coiled its remaining limbs around Qinlan's torso. Na's steady chilling countdown echoed from within. Beep, beep, beep. Qinlan tensed. His body surged with restrained force, shattering the android's limbs clean off. Then with a single kick, he sent the mangled chassis hurtling into the sky, where it detonated. Qinlan's decapitation attempt had failed. He scanned the vast army stretching before him, searching in vain for the Copper General. With no choice, he returned to headquarters, hoping advanced tracking systems could pinpoint the Copper General's location, enabling a decisive fatal strike. In the underground conference chamber of the Red Ribbon Army's central base, Qinlan asked expectantly, "What methods can we use to locate the Copper General?" Faced with such a technical question, all eyes turned to Dr. Jero, the head of the research division. Dr. Jero lowered his gaze, paused thoughtfully, then sighed, shaking his head helplessly. "The Copper Army deploys our most advanced autonomous units. Currently, real-time decryption is beyond our reach." Glancing briefly at Qinlan, he continued, "However, I do have an alternative strategy to lure the Copper General out." He shook his head again, voice heavy with reservation. "But this plan carries immense risk, and I fear even if we draw him out, we may still fail to execute a decisive strike." Commander Bonnie spoke calmly. "Explain your reasoning." Dr. Jero furrowed his brow, voice dropping low. "Previously, Commander Reed ordered the Copper General to locate the Dragon Balls." His tone grew heavier still. "I dispatched our newest model, a synthetic human, to infiltrate the Copper Army, placing it under the Copper General's direct command." As he spoke, he gave a faint, rueful shake of his head, as if regretting the decision. Qinlan raised an eyebrow. "A synthetic human? Is it akin to the patchwork cyborg, number 8, from the first Dragon Ball saga?" Dr. Jero's voice rose slightly. "General White reported that synthetic human No. 8 refused orders, so I specifically engineered No. 9 to obey without condition or hesitation." A flicker of apprehension crossed his eyes, as though already foreseeing catastrophe. His expression hardened into grave seriousness. "Synthetic human No. 9 is extraordinarily powerful. I estimate his strength surpasses even Tao Pai Pai's. I fear he may derail General Land's decapitation operation entirely." His brow knotted tightly, face stern and somber. Qinlan burst into hearty laughter. From his system interface, he knew his battle power, after descending from Karen Tower, had soared to 221. Even against the Demon King Piccolo, before his youth restoration, he would neither lose nor fall behind. Early generation synthetics pose no threat whatsoever. Laughing aloud, Qinlan clapped Dr. Jero on the shoulder. "Don't worry, Doctor. Proceed with your plan. My strength far exceeds your imagination." At that moment, the command chamber trembled violently. The water glass before Commander Bonnie toppled onto the floor. A soldier rushed in, panic etched across his face. "Commander Bonnie. General Lon. The Copper Army has opened fire. They've begun their assault." Bonnie's expression darkened. "Initiate immediate counteroffensive." The soldier dashed out to mobilize the defense. Dr. Jero's face paled slightly. He sighed deeply. "Alas, my plan is likely doomed. The Copper General will grant us no further opportunity." Bonnie frowned slightly. "How long until reinforcements, Blue Army and White Army, arrive?" The communications officer stammered. "Commander Bonnie, the White Army's deputy reports. Their command network has collapsed. Troop coordination is currently impossible." After a brief pause, Bonnie asked, "And the Blue Army?" The officer replied, "Based on their current position and marching speed, they'll reach headquarters by tomorrow." Qinlan declared, "We'll activate full-spectrum satellite surveillance immediately. The moment the Copper General appears, I'll intercept him and end this conflict." Bonnie rose with quiet elegance, gliding to the radar map, and asked softly, "How long can our defenses hold? Long enough for Blue Army reinforcements to arrive, or long enough for satellites to locate the Copper General?" Qinlan clenched his fists, suddenly frustrated. Why hadn't he mastered the Kamehameha wave? He could distinctly feel the immense energy surging within, yet it remained trapped like a pane of glass, unbroken, refusing to manifest as a focused blast. If he could unleash such a wave with his current power level, he was certain he could eradicate the entire Copper Army in half a day. And the command chamber fell into profound silence. The fighter jets of the Red Ribbon Corps charged towards the headquarters like fierce predators, the roar of their engines deafening. The airborne vehicles and armed helicopters at the headquarters scrambled to respond, attempting to fend off the enemy's fierce assault. Meanwhile, the ground air defense system at the headquarters quickly activated with anti-aircraft guns and tracking missile launchers spewing dense tongues of fire, trying to shoot down the incoming enemy aircraft. However, the fighter jets of the Copper Army were highly maneuverable, deftly avoiding the base's defensive fire while simultaneously launching a barrage of missiles that accurately struck their targets. As the headquarters aircraft and armed helicopters were successively shot down, the Copper Army's bombers began to wreak havoc in the skies. The defensive strength of the headquarters was severely weakened. Yet they did not give up. Within the ground fortifications, the artillerymen braved the aerial bombardment and gunfire, desperately operating the cannons to fire upon the advancing tanks and aircraft of the Copper Army. Shells arced through the air with explosions, shrouding the entire battlefield in smoke. The Copper Army's tanks and missile units also pressed forward, undeterred by the artillery bombardment, advancing with overwhelming force. The tanks moved into range of the main gun, which unleashed fierce artillery fire, bombarding the base's bunkers, causing them to sway perilously in the wake of the massive explosions. At that moment, missiles from the Copper Army rained down, precisely destroying the base's air defense systems and artillery positions. The soldiers at headquarters fought back in the trench bunkers using machine guns and rocket launchers to retaliate, engaging in close combat with the enemy. However, the Copper Army's forces were numerous and continuously surged forth, and their weaponry was no less advanced than that of the headquarters. The defensive strength of the headquarters gradually faltered, and their defensive perimeter shrank. Ultimately, under the overwhelming firepower of the Copper Army, most of the headquarters' defensive systems were gradually destroyed. Bunkers collapsed, artillery fell silent, and the air defense systems were paralyzed. The base was plunged into chaos and ruin, and there were small-scale surrenders and routs among the headquarters soldiers. As the outcome of the war became evident, a deep silence enveloped the command room. Commander Bonnie and the officers resembled a flock of lost sheep, speechless. The oppressive atmosphere hung over everyone in the command room, like heavy clouds, making it hard to breathe. Under the flickering lights, the figures of the crowd appeared especially burdened. At that moment, the communications officer's dull reporting voice broke the silence. "Report to Commander Bonnie. General Copper requests a connection." Hearing this, Qinlan leaned closer to Dr. Gallo and said, "Doctor, when General Copper's video opens, please check the satellite surveillance and use the computer to compare the area behind General Copper to determine his location." This was the last chance for the headquarters base. Dr. Gallo nodded gravely and moved to the computer. Meanwhile, the noble-looking girl Bonnie sat quietly in the command chair, her eyes revealing a hint of gloom, yet her demeanor exuded elegance. When Dr. Gallo had taken his seat, she delicately pressed a button, and the monitor displayed the image of General Copper. Her voice was calm and resolute. "General Copper, do you know what you are doing?" Like a rose blooming in the rain, she radiated a unique beauty amidst the gloom. Despite facing defeat, her dignity and elegance remained unscathed. General Copper arrogantly replied, "Niece Bonnie, let your uncle help share this pressure from the Red Ribbon Corps. Just obediently return to the West Capital to continue your studies. After a few years, when you turn 20, your uncle will hand over the position of commander to you." Bonnie replied with a hint of reluctance, "I will return to the West Capital shortly to continue my studies. But that is my voluntary choice, not something you can urge me to leave." Through the bargaining between Bonnie and General Copper, Dr. Gallo stood up from the computer and nodded at Bonnie and Qinlan. Receiving the hint, Bonnie told General Copper she would consider her answer for 15 minutes before hanging up. After the image of General Copper disappeared from the monitor, Bonnie slowly rose. Her movements were like flowers swaying in the breeze, light and graceful as she walked toward Qinlan. As she approached Qinlan, she extended her delicate hand softly and poetically, grasping the general's arm. She looked up, her sapphire-like eyes staring at the general, the light within them shimmering like stars in the dawn. Her golden, slightly curled hair swayed gently, dancing like golden wheat in the wind, radiating a captivating luster. This beauty stirred an uncontrollable excitement in Qinlan's heart. Qinlan's cheeks gradually flushed as if ignited by the charm of the girl. His gaze was involuntarily drawn to her, unable to look away. With a voice as soft as the wind, she said, "General Lon, please." This sentence seemed to carry an irresistible magic. Each word fell like petals upon the general's heart, stirring ripples within him. Qin Lan's heart involuntarily trembled. Damn it. I've fallen in love. No, I can't be love-struck. Qin Lan took a deep breath, trying to calm the tumult within, yet his hand unconsciously rubbed his slightly flushed cheek, struggling to control his emotions. Then with a firm and confident voice, he said, "Don't worry." Bonnie gazed at Qin Lan's obviously flustered demeanor, a flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes. The corners of her mouth slightly lifted, revealing a subtle smile, as she gently bit her lower lip, whispering to Qin Lan, "So the general is not gay. That's truly wonderful." Having said that, she revealed the first smile shed shown Qin Lan in so long. Qin Lan internally shouted, "Get the love-struck thoughts out of my head." Qin Lan blushed and quietly said, "I just have a cleanliness obsession." After saying this, Qin Lan dared not look at Bonnie's angelic face any longer and hurriedly asked Dr. Gallo to clarify where General Copper might be rushing out of the command room. In the corridor, Qin Lan shouted internally, "I've been single for 20 years. What kind of adult films haven't I seen? My heart has been as cold as if I'd been gutting fish in a supermarket for 10 years. Why am I suddenly love-struck today? Come on. This is the Dragon Ball world. This is a fierce combat story, not a romantic series. This is understandable. After all, I was single from birth for 20 years. I haven't even touched a girl's hand." The original body also had a severe cleanliness obsession with no intimate contact with women. In this dual sensitivity of body and soul, he seemed to fall into an inextricable dilemma. Whenever Bonnie appeared before him, his heart would involuntarily race. He struggled against the allure of Bonnie's beauty, yet could not completely escape it. P.S. For boys who are shy and self-conscious around girls due to being single from birth, it's advised to wash your feet and get massages to improve this situation. Just regular ones will do. Qin Lan dashed out of the underground base's main door like a streak of yellow lightning, his figure slicing through the oppressive sky. Like a fierce tiger charging into a flock of sheep, he lunged at the Copper Army troops surrounding the entrance. Undeterred by the hail of bullets, the soldiers' gunfire seemed to him like a futile attempt to block his advance. His agility was akin to that of a leopard, every move precise and lethal, effortlessly dodging missile attacks. His fists were like hammers, each punch containing boundless power, sending any soldier brave enough to stand in his way flying. His kicks were like gusts of wind capable of toppling heavy tanks. The roar of fighter jets echoed in his ears, but he soared like an eagle in the sky, leaping high and easily destroying the aircraft. Qin Lan swept through the battlefield like a force of nature, knocking aside countless soldiers' tanks and planes, his presence akin to a war god, instilling fear in all enemies in his wake. After breaking through the first encirclement, Qin Lan's gaze sharpened as he spotted the aircraft where General Copper was located, locking onto that large flying vehicle 2,000 meters to the northeast. He quickly closed the distance. Upon seeing Qin Lan's superhuman ferocity approaching, General Copper, like a startled bird, ordered the aircraft to retreat. Qin Lan shot into the sky like a rocket, racing toward the aircraft where General Copper was located. In the blink of an eye, he dashed into the aircraft like a shooting star. Upon entering the aircraft, Qin Lan said nothing, swiftly moving toward General Copper, delivering a punch that broke the sound barrier, striking like a meteor at the retreating and pleading General Copper. However, just at that critical moment, a celebrity appeared like a ghost, effortlessly extending a hand to catch Qin Lan's punch, which was as fierce as a meteor. Qin Lan was momentarily stunned, and the next moment a sharp pain shot through his abdomen. He was kicked out of the aircraft where General Copper was situated. The wind roared through the air like a ferocious beast. Qin Lan, who had been thrown backwards, stopped midair, hovering above. He looked down at the deep footprints on his abdomen, furrowed his brows, and then reached down to pat it fiercely, seemingly trying to shake off the humiliation the mark brought. He raised his head, his gaze sharp and focused, locking onto the person inside the aircraft who had kicked him away. He couldn't help but be surprised. With his current strength, there was still someone who could injure him. The general pondered internally, this must be the latest creation of Dr. Gero, the android number 9. As expected, it possesses some strength. It seems worthy of my serious attention. A glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Qin Lan narrowed his eyes, becoming increasingly sharp and focused. He took a deep breath, and the qi within his body began to surge like a torrent. He stood firm with his legs apart, his right knee slightly bent for stability. His right hand lifted slowly, the index finger pointing to the sky, as if a sharp sword piercing the heavens. The other 4 fingers curled inward like tiger claws. With his palm facing forward, it seemed capable of pushing aside all obstacles. His left hand, however, was clenched into a fist held tightly at his side, ready to unleash a lethal strike like a hidden tiger. His left leg slightly bent, with his center of gravity sinking. He was as steady as a rock. Suddenly, he exerted his strength, his figure darting like a flash of lightning towards android number 9 in the aircraft. A flicker of surprise crossed Nine's eyes. Before he could react, the general's foot struck fiercely like a storm. Nine hastily raised his arms, attempting to block the blow. However, the general's power was like a mountain crushing an egg. Android number 9 was brutally kicked through the aircraft, plummeting to the ground like a falling meteor. The general's gaze did not linger on the fallen 9. He knew that his true target was to neutralize the real threat, the Copper General. Taking advantage of the opportunity created when Android number 9 had sent Qin-Lan flying, the Copper General hid in a corner of the aircraft. Unbeknownst to him, Qin-Lan's chi perception had already locked onto his presence. As Qin-Lan stepped forward to deal with the Copper General, the bottom of the aircraft suddenly exploded, a figure bursting out. None other than Android number 9. He threw a punch with lightning speed, striking Qin-Lan's cheek violently, sending him flying out of the aircraft once more. The general staggered from the impact, his blood surging, yet he did not retreat. Instead, he laughed in anger. He never expected that this undetectable android would be such a nuisance. He finally understood why Dr. Gero, the creator of the android, could escape under the siege of the main characters. When vision was obstructed, no one could perceive where the android would emerge from. Wiping the blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth, Qin-Lan felt a surge of intense anger as he looked at the blood on his hand. A fierce glint flickered in his eyes as he thought, since the aircraft has blocked my line of sight, then he'll dismantle it into pieces. His eyes burned with fury, his expression becoming cold and resolute. He swiftly adjusted his posture in midair, utilizing his flying advantage to charge towards the aircraft above, which swayed due to the battle like a soaring eagle, then dove towards the wings and engines. In a brief moment, the general unleashed a series of fierce attacks, his punches like a raging wind, his legs like lightning. The sounds of explosions echoed as the aircraft's wings and engine rapidly disintegrated under his onslaught. The massive aircraft lost its balance, gradually accelerating towards the ground. As countless fragments fell like raindrops towards the earth, Qin-Lan saw a figure quickly dashing northward. In midair, he resembled a blazing meteor hurtling downwards, directly targeting Android number 9, who was carrying the Copper General. Qin-Lan's speed was incredibly fast. As he neared the ground, he resembled a falling meteorite, filled with boundless power and might. Hearing the sonic boom in the air, Android number 9 hurriedly tossed the Copper General aside. Ignoring the Copper General's cries, he looked up at the sky. Suddenly, Qin-Lan's foot launched forward with explosive force, striking Android number 9 like a volcanic eruption. The power of this strike was so immense that even Android number 9's arm, which barely managed to block, was brutally broken and twisted. The shockwave generated by this colossal collision was like a violent whirlwind sweeping through the surroundings. Under the impact of this overwhelming force, the Copper General was severely injured, his clothes torn, blood oozing from his 7 orifices, collapsing to the ground motionless. Qin-Lan paid no mind to the Copper General, whose life force was fading beside him. His gaze was firmly locked onto Android number 9 as he charged towards it. Originally, Android number 9 was no match for Qin-Lan, and now, having lost an arm, it was even more desperate. It struggled to fend off Qin-Lan's relentless attacks, each clash threatening to send it toppling. Qin-Lan's assaults were as fierce as a storm, each punch and kick filled with cold-blooded, murderous intent. After a furious flurry of attacks, Qin-Lan delivered a punch to Android number 9's head, obliterating it. With its head shattered, the empty neck revealed severed wires flickering with eerie sparks. Android number 9 crashed heavily to the ground, unable to rise. Qin-Lan walked over with indifferent steps, stepping on the twitching mechanical body of Android number 9. He disdainfully said, "Metal puppet." With that, Qin-Lan stomped down forcefully. As he did, oil and metal parts splattered everywhere, as if venting his cruelty and coldness. The headless Android number 9 lay on the ground like a powered-down machine, gradually ceasing its twitches, completely stopping its operation. Then Qin-Lan turned to look at the motionless body of the Copper General beside him. He saw a glimmer in his blue eyes as he used telekinesis to control the Copper General's body floating behind him. Under the incredulous gaze of the Copper General, Qin-Lan slowly took flight towards the entrance of the underground base. His figure appeared particularly imposing in the sky, as if demonstrating his absolute control to the Copper General. It had only been a brief 10 minutes since Qin-Lan burst out of the underground base. The Copper General's forces, which had originally been in complete control of the situation, now faced Qin-Lan's unstoppable personal combat power. Collectively silenced, they stood motionless, staring at the Qin-Lan in midair, clueless. Below him, a scene of devastation unfolded before everyone's eyes. The bodies of the Copper General's infantry lay scattered across the ground, their faces still bearing the terror and despair of their last moments. The remnants of tanks lay strewn about, as if they had been crushed by a giant beast, exuding an oppressive aura of defeat. Burning war vehicles belched thick smoke, their flames licking the air, casting a crimson hue over everything nearby. Debris from disintegrated aircraft was scattered everywhere. The once soaring beast was now just a pile of scrap metal. The commanding officers of the Copper General's various units stared in disbelief, their eyes wide, as they involuntarily exclaimed, "How is this possible? Can a mere person do this? We are absolutely no match for General Lon. We're doomed. Such fighting capability, he is terrifying." Their voices were filled with despair and helplessness, the joy of their original victory dissipating like smoke the moment General Lon burst from the base. These shocking scenes were all wrought by Qin Lan's formidable personal combat power. In the sky over this war-torn land, he soared like a god of war, exuding an unparalleled aura. As Qin Lan passed by, the soldiers of the Copper General trembled, their weapons nearly falling from their hands. The steadfast gaze they once held now turned bewildered, filled with fear of Qin Lan's might. Some soldiers clung to the tanks or vehicles they drove, trembling, as if that would bring them a shred of comfort. Their faces were as pale as paper, beads of sweat dripped from their foreheads, and their lips trembled uncontrollably. Meanwhile, inside the underground base, Commander Bonnie Dr. Gero and other officers were equally shocked, involuntarily exclaiming, "My God! The general is so powerful." Dr. Gero's eyes widened in astonishment. What kind of combat power is this? It's simply beyond imagination. Commander Bonnie's face was similarly filled with shock. She instinctively covered her mouth and softly exclaimed, So handsome." Her gaze was tightly fixed on the general's figure on the screen, her eyes shimmering with a hint of subtle emotion. At that very moment, the Blue Army's aerial reinforcement squadron soared into the battlefield like a flock of agile falcons roaring overhead above headquarters. On the battlefield, the Bronze Army soldiers spotted the Blue Army's arrival and erupted into brief, scattered chaos, glancing wildly about, gripped by fear and disorientation. With General Bronze slain, morale among the Bronze Army had collapsed. Their hands trembled faintly around their weapons, stripped of all will to fight. Hao San, commander of Blue Army Unit B, descended in his personal flyer onto headquarters grounds and rushed toward Qin Lan in swift, purposeful strides. "General Lan," he reported urgently, "our forces have arrived, awaiting your orders." Qin Lan's gaze remained calm and resolute. He nodded once, then leapt skyward, his voice ringing with sovereign authority as he addressed the Bronze Army. "Brothers of the Bronze Army, the usurper General Bronze has been apprehended. Lay down your arms and submit to reorganization under headquarters." The bronze soldiers exchanged hesitant, uncertain glances, hearts churning with doubt and dread. Gazing up at Qin Lan, hovering midair, immense and commanding, they silently wondered, must we truly surrender? Yet as Qin Lan hovered above them, his figure towering and august, his eyes unwavering and confident, his voice thunderous and resonant, as if infused with boundless power, their will to resist dissolved utterly. Simultaneously, Blue Army ground forces surged onto the battlefield. The bronze soldiers stood pale-faced, their eyes hollow with despair and resignation. Wordlessly, they lowered their weapons and submitted to integration under the arriving Blue Army. Once absorbed, they each exhaled deeply, a collective release of pent-up tension. A quiet thought stirred within them: we won't die. The coup launched by General Bronze had been meticulously planned, yet it ended in total, irrevocable defeat, entirely due to Qin Lan's peerless personal combat prowess. When order was fully restored, Qin Lan returned to the underground chamber. All along the way, soldiers' eyes followed him, filled with awe and reverence as though witnessing the birth of legend. His posture was erect and unyielding, his face stern and resolute, radiating an indomitable sovereign presence. Bonnie stood outside the command room. Her luminous blue eyes, brilliant as stars in the night sky, curved gently as she stepped forward toward Qin Lan, her gown fluttering like wind through ancient forest leaves. She extended her hand in greeting, offering a soft, warm smile as she welcomed Qin Lan's safe return. He gently clasped her slender porcelain-white fingers, and a sudden, ineffable thrill surged through him. He felt the warmth and silken smoothness of her skin, as if an electric current raced through his veins, quickening his pulse. General Lan. Her voice, light as a lark's song, pulled him from his reverie. Flustered, he withdrew his hand. Meeting her knowing, half-amused gaze, Qin Lan burned with acute embarrassment. This is Dragon Ball, fierce martial combat. At that moment, other officers gathered closely around, their faces alight with flattering smiles. Whether familiar or not, they clapped Qin Lan on the shoulder or shook his hand, each gesture a testament to profound admiration. In conversation, Qin Lan remarked, "I located General Bronze swiftly thanks to Dr. Gero's analysis." His tone was humble, yet rich with genuine esteem for the doctor. He nodded respectfully toward Dr. Gero, and the others echoed the gesture, acknowledging the doctor's indispensable contribution. Dr. Gero laughed heartily, waving a dismissive hand. "Everyone shares the credit, but the greatest honor belongs to you, General Lan." After mutual praise subsided, Bonnie led Qin Lan Dr. Jero and the assembled officers back into the command room. Once seated, a clear, ethereal voice resonated through the chamber, begin tallying losses. Reports were handed to each Red Ribbon Army officer present. As they scanned the pages, their brows furrowed deeper, their expressions growing increasingly somber. Gazing upon the long list of fallen names, sorrow flickered across their faces. These warriors who perished defending our lines are heroes, Bonnie said softly. They deserve our highest respect and our fullest honors. Officers who died in battle shall receive the highest distinction, Qin Lan declared firmly. Their families too must be supported and cared for. We must also consider subsequent appointments to ensure seamless continuity of command. Dr. Jero added. We must integrate the Bronze Army prisoners swiftly to strengthen our ranks, said Colonel Violet. Yet their backgrounds and loyalty warrant careful scrutiny, interjected Dr. Jero. They were originally Red Ribbon soldiers. We need only minimal retraining before deploying them. Qin Lan proposed this course. The group then debated integration strategies. Some advocated absorbing them directly into existing units, others insisted on rigorous vetting and discipline. When deliberations concluded, Bonnie gave a slight, thoughtful nod. Her gaze swept over every officer before settling on Qin Lan. Fallen officers will receive the highest honors and rewards. Their families will be fully supported. Future appointments will be determined by merit and demonstrated capability. As for the Bronze Army prisoners, they will be integrated per our consensus. She lifted her teacup, sipped quietly, then continued, for upcoming appointments, I require detailed recommendation reports from each of you. I will review those reports alongside candidates' dossiers to finalize all personnel decisions. Her gaze lingered last upon Qin Lan, her starlit eyes brightening as if struck by sudden inspiration. Leaning in, she spoke softly. General Lan, I wish you to serve as my deputy commander by my side. Your unit will be placed under Colonel Violet's command. Qin Lan's expression tightened almost imperceptibly, a flicker of distress crossing his features. In his heart, the pilgrimage to Karen Tower had reaffirmed his singular devotion to the path of martial cultivation. Especially after battles against Tao Pai Pai, young Goku, Android No. 9-0, and the assault on the Bronze Army, he had grown intoxicated by the sheer magnitude of his own overwhelming strength. He craved relentless self-transcendence, ever greater power, ever sharper mastery. And he knew full well assuming deputy command would entangle him in base-level administration, robbing him of precious cultivation time. Though he had entered the Dragon Ball world only days ago, several fierce encounters had already revealed its immutable truth: strength reigns supreme. Here he could attain power beyond imagining. Sensing Qin Lan's hesitation, Bonnie, whose anticipation had been keen, smiled knowingly. Without waiting for refusal, she confirmed the appointment without hesitation. With a subtle glance, she conveyed silent understanding. Qin Lan knew at this pivotal juncture defying Bonnie's will was untenable. So he clenched his jaw and accepted for now. Yet deep inside he resolved, should she truly bind him to Red Ribbon headquarters, he would sooner sever ties with future android allies and destroy Dr. Jero and the entire Red Ribbon Army without mercy. When one wields absolute, unrivaled power, taking life becomes no more consequential than crushing an ant beneath one's heel. After the meeting concluded, the officers of the Red Satin Brigade gradually stood up and left their seats. Their footsteps seemed somewhat heavy. Everyone's expressions were serious and focused, as if still contemplating the content of the meeting. They silently exited the room, some engaging in quiet conversations, while others remained silent. As the officers left one by one, only Qin Lan and Bonnie remained in the spacious conference room. Commander Bonnie sat quietly at the head of the conference table, her beauty and nobility making it hard to look directly at her. However, at the moment the conference room door closed, she smiled at the general, her gaze revealing a unique tenderness. Qin Lan stood up, his eyes resolute and sharp, steadily walking towards Bonnie. Commander Bonnie. Without waiting for Qin Lan to finish, Bonnie gently looked at him with eyes sparkling like stars and softly said, General Lan, I hope you won't call me Commander in private. Oh, just call me by my name. Can I call you by your name too? Qin Lan gazed at her beauty, a hint of anticipation flickering in his eyes. A wave of emotion swept through him, and he unconsciously nodded. Bonnie's subtle smile grew brighter as she leaned closer to Qin Lan and softly asked, Lan, is that okay? Qin Lan sensed her closeness and slightly nervous replied, of course. Bonnie raised her hand to adjust Qin Lan's collar, her movements natural. Their eyes met. Bonnie's gaze held a touch of tenderness, her face slightly flushed as she unconsciously tucked a strand of golden hair behind her ear, revealing her fair and beautiful neck. This gesture appeared somewhat nervous, yet filled with feminine charm. In that moment it felt as if time had frozen in Qin Lan's world, and everything around him became blurred. Shaking his head, Qin Lan took a deep breath and said, Bonnie, the role of brigade vice officer is simply too complex. Of various matters would consume too much of my energy and time, restricting my freedom. I need more time and freedom to pursue martial arts and enhance my strength. Saying this, Qin tightly clenched his right fist. After a slight sigh, he continued, I'm afraid I can't take on the role of brigade vice officer. Bonnie smiled gently and said, actually being vice officer does not conflict with pursuing martial arts. Looking at the somewhat puzzled Qin, she continued softly, perhaps we can establish a chief of staff or a vice officer's secretary position to handle the trivial matters. This way you'll have time to pursue martial arts. Qin raised an eyebrow and said, is that possible? Then what do I need to do as vice officer? Bonnie tilted her head slightly with a smile and softly said, you just need to stay by my side and accompany me. Is that okay? Bonnie's lifestyle vice officer. Seeing that Qin did not answer immediately, Bonnie blinked her beautiful eyes and slightly nervous softly asked, do you not want to stay by my side? Do you dislike me? Her voice carried a hint of grievance, evoking sympathy in others. Qin shook his head saying, no, how could I dislike you? After hearing this, Bonnie's face broke into a joyful smile, her beautiful eyes sparkling with light, lively and enchanting. She chimed in with a clear and melodious voice as if it were a heavenly sound. Then it settled. From now on, please take good care of me, my vice officer. After saying this, Bonnie gently extended her fair little hand. Qin's face flushed slightly as he awkwardly took Bonnie's hand, but gradually said firmly, yes, it's a deal. After their handshake, Bonnie retracted her hand and thought for a moment before saying, Lon, after we finish the matters at headquarters in a few days, I will return to Shidu for school. Can you come with me, eh? Qin smiled and replied, no problem. After hearing Qin's answer, Bonnie's eyes brightened as she continued, then I will arrange for your enrollment as well. How about we go to school together? Does the world of Dragon Ball require schooling? Is a diploma necessary? Thinking of being bound to campus life like in his previous life, Qin quickly shook his head. Bonnie, I really don't want to go back to school. Bonnie felt slightly disappointed, but then smiled faintly and said, indeed, having the renowned General Lon of the Red Satin Brigade become a student is not quite appropriate. If the officers and soldiers of the King's Southern Brigade heard this news, they would probably be astounded. Qin chuckled. The Earth in the Dragon Ball world is ruled by a single kingdom. The Red Satin Brigade is notorious as the Fanjing Fu Wuzhuang Panjuan, causing headaches and even fear among local defense forces. Later, Qin and Bonnie agreed to set off for Shidu together in 5 days. Qin would take over as commander of the Blue Army, arranging it himself. After making arrangements, Qin planned to go out for a while to meet at headquarters before heading to Shidu. Where Qin intended to go was Kame House in the Southern Seas. After analyzing the experiences from the previous battle, he wanted to learn the Kamehameha technique, which releases energy outward, causing explosive large-scale damage. Against stronger opponents, the Kamehameha technique, being harmless, is one of the Dragon Ball laws. However, it is essential whether for later planet destruction or for eliminating weaker enemies. A punch or kick takes too long. It would be better to be like Frieza, who can trigger a planet explosion with a light touch of his finger in space. Qin wasn't too worried about Kame Sennin or Goku not teaching him. Being familiar with Dragon Ball, he knew that there isn't a clear delineation of good and evil in this work. For example, during the classic event, where Frieza killed Krillin, Goku became angry and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Goku still shared his energy with Frieza, allowing him to survive. Even at the final blow, Goku showed mercy and did not completely kill Frieza. Akira Toriyama has mentioned in past interviews that Goku does not have a clear understanding of good and evil. He only has a simple concept of friends and rivals. Not killing Vegeta and Frieza, and even hoping for Boost reincarnation are all indicative of Goku's Saiyan character. On the contrary, Vegeta has become more like a human in Dragon Ball Super than Goku. Thus, in Dragon Ball, those villains like Tao Pai Pai almost replaced Ox King as Goku's father-in-law. Tien Shinhan directly redeemed himself to become a companion. Piccolo Jr. became the Sun family's caretaker. Vegeta, the perennial second, willingly accepted being a side character. Frieza in Dragon Ball Super has also nearly redeemed himself, not to mention the Power Tournament, where in the later stages, he lightly punished Goku and Vegeta with a few punches before leaving. While facing over 2 Saiyans, he was instantly defeated, showing a true double standard. The various examples of these villains illustrate the characters of the protagonists, so Qin is not worried about learning skills as a former enemy. When Qin was resting alone, he tried to release his energy outward, concentrating it in his palm, but the result was an incredibly hard palm. It was similar to the state when Goku first met Tien Shinhan, where Goku used his finger to stop a sword. Qin always felt that he was just a thin layer of glass away from mastering the Kamehameha. Additionally, he planned to find the underwater treasures from searching for Dragon Balls. This way, at least, he would solve his financial issues on Earth. The next morning, Qin took Violet to meet Bonnie, who was promoted to General Violet and became the commander of the Blue Army. Qin bid farewell to the reluctant Violet and Bonnie and flew south. Destination came house. Above the vast and boundless ocean, Qianlan soared through the sky like a majestic eagle, his wings spread wide. The clear sky and gentle breeze painted a beautiful hue to his journey. Qianlan swiftly flew over a flock of seagulls, stirring them into a flurry of cries, their calls seeming to cheer him on. Fish occasionally leaped out of the water, as if showcasing the vitality and vigor of the ocean to Qianlan. Soon a distant small island appeared in Qianlan's sight. That was his destination, came house. Beneath the sunlight, came house appeared particularly tranquil and serene. Moments later, Qianlan descended steadily onto the sandy beach of the island like a hawk diving. His footsteps were heavy and forceful, causing a faint tremor on the peaceful island as he landed. The people inside came house heard this sudden sound and curiously came out to check. When they saw Qianlan, their faces displayed a mix of surprise and fear, their bodies trembling involuntarily as if faced with a formidable enemy. Clint immediately assumed a combat stance, his voice trembling as he loudly questioned Qianlan, What do you want? Yamcha watched as Bulma, who had come out, quickly dashed back into Kame house without a word and curiously asked Clint, who is he? Clint gritted his teeth and replied, he's from the Red Ribbon Army. Yamcha was startled, glancing around at the empty surroundings, and after a sigh of relief, he straightened up and disdainfully said to Qianlan, hey, even though your Red Ribbon Army is powerful, you came here alone. You must be underestimating us. We are all martial arts experts, Yamcha declared, stepping toward Qianlan. Clint anxiously shouted, Yamcha, don't underestimate him. He's very strong. He even has super abilities. Qianlan watched Yamcha approach, noting the young man's handsome face unmarred by scars, and smiled as he extended his hand, saying, hello, Yamcha. I am Qianlan, General Blue of the Red Ribbon Army. I'm not here to cause trouble. Since one does not strike a smiling face, Yamcha, feeling embarrassed, smiled back and shook Qianlan's hand. Clint, who was poised for battle, widened his eyes in disbelief at this scene. Just then, little Goku, pouting and unhappy, was pushed out of Kame house by Bulma, complaining, I haven't finished eating yet. Upon seeing Qianlan shaking hands with Yamcha, who wore an embarrassed smile, little Goku's face immediately lit up with happiness. He quickly approached Qianlan, excitedly looking up and asking Qianlan, what brought you here? As Qianlan waved at little Goku, preparing to answer him, he overheard Bulma secretly telling the perplexed blue-haired Launch he's a homosexual. Qianlan's expression darkened as he shouted at Bulma, I am not a homosexual. Bulma was startled and quickly hid behind little Goku, pressing his shoulder and shouting at Qianlan, you are. You clearly said it was disgusting when a woman came near. Qianlan shouted again, you suddenly stuck your tongue out and hugged me. You were still wet. Isn't that disgusting enough? Besides, I have a cleanliness obsession. At this moment, Kling glanced sideways at Bulma and said, he's right, you suddenly got infatuated, which startled me too. Bulma instantly perked up, peering over little Goku with wide eyes sparkling, saying to Qianlan, so you're not a homosexual then? Qianlan shifted to the side and grinned, saying, of course not. Ignoring Bulma, who had started to swoon again, he noted Clint gradually lowering his guard, and Yamcha looking incredulously at Bulma. Qianlan said to little Goku, I've completed my matters. I came specifically to find you. Little Goku, who had been curiously watching the argument between Qianlan and Bulma, immediately asked happily, did the commander's wish come true? Did you come to bring me the 4-star ball? The others looked at Qianlan seriously after hearing little Goku's words, their minds recalling the wish of the Red Ribbon Army. Could it be a disaster for the world? Qianlan shook his head, taking out the dragon radar he had on him, pressing a button and handing it to Goku, saying, no, the radar can't find the last Dragon Ball. Ooh, perhaps my radar is broken. Qianlan knew that Pilaf and his crew had taken the last Dragon Ball, but he did not know where they were. He also didn't know the location of the fortune teller, so he couldn't find the last Dragon Ball and had to come to Kame house. After all, the fortune teller's brother is Master Roshi. Qianlan could not wait for Pilaf and his crew to come knocking, as in the original story. After all, Pilaf and his crew dared to fight little Goku for the Dragon Balls, but they would absolutely not dare to come and seize the Dragon Balls from the fearsome Red Ribbon Army. Thus, when they saw the Dragon Ball footage on the satellite video depicting the Red Ribbon Army, they would definitely hide away, making it impossible for him to find them. Little Goku took out his dragon radar and said, let's try mine. As he pressed the button, he found that it also couldn't detect the Dragon Ball's location. Little Goku frowned and pressed a few more times, saying, it seems my radar is broken too. He then looked up at Bulma and asked Bulma, can you help us fix the dragon radar? Bulma cheerfully patted her chest and said, no problem, just hand the radar over to me. After saying this, she took both dragon radars inside and shouted, old turtle, hurry and bring out the tools. Clint blinked in astonishment and murmured, he isn't an enemy, right? Qianlan looked at little Goku and asked little Goku, have you made progress in your training at Korin Tower? Little Goku's eyes brightened as he looked up at Qianlan, a fierce battle spirit flashing in his eyes as he clenched his fists and said, of course. My strength is now very powerful. Qianlan, how about we have a match? Qianlong smiled knowingly and said that's exactly what I had in mind. But have you learned to fly yet? You would be at a disadvantage if I'm flying above you. Little Goku scratched his head feeling embarrassed and replied, I haven't learned to fly yet. Master Karin said I need to meditate in silence, which I still cannot do. But it's okay, I have the flying nimbus. Qianlong smiled and said then let's get started now. After speaking, Qianlong flew to the surface of the sea, not far away, readying his starting stance, 1 point designated to the central plains. As he waited for little Goku, Klin and Yamcha exchanged glances, saying in unison, what? He is flying. Yamcha asked Klin in a daze, is this his super ability? Klin shook his head, staring at Qianlong, who was now airborne. In the distance, Launch covered half of her slightly open mouth with her right hand, watching Qianlong soar into the air in disbelief. Bulma, who was preparing to fix the dragon radar by the window in Kame House, looked outside at the commotion. With wide eyes, she stared at Qianlong, her eyes turning into heart shapes, as she murmured, so cool. Master Roshi also stared in amazement at Qianlong flying and muttered, could it be the Crane School's flying technique? No, that doesn't seem right. Little Goku, filled with battle spirit, shouted toward the sky, flying nimbus. He dashed toward Qianlong in the sky on the yellow flying nimbus. In this sapphire blue sky, the white clouds floated lightly like cotton candy, while the sea breeze gently brushed by, bringing with it a hint of freshness. However, this tranquil and beautiful scene was suddenly shattered by a deafening roar from the sky, echoing like thunder, making the ears ring. The once calm sky instantly became restless, as if stirred by a powerful force. High above the serene Kame House, Qianlong and little Wukong clashed like two shooting stars, their every exchange of fists and feet resonating like thunder, heralding the arrival of a storm. With every strike, they unleashed an infinite power radiated, allowing those gazing from Kame House to truly feel the heart-pounding intensity of the fierce battle. Above the stormy sea, an exhilarating battle was unfolding. Little Wukong and Qianlong darted through the air like meteors, their agile movements showcasing an overwhelming strength in every attack. On the ground, came Sin, Krillin and Yamcha stared wide-eyed at the fierce duel above. Lan Chi, with her blue hair, had her mouth slightly agape, her eyes sparkling with excitement. At that moment, a gust of sea breeze blew past, causing her to sneeze and shiver slightly. Instantly, her hair turned yellow, but her gaze remained fixed on Qianlong as she murmured to herself with gleaming eyes, he is mine. Her eyes were filled with admiration and anticipation. Inside Kame House, Bulma's eyes nearly transformed into heart shapes as she gushed, so handsome. Kame Sennin felt old all of a sudden, shaking his head slightly as he muttered to himself, the young ones are truly getting more impressive. Am I already outdated? A hint of helplessness and slight reluctance flickered in his eyes. Yamcha exclaimed in awe toward Krillin, their battle is simply incredible. I can hardly believe my eyes, Krillin echoed. Yes, we need to work harder to improve ourselves, or we'll be left far behind. Their tones carried admiration and determination. A few minutes later, Qianlong delivered a punch that sent little Wukong flying off the nimbus cloud into the sea. Yamcha murmured, he's so strong. Little Wukong has become this powerful, and yet, he's still at a disadvantage. Kame Sennin wiped the sweat from his forehead, saying, these two really have surpassed me. Ooh, I feel old. After witnessing Qianlong's victory, Bulma's eyes completely turned into heart shapes. General Lan was the Prince Charming she had been searching for. He was immensely powerful, had a vast following, and his appearance was exactly her type. Thinking back to their first encounter in the cave, she couldn't help but drool at the sight of his muscular physique. Bulma couldn't help but feel a pang of regret, cursing herself for being so love-struck at first glance, surely leaving a bad impression on Lan. After the intense aerial battle, Qianlong delivered a mighty punch that sent little Wukong crashing into the sea. Gently landing on the beach, the exhausted little Wukong, filled with excitement, said to Qianlong, Qianlong, I didn't expect that despite my hard training, I still couldn't surpass you. You're amazing. His expression revealed admiration and reluctance. Qianlong took a deep breath to calm his slightly rapid breathing and replied, you are also quite impressive, now progressing so quickly. I must intensify my training, otherwise you'll soon surpass me. Just as they finished speaking, Yamcha, Krillin, Kame Sennin, and Lan Chi gathered around. Yamcha excitedly exclaimed after taking little Wukong, incredible. Qianlong, you are so strong. Little Wukong is also impressive. I need to work hard to get stronger. Krillin echoed, yes, I really didn't expect that against the two of you. I probably wouldn't last more than a few moves. No way. I need to double my efforts. Kame Sennin sighed, youth is truly wonderful. Watching your strength grow, I feel quite inferior. His tone carried a hint of envy and self-deprecation. Amidst laughter and joy, everyone walked into the house together. Once settled in Kame House, Qianlong, quenching his thirst, took a sip of the beer handed to him by Krillin, then turned to Bulma, asking Bulma, is the dragon radar fixed yet? Bulma's face turned slightly red at the question. Feeling a bit shy, she lowered her head, realizing she had been so focused on watching the battle outside that she hadn't even started repairing the radar. She slightly stuck out her tongue and softly said, "Not yet, I'm still troubleshooting the issue." With that, Bulma quickly opened the dragon radar in her hand, beginning to examine it closely. Krillin looked at Bulma with a sidelong glance, saying, "I don't think you even turned on the radar earlier. How could you troubleshoot for so long?" Bulma, with her eyes closed, pouted and hit Krillin on the head in frustration, saying, "Mind your own business." Before long, while fiddling with the dragon radar, Bulma furrowed her brows, perplexed, as she muttered to herself, "What could be wrong? The radar isn't broken." She propped her head up with one hand, intently staring at the internal wiring of the radar, her eyes filled with confusion, seemingly surprised by this outcome. Little Wukong, who only thought about eating, didn't contribute to the conversation. Bulma seriously pondered and said, "Perhaps some creature swallowed that Dragon Ball." "Swallowed the Dragon Ball?" Yamcha inquired curiously. Bulma continued to focus on the dragon radar, saying the unique signal of the Dragon Ball can be obscured if covered by a larger living creature. The radar won't be able to detect it. "What kind of fool would eat something like that?" asked the little pig, Oolong, puzzled. Bulma shot Oolong a glare, replying, "It could very well be a dinosaur, crocodile, or hippopotamus. Animals with little intelligence that mistook the Dragon Ball for food. If that really happens, wouldn't it mean the Dragon Ball can't be found?" Krillin said, realizing. Bulma shrugged, saying, "Exactly, that's how it is. Looks like we can only give up." Yamcha seemed to have an idea, saying, "Maybe after a few days the Dragon Ball will be pooped out with the animal's waste." Bulma disdainfully shot Yamcha a sideways glance, saying, "That's so disgusting." Krillin chimed in, asking, "The Dragon Ball is so big, can it come out smoothly? What if it gets constipated?" Having finished eating, little Wukong patted his belly and looked at Qin-Lan, saying, "Qin-Lan, it seems there's no way to gather the Dragon Balls." Kame Sennin pondered for a moment, saying, "There is one more method to find the fortune-telling granny. She can use magic to know what objects are located where." Qin-Lan pretended to recall, saying, "I remember, there is indeed a famous fortune-teller. But I've heard she charges a hefty fee." Kame Sennin nodded and continued, "Besides paying, there is another way to get her to fortune-tell for you. You can send 5 warriors to battle her. 5 warriors, and the winning side can have a free fortune-telling." Krillin smiled slightly, saying, "With Qin-Lan's strength, wouldn't that mean he can easily get free fortune-telling?" Kame Sennin chuckled, replying, "Don't underestimate others. I've heard that the fortune-telling granny has under her command champions from multiple consecutive world martial arts tournaments." Little Wukong's eyes lit up, asking, "Grandpa Kame Sennin, are you talking about Jackie Chan?" Excitedly, little Wukong continued, "I want to fight him again." Kame Sennin wiped the sweat from his brow, saying, "I don't know who it is specifically." Qin-Lan stood up and said, "Master Potato, can you tell me the address? I want to give it a try." His heart was resolute. The Dragon Balls. He was determined to obtain them, to possess powerful strength, to survive against formidable enemies in the world of Dragon Balls. Inside the Kame house, 7 or 8 people were gathered together. Some were holding cold beers, some were wolfing down delicious food, and others were watching a relaxed program on the television. Outside the window was the boundless ocean, with waves gently lapping at the beach, producing a crisp sound. The sea breeze flowed through the window, bringing the scent of the ocean, caressing the faces of the people and making them feel immensely comfortable. Master Roshi looked at Qin-Lan, who was standing up, nodded, and took a map from the nearby cabinet, saying to Qin-Lan, "According to the map, it should be around here." As he spoke, Master Roshi pointed to a location on the map. Qin-Lan looked at the map and realized it wasn't too far from Kame Island. If she flew, she could reach it in about half an hour. Qin-Lan said to Master Roshi, "Thank you, Master Wu Tian." Then she turned to Bulma, who was reassembling the dragon radar, and said, "By the way, Bulma, do you remember the underwater pirate base where we first met?" Bulma quickly nodded and replied, "Of course. I won't forget that place. Do you still remember the coordinates? I want to go there to retrieve the treasure. That way, even if I fail to defeat the fortune teller, we can still pay her to help us with divination." Bulma thought for a moment and nodded, saying, "Yes, I remember the location. I can take you there." Yamcha and Launch both chimed in, I want to go too." Qin-Lan looked at the two of them in confusion. Yamcha smiled, awkwardly scratching his head, and said, "I want to see the pirate base." After Qin-Lan nodded, she said, "My submarine can fit us all, so let's go." After that, she led the slightly unhappy Bulma along with Yamcha and Launch to the pirate base. Qin-Lan and Yamcha, equipped with diving gear, exerted great effort to find a box of treasure from the collapsed cave. On their way back to Kame House, Bulma looked on curiously, her eyes fixed on Launch, whose eyes were slightly red and hands shaking as she stared at the treasure, not understanding what was happening. Bulma quietly asked Launch what's wrong. Launch's face flushed as she gritted her teeth and said, "I can't help but want to steal this box of treasure." Bulma and Yamcha looked at Launch in surprise, as if she were struggling with something, and slightly shifted back. When they returned to the living room of Kame House, Qin-Lan, under the puzzled gazes of Goku, Yamcha, Krillin, and others poured the treasures from the box onto the floor. In an instant, the coins and gold items clashed, creating a crisp and pleasant sound, while various gemstones sparkled with enchanting brilliance, filling the eyes of everyone except Goku. Shenlong looked at Master Roshi and pushed half of the treasure toward him, sincerely, saying, "Master Wu Tian, I want to learn your ultimate technique, the Kamehameha." Master Roshi stared at the treasure pushed in front of him, and after hearing Shenlong's request, he straightened his back, coughed twice, and slowly said, "Well, since you have such a sincere pursuit of martial arts, I will teach you. However, you must never use this technique for evil." Shenlong immediately assured Master Wu Tian, "You can rest assured, I will definitely follow your teachings." Shenlong turned around, pointing to the other half of her treasure, and said to everyone in the room, "Everyone come and pick a few things you like." Little Goku watched as everyone happily ran to pick their favorite items, and he, curious, went over to grab a ruby and bit into it. Frowning, he said, "Shenlong, these things don't taste good." The pig-headed oolong holding a gemstone said to little Goku, "Fool, these aren't for eating. Just grab a few and later you can exchange for whatever you want to eat." Everyone happily took their gemstones and gold items, and for a moment Kame House was filled with sparkling treasures, making everyone look like newly rich. After putting the remaining treasure into capsules, Shenlong said to Master Wu Tian, "Master Wu Tian, please teach me the Kamehameha technique." Master Roshi nodded and walked out of Kame House, signaling Shenlong to follow. Standing on the beach, Master Rose's face was calm, and his eyes revealed a wisdom honed by time, exuding the aura of a martial arts master. He slightly narrowed his eyes and slowly raised his hands, indicating for Shenlong to observe and feel carefully. Master Roshi earnestly said, "The technique of the Kamehameha lies in the control and release of ki." His voice carried a steady power. Each word seemed to resonate from deep within, imbued with a convincing strength. Bulma, watching Master Roshi teach, unconsciously said, "I didn't expect Old Turtle to have such a serious side." Yamcha looked at Master Roshi with shining eyes. He made a decision in his heart. Master Roshi continued earnestly, "First, you need to feel the flow of ki within your body and gather it in your palms." Shenlong focused on Master Rose's movements and nodded, understanding the intricacies involved. Master Rose's palms slightly came together in front of his chest, as if gathering an invisible force in his hands. He continued, then continuously compressed this ki to make it more refined. As Master Roshi spoke, his palms gradually emitted a faint blue light, showing his superb mastery of ki. Shenlong listened intently, watching the glowing energy sphere in Master Rose's hands, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Finally, guide this refined ki with your intention and give it a push." Master Rose's voice revealed confidence and determination. "When the ki gathers to a certain extent, we can release it to unleash the Kamehameha." After speaking, Master Roshi dispersed the light in his hands, straightened his body, and a glint of wisdom flashed in his eyes. Shenlong closed her eyes as she had just grasped the secrets of the Kamehameha under Master Rose's guidance. Master Roshi nodded, preparing to show Shenlong the Kamehameha technique so she could understand it more intuitively. Suddenly, Shenlong opened her eyes. With her hands clasped together and placed at her waist, in the next moment the blue light in her hands shone brightly as she shouted, "Kamehameha." She pushed her hands toward the sky. In the next moment, the faces of Master Roshi, Yamcha, and the others were filled with shock and disbelief. Their eyes widened, mouths agape in an O shape, as if witnessing the most incredible thing in the world, gazing at the Kamehameha energy beam that Shenlong unleashed, filled with incredible astonishment. A storm surged within Master Rose's heart as he pondered, how is this possible? Shenlong has grasped the essence of the Kamehameha so quickly and can unleash it on her own. Her talent and understanding are simply beyond imagination. Yamcha also looked at Krillin and whispered, "Shenlong is amazing. To learn the Kamehameha in such a short time. What kind of talent is that?" Krillin clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, and resolved, "I will also study hard with Master Wu Tian. I still have skills I haven't learned." To think that Shenlong learned it in just a few minutes. Shenlong looked at the Kamehameha, fading into the distance, her body trembling slightly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Taking a deep breath, she mimicked little Goku from the comics, put her hands together, and slightly bowed, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, Master Wu Tian." Master Roshi smiled and nodded, saying, "From now on, this world belongs to you, young people." With that, he walked back toward Kame House, looking somewhat faded. After Shenlong got up, she watched Master Rose's departing figure. She slightly raised her right hand, her eyes fixed on her palm, as if gazing into the ki within her body. As she adjusted her breathing, she began to circulate her ki. In an instant, a glowing blue sphere appeared on her right palm, like a sparkling pearl radiating a soft glow. Shenlong's eyes sparkled with brilliance as she cautiously felt this mysterious power. She gradually increased the ki input into the sphere in her palm, causing the blue sphere to expand its light, growing even more dazzling. A satisfied smile appeared on Qin Lan's face as she could clearly feel her control over this new skill continuously strengthening. Watching the gradually enlarging blue sphere in her hand, Qin Lan's heart was filled with joy. She knew that as she mastered more skills, her combat power was also steadily increasing. In this world full of crises and challenges, every new skill could become the key to her survival. She clenched her fists tightly, as if declaring her determination to the future. The light in her eyes grew more resolute as she firmly believed she could survive in the perilous Dragon Ball world and create her own miracles. Above the vast and boundless desert, a medium-sized aircraft soared like a giant steel bird gliding between the blue sky and white clouds. The scorching sun mercilessly baked the desert with golden sand grains reflecting dazzling light, making one feel as if they were immersed in a sea of gold. As the aircraft approached a desert lake, the water resembled a mirror reflecting the deep blue of the sky. The buildings along the shore stood out particularly under the blazing sun, appearing like an oasis in the desert, bringing a glimmer of hope. The aircraft landed smoothly at the entrance of the buildings, stirring up a cloud of dust that formed a hazy sand curtain. As the aircraft door slowly opened, the tall and poised Qin Lan leaped down, followed closely by Xiao Yukong, whose expression was filled with anticipation and excitement. Soon after, Master Roshi, Krillin, Yamcha, Bulma, and Launch also emerged one by one. Qin Lan entered the aircraft and pressed a button in a concealed spot on the fuselage. Bang! A puff of smoke flashed, causing the aircraft to vanish, leaving a capsule floating in the air. After placing the capsule into her pocket, Qin Lan walked toward the entrance of the building when a floating ghost appeared in front of everyone. Master Roshi cleared his throat and said, "We are here to find my sister." The ghost nodded, smiling as it raised its hand and said, "Please walk inside." It then led everyone into the depths of the building. Bulma, walking alongside, looked at Master Roshi curiously and asked, "Old turtle, what sister are you talking about?" Master Roshi casually replied, "The fortune-telling old lady is my sister." Bulma and Yamcha were greatly astonished, and then Krillin happily said, "Master Roshi, since she's your sister, you should ask her to give us a free fortune-telling session." Suddenly, an abrupt voice interrupted their conversation. "That what do I only like money and watching fights." Everyone turned toward the source of the voice and saw a short old lady in a mysterious black robe and a wizard's hat standing on a large floating crystal ball. Her appearance evoked a sense of mystery. Master Roshi smiled and said, "Sister, you are still as greedy as ever." The fortune-telling old lady snorted and fixed her gaze on Master Roshi, saying, "Long time no see, you still spend your days idly. It seems you've become even more lustful." Master Roshi, hearing this, displayed a childlike demeanor, retorted, "Who are you to criticize me?" Then, shifting to a slightly ingratiating tone, he added, "Sister, please give me some pocket money." The fortune-telling old lady paid little attention to Master Roshi, and as her crystal ball turned, she floated backward while saying, "Stop the nonsense, go earn your own money. Whoever wants to participate in the fight, follow me." Everyone silently followed the fortune-telling old lady, passing through a tranquil corridor deeper into the building. Bulma curiously glanced at the fortune-telling old lady and then at Master Roshi, whispering, "They really are siblings. One is greedy, the other is lecherous. How disappointing." Master Roshi couldn't refute Bulma's words, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He could only silently wipe his sweat, pretending not to hear, while his steps became somewhat awkward. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Qin Lan and Yamcha couldn't help but cover their mouths, stifling their laughter. As they passed through the corridor and stepped outside, a stunning scene unfolded before them. A uniquely styled complex of buildings was established on the tranquil lake's surface, resembling a floating island. Before them stood a circular fighting arena made of hard stone. The fortune-telling old lady addressed everyone, saying, "Since you came here with my brother, you should know my rules. Who will be the first to step up?" Qin Lan swiftly leaped onto the arena, stating, "I'll go." The subsequent battles differed from those in the original story, where Yamcha and Krillin took turns. Qin Lan easily defeated the vampire with a single punch before it could even transform into bat form. The duel against the Invisible Man was even simpler. With his eyes closed, Qin Lan's sense of chi effortlessly revealed the Invisible Man's position. He skillfully dodged the Invisible Man's attacks, then suddenly flashed to the man's back, kicking him into the lake. In the match against the mummy, Qin Lan also knocked him out with a single punch. The battle with the demon was even more boring. As the demon entered the arena, the fortune-telling old lady had barely finished announcing the start when Qin Lan kicked him into the wall, rendering him unconscious. Qin Lan silently rejoiced that he hadn't given the demon a chance to use its demonic beam. He couldn't guarantee that he was as pure as Xiao Yukong. After all, he was a 20-year-old adult living in the information age. The influence of educational videos on topics like time suspension, axe-wielding wooden offenders, and public transport made him feel as if he would explode into a burst of fruit juice after acquiring skills. Cough, cough. After 4 consecutive matches, everyone watched in awe. They had originally thought this competition would be exceptionally fierce, but Qinlan won all 4 matches with such ease. Bulma and Launch jumped up excitedly, cheering wholeheartedly for Qinlan's victory. Their faces beamed with excitement, and their eyes sparkled with admiration. In that moment, spring seemed to blossom. Yamcha smiled and said, "I thought a master would appear, but it turns out these guys aren't very strong at all." His tone carried a hint of relaxation and confidence. Krillin chimed in laughing, Yeah. If I had known it would be like this, I would have gone up first to stretch my muscles." As he spoke, he rubbed his fists, seemingly eager to try. Master Roshi shook his head and slowly said, "No, you are mistaken. It's not that they are too weak. That demon was the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament for 2 consecutive sessions. Qinlan is simply too powerful. His strength has surpassed your imagination." Upon hearing Master Rose's words, Krillin and Yamcha displayed expressions of disbelief. Their eyes widened as they muttered, "He is already that strong." Xiao Wukong's board lay on the edge of the arena. After hearing Master Rose's words, he tilted his head curiously and asked, "But Grandpa Turtle, I really didn't feel that demon was very strong." Master Rose's mouth twitched slightly as he helplessly said, "You and Qinlan are both monsters. Your strength has already surpassed that of ordinary martial artists." At that moment, Qinlan stepped down from the arena and walked over to Master Roshi and the others. His expression remained calm and confident, but a hint of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. He knew that his efforts had been recognized by everyone. Bulma and Launch immediately rushed over, with Bulma excitedly saying, "Qinlan, you are amazing. Your performance is truly astounding." Launch nodded with a smile, her eyes full of appreciation. Yamcha and Krillin also approached, with Yamcha patting Qinlan on the shoulder and saying, "Good job, kid. Your strength really opened our eyes." Krillin looked up at Qinlan with a smile and said, "Next time I get the chance, I want to spar with you." Qinlan smiled back, saying, "Haha, you are always welcome." Now Qinlan possessed an indomitable and fearless heart. Above the vast and boundless desert, a medium-sized aircraft soared like a giant steel bird, gliding between the blue sky and white clouds. The scorching sun mercilessly baked the desert with golden sand grains reflecting dazzling light, making one feel as if they were immersed in a sea of gold. As the aircraft approached a desert lake, the water resembled a mirror reflecting the deep blue of the sky. The buildings along the shore stood out particularly under the blazing sun, appearing like an oasis in the desert, bringing a glimmer of hope. The aircraft landed smoothly at the entrance of the buildings, stirring up a cloud of dust that formed a hazy sand curtain. As the aircraft door slowly opened, the tall and poised Qinlan leaped down, followed closely by Xiao Wukong, whose expression was filled with anticipation and excitement. Soon after, Master Roshi, Krillin, Yamcha, Bulma, and Launch also emerged one by one. Qinlan entered the aircraft and pressed a button in a concealed spot on the fuselage. Bang! A puff of smoke flashed, causing the aircraft to vanish, leaving a capsule floating in the air. After placing the capsule into her pocket, Qinlan walked toward the entrance of the building when a floating ghost appeared in front of everyone. Master Roshi cleared his throat and said, "We are here to find my sister." The ghost nodded, smiling as it raised its hand and said, "Please walk inside." It then led everyone into the depths of the building. Bulma, walking alongside, looked at Master Roshi curiously and asked, "Old Turtle, what sister are you talking about?" Master Roshi casually replied, "The fortune-telling old lady is my sister." Bulma and Yamcha were greatly astonished, and then Krillin happily said, "Master Roshi, since she's your sister, you should ask her to give us a free fortune-telling session." Suddenly, an abrupt voice interrupted their conversation. "That one, do I only like money and watching fights?" Everyone turned toward the source of the voice and saw a short old lady in a mysterious black robe and a wizard's hat standing on a large floating crystal ball. Her appearance evoked a sense of mystery. Master Roshi smiled and said, "Sister, you are still as greedy as ever." The fortune-telling old lady snorted and fixed her gaze on Master Roshi, saying, "Long time no see, you still spend your days idly. It seems you've become even more lustful." Master Roshi, hearing this, displayed a childlike demeanor, retorted, "Who are you to criticize me?" Then, shifting to a slightly ingratiating tone, he added, "Sister, please give me some pocket money." The fortune-telling old lady paid little attention to Master Roshi, and as her crystal ball turned, she floated backward while saying, "Stop the nonsense, go earn your own money. Whoever wants to participate in the fight, follow me." Everyone silently followed the fortune-telling old lady, passing through a tranquil corridor deeper into the building. Bulma curiously glanced at the fortune-telling old lady and then at Master Roshi, whispering, "They really are siblings. One is greedy, the other is lecherous. How disappointing." Master Roshi couldn't refute Bulma's words, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He could only silently wipe his sweat, pretending not to hear, while his steps became somewhat awkward. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Qinlan and Yamcha couldn't help but cover their mouths, stifling their laughter. As they passed through the corridor and stepped outside, a stunning scene unfolded before them. A uniquely styled complex of buildings was established on the tranquil lake's surface, resembling a floating island. Before them stood a circular fighting arena made of hard stone. The fortune-telling old lady addressed everyone, saying, "Since you came here with my brother, you should know my rules. Who will be the first to step up?" Qianlong swiftly leaped onto the arena, stating, "I'll go." The subsequent battles differed from those in the original story, where Yamcha and Krillin took turns. Qianlong easily defeated the vampire with a single punch before it could even transform into bat form. The duel against the Invisible Man was even simpler. With his eyes closed, Qianlong's sense of Qi effortlessly revealed the Invisible Man's position. He skillfully dodged the Invisible Man's attacks, then suddenly flashed to the man's back, kicking him into the lake. In the match against the mummy, Qianlong also knocked him out with a single punch. The battle with the demon was even more boring. As the demon entered the arena, the fortune-telling old lady had barely finished announcing the start when Qianlong kicked him into the wall, rendering him unconscious. Qianlong silently rejoiced that he hadn't given the demon a chance to use its demonic beam. He couldn't guarantee that he was as pure as Xiao Wukong. After all, he was a 20-year-old adult living in the information age. The influence of educational videos on topics like time suspension, axe-wielding wooden offenders, and public transport made him feel as if he would explode into a burst of fruit juice after acquiring skills. Cough, cough. After 4 consecutive matches, everyone watched in awe. They had originally thought this competition would be exceptionally fierce, but Qianlong won all 4 matches with such ease. Bulma and Launch jumped up excitedly, cheering wholeheartedly for Qianlong's victory. Their faces beamed with excitement, and their eyes sparkled with admiration. In that moment, spring seemed to blossom. Yamcha smiled and said, "I thought a master would appear, but it turns out these guys aren't very strong at all." His tone carried a hint of relaxation and confidence. Krillin chimed in, laughing, Yeah. If I had known it would be like this, I would have gone up first to stretch my muscles." As he spoke, he rubbed his fists, seemingly eager to try. Master Roshi shook his head and slowly said, "No, you are mistaken. It's not that they are too weak. That demon was the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament for 2 consecutive sessions. Qianlong is simply too powerful. His strength has surpassed your imagination." Upon hearing Master Roshi's words, Krillin and Yamcha displayed expressions of disbelief. Their eyes widened as they muttered, "He is already that strong." Xiao Wukong's board lay on the edge of the arena. After hearing Master Roshi's words, he tilted his head curiously and asked, "But Grandpa Turtle, I really didn't feel that demon was very strong." Master Roshi's mouth twitched slightly as he helplessly said, "You and Qianlong are both monsters. Your strength has already surpassed that of ordinary martial artists." At that moment, Qianlong stepped down from the arena and walked over to Master Roshi and the others. His expression remained calm and confident, but a hint of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. He knew that his efforts had been recognized by everyone. Bulma and Launch immediately rushed over, with Bulma excitedly saying, "Qianlong, you are amazing. Your performance is truly astounding." Launch nodded with a smile, her eyes full of appreciation. Yamcha and Krillin also approached, with Yamcha patting Qianlong on the shoulder and saying, "Good job, kid. Your strength really opened our eyes." Krillin looked up at Qianlong with a smile and said, "Next time I get the chance, I want to spar with you." Qianlong smiled back, saying, "Haha, you are always welcome." Now Qianlong possessed an indomitable and fearless heart. Beneath a sky as black as ink, the ocean lay silent. Only gentle waves lapped softly against the shores of a solitary island. Atop the island's peak loomed a colossal emerald dragon, radiating blinding golden light. Its body towered like a sacred mountain, evoking awe and reverence. Qianlong stood beneath the dragon, craning his neck upward as he shouted his wish aloud, "Sacred dragon, grant me an immortal body endowed with the same cellular regeneration ability as Majin Buu." The dragon listened in silence for a full minute. Then crimson light flared fiercely within its eyes, as if preparing for something profound. In the next instant, a soft, ethereal glow enveloped Qianlong's entire body. He could distinctly feel a mysterious force surging and churning within his veins. His heart raced with exhilaration as he mused inwardly, "Is this the wish-granting power of the Dragon Ball world? Can it truly bestow upon me true immortality? If I truly possess such power, no challenge shall ever daunt me. I shall ascend ever higher on the path of cultivation." Minutes passed, and gradually the luminous aura around him began to fade. He stood motionless, savoring the subtle transformations within his body, his heart brimming with anticipation and elation, eager to test whether immortality had indeed taken root. With solemn dignity, the dragon spoke, the sound resonating like celestial music, both sacred and hauntingly husky. "Your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell." The moment the words left its lips, its massive form was once again bathed in radiant golden light. and in the blink of an eye it dissolved back into the mystical orb from which the 7 Dragon Balls had emerged. Then the 7 Dragon Balls slowly rose 1 meter above the ground, beginning to revolve in unison with serene precision. Suddenly, as though propelled by an invisible hand, they accelerated, darting skyward like startled birds vanishing into the distant heavens at breathtaking speed. Qin Lan's gaze burned with intensity, fixed upon the 4-star Dragon Ball soaring among them. His eyes shimmered with azure light, faintly resonating as if bound to it by some arcane affinity. A flash of blue light flickered across the ascending 4-star ball, as though briefly impeded by an unseen force, causing it to hesitate momentarily before resuming its ascent, now noticeably slower than the other 6. Qin Lan grinned, rubbing his forehead lightly before swiftly lifting his head, his gaze locking onto the 4-star ball, now trailing slightly lower than the rest. At that very instant, the 7 Dragon Balls erupted in unison, bursting like a dazzling firework across the heavens, scattering in all directions with explosive velocity. Ignoring the sharp throb in his temples, Qin Lan leapt without hesitation, his hand snapping out to seize the 4-star ball he had watched so intently. Without pause, he whirled about and sprinted after the nearest Dragon Ball, a streaking meteor already fleeing toward the horizon. Yet despite his utmost effort, his flight speed paled beside the Dragon Ball's dispersal, leaving him only to watch helplessly as each traced a luminous arc across the sky before vanishing beyond the farthest edge of the world. In the next breath, daylight flooded the heavens, the sun's golden rays cascading over Qin Lan, casting his silhouette tall and resolute. Beneath a cloudless azure sky bathed in gentle sunlight, he hovered midair, gazing down at the 4-star ball resting in his palm. A quiet sigh escaped him, heavy with regret and fierce, unyielding resolve. 1 year from now, I will gather the Dragon Balls once more and fulfill my next wish. Gently, he ran his fingers over his own body, searching for any sign of change, yet felt nothing unusual. A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes as he wondered silently, could it be I truly am immortal? Yet he quickly dismissed the thought. He knew well, even immortality would prove futile against the Destroyer's annihilating techniques, let alone the Omni King's terrifying power of erasure. Shaking his head, he banished such fantasies as if brushing away dust. With wry self-mockery, he murmured, matters of that magnitude are far beyond the reach of a mere weakling like me, whose battle power barely reaches 223. He understood clearly, though perhaps unrivaled on Earth, even a common foot soldier of Frisia's army possessed a battle power hovering near 1200. His own strength still fell woefully short. Even non-combatant scions under Frisia's dominion boasted battle powers of approximately 600, proof enough that his current might remain profoundly inadequate. After deep reflection, Qin Lan reached his decision. It was time to return to the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, and then journey with Bonnie to West City. In West City, treasures could be converted into currency, and Dr. Brief Bulma's father could be commissioned to construct a gravity chamber. He was certain combining the gravity chamber with the weighted suit he'd acquired through daily sign-ins would multiply his training efficacy manifold. Having settled his course, Qin Lan blurred into motion, soaring skyward like a swift-winged bird heading directly toward the Red Ribbon Army headquarters. His figure carved a brilliant trail across the heavens, like a shooting star etching brilliance into the dusk. The setting sun unfurled across the sky like a gilded scroll, painting the heavens in resplendent hues. Evening clouds blazed like living flame along the horizon, shifting dreamlike radiant, each wispy formation gilded with celestial luminescence. Below stretched a vast verdant coniferous forest bathed in the sun's golden afterglow, its towering pines piercing the heavens like ancient sentinels exhaling the crisp, untamed breath of nature. The forest's deep green and the sunset's molten gold contrasted vividly, complementing one another like brushstrokes in a masterful landscape pulsing with vibrant, unbroken life. A breeze stirred the boughs, rustling leaves weaving a symphony of wind and wood. Against that kaleidoscopic twilight, Qin Lan soared like a swift-winged falcon, arriving swiftly above the Red Ribbon Army headquarters. His gaze swept downward across the sea of pine. Instantly his eyes locked onto a jarring expanse of bare earth, stripped of green like a raw wound marring the forest's emerald tapestry. That was the headquarters location. Slightly adjusting his flight path toward the clearing, he noticed ahead a reconnaissance aircraft bearing the crimson doubler insignia, patrolling the perimeter. He smiled warmly and waved, a gesture of goodwill. The pilot, recognizing him, hastily raised a hand in respectful salute. As Qin Lan flew onward toward the base, the scout aboard the aircraft immediately radioed headquarters, General Lan has returned, ensuring he would not fall victim to the base's automated anti-air defenses. Gliding gracefully over the pine forest, Qin Lan descended toward the clearing, a bustling construction site humming with activity. This sleek modern complex clashed starkly with the surrounding wilderness, yet paradoxically thrummed with its own fierce industrial vitality. Steel rebar crisscrossed like the skeletal frame of a metallic titan, as cement mixers spun ceaselessly across the grounds, their drums roaring with relentless purpose. Within freshly excavated foundation pits, the skeletal outlines of buildings were already emerging, like primordial beasts rising from the earth itself. Workers darted between scaffolds like tireless ants, each absorbed in their appointed task. Qianlong glided steadily toward the vibrant, laboring heart of the base. Moments later, he touched down lightly, his step firm and unhurried. Around him, laborers stared in hushed trepidation, whose soldiers stood at attention, eyes wide with reverent awe. Under the watchful gaze of many, Qianlong entered the subterranean base and made his way to the command center, where Bonnie sat immersed in paperwork. Her expression was serene, cool as glacial ice, elegant, regal, and utterly untouchable. Upon seeing Qianlong enter, she offered a faint, enigmatic smile, one that held quiet magnetism and veiled depth. Her voice emerged calm and distant, laced with a subtle, impermeable reserve. "Back from your errands." As she spoke, she lifted her pen and signed the document before her with effortless grace. Qianlong strode forward with easy confidence, his face alight with cheerful warmth. He pulled up a chair beside her desk and settled in with relaxed poise. "I'm back. Didn't delay our departure, did I?" She finished arranging the documents neatly, then shook her head gently. "No delay. We'll depart tomorrow at noon." Her tone remained tranquil, soothing. Qianlong gave a quiet nod of acknowledgement. Then his gaze drifted to the golden-petaled teacup resting on her desk. Without hesitation, he picked it up and drained the floral tea in one smooth, satisfied sip. Letting out a contented sigh, he remarked, "This floral tea is exquisite. Do you have more?" Bonnie's eyes followed his movement. When she saw him lift the cup she herself had used, her hand instinctively rose as if to stop him. Yet inexplicably, her gesture froze midair before slowly, deliberately lowering again. A delicate flush bloomed across her porcelain cheeks, her lips pressed together softly as she murmured, "This cup. I've used it myself." Qianlong tilted his head, a playful glint dancing in his eyes as he lowered his voice with teasing charm. "I know. That's precisely why it tastes so fragrant." At that near flirtatious reply, Bonnie's cheeks ignited, blazing crimson spreading like wildfire across her face. Setting the cup aside, Qianlong leaned forward slightly, drawing closer to her, and asked softly, "Bonnie, may I use this cup?" His eyes gleamed with quiet expectation. Her blush deepened further, her sapphire blue eyes holding his gaze with unwavering stillness, calm, yet profoundly expressive. She nodded gently, then whispered, curious and tender, "Lon, you've changed these past few days. You seem more confident, more assured." Qianlong laughed, bright and unrestrained, then leaned back in his chair, leaning in conspiratorially. "Let me tell you a secret, but you mustn't breathe a word to anyone." Bonnie inclined her head in quiet assent, her eyes shimmering with open, guileless curiosity. He lowered his voice to a hushed murmur, as if shielding the words from prying ears. "The Dragon Balls General Red sought so desperately, they're real, and they truly grant wishes. I found the final one, and made my wish." Bonnie's eyes widened in astonishment. Without a word, she pressed a button on her desk. Instantly, the heavy doors of the command center slid open with a soft, resonant hum. The door of the command room slowly opened, and a woman dressed in a maid outfit entered, carrying a tray. Her steps were light and steady, with a teapot and a new teacup placed on the tray. She cautiously picked up the teacup that was on the table and skillfully filled it with tea before placing it back. As she continued to take another new teacup from the tray to pour tea for Qianlong. Qianlong stopped her, saying, "No need, you can go now." She glanced at Bonnie, who nodded slightly, and then she bowed slightly to both Bonnie and Qianlong, holding the tray while gradually stepping back to leave the command room. After the maid closed the door and left, Bonnie's gaze returned to Qianlong, her eyes filled with confusion. She gently furrowed her brows, pondering before asking, "I remember Dr. Gross said after testing that the Dragon Ball is worthless. Can it really grant wishes?" Qianlong smiled and took out a capsule from his pocket, pressed it, and tossed it into the air. He deftly caught the box that appeared from the capsule and opened it, revealing a spherical stone inside. He handed the sphere to Bonnie, saying, "Look, the Dragon Ball that granted wishes has turned into a stone, but after a year it can become a Dragon Ball again." Bonnie extended her delicate hand and carefully picked up the Dragon Ball from the box, examining it closely. Her gaze was focused and curious, as if she were exploring a mysterious treasure. Then she nodded and gently placed the Dragon Ball back in the box, saying, "Indeed, it's the same size as the previous Dragon Ball." Bonnie's eyes blinked with curiosity, a spark in her gaze, as she asked, "So what wish did you make?" Qianlong chuckled and replied, "I wished for immortality." Bonnie, upon hearing this, had her mouth agape in surprise. She left her seat, approached Qianlong, slightly bowed her head, blinked her eyes, and stared intently at Qianlong's skin. Then she extended her slender fingers, gently poking at Qianlong's neck and bare skin on his palms. Her expression was filled with curiosity, as if she were trying to find evidence of immortality. Qinlan, being poked continuously by Bonnie, felt a flush creep onto his cheeks. He shifted his body awkwardly, but tried to maintain his composure. Curious Bonnie looked at the now flushed Qinlan and asked, "I can't see any difference. Quickly tell me, what does it feel like to be immortal?" Qinlan pondered for a moment before answering, "It doesn't feel much different. At that moment, I just felt warm all over." His voice carried a hint of embarrassment, yet also conveyed an understanding of Bonnie's curiosity. Bonnie looked at Qinlan with doubt, her soft voice carrying a trace of uncertainty. "Could it be that it's just your illusion?" As she questioned, she slowly walked back to her seat. Qinlan shook his head, his gaze firm, as he said, "No, if the wish cannot be granted, the dragon will inform me. Since it says the wish has been granted, it should be fine." After speaking, Qinlan smiled, and then asked Bonnie, "Bonnie, do you have any wishes?" Bonnie thought for a moment, and replied calmly, "Bring my father back to life." Qinlan said awkwardly, "Bonnie, that wish is probably impossible to fulfill." Bonnie questioned in confusion, "Why not?" Qinlan hesitated for a moment, and replied, "I'm sorry, I didn't consider Commander Reed when making my wish. Legend has it that the Dragon Ball can only revive those who have died within a year. Since Commander Reed died before I made my wish, a year must pass after the wish is made before the Dragon Ball can be used again. Therefore, it should be impossible to revive Commander Reed." Bonnie looked slightly disappointed, and then smiled faintly, saying, "You said it was a legend, so next year, when we gather them all, we'll find out if it's true or not. Even if it can't revive him, that's still my father's fate." Qinlan nodded and asked, "Apart from reviving Commander Reed, do you have any other wishes?" Hearing Qinlan's question, Bonnie rested her chin on one hand on the table, her beautiful eyes gazing at the ceiling, blinking, as if she were contemplating something. Then she felt a slight warmth on her cheeks. She chuckled lightly, her long eyelashes fluttering as she seriously looked at Qinlan, and said, "As for other wishes, I feel I can fulfill them myself. After all, getting them through wishes isn't that perfect." After finishing, Bonnie blushed and gazed dreamily at Qinlan. Qinlan, on the other hand, completely misunderstood, thinking that Bonnie meant she wanted to rely on her own abilities to command the army and conquer the world step by step. He shrugged and laughed, saying, "Well, you're just as arrogant as Commander Reed." Bonnie, hearing Qinlan's words, had a big question mark floating above her head. She completely didn't understand why Qinlan would say that. However, she didn't pursue the somewhat shy question, but instead looked at Qinlan, who seemed relaxed, and smiled. "Lan, is your confidence because you've gained immortality? It seems your previous pressure was quite large." Qinlan thought for a moment, shook his head, and said something like that. "With this, I can protect you better in the future." After saying that, Qinlan winked at Bonnie. In response to Qinlan's teasing, Bonnie's cheeks instantly flushed with a layer of redness. She shyly spoke with a hint of reproach, "Really, you're becoming more and more inappropriate. Go rest, will you? When you're here, I can't concentrate on my work." Qinlan smiled slightly, leaning his body toward Bonnie, and said in a teasing tone, "But I'm your aide, Bonnie. The commander is working, so the aide must accompany her." Bonnie rolled her eyes helplessly, then stood up and handed Qinlan a large stack of documents beside her, simultaneously pointing at the documents, indicating he should handle them. "All right. My aide, start processing these documents." Qinlan took the documents, his eyes falling on the densely packed reports and various data charts, feeling a surge of dread in his heart. He wore a distressed expression and pleaded, "Commander, I just got back and am extremely exhausted. I may not be able to handle this arduous task." Bonnie looked at Qinlan's comical state and couldn't help but laugh softly. She took back the documents from Qinlan's hands and gently placed them on the table. She shot a light glare at Qinlan, her calm tone carrying a hint of playful reproach. "Then why don't you go rest? Being here affects my focus on these documents, and if they aren't finished, we might not be able to leave tomorrow. My school holiday ends the day after tomorrow." Qinlan made exaggerated yet swift movements, straightening his body, his expression solemn, and saluting Bonnie with a standard military salute, proclaiming loudly, "At your command, my commander. Your orders are the direction of my actions. I promise to complete the task. I take my leave." As soon as Qinlan finished speaking, his body darted toward the exit like an arrow. His steps were light and hurried, as if a fierce dog were chasing after him. Bonnie watched Qinlan's playful performance and couldn't help but chuckle softly. She shook her head, murmuring to herself, "This guy has become much more lively than before." As she thought about it, her cheeks slightly flushed. She playfully chided, "After a few days apart, you've learned to tease me." Bonnie gently closed her eyes, took a deep breath to calm her emotions. Then she slowly opened her eyes and redirected her focus to the documents on the table. Her gaze was focused and resolute, as if telling herself that she must concentrate on completing her work. Moments later, the command room fell into an unusual silence, only interrupted by the sound of Bonnie flipping through the documents. Lying on the big bed in the bedroom, Qinlan tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Unable to bear the agitation within, he suddenly sat up, put on a coat, and decided to go out for some fresh air. Qinlan walked steadily down the corridor of the underground base. When he passed by the door of the command room, his gaze was unconsciously drawn to the guard standing outside. The guard was dressed in a crisp military uniform, standing upright, like a steadfast statue, silently guarding his post. In Shinlan's mind, the serene, noble, and elegantly beautiful image of Commander Bonnie suddenly surfaced. He shook his head slightly, trying to dispel distracting thoughts, and continued walking forward. When he reached the guard quickly saluted Shinlan with precise movements. Shinlan paused and casually asked, "Is Commander Bonnie still not resting?" The guard raised his head, his gaze firm, as he replied, "Yes, Vice Commander Lan. Commander Bonnie is still working in the command room. Do you need me to inform her?" Shinlan waved his hand and softly said, "No need, I'm just out for a walk." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the exit of the underground base. Upon exiting the underground base, Shinlan discovered the brightly lit construction site was bustling with activity, workers busy and orderly, with various machinery producing a chorus of rumbling sounds. The construction of the ground base headquarters was progressing at a vigorous pace without a moment's pause. Shinlan did not pay much attention to the crowd around him, heading straight for the nearest mountain. The night air carried a slight chill brushing against his face and providing a refreshing sensation. His figure flew gracefully through the dark night sky like a bird swiftly landing on the mountaintop. At the mountaintop, he found a relatively flat spot, slowly lying down and gazing up at the night sky. At this moment, the moon in his eyes appeared like a shy maiden veiled in a thin layer, emanating a soft glow. The beautiful starry sky resembled gems embedded in the heavens, sparkling with brilliant light. The Milky Way stretched across the sky like a silver ribbon, breathtakingly beautiful. Shinlan quietly gazed at the vast starry sky, his inner turmoil gradually calming, replaced by a sense of tranquility and peace. In this serene atmosphere, Shinlan's thoughts began to drift. He recalled the noble and youthful image of Commander Bonnie, the silently watching Colonel Violet, the slightly infatuated and innocent girl Bulma, the passionate blonde, gentle blue-haired Lan Chi, the carefree Yamucha, and the innocent yet determined little Goku, among others. In just half a month since arriving in this world, the figures of those he had met flashed through his mind, his thoughts weaving together in a tapestry of memories. Then he thought of the subsequent plots of the Dragon Ball's countless formidable enemies emerging, many hidden in the dark, the demon sealed somewhere on Earth, Moro serving time in the Galactic Patrol prison, and Babidi and Dabura, who would reach Earth decades later. These were enemies that could not be escaped. Power. Shinlan knew that only by continuously striving and gaining more power could he protect himself, safeguard his pure friends, and better guard this world. After an indeterminate amount of time, Shinlan's gaze regained its firmness. He took a deep breath, stood up, brushed off the dust on his clothes, and then turned to fly back to the underground base. His heart was filled with strength and determination, ready to train hard in Shido, to grow stronger, to survive, to live on with those he cared about in the terrifying Dragon Ball world where the plot's protection was no longer guaranteed. In that expanse of azure sky, the white clouds floated gently like delicate feathers. A flying vehicle sped through the air like a bird, heading towards the coastal modern metropolis of Shido, where Shinlan and Bonnie were aboard. The Shido urban area, built by the mountains and rivers, harmoniously blended natural scenery with modern architecture, creating a magnificent view. Shinlan looked down from the cockpit, observing the wide roads crisscrossing in all directions around Shido, resembling the veins of the earth extending into the distance. Along the coast stood magnificent villas in neat arrangements, forming a beautiful coastal picture alongside towering hotels and bustling beach resorts. The city center was densely populated with high-rise buildings resembling a forest of steel and concrete. Nearby, on the seaside of the mountain, rows of villas stood in succession like brilliant jewels embedded in the lush hillside. The traffic in the suburbs flowed like a tide, an unending stream, showcasing the city's busyness and vitality. As the flying vehicle gradually approached the city center, Shinlan began to slow down and descend like a weary bird returning to its nest, gently entering the embrace of the city. Watching the incessant flow of people and vehicles below, Shinlan felt the impact of the surrounding environment wash over him. A wave of disorientation surged within him, accompanied by an inexplicable emotion. He seemed to return to his past life, that vast eastern nation with over 1.4 billion people where he had once studied in the magical district. Familiar scenes appeared to merge with reality before his eyes, complicating his emotions as he found a flicker of warmth in this unfamiliar world. Quietly gazing at the bustling city, a flicker of tension and anticipation crossed his eyes. This was his new starting point, and also his unknown future. Shinlan took a deep breath, adjusted his emotions, and maneuvered the flying vehicle towards the villas on the mountainside, following the navigation. Shinlan piloted a stylish flying vehicle, gracefully descending like an elegant swan into the sky of this bustling metropolis. The city's skyscrapers towered like mountain peaks, their glass facades reflecting dazzling light. As the flying vehicle navigated through Zydus aerial traffic, it formed a spectacular scene alongside various other flying vehicles. These flying vehicles, some small and exquisite, others large and imposing, crisscrossed in the air like shooting stars, showcasing the allure of technology. The elevated bridge in midair twisted and turned like a red dragon amidst the forest of steel and concrete skyscrapers, its transparent canopy shimmering under the sunlight. The fast-moving traffic on the elevated bridge flowed continuously like a stream of silver threads tightly linking the city's veins. On the ground, cars, maglev vehicles, motorcycles, and buses surged like a tide. The trees lining the streets provided shade, and the flowers in the flower beds bloomed, adding a touch of vitality to the city. Bonnie, engrossed in her book, occasionally noticed Qianlong looking around after entering Shidu. She smiled slightly and softly asked, "Lon, have you never been to Shidu?" At that moment, Qianlong's gaze shifted from the vehicle's control panel to the cityscape outside. Upon hearing Bonnie's question, he reflected and confirmed that the original self had never been to Shidu either. Qianlong nodded in response, saying, "Indeed, this is my first time in Shidu." His eyes were captivated by the city's splendor, strangely filled with both curiosity and nostalgia. Bonnie then suggested, "How about I take you around Shidu tomorrow?" Qianlong smiled and nodded in agreement, saying, "As your adjutant, I cannot refuse my commander's request." Bonnie smiled lightly after hearing this, remaining silent as she continued to read her book. His thoughts seemed to drift towards the next day, her last day off work, imagining strolling through the streets of Shidu with Qianlong narrating the unique charm of the city. Before long, Qianlong piloted the flying vehicle to the navigation's destination. The private mansion at the hillside was purchased by Commander Reed for Bonnie during his lifetime, nestled on a hill surrounded by lush forests. The flying vehicle landed on the mansion's helipad, and Qianlong and Bonnie stepped out. A male steward, approximately 60 years old and dressed in a tailcoat, approached the two, slightly bowing as he elegantly extended his right hand with his palm facing up and greeting, his movements flowing like water. "Commander Bonnie, welcome home." A smile appeared on his face and his eyes revealed respect for Bonnie. "Adjutant Lon, welcome to your arrival. I am the steward here, and you can inform me of any needs you may have at any time." The steward turned to Qianlong, speaking with a smile. Qianlong nodded lightly in acknowledgement. Bonnie's expression remained somewhat indifferent as she asked the steward, "Is Lan's room ready?" "Yes, my lord, it has been prepared." The steward replied respectfully. "When will Zhong arrive?" Bonnie asked softly, yet with an undeniable authority. "At 7 in the evening, my lord." The steward replied with utmost respect. "Very well. When she arrives, have her come see me directly in the study." Bonnie's tone was calm. "Understood, my lord." The steward bowed. Bonnie continued to arrange various matters along the way. After entering indoors and bidding Qianlong good night, he followed the steward to his residence. "This is your room, Adjutant Lon. If you have any special requests or preferences, please let me know, and we will do our best to accommodate your needs." Qianlong looked around the room and nodded, saying, "All right, thank you for your arrangements." The steward smiled and retreated to the door, bowing slightly. As he responded, "It is our honor, Adjutant Lon. If you require meals, leisure, or any other arrangements, please feel free to notify me." As the sun set, the night quietly descended and silence enveloped everything. Moonlight fell softly on the earth like a light veil, and the entire estate was immersed in tranquility. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, gently illuminating Qianlong's face, waking him from his slumber. He slowly opened his eyes, stretched lazily, and began his morning routine under the care of the maid. Qianlong studied his reflection in the mirror, feeling the gentle touch of the maid as he washed up, and couldn't help but lament inwardly. He noticed that whether due to fatigue or other reasons, the maid's cheeks were slightly flushed, yet they maintained smiles throughout as if it was their duty. When Qianlong sat at the dining table, he felt awkward with the maids serving him while eating. He immediately felt a bit embarrassed, glancing unintentionally at others. However, he found that they all simply smiled, showing no unusual expressions. Qianlong gradually understood that Bonnie's seemingly indifferent demeanor might have been formed by growing up in such an environment. He had initially thought Bonnie was very distant towards him, but now he realized that perhaps she had been quite warm and bold in her own way. As the midday sun shone on the streets, reflecting dazzling light, Qianlong and Bonnie sat together in the back seat of the maglev vehicle, smoothly heading towards Shidu to explore its sights. The scenery outside unfolded like a scroll, with high-rises standing tall and traffic bustling on the streets. The driver focused on driving in front, while the steward in the passenger seat enthusiastically introduced the beautiful scenery and long history of Shidu to Qianlong. Qianlong listened intently, occasionally glancing out the window, his face reflecting curiosity. Shidu is a vibrant city full of opportunities. There are many unique landmark buildings here, each with its own story, the steward said with a smile as the driver skillfully navigated through the streets and alleys of Shidu. Qianlan quietly admired the beauty of the city. After the steward's introduction, Qianlan had already learned about the location of the Capsule Corporation, which belonged to Bulma. He couldn't help but wonder why someone as wealthy as Bulma would choose to live in the city center of Shidu. In the blink of an eye, the clock pointed to noon, and it was time for lunch. Qianlan and Bonnie were dropped off by the driver at a high-end restaurant which was elegantly and luxuriously decorated, exuding a faint aroma. They walked directly to a private room on the top floor of this upscale restaurant located in the city center. Pushing open the door, they were greeted by a huge floor-to-ceiling glass window that offered a stunning view of the bustling city outside. Sunlight streamed through the glass, casting dappled shadows on the wooden floor. The room was simply yet elegantly arranged with soft sofas and exquisite tableware, revealing an air of sophistication. Bonnie walked to the window, leaning on the glass, while overlooking the bustling crowd and vehicles below. Her eyes conveyed a sense of tranquility and satisfaction, with a slight smile at the corners of her mouth. Qianlan, meanwhile, sat at the dining table asking Bonnie to recommend local delicacies. After a gentle knock, the waiter entered, presenting them with warm towels, pre-meal drinks, and the special dishes they had ordered. Qianlan and Bonnie began to enjoy this exquisite lunch. Just as they were relishing the tranquility of their meal, suddenly the sound of gunfire tat-a-tat echoed from downstairs. The guests in the restaurant outside the private room were immediately thrown into panic. Some screamed, while others hurriedly sought hiding places. Qianlan and Bonnie exchanged glances, both showing signs of alertness. Qianlan comforted Bonnie while closing his eyes to sense the flow of qi. Across from him, Bonnie's face grew paler, but she maintained her composure, looking up at Qianlan, feeling a sense of security. At that moment, the door to the private room was kicked open. A dark rifle was aimed at Qianlan and Bonnie. The sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, gently casting a glow on the wooden floor. Qianlan and Bonnie sat in a private room on the top floor of an upscale restaurant in the city center, enjoying a tranquil lunch. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door to the room was kicked open, revealing a short, dark-skinned Borman from the animal-like Earthlings. The Borman charged in, brandishing a rifle. Wearing a black eye patch, he shouted fiercely at Qianlan and Bonnie, who were eating. "If you don't want to die, get down on the ground right now." Qianlan exchanged glances with Bonnie, a calm smile appearing on his face as he softly said to her, "Don't worry, let's continue eating." Bonnie looked at Qianlan, a wave of trust swelling in her heart. She nodded and continued to eat elegantly, not even looking at the Borman who had intruded into the private room. Seeing this, the Borman became even angrier. He took a step forward, cocked his rifle, and aimed it at Qianlan, preparing to shoot. Yet Qianlan's gaze remained fixed on his plate, his hand gently caressing the knife and fork as if he were sensing their warmth. Just as the Borman was about to pull the trigger, Qianlan turned his head and glanced at him. His eyes flickered with an eerie blue glow as if containing boundless power. In an instant, the Borman's body was enveloped in a faint blue light, as if bound by an invisible force, rendering him incapable of movement. The rifle in his hands seemed to lose weight, slowly rising. Then, with astonishing speed, the rifle flew up the buttstock, hurtling towards the Borman's head. Bang! The Borman fell to the ground unconscious. The room fell into a deep silence. In the next moment, Qianlan's expression became focused and profound. His brow slightly furrowed as an invisible force was released in an instant. The rifle of the fallen Borman appeared to be grasped by an unseen hand, shooting out of the private room like an arrow. Inside the room, Qianlan and Bonnie could only hear a series of crashing sounds from outside, growing louder, as if the entire floor was trembling. Then various chaotic sounds intertwined. Curses, shouts, and gunfire rose and fell, resembling a symphony of an alternative dining experience. Yet Bonnie and Qianlan remained calm, focused on savoring the dishes on their plates, tasting each dish one bite at a time. It seemed that the chaos outside had nothing to do with them. After a while, the noises outside gradually quieted down. The blue glow in Qianlan's eyes also slowly faded. Finishing the last bite, Qianlan gently wiped the corner of his mouth and then stood up. His movements were graceful and composed, as if everything that had just happened was merely a trivial interlude. Bonnie, who had finished eating earlier, also stood up. Her eyes looked at Qianlan with admiration and curiosity. Qianlan smiled lightly and said, "How about my superpower? Impressive, right?" Bonnie smiled and nodded, walking out with Qianlan. As they exited the private room, a strong smell of gunpowder wafted through the corridor. The ground was littered with broken items and bloodstains, showcasing the chaos that had just occurred. Qianlan and Bonnie walked past the wreckage, silently, not glancing at it. The restaurant manager was calmly directing the staff, first guiding the confused diners to safety while comforting the frightened guests. At the same time, he organized the staff to bind the incapacitated robber, ensuring he would not pose a threat to anyone else. Suddenly, the busy manager's gaze was drawn to Qianlan and Bonnie, who were slowly walking out of the private room. In the midst of the chaos, Lan's eyes were as calm as water, his lips slightly curved in a hint of imperceptible indifference. Bonnie walked with light and firm steps, as if the surrounding chaos had nothing to do with her. The manager hurriedly approached them, his voice trembling with apology, as he said, "I sincerely apologize for disturbing your dining experience. This incident was truly unexpected and will never happen again. To express our apologies, this meal is on the house, and we will additionally provide a complimentary deluxe meal voucher for two." As he spoke, he handed the voucher to Qianlan. Qianlan nodded slightly, his movements natural as he accepted the voucher and casually tucked it into his pocket without hesitation. His gaze remained calm as he nodded and said, "All right, see you next time." After saying that, the two walked out of the restaurant at a leisurely pace. After this unexpected incident, the joy they had felt earlier was replaced by a sense of dullness. Upon returning home, as Bonnie got out of the car, her steps were steady and graceful as she slowly walked towards the house without looking back. Her voice was flat yet firm, as if conveying an undeniable command, "Find out the reason." The butler stood by, his expression serious and focused. Upon hearing Bonnie's words, he immediately nodded respectfully and replied, "As you wish, milady." He knew well what Bonnie's request meant and was already planning how to accomplish the task in his mind. Then Bonnie gently linked her arm with Qianlan's, and the two strolled together in the estate. In their peaceful stroll, Qianlan's gaze fell upon Bonnie, who was quietly admiring the flowers. He walked over to her and said solemnly, "After you find out the reason, tell me. I will handle it." Bonnie gently shook her head, a hint of contemplation in her gaze, as she said, "I don't think this incident was a deliberate attack against us. We might have just been caught in it. This time we don't need to intervene personally." Qianlan furrowed his brow, slightly thinking for a moment before saying, "But it did affect our meal. We should charge them some interest. Our Red Ribbon Army is not something that just anyone can provoke in this world." His voice carried determination and confidence. Upon hearing this, Bonnie's lips slightly curled up, revealing a gentle smile. Her gaze, like water, quietly watched Qianlan as she softly said, "Lan, you're really impressive. Why don't you take command then?" Qianlan quickly shook his head, waving his hands, "I don't have that kind of time. Once I'm done being busy, I need to start training." His eyes revealed a dedication and focus towards training. Bonnie looked puzzled and curiously asked, "What else do you need to do before training?" Qianlan smiled and replied, "When I was looking for the Dragon Balls, I met a little girl named Bulma. She is the daughter of Dr. Brief. I want to leverage her connections to ask Dr. Brief to help me build a house for training." Bonnie looked at Qianlan in confusion and asked, "Can our research team make one for you?" Qianlan shook his head, explaining, "I previously asked Dr. Jero if our research team primarily focuses on weapon development and biological research. They may lack the necessary technology for mechanical gravity and propulsion that I need." Bonnie nodded lightly. After a moment of thought, she softly said, "Brief is the founder of the Capsule Corporation, right? If he's just a businessman, you might as well just kidnap him and have him make it for you." Qianlan grinned and replied, "I'll go myself first. If he doesn't help, then I'll do as you said." Bonnie seemed unfazed by Qianlan's response, suddenly turning to him with calm and indifferent eyes and asked, "Bulma, I know her. She's also from our school. She's very pretty, isn't she? So are you really just looking for Dr. Brief, or are you looking for Bulma?" Qianlan was caught off guard by this question, coughing awkwardly. In his mind, he instantly recalled the unbeatable looks of the 16-year-old Bulma, her adorable, love-struck personality, and her super genius IQ. She was also the richest person in the world. Then Qianlan glanced at Bonnie, the 17-year-old girl with a goddess-like appearance, her noble and cold demeanor akin to a snow lotus, and the power she commanded to rival the king's army with the Red Ribbon Army. Qianlan felt a moment of daze. Had he inadvertently stepped into the pinnacle of life, envied by everyone? Was he actually going to choose between these two perfect girls? On Bonnie's face, the smile suddenly vanished, replaced by a hint of coldness. Her gaze firmly locked onto Qianlan as she asked, "What are you thinking about?" Qianlan immediately felt the awkwardness and tension, as if he had been caught cheating, and hurriedly replied, "Of course I'm going to find Dr. Brief." To ease the awkward atmosphere, Qianlan quickly shifted the topic, asking Bonnie, "What about your mother?" "Lady Red, I haven't visited her yet." Bonnie stared at Qianlan, and after a moment, she gently said, "My mother died during childbirth, and I have no need to visit my stepmothers." Her brow furrowed slightly, and then she looked at Qianlan with a determined and cold gaze, saying, "Because I have already killed all those third parties." Seeing Qianlan's anxious expression, Bonnie couldn't help but chuckle, a strange glint in her eyes as she softly said, "All right, don't worry. I won't go after your Bulma. Look at how tense you are." After saying this, she lightly sighed, a hint of loneliness showing in her gaze. Qianlan timidly asked curiously, "Did you really kill Commander Reed's women?" Bonnie shot her a glance, playfully scolding, "I was just trying to scare you." Her voice was soft, as if a breeze could carry it away. She continued, "My father passed away, and they are still so young. How could I let them be widows for the rest of their lives? At that time I gave them a substantial amount of money and set them free. Qianlan sighed in relief upon hearing this, feeling admiration for Bonnie's kindness and generosity. A trace of barely noticeable sadness flickered in Bonnie's eyes as she silently turned her head, gazing into the distance, seemingly reminiscing. Qianlan quietly watched her, a surge of compassion filling her heart. She softly said, "Bonnie, you are truly a kind person." Bonnie's smile contained an indescribable bitterness as she replied softly, "What can kindness bring? Sometimes kindness only causes harm to oneself." Qianlan stepped forward, gently holding Bonnie's hand, and said earnestly, "No, Bonnie. Kindness is a powerful force. It will make you stronger. Leave everything beyond kindness to me. I will crush all obstacles to protect your kindness." After saying this, Qianlan clenched her fist, showcasing her strength. Bonnie felt a rush of warmth as Qianlan held her hand, her cheeks quickly turning rosy. She instinctively tried to pull her hand back, but couldn't. She stopped struggling and shyly looked up, gazing intently at Qianlan, her eyes shimmering with shyness and emotion. She nodded slightly and softly said, "Thank you, Qianlan." Qianlan then leaned down, gently kissing Bonnie's lovely lips. Bonnie's eyes widened in shock, and for a moment she was at a loss. Her heart raced violently, as if it would leap out of her throat. Qianlan's lips were tender and delicate. Bonnie felt her breath and gradually closed her eyes, savoring the sweetness of the moment. The kiss was brief, yet it brought Bonnie and Qianlan closer together. Their eyes were filled with love and tenderness, as if the whole world had faded away, leaving just the two of them. A blush crept onto Bonnie's face as she gently pushed Qianlan away, lowering her head shyly. Qianlan looked at her, filled with happiness and contentment. "Bonnie," Qianlan called softly. Bonnie looked up, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at Qianlan. "I will always protect your kindness and be by your side forever," Qianlan said solemnly. Bonnie's face instantly blossomed into a joyful smile. However, she suddenly seemed to remember something, pursing her lips slightly, revealing a hint of displeasure as she softly said, "You must have said the same thing to Bulma, right? You haven't kissed her too, have you?" Qianlan, filled with passion, nearly choked on his own saliva, his mouth agape in astonishment as he stared at Bonnie. "Sister, that was my first kiss. My first kiss in 20 years. Bonnie ignored him, turning to leave, but a sly smile crept onto her lips. As she walked a few steps forward, Bonnie suddenly turned around, fixing her gaze on Qianlan, and said, "There's a bonfire party and a music festival at the beach tonight. Would you like to accompany me?" Qianlan nodded without hesitation, smiling as he replied, "I would love to. My commander, Bonnie." In a naturally elegant environment in the West City, a courtyard with a flowing stream and a small bridge shaded by green trees, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a soft sound. The ground was paved with stone slabs adorned with a variety of flowers arranged in an orderly manner. A young man in a black suit hurriedly crossed paths with several bodyguards also dressed in black suits and wearing sunglasses, standing with their arms crossed in front of them. He approached a middle-aged man sitting in the courtyard drinking tea and bent down to say, "Leader, our brothers have failed." The middle-aged man's hand, which was holding the teacup, paused slightly. After taking a sip, he calmly asked, "What was the reason?" The young man in black pondered for a moment before saying, "They were all knocked out by the guns we used." The middle-aged man seemed to be amused by this, chuckling softly before raising his hand to slap the young man in the suit on the head, saying, "You idiot. I asked who disrupted my plans, not what weapons were used." The young man in black, who was knocked to the ground, quickly got up, respectfully bowing as he apologetically said, "Sorry, leader. My expression was unclear. Please follow me to see the surveillance video we obtained." The middle-aged man, irritated, stood up, kicking the young man as he angrily shouted, "Useless." The young man who was kicked down got up again and bowed deeply, saying, "Leader, you are right. Please come with me." After saying this, the young man led the way, stepping into a nearby wooden house made of bamboo. Moments later, after watching the video, the middle-aged man stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, "Superpowers. Check on the Super Ability Academy and see who among the superpowered individuals in West City has the ability to control objects. Bring me their information. Also, investigate the identities of the two individuals who came out of the private room." His eyes revealed a sense of determination and decisiveness, as if he was determined to unveil the truth behind this mysterious incident. The atmosphere in the wooden house was tense, with a heavy air hanging around. The surrounding bamboo swayed gently in the breeze, as if observing everything. The young man stood respectfully to the side, nodding as he replied, "Yes, leader. I will arrange for someone to investigate immediately." Then he turned and hurriedly left, beginning to set up the investigation task. As night fell, the sky was dotted with stars, and moonlight cascaded onto the vast beach, draping it in a silver cloak. The brightest part of the beach was bustling with people who were joyfully jumping around the huge bonfire. On a nearby fixed stage, lights flashed as singers and bands passionately sang exhilarating songs. The sounds of music, laughter, and cheers echoed throughout the beach where the bonfire music festival was in full swing. In the lively atmosphere on a luxurious terrace nearby, 2 beach chairs were quietly arranged. Bonnie sat there peacefully, calmly watching the excited crowd not far away. A subtle tranquility radiated from her eyes. She turned to Qinlan beside her and softly asked, "Lan, how do you feel about this place?" Qinlan's gaze was fixed on the lively crowd, a hint of nostalgia appearing on his face. He seemed to recall the grand welcome party from his past life. Qinlan nodded slightly, reminiscing as he said, "It's quite nice, very lively." His voice carried a hint of sentimentality, as if recalling the beautiful times of the past. Bonnie smiled gently and said, "I'm glad you like it." Her gentle smile was like the soft moonlight illuminating Qinlan's heart. At that moment, the bonfire's flames blazed higher, illuminating the entire beach. The crowd was fully immersed in the joyous atmosphere while Bonnie and Qinlan shared their feelings against this vibrant backdrop. Moments later, a butler walked in with steady steps, approaching Bonnie, who was happily chatting with Qinlan, and softly said, "Lady Bonnie, we have identified the individuals involved in today's attack on the hotel. As for the reason behind their attack, it remains unclear for now." Bonnie nodded slightly to acknowledge, maintaining her silence. The butler took out a paper document from his pocket and respectfully handed it to Bonnie, saying, "Please take a look. This is the information regarding the forces behind the attack. They are a very powerful black organization in the western region known as the T-Bamboo Group, renowned for their strength with their headquarters established in West City." Bonnie's eyebrows raised slightly, having heard of this organization before. With a hint of curiosity, she asked, "Their headquarters is actually in West City. Can the Royal Army tolerate their existence?" The butler patiently continued to explain, "My lady, although they are a well-known black organization, they are different from our Red Ribbon Corps. Most of them lurk in the dark corners of the city, sucking on illicit profits, avoiding the light. Therefore, their headquarters and subordinate groups can operate in various cities." Just as the two were conversing, a bodyguard dressed in black rushed in, respectfully reporting, "Commander, the advisor from the T-Bamboo Group is here to see you." Soon after, a rotund man in a black suit approached Bonnie and Qinlan with measured steps. A fawning smile spread across his chubby face as he slightly bowed and addressed Bonnie and Qinlan, saying, "Esteemed Commander Bonnie and Deputy Officer Lan. Greetings, I am the advisor from the T-Bamboo Group headquarters. We sincerely apologize for the incident that occurred at noon today. At the same time, we hope that you too can provide our group leader with a satisfactory explanation regarding the interference with our actions." Bonnie, expressionless, gazed at the bustling crowd below without rising. Instead, she took a sip of her drink and said nothing. The atmosphere instantly became somewhat awkward. After a few seconds, a flicker of embarrassment and anger crossed the face of the rotund man in the black suit. He snorted coldly, cleared his throat, and continued, "Tomorrow night, our group leader has specially invited Your Excellency, the Commander and Deputy Officer, to the Amon Hotel for a feast to discuss our potential cooperation." After finishing, he fixed his gaze firmly on Bonnie, but Bonnie remained unresponsive. He couldn't help but snort again, his expression darkening as he shot Bonnie a fierce glare before turning away. At that moment, the sea breeze blew fiercely, causing Bonnie's golden locks to dance wildly in the wind. Her sapphire-like eyes were cold and deep, as if she were pondering something. Leaning back in her comfortable beach chair, Bonnie lightly tapped the armrest with her right index finger and spoke with an indifferent expression, "Zhongzhan." Upon hearing her call, a woman in her 30s with a slightly plump figure hurried over, bowing respectfully and addressing her commander. Bonnie took a sip of her drink and leisurely gave the order, "Dispatch the headquarters special operations team to the West Capital tomorrow to annihilate the T-Bamboo Group headquarters in one fell swoop. Additionally, support a subordinate group within the T-Bamboo Group that is friendly to us." Zhongzhan furrowed her brow, slightly pondered for a moment with her head down, then raised her head and replied with determination, "Commander, the current situation is not optimistic. 3 special operations teams from headquarters have been wiped out while looking for the Dragon Balls. The yellow and silver teams were destroyed, and the last team suffered heavy losses repelling insurgents. The Copper Army Special Operations Team was also annihilated when Deputy Officer Lan killed the rebel Copper. The White Army Special Operations Team was completely wiped out by a child at the White Army base while searching for the Dragon Balls, and the Blue Army Special Operations Team was shot down by Tao Pai Pai at headquarters. Thus, we currently cannot deploy the Special Operations Team." Qinlan, who had been lying nearby, widened his eyes and was momentarily taken aback after hearing this. However, after careful consideration, he seemed to agree with this assessment. Bonnie sighed slightly and said, "Then forget it. Hurry up and order the reorganization of the Special Operations Team. Let's go see what they have to say tomorrow." Qinlan slightly turned his body to look at Bonnie and said, "There's no need to make it so complicated." He then raised his head to Zhongzhan in front of Bonnie and asked, "Do you know where the headquarters of the T-Bamboo Group is?" Zhongzhen did not answer immediately, but looked at Bonnie first. Bonnie slightly nodded and softly said, "From now on consider Deputy Officer Lan's orders as my orders." After receiving Bonnie's permission, Zhongzhen nodded at Qinlan and replied, "Yes, we also have the ground layout map of their headquarters." Qinlan nodded and continued, "Please provide me with a detailed copy of the information. By the way, also show me a photo of their group leader." Zhongzhen acknowledged and quickly turned to leave, preparing the relevant materials. Bonnie looked at Qinlan with curiosity, furrowing her brow and asking, "Are you planning to go to their headquarters to behead him?" Qinlan shook his head, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he confidently said, "I'm going to bring their group leader back." After noting the address and the group leader's appearance, Qinlan turned to the butler and said, "Go call back that T-Bamboo group advisor who just left. He shouldn't have reached the parking lot yet." The butler bowed and said, "Yes, my lord." The butler turned and left. Qinlan casually said to Bonnie, who looked somewhat puzzled, "Find a driver for their group leader. Wait for me." With that, Qinlan shot off like a dazzling meteor, soaring into the sky amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, speeding towards the center of the West Capital. Soon Qinlan arrived above the T-Bamboo group headquarters. He floated quietly like a light cloud in the air, sensing the crowd below with his aura. Next, he noticed that in one room a dozen people were gathered, seemingly engaged in an important meeting. Without hesitation, Qinlan plummeted from the air like a meteor, crashing through the roof, with overwhelming force landing thunderously inside the room. The people inside were taken aback by the sudden impact, causing chaos. Qinlan calmly stepped toward the leader of the T-Bamboo group, scrutinizing him carefully to ensure he matched the photo perfectly, which was evidently a recent shot. Hearing the commotion, the bodyguards outside surged into the conference room like a tide. Without a word, they raised their submachine guns and unleashed a furious barrage of gunfire at the lone stranger Qinlan, who was walking towards the group leader, causing deafening gunfire to erupt in the room. Qinlan slightly furrowed his brow. Although he was now unafraid of bullets, he did not want his clothes to be torn by them. He quickly turned around, his eyes flashing with a brilliant blue light, and resolutely activated his superpower. The incoming bullets seemed to be enchanted, suspended in the air, as if time had frozen at that moment. Everyone in the room witnessed this astonishing spectacle, their eyes wide in disbelief, stunned to the core, and they involuntarily shouted in unison, "This is impossible." In the next moment, a dense hail of bullets shot back towards the armed bodyguards like a tempest, causing them to fall to the ground. The leader of the T-Bamboo group sat on the ground, drenched in sweat from fear, trembling as he crawled backward with hands and feet, his soaked clothes clinging to him. He stared wide-eyed in terror at Qinlan, who was approaching him expressionlessly. After a difficult swallow, he stammered, "Blue deputy officer from the Red Satin Brigade. What? Why are you here?" Suddenly, Qinlan's figure flashed like a ghost, instantly appearing in front of the group leader. Qinlan extended a strong, robust hand, gripping the group leader's collar like a vice, effortlessly lifting him off the ground and suspending him in midair. Qinlan's sharp gaze bore into the group leader as if he were attempting to see through him. The group leader lifted into the air, wore an expression of disbelief, his mouth agape, but unable to make a sound. Before the group leader could react, Qinlan's lips curled into a cold smile. He slowly set the group leader back on the ground and calmly replied, "We have matters to attend to tomorrow and cannot make the appointment, so I personally came to invite you to meet our commander Bonnie." After speaking, Qinlan's expression shifted slightly. Without looking back, he disdainfully waved his hand towards the door. An invisible blast of air erupted with astonishing speed, like a violent whirlwind, shredding the wooden door to pieces and charging fiercely towards a rockery in the courtyard. The rockery, propelled by the powerful impact of Qinlan's wave, collided violently against the white courtyard wall behind it. With a strange sound, a horrifying crimson splatter burst forth from the white wall behind the rockery, akin to a blood-sucking mosquito being mercilessly slapped and crushed. Then with a thud, a sniper rifle fell to the ground, producing a crisp sound. The people inside the room turned pale as they witnessed the white light of the courtyard reflecting the blood red against the white wall, a fearful atmosphere spreading rapidly through the conference room like a plague. Everyone was terrified, prostrating themselves on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, not daring to make even the slightest sound. Qinlan displayed a hint of disdain, coldly stating, "Annoying mosquitoes." His voice was calm, yet carried a note of indifference, as if he were accustomed to such situations. The entire scene seemed enveloped in a strange silence, with only the blood red on the white wall appearing exceedingly glaring. The wind gently blew by, bringing a hint of coolness, yet it could not dispel the fear in everyone's hearts. Next, Qinlan calmly extended his hand and meticulously smoothed the crumpled collar of the T-Bamboo group's team leader. His gaze gleamed with playful mockery as it lingered deliberately upon the team leader, drenched in cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably from head to toe. A faint wry smile curled at the corners of Qinlan's lips as he said, "Mr. Team leader, was my arrival a pleasant surprise? Was it unexpected? Huh. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Qinlan made no pause for reply. With decisive grace, fluid as wind, swift as lightning, he seized the team leader by the nape of his collar, then launched himself skyward in a single explosive leap, soaring upward like a rocket streaking toward the heavens at breathtaking speed. At that very moment, within the T-Bamboo Group's headquarters conference room, the assembled senior officers felt the floor shudder violently, as if struck by a sudden fierce earthquake. They lay sprawled on the ground, eyes wide with disbelief, mouths agape, faces frozen in stunned silence, as they stared dumbfounded at the surreal scene unfolding before them. And their team leader's shriek, shrill with abject terror, pierced the air like a sharpened arrow, cleaving through the confines of the conference room, slicing past the clouds, growing fainter and fainter until it vanished into the distant sky. Yet whether illusion or not, for one fleeting instant that scream swelled with unnatural volume, as though straining to shatter the very fabric of space itself. Then just as abruptly it collapsed, like a kite severed from its string, vanishing without trace. Mid-flight, Qinlan glanced down at the tattered shreds of fabric dangling from his hand and let out a disdainful mutter. What cheap designer label, utterly flimsy. Without hesitation, he activated his extraordinary abilities, gripping the airborne team leader firmly and shot toward the coast like a bolt of lightning. Across the silent expanse of night sky, Qinlan's silhouette blazed, a radiant streak of light cleaving the stillness. Beneath him, the landscape rushed backward in a blur, as if yielding instinctively to his passage. Salt-laced winds howled past his face, yet his resolute gaze remained unshaken, burning with unwavering resolve. Trailing behind him, the T-Bamboo Group's team leader turned deathly pale, his eyes wide with primal fear as the land below shrank rapidly into insignificance, despair, terror, and utter helplessness flooding his soul. After Qinlan departed with the team leader, the senior officers inside the T-Bamboo Group's headquarters conference room sat paralyzed, faces ashen, limbs quaking beyond their control. Their eyes brimmed with boundless shock and profound dread, searing Qinlan's visage indelibly into their memories. Some clenched their fists so tightly that nails bit deep into their palms, drawing thin rivulets of blood. Others collapsed weak-kneed onto the floor, unable to bear their own weight. Still others trembled violently, lips quivering soundlessly, as though an invisible hand throttled their throats. Meanwhile, under the hush of night, when all sound stilled, the moonlight spilled across the sea like liquid silver, rippling in soft, shimmering waves. From the ink-black void of the heavens, a mysterious, dazzling azure light streaked across the sky, like a falling star blazing with celestial fire. It hurtled at staggering velocity from the distant, brilliantly lit, bustling city center, racing straight toward the sandy shore. Its radiance pulsed with ethereal brilliance, beautiful, dreamlike, resembling some otherworldly entity descended from realms beyond mortal ken. Passers-by who happened to glance upward watched in astonishment as the azure beam slashed across the night sky like lightning, unstoppable, inevitable, before descending gracefully onto a seaside platform where it slowly dissolved into the air. Qinlan descended gently onto the platform above the beachside bathhouse, bearing the T-Bamboo Group's team leader, and came to rest before Bonnie. His eyes, glowing with eerie blue luminescence in the darkness, gradually dimmed, their celestial radiance fading back into quiet normalcy. Behind him, the team leader, who had been suspended motionless in midair, suddenly lost all support and plummeted with a loud, undignified thud onto the hard wooden floor, eliciting a sharp, splintering creak. Facing Bonnie, Qinlan spoke with calm authority. "Commander, I have brought the T-Bamboo Group's team leader." He then turned to the team leader, still sprawled, trembling and limp on the floor, and said coolly, "This is Bonnie Asama, Supreme Commander of the Red Ribbon Army." With a dismissive kick to the man's shoulder, he added, "You claimed you had something urgent to discuss. Now speak." The team leader slowly pushed himself upright, drew a long, shuddering breath, and tried desperately to still his hammering heart. His hands trembled slightly as he strained to force a stiff, awkward smile onto his pallid, rigid face, addressing both Bonnie and Qinlan. "Nothing of consequence. Merely to express our sincere apologies for disrupting your lunch earlier today." Bonnie did not even glance at him. Her voice, placid as still water, drifted softly. "Your consultant earlier seemed to demand that the Red Ribbon Army render an account to your T-Bamboo Group." At that, she whirled sharply, her piercing gaze locking onto the team leader like twin frost-tipped arrows, as she demanded coldly, "So tell me, what precisely do you expect us to account for?" Austerely regal, her gaze held traces of icy command and detached indifference. A gentle sea breeze stirred her golden hair, lending her presence an aura of sovereign grace. Under Bonnie's unblinking scrutiny, the team leader's already pallid complexion paled further, cold sweat traced glistening paths down his temples. His body convulsed involuntarily as he frantically shook his head. "No need. No need at all. It must have been a miscommunication. His smile was brittle, grotesquely forced, his eyes darting wildly, refusing to meet hers while his fingers fidgeted nervously with the hem of his suit jacket. Just then a shrill, furious voice cut through the stillness, growing steadily louder from afar. Sir, your Red Ribbon Army, waning like the dying embers of sunset, dares behave with such brazen arrogance. I shall report this incident in full detail to our team leader. You will pay a far heavier price to quell the T-Bamboo Group's righteous fury. Qin Lan's eyes hardened, glacial and sharp as he fixed his gaze on the consultant now ascending the steps. His voice dropped low-edged with lethal calm. Oh, so what price exactly must the Red Ribbon Army pay to appease your fury? Hearing Qin Lan's deliberate provocation, the consultant's rage erupted anew. He stormed up the platform, finger trembling as he jabbed it accusingly toward Qin Lan, roaring, "Do you truly believe the Red Ribbon Army remains as formidable as it was 6 months ago? How dare you speak to me thus, insolent fool?" The T-Bamboo Group. Before he could finish, a thunderous bellow echoed from deep within the platform. Yamamoto. I'll curse your ancestors. Shut your damn mouth now. Stunned, Yamamoto froze, midrant bewildered. How could the team leader's voice be coming from here? He whipped his head around, and there, standing just behind Qin Lan, was the T-Bamboo Group's team leader, striding forward with furious purpose. In an instant the leader closed the distance and delivered a thunderous slap across Yamamoto's face. Then, bowing deeply before Qin Lan, he stammered in abject contrition, "Forgive us, Your Excellency. Our T-Bamboo Group has failed in discipline, allowing Consultant Yamamoto to utter such disgraceful nonsense. We offer our deepest, most profound apologies." The atmosphere atop the platform thickened into suffocating tension, time itself seeming to congeal. Qin Lan's face remained impassive, cold, carved from ice, utterly ignoring the apology. The team leader stood rigid, terrified and mortified, his frame trembling faintly, as if overwhelmed by shame at his subordinate's reckless insolence. Yamamoto clutched his stinging cheek, his expression a storm of outrage, confusion, and raw disbelief, his eyes wide with unspoken questions. Why is the team leader here? Why does he fear them so? Wasn't the Red Ribbon Army crippled by superstition, torn apart by internal rebellion, its former commanders slain? At this moment a bright moon hung in the night sky, casting a cold and serene glow. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, as if accompanying the tense atmosphere with its melody. The bewildered advisor Yamamoto of the Chaju Group, struck by the group leader, turned to ask, "Leader, how did you end up here?" Before the leader could respond, Qin Lan coldly fixed his gaze on advisor Yamamoto, a flash of blue light suddenly glimmering in his eyes. Yamamoto instantly felt as if an invisible force had immobilized his entire body, rendering him completely unable to move. His right hand slowly rose, almost as if it were beyond his control. Yamamoto's eyes were filled with terror. He tried to struggle, but found that his body was entirely unresponsive. The nearby Chaju Group leader watched the faint blue light appearing around advisor Yamamoto, and in an instant his face turned pale as he collapsed onto the ground. He trembled as he turned his head, his terrified gaze fixed on the blue glowing eyes of Qin Lan. Qin Lan's figure appeared extraordinarily cold under the moonlight, his expression revealing a chilling authority that sent shivers down the spine. The Chaju Group leader trembled continuously, his lips moved, but no sound emerged, as if he had been transported back to the Chaju Group's headquarters meeting room from a few minutes ago, where fear washed over him once more. Qin Lan's right hand slowly rose, fingers splayed, palm facing advisor Yamamoto, and with a cold, authoritative demeanor, he said, "Just now you were pointing at me and yelling, weren't you? However, I am somewhat merciful. Considering this is your first offense, I will spare your life this time. Be grateful to me." As he spoke, a dazzling blue energy wave burst forth from Qin Lan's palm, streaking past advisor Yamamoto's right side with astonishing speed, like a shooting star, decisively crashing into the ocean behind him. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as a massive explosion rose from the distant sea like a volcanic eruption. The lively crowd gathered around the bonfire on the beach was terrified by the horrific explosion, their souls seemingly fleeing as they watched the towering waves rise like a fierce beast, its gaping mouth roaring as it surged 30 meters into the air, prompting a frantic escape towards the city. The Chaju Group leader stared at the receding blue light beam, watching as it smashed advisor Yamamoto's entire right hand before plunging into the ocean, triggering a massive explosion. His mouth gaped in astonishment, his head involuntarily leaning forward, his eyes nearly bulging out. He couldn't believe he was looking at Qin Lan's empty palm, then back at the ocean's surface where the explosion had stirred up towering waves. The blue light in Qin Lan's eyes gradually faded, and he coldly addressed the writhing Yamamoto, who was clutching his empty right shoulder on the ground in agony, saying, "If you dare insult me again, I will ensure your entire family is wiped out." At this moment the sea breeze whipped through, lifting Qin Lan's clothing and tousling his hair. The moonlight bathed him, making his figure appear even more fierce and powerful. Meanwhile, everyone present on the upper platform of the beach, regardless of friend or foe, witnessed the immense destruction caused by the powerful energy wave emanating from Qinlan's palm, their inner fears magnified infinitely. In the crowd, Secretary Zhongzhan's legs trembled uncontrollably, nearly unable to support his weight. The butler's face turned as pale as paper, his expression filled with the terror of witnessing the apocalypse. The bodyguards stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, as if they had been rendered speechless by fear. However, amidst this panic, a peculiar light flashed in Bonnie's sapphire-like eyes. It was a gaze filled with admiration, as if in her eyes Qinlan's strength was not only terrifying, but also an unparalleled charm and sense of safety. At that moment, the sea breeze whipped through like a sharp whip, fiercely striking the people, lifting their clothing and hair. The waves roared deafeningly, as if they intended to swallow the entire world. The scene on the beach below was chaotic, filled with a suffocating tension, as if a terrifying nightmare was mercilessly unfolding. Meanwhile, the abandoned Yamamoto's face was filled with pain and fear. He clutched his empty right shoulder with his left hand, his body twitching on the ground as he cried out in anguish. The Chaju group leader stood there in a daze, shocked by Qinlan's immense power, completely unable to move. He was thankful, relieved that he had used the restroom cleanly before the meeting. Qinlan cast a casual glance at the dazed Chaju group leader sitting on the ground and said, "Mr. Leader, your advisor Yamamoto just threatened to make me pay a price for this. I would like to ask, what kind of price do you intend to make us pay? And what did he mean by a new deal?" The Chaju group leader struggled to rise from the ground, his expression flustered as he waved his hands, stuttering, No. That was just Yamamoto's nonsense. We only wish to apologize to the two of you. The new deal is because we decided to compensate for disturbing your meal, so we are willing to give up some benefits to your—" Qinlan gently shook his hand, interrupting him calmly, stating, "Mr. Leader, I am merely an aide. Please discuss the specifics with our commander." The Chaju group leader immediately showed a flattering smile, rubbing his hands together as he deeply bowed, saying, "You are right, I will go find Commander Bonnie to discuss compensation." At this moment, the sea breeze blew gently, carrying a touch of coolness. The moonlight poured down like water, illuminating the diverse expressions of everyone present. Qinlan's figure stood tall and resolute, his gaze cold and profound, as if everything lay within his control. The Chaju group leader's face towards Bonnie was filled with flattery and terror, his body slightly trembling, as if fearing that his response might not satisfy Bonnie or Qinlan. Under the moonlight, the entire scene appeared exceptionally clear, like a vivid tapestry of diverse expressions. That night, within a magnetically levitated vehicle speeding through the streets of Shidu, heading towards the mountaintop estate. The radio inside the vehicle was broadcasting a news report. "Citizens need not worry, it's just a normal astronomical phenomenon meteors are. The violators who used bombs to fish at night have been arrested. More details to follow." Qinlan and Bonnie listened to the broadcast quietly while chatting about what had just happened on the beach. Suddenly, Bonnie unexpectedly asked Qinlan a question. "Lon, how old are you really?" Qinlan had just turned 20 before his transmigration, while the original Bodis age was 27. He pondered for a moment, then replied, "I am 27, 10 years older than you. You are just a minor." Bonnie showed a puzzled expression and said, "I am already 18. Why do you say I am 17? Bonnie tilted her head slightly, her big eyes blinking, her face filled with curiosity and confusion. Qinlan was slightly taken aback and blinked a few times before saying, "Previously at headquarters, when we nominated you as commander, your profile stated that you were 17 years old. Bonnie rolled her eyes, saying, "That was data from 6 months ago. Don't you all check the dates? I already had my 18th birthday." She then looked at Qinlan with a puzzled expression and continued to ask, "If I wasn't 18, how could I go to university? How could you all forget this?" Qinlan scratched his head awkwardly. He truly hadn't expected that the age for university in the Dragon Ball world was the same as in his previous life in the Han Dynasty. However, considering that the author Akira Toriyama is Japanese, it should be about the same. At this moment, the city's lights outside the car illuminated with brilliance, the neon flashing, reflecting the faces of the two inside the vehicle. Chatting and laughing all the way, Bonnie and Qinlan slowly returned to Bonnie's tranquil estate on the mountaintop. At the moment of parting, both revealed a reluctance lingering on their feet. Qinlan gritted his teeth tightly. As a man, he should take the initiative. He seemed to have made a huge decision as he stepped forward to embrace Bonnie and gently bestowed a tender goodnight kiss upon her. Hormones erupted during the kiss, and Qinlan unconsciously made a more daring move. Sensitive Bonnie was instantly awakened from the delightful kiss. She felt the warmth of Qinlan's palm on her sensitive spot, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples, and she quickly pushed him away shyly, saying, "You rogue, save that for Bulma tomorrow." Before her words had faded, she dashed away like a startled rabbit, her steps hurried. Only Qin Lan remained standing in place, feeling somewhat awkward as he scratched his head, then took a deep breath, trying to calm the fiery restlessness within. At this moment, the gentle moonlight fell like a soft veil, lightly illuminating the path of the estate, showcasing Qin Lan's solitary figure. He quietly gazed in the direction Bonnie had departed, a slight smile of determination and resolve appearing at the corners of his mouth. Today marked the second day since he had arrived in Shidu. Tomorrow he planned to visit Bulma's home to ask Dr. Briefs to help him create a gravity chamber for training. He was determined to become stronger. Only then could he survive tenaciously in this fantastical and challenging world of Dragon Ball. In the early morning, a gentle ray of sunlight streamed in through the window like a golden veil, softly covering the exquisite bed and illuminating the entire room. Outside the window, the crisp chirping of birds rose and fell like a heavenly melody akin to a clarion call, urging Qin Lan to awaken from her dreams. Waking up naturally, Qin Lan stretched comfortably, then slowly sat up in bed, yawning widely, her sleepy eyes drifting towards the bathroom. After attending to her needs, she lazily stepped into the prepared bathtub. Servants surrounded her, their movements gentle and skilled as they meticulously wiped her body. Emerging from the bath, Qin Lan exuded a refreshing aura. 3 or 4 servants quietly moved around her, first carefully drying her off, then gently placing a piano stool beside her for her to sit. One servant held a comb and other grooming tools, gently tending to her hair, while another focused intently on her skincare regimen. Once everything was in order, Qin Lan, glowing with vitality, donned her clothes and stepped lightly towards the dining room to enjoy breakfast. There she unexpectedly encountered Bonnie. A brilliant smile instantly bloomed on her face as she greeted Bonnie warmly. Bonnie, upon seeing Qin Lan, seemed to recall something embarrassing. Her face appeared as though it had been brushed with a rosy blush. She shyly lowered her head, her cheeks turning a deep shade of crimson, resembling a ripe apple, before she looked up and shot Qin Lan a light glare. Qin Lan was perplexed, scratching her head. It wasn't like they hadn't kissed before. Why was she so shy? Amidst her confusion, Qin Lan enjoyed her breakfast. After finishing her breakfast, Bonnie did not leave, but instead continued to gaze quietly at Qin Lan with her beautiful eyes, not uttering a word. Feeling the weight of her stare, Qin Lan found it odd and finally couldn't help but ask Bonnie, "Why are you staring at me?" Bonnie blinked her star-like eyes, but said nothing, only smiling and shaking her head. With a mischievous smile playing on his lips, Qin Lan asked mysteriously, "Could it be that my good night kiss last night left you dazed?" Bonnie rolled her eyes in exasperation, giving Qin Lan a light glare filled with a mix of helplessness and playful reproach. Qin Lan's mind suddenly flashed back to the wonderful dream he had last night. Instinctively, he brought his left hand close to his mouth, adopting a conspiratorial tone, whispering, "Could it be that you dreamt of us last night too?" Upon hearing this, Bonnie's face flushed slightly as she stood up softly, saying, I have to go to school now," and hurriedly left the dining room as if to escape. Qin Lan watched Bonnie dash out of the dining room, calling out loudly, "Hey, it seems we met in our dreams last night. I dreamt of you too." His voice echoed in the air, tinged with a lingering sense of unfulfillment. Outside the dining room, the sun shone brightly, and the lush trees framed Bonnie's figure as she walked further away. Her steps were somewhat hurried, as if she wished to escape from this scene that made her feel shy. Qin Lan's gaze followed Bonnie closely, a faint smile appearing on his face. He recalled the dream from last night, a warm feeling swelling within him. Meanwhile, Bonnie's heart still raced, her cheeks still flushed. As she walked, she gritted her teeth, thinking, Lan is such a jerk. How could he say such things out loud? Couldn't he keep it to himself? What a total jerk. At the same time, she secretly felt relieved that she could escape from the awkwardness of that situation. After breakfast, Qin Lan smiled and greeted the butler and others before stepping into the maglev car arranged by the butler, heading swiftly towards Bulma's home in the center of West City. In the morning, traffic in West City was especially congested, instantly reminding Qin Lan of the crowded experiences from his past life. Sitting in the car, he truly experienced the peculiar joy that comes with being stuck in traffic. He couldn't help but recall that although he had successfully obtained his driver's license during his first year of college, his family hadn't bought him a car yet since he hadn't graduated. As his thoughts drifted, memories of the past surged forth like a tide, the images of his family flashing through his mind. However, after more than half a month of adjustment and adaptation, Qin Lan did not feel an overwhelming sense of sadness. At this moment, he had come to terms with it, as since he had arrived in this world, he would embrace it peacefully. Throughout the journey, Qin Lan savored the unique scenery of West City in the Dragon Ball world, the bizarre skyscrapers, and the advanced vehicles. Through the car window, he followed the various sights along the way. Unbeknownst to him, he arrived smoothly at the doorstep of Bulma's house, guided by the navigation. Bulma's house stood like a unique semicircular castle in the bustling city. Its unique style marked the architectural characteristics of the Dragon Ball world with soaring lines and a futuristic design full of innovation. The house's exterior walls shone with bright colors glittering as if showcasing its unique charm to the world. Qianlong parked the car steadily at the spacious and grand entrance, then reached out to gently press a button on the vehicle. With a loud bang, a cloud of smoke suddenly enveloped the area, and the vehicle vanished without a trace, leaving only a capsule in midair firmly held in Qianlong's hand. He gazed quietly at the magnificent building before him, and involuntarily memories of reading the comics resurfaced in his mind. It was the first time this scene of Bulma's house appeared, when Goku first came to her for help with the Dragon Radar back, when Bulma was still in school. As Qianlong raised his hand to press the doorbell, his thoughts suddenly halted at that moment, his hand freezing midair as an important realization struck him. Bonnie had mentioned Bulma was her classmate. This meant Bulma should be at school, just like Bonnie. Qianlong stood quietly at the door, one hand propping up his chin, lost in deep contemplation. He knew that Brief was the richest man in the world. Without Bulma's introduction, how would he meet Dr. Brief? Should he ring the doorbell first and explain that he was a friend of Bulma's, then request her assistance in introducing him to Dr. Brief when she returned from school? Just as Qianlong pondered deeply, he failed to notice that the door to Bulma's house slowly opened, and suddenly a loud commotion erupted from inside. In the early morning, sunlight filled every corner of this bustling city, soft and unobtrusive, with a temperature that was just right, bringing a sense of comfort and refreshment. The crowd of people heading to school and work moved ceaselessly through the noisy city, with the honking of cars and the hum of engines rising and falling, interspersed with the sounds of footsteps and cheerful bicycle bells, weaving together a vibrant morning scene. Qianlong stood in front of Bulma's house, hesitating whether to wait here or leave and come back later in the evening. Suddenly, he heard a bright voice exclaim, "Wow, Qianlong, you really came." Before he could react, a petite figure darted past him, and in the next moment, darkness enveloped his vision. In an instant, he was tightly embraced by a soft body. For a moment, he felt the unique fragrance of the girl fill his senses, as if his head was caught between two fluffy cotton candies, leaving him feeling flustered and at a loss. He knew that this voice and this scent belonged to the 16-year-old Bulma. After a moment, the cheerful voice joyfully said, "Qianlong, you came to play with me, right? I'm so happy." After regaining his senses, Qianlong quickly took action, hurriedly reaching out to lift Bulma off his head, feeling as if he had touched something soft. "Oh." Bulma, who was lifted off him, let out a soft, delicate gasp. Qianlong's face turned red, and he appeared somewhat flustered, slightly bending his body to prevent any awkward bulge from being noticed. Feeling embarrassed, he looked at Bulma, who was also blushing. She was dressed in fashionable and unique clothing, skillfully matching colors and styles, showcasing her distinct style and personality. Qianlong shyly stammered, "Boo. Bulma, you didn't go to school?" Bulma, also blushing, playfully blinked her eyes, a happy smile on her lips, and said, "Hee, today I'm off. We can have a nice date in West City today." Qianlong rolled his eyes involuntarily and said helplessly, "A date? Have you reached adulthood yet?" Bulma pouted her lips, defiantly answering, "I've already turned 18. Qianlong was taken aback and exclaimed, "Aren't you only 16? Bulma lightly stomped her foot and anxiously said, "Come on. I turned 18 shortly after the last World Martial Arts Tournament, okay? 16 was when I first went out searching for the Dragon Balls." Bulma shook her head as she continued, "Time flies so fast that it has already been 2 years in the blink of an eye." Qianlong lightly slapped his forehead, frustrated, and said, "Bulma debuted at age 16, but now even Xiao Wukong has been training with Master Roshi for so long and participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament. My pig brain. I could forget this." Qianlong chuckled, trying to cover up his embarrassment, and said, "It's not my fault. Who told you to look so young and beautiful?" Bulma blushed and leaned in, tightly hugging Qianlong's arm, her smile radiant, as she said, "Then let's go. Let's go on a date." Qianlong looked at the backpack Bulma was carrying and helplessly said, "Young lady, you're carrying a backpack. Shouldn't you be in class today?" Bulma quickly set down her backpack, gripping the straps with both hands, and performed a nimble spin, throwing the backpack onto the lawn as if tossing a shot put. In the next moment, she swiftly continued to hold onto Qianlong's arm, laughing, as she said, "There's no backpack. You saw it wrong. Let's go, let's go." Feeling the softness at his arm, Qianlong's face involuntarily turned red, and he stammered, "I came to ask you for a favor." Bulma's eyes widened as she playfully blinked, looking at Qianlong with curiosity, and asked, "What is it?" Qianlong scratched his head awkwardly and said, "I want to use the pirate treasure I found in the sea as a reward, so could you ask your father Dr. Brief to customize a room that can adjust gravity at will?" Bulma blinked her sparkling eyes, looking up at Qianlong with curiosity, asking, "A room that can adjust gravity? What do you want that for?" Qianlong's gaze was resolute as he said, "I want to train in a room with doubled gravity." He clenched his fists and declared, "This way I can gain even greater strength." Then he awkwardly added, I just don't know if Dr. Brief will help me. Bulma, after hearing this, pondered for a moment, then without hesitation grabbed Qin Lan's arm and walked towards the house. As she walked, she cheerfully said him, okay. No problem, I'll take you to find my dad. He wouldn't dare not help you. As they entered the house, the spacious and bright hall came into Qin Lan's view. Inside the reception area, 2 robots were methodically assisting with the reception. In the hall, there was also a robot dressed in a maid outfit busily cleaning the area. When the robots in the hall saw Bulma, they all paused their work simultaneously and turned to face her, their mechanical voices saying, Miss Hello. Bulma slightly parted her lips and asked them, where's my dad? The maid robot that was cleaning approached Bulma and replied the doctor should be in the yard. Bulma still held Qin Lan tightly, unwilling to let go, and she shifted her steps to walk alongside him deeper into the hall. All the while, Qin Lan's arm distinctly felt Bulma's gentle touch, her body lightly brushing against his arm, the friction bringing an unusual thrill that made his nose gradually heat up, and he couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, heavens, I hope I don't start bleeding from my nose. Please don't. No, deep breaths, deep breaths. I mustn't embarrass myself. Stay calm. Stay calm. All right, I should quickly change the subject, distract myself. Qin Lan hurriedly asked Bulma, who was leading him, by the way, Bulma, I heard you live with Yamcha and the others. Where are they? As Bulma pressed the door button, her body slightly trembled, seemingly a bit nervous. Upon hearing Qin Lan's question, she turned around abruptly, her eyes fixed on Qin Lan with urgency, her hands instinctively clenching, her expression filled with tension and worry, as if afraid Qin Lan would misunderstand something. Bulma spoke rapidly, as if wanting to get everything out at once. After we separated at the fortune teller's, Yamcha apprenticed under that old pervert and went to live on Turtle Island, so I broke up with him. Also, we were still young back then and nothing really happened between us. At most, we just held hands. After saying this, Bulma's sparkling big eyes blinked as she closely watched Qin Lan, seemingly wanting to read something from his face. Qin Lan gazed intently at the beautiful Bulma before him, an involuntary flutter stirring within him. He inwardly cursed himself, what a scumbag. Just an hour ago, I was infatuated with Bonnie, and now I'm feeling something strange for Bulma. I get it, it's not that I'm a scumbag. It must be this damn gene. The scumbag gene is acting up for inheritance. As he muttered to himself, he nodded unconsciously and softly said, I, of course, believe you. Upon hearing Qin Lan's response, a brilliant smile instantly graced Bulma's face. That smile was like a rose blooming in spring, beautiful enough to make one's heart race. Her eyes sparkled with joy as if her very being was illuminated by that smile. At that moment, the door opened, and the surrounding environment seemed to become exceptionally pleasant and gentle. The bright sunlight poured in through the open door, casting a light golden hue over the two of them. At that moment, a small, exquisite robot resembling a round surveillance device swiftly flew over and emitted a cold mechanical voice towards Bulma, Miss, welcome back. Bulma was in a good mood, smiling as she casually waved her hand at the robot and softly instructed, go call my father over. Before long, Dr. Brief came pedaling his somewhat old bicycle, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. With a hint of indulgent smile on his face, he looked at Bulma and said, Bulma, you finished class so early. I thought you just went to school. As he spoke, he slowly dismounted the bicycle, shook his head gently, and sighed to himself, time really flies. Upon hearing Dr. Brief's words, Bulma frowned, raised her right hand in resignation to pat her forehead, revealing a look of exasperation, and mumbled, I didn't go to class. Those boring courses are simply too uninteresting. Qin Lan's gaze swept through the door, surveying the courtyard of Bulma's home. He saw a gigantic dinosaur rushing by in the yard, while several pterosaurs and Archaeopteryx soared joyfully above. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, already the world's richest, and the yard could serve as a nature reserve. Indeed, at Bulma's esteemed status, whether one goes to school is of little consequence. As she spoke, a radiant smile spread across Bulma's lovely face. Like a joyful little bird, she lightly leaned her head against Qin Lan's shoulder and sweetly said, Dad, this is Qin Lan, the one I mentioned to you before. Dr. Brief, who had been standing leisurely by, suddenly turned serious upon hearing Bulma's introduction. He approached Qin Lan with firm steps, his eyes fixed intently on him, and pondered aloud, I heard from Bulma that you are a general in that notorious Red Ribbon Army. Upon hearing Dr. Brief's words, Qin Lan inwardly groaned, realizing that his association with the Red Ribbon Army would likely pose a significant obstacle to his request. Bulma's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she displayed an unhappy expression and softly said, Dad, how can you say that? Qin Lan was forced into joining the Red Ribbon Army. He is after all a decent person who keeps his integrity. Just as Qin Lan was rapidly contemplating how to respond, Dr. Brief's previously serious demeanor unexpectedly shifted. He suddenly had a glint of excitement in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth, which had been tightly drawn, slightly lifted, revealing a somewhat peculiar smile as he approached Qin Lan. Qin Lan was taken aback by Dr. Brief's sudden change in expression, unsure of why he was reacting this way. Bulma looked at her father with a puzzled expression, not understanding why he had suddenly become so excited. Dr. Brief rubbed his hands together, leaning forward with some eagerness, his voice tinged with uncontrollable excitement, as he asked, "So you must have many voluptuous beauties under your command. Can you introduce me to them?" At this moment, the sunlight perfectly illuminated the yard, brightening the surrounding flowers and trees. A gentle breeze swept through, bringing a refreshing scent, as if adding a touch of charm to this dramatic scene. Qianlong was dumbfounded. He had never anticipated Dr. Brief would make such a request, feeling somewhat exasperated. Bulma stood before her father, her brows furrowing in disapproval as she raised her voice, shouting, "Dad, what are you saying? This is so embarrassing. Be serious." Dr. Brief slightly shifted back, cleverly avoiding Bulma's high-decibel outburst. He casually rubbed his ears, a faint smile lingering on his lips, and softly replied, "Got it, got it." Then with a smile, Dr. Brief extended his hand towards Qianlong, warmly greeting him. "Hello, Qianlong, I am Dr. Brief, Bulma's father. I've heard Bulma mention you, you're quite remarkable." Qianlong, somewhat reserved, stepped forward and shook Dr. Brief's hand tightly, hesitatingly, saying, "Hello, doctor, I came here today." But before he could finish, he was interrupted by Dr. Brief. Dr. Brief nodded and said to himself, "I know. You came here to ask for Bulma's hand in marriage, right?" At this moment, Bulma's face flushed bright red, resembling a ripe apple, whether from anger or shyness was unclear. Qianlong's mouth fell open, his eyes wide, displaying a look of shock and disbelief. However, Dr. Brief completely ignored their expressions, stroking his beard, as if contemplating before continuing, "Then let's hold the wedding ceremony tomorrow." "Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? Qianlong is here to ask you to help him create a room that can freely adjust gravity, not to get married." Bulma shouted at Dr. Brief once more. Dr. Brief playfully covered his ears, his tone laced with a hint of helplessness as he murmured, "You're quite conservative. If you don't want to marry Qianlong, I won't mention it." Bulma's face flushed again, and this time her voice was significantly softer as she mumbled, "Like a mosquito, I do." In the next moment, disregarding Dr. Brief's reaction, she lowered her head firmly, took Qianlong's hand, and quickly ran towards the stairs to the second floor. As she ran, Bulma turned her head and shouted to Dr. Brief, "Dad, don't forget to make what Qianlong asked for." Dr. Brief nodded at their retreating figures. Then he called out to Qianlong, "Qianlong, don't forget to introduce me to those voluptuous beauties." After entering the house, Bulma leaned against the door, gently rubbing her flushed cheeks, taking a deep breath, trying to calm her still restless heart. Nevertheless, she walked towards the desk with a slight blush on her face. Sitting at the desk, Bulma took a moment to calm herself, then pulled out paper and pen from the drawer, smiling, as she gently said to Qianlong, "Qianlong, tell me your requirements for the gravity control room. He'll sketch a rough draft for you, and later I will take it to my dad. Together, we will help you create what you need, trying our best to meet your requirements." Qianlong walked over to Bulma with a light step, his eyes filled with warmth and gratitude, smiling as he replied, "Bulma, you're so kind. Thank you." At that moment, a ray of sunlight poured through the window, illuminating the paper and pen in Bulma's hands, perfectly highlighting her beautiful face. Her skin appeared especially delicate and soft in the sunlight, pure as mutton fat jade. Her eyes sparkled with bright light, resembling two brilliant gemstones, exuding intelligence and vitality. The sunlight and Bulma's beauty complemented each other, creating an enchanting scene deeply etched in Qianlong's heart. Before long, Qianlong finished speaking seriously about the requirements for the gravity chamber, and then fell silent quietly, sitting down on a nearby chair. His gaze fell upon Bulma, who was intently focused on the paper in her hands that contained various requirements, observing her deep in thought. Bulma was seen sitting sideways by the window, basking in the sunlight with the half-open window, allowing a gentle breeze to tousle her smooth hair. She leaned slightly forward, concentrated as she held a pen, and began to write rapidly on the paper. Occasionally, she would pause to touch her lips with the pen's tip, lost in thought. At times, her eyes sparkled as ideas flowed freely onto the page. In an instant, the youthful aura of 18-year-old Bulma filled the room like the fragrance of blooming flowers as the gentle breeze from outside wafted in, radiating endless beauty and charm. Qianlong was completely absorbed in watching her. Suddenly, he heard a faint sound of footsteps behind him, accompanied by a subtle fragrance. Then a particularly sweet female voice said, "You must be Qianlong, right? Nice to meet you for the first time. I am Bulma's mother." This voice seemed to come from a garden full of blooming flowers, carrying a faint aroma. Upon hearing the voice, Qianlong quickly stood up from his seat, turning to meet Bulma's mother's gaze, his face displaying a polite and warm smile as he said, "Hello, you must be Mrs. Brief. I am Qianlong, Bulma's friend." Mrs. Brief entered the room slowly, holding a tray that bore exquisite items glimmering faintly under the sunlight. Her figure appeared particularly gentle in the bright light. Her gaze fell upon Lan, who had stood to face her, revealing an appreciative expression in her eyes. Then she covered her mouth with one hand, slightly raised her tone, and joyfully said in her uniquely sweet voice, "Oh, Lan, you really are as tall, handsome, and charming as the rumors said." Mrs. Brief's face was adorned with a gentle smile. Dressed in a splendid light purple dress, she gracefully walked towards Lan, her steps light. She gently wrapped her arms around Lan's, her fingers lightly brushing against his firm chest like a delicate caress on piano strings. Then with a cheerful tone she remarked, Lan's muscles are indeed reliable. Once you're done with your business, stay for a while. Shall we go on a date? Lan stood there awkwardly, his eyes darting about, unsure of where to place his hands, feeling as if he had turned into a wooden puppet. In his heart, he couldn't help but exclaim, this attitude, this manner was exactly the same as when Bulma first met him in the pirate cave, silently lamenting. At that moment, Bulma, sitting at the table writing, turned to see this scene, and the pen in her hand suddenly snapped in two with a crisp sound. She quickly stood up, her beautiful face flushed with anger. Like the wind, she rushed forward, forcefully pulling away the arms that held Lan, and yelled at her mother, "Mom, what are you doing? How can you hug Lan like that?" However, Mrs. Brief paid no heed to Bulma, turning to Lan with her distinctive sweet tone, and said, "I'm sorry, Lan. Bulma is just in a phase of shouting and screaming you. I hope you don't mind." Her tone carried a hint of indulgence, as if she was accustomed to her daughter's reactions. Bulma grabbed her hair with both hands, her eyes filled with frustration and helplessness. She yelled at Mrs. Brief again, "What do you mean I just like to shout? It's clearly you who just did something wrong." With that, Bulma turned and tightly grasped Lan's hand, not looking back as she walked towards the door. Her steps were firm and powerful, as if expressing her dissatisfaction and anger towards her mother. Mrs. Brief did not chase after them, quietly standing in place. She smiled, gently waving her hand lightly, her face adorned with a tender yet slightly helpless smile, using that sweet voice to say, "Girls in their rebellious phase are always like this. Goodbye, Lan. Let's go on a date next time." Lan felt somewhat awkward, his mouth twitching slightly, then he nodded awkwardly and slowly waved his hand. A look of bewilderment crossed his face, as if he found this strange scene very confusing. Bulma stormed out the door, her heavy footsteps on the stairs echoing with loud thuds, seemingly venting her anger. Her small face flushed red, muttering, "Mom and Dad are truly terrible, always doing such weird things." Led by Bulma, Lan silently followed behind her, wearing a half-smile with a hint of teasing in his eyes. He softly said, "During our first meeting, Bulma certainly showed a performance that was on par with Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief." Bulma, who was angrily descending the stairs, froze for a moment upon hearing this. In the next moment, the awkward scene of their first encounter instantly flashed in her mind, and her face turned bright red like a ripe apple. She covered her face tightly with her hands and shouted in embarrassment, "Ah, that wasn't me." The stairwell was filled with an atmosphere that was both awkward and amusing. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating their figures, as if witnessing this amusing dialogue. Bulma's cries echoed in the air, and Lan couldn't help but smile. His smile carried a teasing joy, as if playfully mocking Bulma's shyness. This afternoon became even more vivid and interesting because of this little farce. Sunshine, laughter, and that hint of shy blush together formed an unforgettable picture for Bulma and Lan. After a playful bout of laughter, Lan and Bulma inquired with the robot about Dr. Brief's current whereabouts. With the robot's guidance, they learned of Dr. Brief's location and headed in that direction together. Bulma and Lan arrived outside the door of the room where Dr. Brief was. Walking behind, Lan's gaze fell upon Bulma, who was hesitating at the door, not opening it, her face showing signs of conflict, and he couldn't help but feel a hint of confusion as he quietly asked Bulma, "What's wrong? Why don't you want to go in?" Bulma sighed, resting her hand on her forehead, revealing a look of helplessness, as she said, "I'm afraid my dad will say something nonsensical again." Then her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She added, "It's so humiliating." Lan looked at the adorable Bulma before him, and a surge of affection welled up in his heart. Unable to help himself, he reached out and gently ruffled her hair, wearing a doting smile as he comforted her, "It's okay, I don't mind." After saying this, Lan raised his hand and gently knocked on the door with just the right amount of force while calling out loudly, "Dr. Brief, it's Lan. May I come in?" His voice echoed in the air, tinged with a hint of anticipation and nervousness. Meanwhile, Lan instinctively tightened his grip on the capsule containing the pirate treasure. He knew well that this capsule contained not just wealth, but also the key to the best training place for the Dragon Balls, the gravity chamber. At this moment, a strong desire surged within him, and he silently prayed, hoping this time he could successfully obtain the gravity chamber. Inside the room, Dr. Brief's voice echoed, "Oh, Lan, come in quickly." Lan and Bulma stepped inside. The bright lights illuminated Dr. Brief's focused face as he bent over the desk, his pencil dancing across the sketch. Bulma hurried forward and handed the paper filled with words to the doctor saying, "Dad, this paper outlines Qinlan's requirements for the gravity room along with some of my thoughts. Take a look and see if it works." Dr. Brief took the paper, quickly scanning it, nodding his head with a smile. "This is very well written, Bulma. I thought you two just went upstairs to kiss." Upon hearing this, Bulma's face instantly contorted with rage. She took a deep breath, her cheeks twitching, suppressing her anger as she gritted her teeth and spoke in a somewhat low voice. "First, see if my theory holds up and whether the machine can be made." Her hands unconsciously clenched, her eyes revealing a hint of anger and helplessness. Yet Dr. Brief seemed oblivious to his daughter's discontent, still focused on the paper. Suddenly his eyes widened and his mouth fell open in astonishment, exclaiming 100 times. His face was filled with disbelief. Dr. Brief then turned his gaze to Qinlan, staring in astonishment as he asked, "Do you understand what it means to increase gravity by 100 times? Qinlan scratched his head, inwardly mumbling, "It means gravity is increased 100 times. Of course he didn't voice this thought. He knew Dr. Brief wouldn't make such a poor joke. What was Dr. Brief trying to express? His expression showed a hint of confusion, as if he was deep in thought. Watching Qinlan scratch his head in silence, Dr. Brief took a deep puff of smoke and exhaled a cloud of vapor. He gently pointed at the drawings on the table, continuing, "If your weight is 70 kilograms, when you turn on 100 times the gravity, it becomes 7,000 kilograms. The human body simply cannot withstand that. It would instantly turn into a puddle of mush." After saying this, he shook his head helplessly, indicating he couldn't create such a dangerous device for Qinlan. However, Qinlan did not give up easily. He reassured Dr. Brief, "It's all right, doctor, I'm very strong. Look." As he spoke, he straightened up and confidently walked over to the parked spacecraft in the room, extending his strong hand to firmly grasp the edge, lifting it effortlessly. Dr. Brief's gaze remained fixed on Qinlan, his initial surprise gradually replaced by concern. Qinlan displayed confidence and determination, his eyes sparkling with conviction, as if proving his strength to the doctor. Dr. Brief sat at the desk, his hand gently cradling his chin, looking at Qinlan with a hint of worry in his eyes. He slightly shook his head and quietly said, "Qinlan, I know your strength is formidable and your muscles and bones should be the same." After saying this, Dr. Brief sighed, his brow furrowing slightly as if worried. His gaze fixed on Qinlan, his tone carrying a hint of concern. "But are your internal organs equally strong? For example, a human heart typically weighs 250 grams. With increased gravity, it becomes 25 kilograms. Have you considered whether your blood vessels can withstand the strain of this weight?" Qinlan stood quietly to the side, his expression deepening as he began to think about the events in the original story. Krillin, Din, and Yamcha had trained on King Kai's planet with 10 times the gravity. If they could endure it, then in the Dragon Ball world, strength enhancement should be comprehensive. After a moment, Qinlan raised his head, determination etched on his face. He took a step forward and said to Dr. Brief, "Dr. Brief, don't worry. I will definitely start training gradually. For safety, I want directly use 100 times the gravity." Dr. Brief nodded, but the furrow in his brow did not completely smooth out. He quietly advised, "Qinlan, you need to know your limits. You can't let our Bulma become a widow at such a young age." At this moment, Bulma stood to the side, her cheeks flushed from her father's words. Her eyes widened as she angrily shouted, "Dad, what strange things are you saying? We're discussing the gravity device here, hey?" She waved her hands excitedly, expressing her inner dissatisfaction. Dr. Brief sat at a large desk, raising his hand in a gesture of surrender to Bulma. He frowned slightly, focusing intently on something. Later, he lifted his head, directing his gaze at Qinlan, and asked some questions regarding the requirements for the gravity room. After an in-depth conversation, Dr. Brief finished his notes, gently placing the pen on the table, then raised his head, revealing a thoughtful expression. Qinlan stood to the side, leaning slightly forward, his hands unconsciously clasped together, his eyes filled with anticipation. Qinlan couldn't wait to ask Dr. Brief, "How is it? Can the gravity room be made now?" His voice carried a hint of urgency, his eyes sparkling with expectation. Though he understood that advanced gravity rooms could be manufactured in the future, even installed on spaceships. But at this moment, there was a huge gap between current technology and that of 10 years later. He couldn't help but feel anxious, as if a frightened bird was fluttering inside him. Dr. Brief looked at the sketches he had drawn, nodded slightly, and calmly stated, "In theory, there shouldn't be a problem." Upon hearing this, Qinlan's spirits instantly plummeted. Damn, it can be done in theory, but practically it won't work. He cursed inwardly, his face revealing a hint of despair. Dr. Brief seemed to sense Qinlan's disappointment. He gently shook his head, a hint of regret in his eyes, as he looked at Qinlan, and said, "However, the current materials cannot support gravity exceeding 10 times. Then he shook his head, a hint of regret showing in his gaze as he looked at Qinlan. Qinlan couldn't help but jump in shock, his body trembling slightly. Speechless in his heart, is that it? Qinlan quickly patted his chest, took a deep breath, and then composed himself, saying, as long as it can be done. Then I'll trouble Dr. Brief to help me make a gravity room that can accommodate 1 to 10 times the gravity. As he spoke, Qinlan calmly pulled out a capsule from his pocket. He pressed the button firmly and forcefully, then gently tossed the capsule on the ground. A loud bang suddenly echoed as a thick cloud of smoke quickly filled the room. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a delicate box appeared before everyone. Qinlan hurried forward and carefully opened the box. Inside the box lay the remaining treasure he and Bulma had previously recovered from the pirates' underwater base. Golden artifacts and colorful gems sparkled, reflecting enchanting luster. He lifted the box and walked over to Dr. Brief, handing it over as he said, Doctor, this is my payment for the gravity room. Dr. Brief squinted slightly, examining the box carefully, then shook his head gently, a kind smile appearing on his face as he softly said, no need for these, just treat Bulma well in the future. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Qinlan's face. He scratched his head, smiled, and turned to look at Bulma. He had originally thought Bulma would shout and scream as she usually did, but at this moment, he saw her cheeks flushed, shyly covering her face with both hands. Seeing Bulma, a strange feeling arose in Qinlan's heart. He shook his head, knowing that Dr. Brief was the richest man in the world and certainly did not lack this little money. Thus he no longer insisted, quietly putting away the box. He nodded and said, Dr. Brief, rest assured, I will take good care of Bulma in the future. Looking at the shy Bulma, Qinlan secretly made a decision. Even if he could not be with Bulma in the future as a friend, I will keep this promise. In a room filled with various machines and instruments, a massive workbench is adorned with an array of tools and a multitude of mechanical parts where the cold gleam of metal intertwines with intricate wiring, creating a rich atmosphere of technology. On the huge workbench, various tools and colorful mechanical parts are arranged in a pleasing disorder. Inside the room, Dr. Brief, after hearing Qinlan's assurance, revealed a smile of satisfaction, gently nodding his head, his gaze reflecting trust in Qinlan. Meanwhile, Bulma seemed to be struck by something, letting out a soft whimper, her delicate body shivering slightly, then quickly turning away, her cheeks instantly flushed like the evening glow, her heart racing, as if a little deer were pounding within. At that moment, Dr. Brief walked briskly and mysteriously towards Qinlan. His gaze fell upon the still shy Bulma, the corners of his mouth curling into a sly smile as he beckoned Qinlan to bend down. With a hint of confusion, Qinlan looked at Dr. Brief, but obediently bent down. Dr. Brief placed a hand near his mouth, feigning a whisper, lowering his voice to secretly say to Qinlan, don't forget to introduce me to the hot beauties. Bulma, who had been straining to listen intently to Qinlan's subsequent words, fearing to miss a single syllable, suddenly realized she heard nothing, a trace of curiosity bubbling up within her. She cautiously turned her head slightly, wanting to sneak a glance at what her father and Qinlan were discussing, only to be startled to find Dr. Brief whispering mysteriously with Qinlan. Upon seeing Dr. Brief's somewhat lewd and malicious expression, Bulma's anger flared instantly. She stormed over, her brows furrowed, and shouted at Dr. Brief, Dad. Startled by his daughter's outburst, Dr. Brief cleared his throat, putting on a nonchalant facade, chuckling awkwardly in an attempt to mask his embarrassment. Then he spoke, I was just asking Qinlan how far your relationship has developed. Bulma's pretty face instantly turned crimson like a ripe apple. She stomped her foot, both embarrassed and angry, and retorted, Dad, why are you saying such things? Quickly, Bulma grabbed Qinlan's hand and hurried towards the door. Just as they were about to cross the threshold, they heard Dr. Brief mumbling behind them, how outdated. At the sound of his voice, Bulma's lovely figure slightly trembled, but she swiftly took larger strides to continue moving outside. Fuming with anger, Bulma tightly grasped Qinlan's hand, swiftly leaving the workroom that belonged to Dr. Brief. Qinlan turned to look at the furious Bulma, a concerned expression on his face, as he gently reassured, it's okay, Bulma, don't be angry. Bulma clenched her fists, her body shaking with anger, her chest heaving violently, her lips quivering as she gritted her teeth, suppressing her rage, stating, how could I have such unreliable parents? Qinlan scratched his head, a helpless smile appearing on his face as he cautiously said, actually, I think your family is quite similar. Bulma's eyes flashed with dissatisfaction at this remark as she shot Qinlan a fierce glare, pouting, I'm a devoted girl, you know. I'm completely different from them. Her gaze revealed determination and self-affirmation. Qinlan stood silently, his expression serious, yet acknowledging as he nodded. His thoughts gradually drifted back to the scenes in the original work, where Bulma's figure surfaced vividly in his mind. In the original, Bulma is depicted as a brave, unwavering, devoted, clever, and beautiful woman embodying many virtues. especially in the future arc where her friends and family were killed one by one in despair, leaving her alone, a powerless ordinary woman from Earth, yet resolutely facing the hopeless future. She is undoubtedly the strongest, most remarkable and intelligent woman in the Dragon Ball world. Recollections of the scene in Dragon Ball Super where future Bulma was brutally killed by Black Goku surged within Shenlong, stirring a strong emotional response. His gaze grew somewhat profound, his lips trembling slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but swallowed it back, his emotions gradually sinking. At this moment Bulma noticed the sudden change in Shenlong, a ripple of confusion surfacing in her beautiful eyes. She blinked her bright eyes, curiously watching the suddenly silent and somewhat downcast Shenlong, trying to find answers in his expression. Then Shenlong slowly lowered his head, gazing at the lively and slightly proud young girl Bulma with affectionate eyes. In his eyes the memory of future Bulma, just before her death, seemed to merge with the living Bulma before him. He seemed to see Bulma's resolute figure advancing through difficulties, feeling the strength and resilience within her. With a gentle smile, Shenlong slowly reached out his hand, as if fearing to frighten the treasure in his arms, and cautiously embraced Bulma for the first time. Faced with Shenlong's sudden display of tenderness and affection, Bulma felt a rush of panic. A flash of surprise crossed her eyes, her cheeks slightly reddening, her lips parted, yet she was at a loss for words. However, she did not reject Shenlong's embrace, but gently rested her head on his chest, feeling his warmth. For the first time, being so actively held by Shenlong made her feel a bit shy and self-conscious. Her fingers nervously twisted the hem of her shirt, her body trembling slightly. Yet at the same time she relished this warmth, softly leaning against Shenlong's sturdy chest, gently asking Shenlong what's wrong. Shenlong smiled, looking down at the soft Bulma in his arms, his eyes filled with affection. One hand gently caressed Bulma's hair, as if conveying his determination. His voice was deep and steady. Bulma, from now on I will protect you well. I will strive to grow stronger and will not let you suffer even a bit of harm. Bulma, nestled in Shenlong's embrace, felt an overwhelming happiness wash over her as she heard his words. She joyfully rose on her toes, as if the entire world consisted only of the two of them. She gently planted a kiss on Shenlong's face and softly said "MHM." In Shenlong's embrace, Bulma felt a blissful warmth flooding her mind. They stood there quietly nestled together, as if time had stopped in that moment. The corridor was filled with a warm atmosphere, as if the entire world belonged solely to them. This heartwarming scene would forever remain in their memories, becoming one of the most beautiful recollections of their lives. The golden sunlight poured in like strands of golden silk, softly illuminating Shenlong and Bulma, draping them in a delicate yellow halo. Shenlong slightly lowered his head, gazing gently at Bulma in his arms, softly asking, "Bulma, how long will it take for the gravity chamber to be ready?" A hint of anticipation inadvertently slipped into his voice. Bulma pondered for a moment, then looked up to meet Shenlong's gaze, confidently replying, "About half a month, I think." Her tone was firm and assured. Shenlong's lips curled slightly, revealing a warm smile as he sincerely said, "Thank you, Bulma." His eyes brimmed with gratitude and sincerity towards Bulma. A faint blush crept onto Bulma's face as she lowered her head slightly, teasingly saying, "Oh, come on. There's no need to be polite between us." Her words were filled with affection. Shenlong nodded lightly, then slowly raised his hand to gently stroke Bulma's hair, tenderly saying, "Then I'll go train now, and I'll come back in half a month." A hint of longing and reluctance shone in his eyes as he spoke. Bulma, observing Shenlong, sensed his intention to leave and felt a rush of urgency, quickly asking, "Wait, hold on. Shenlong, you're not from the West City, are you?" Her voice carried a touch of anxiety. Shenlong lowered his head and a beam of sunlight softly illuminated his profile, outlining his clear features. Shenlong gently shook his head, responding in a calm and gentle tone, "No, my family is from the southern region." A glimmer of curiosity flashed in Bulma's eyes as she tilted her head slightly, a strange expression crossing her face, continuing to ask, "Where do you live in the West City? I could also come find you when I have time." Shenlong opened his mouth to answer, but suddenly realized he was still holding Bulma. Would it be inappropriate to say he lived at another girl's house? A flicker of hesitation crossed Shenlong's eyes, and a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. He slightly furrowed his brows, and after a moment of thought, bashfully said, I currently live at the house of the new commander of our Red Ribbon Army." Bulma's brows furrowed slightly, her eyes filled with confusion as she asked, "New commander? Is his house in the West City?" Shenlong nodded, pondering whether he should tell Bulma more information. He slightly lowered his head, lost in thought for a moment, as if weighing something in his mind. Finally, he raised his head, his gaze steady as he looked at Bulma, deciding to reveal the truth. "Yes, in the West City." Without waiting for Bulma to ask further, Shenlong took the initiative to confess, "Last time after I borrowed the Dragon Balls from Wukong and returned to the headquarters." Due to issues with the Dragon Balls, the former commander and his deputy turned against each other, ultimately leading to both of their demise. Qinlan shook his head and continued, later we discussed at the headquarters and decided to have the former commander's child take over as the new commander of the Red Ribbon Army. His child is studying in the West City, and after handling matters at the base, he returned to the West City to continue his studies. I, on the other hand, was promoted to deputy commander of the Red Ribbon Army because I quelled the rebellion of the other generals, so I followed the new commander to the West City. Bulma listened quietly to Qinlan's account, her lips slightly pursed as a genuine pity glimmered in her beautiful eyes. She softly sighed. He's so pitiful, losing his father before completing his studies. Which school is he attending? Qinlan's voice was steady and clear. I remember it was Emerald University from his resume. He's in his freshman year this year. Bulma's eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, wow, he's my classmate. What's his major? Her face was filled with curiosity as she leaned slightly forward, seemingly eager to gather more information from Qinlan. Qinlan's expression became somewhat serious. He slightly furrowed his brows, thought for a moment, and then replied, I'm not quite sure about the specifics of his major. His gaze fell on Bulma, as if observing her reaction. Bulma smiled and nodded confidently, saying, tell me his name. In school, I'll take care of him on your behalf. I'm quite formidable in school, you know. She even playfully winked. Qinlan sighed helplessly and could only respond softly. His name is Bonnie. Full name is Bonnie Reich. Upon hearing this name, Bulma suddenly froze, staring blankly. Then she slowly pulled away from Qinlan's embrace, her expression turning quite strange as her eyes fixed intently on him. Qinlan, feeling the unusual gaze from Bulma, felt a surge of anxiety. He couldn't help but swallow hard, cautiously asking, Bulma, do you know Bonnie? His voice was noticeably tense. Bulma's lips trembled slightly, yet no sound came out. Qinlan stood there quietly, nervously watching Bulma, awaiting her response. Everything around them fell into an extraordinary silence, with only the gentle rustling of the breeze, as if telling an untold story. Bulma nodded, saying, I know him, of course I know him. Last year we were the best of friends. Then she shook her head, a hint of disbelief flashing in her eyes, and slowly said, I really didn't expect it at all. That guy Bonnie is actually the daughter of the former commander of the Red Ribbon Army. No wonder she's been so mysterious, humph. After saying this, Bulma turned her gaze to Qinlan, looking at him with a strange expression, and then said, so you must be that guy's so-called father's subordinate. A pity he's a gay brother, right? Qinlan's face turned instantly red, and he anxiously retorted, I am not gay. His hands unconsciously clenched into fists, his expression a bit agitated. Bulma covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, her smile carrying a hint of mischievous sparkle. She continued to look at Qinlan with a peculiar expression, saying, of course I know you aren't. However, I'm sure that guy Bonnie will be very happy to hear this news. Then Bulma pursed her lips, contemplating for a moment, and with a hint of indignation said, humph, that little girl. She made you follow her as a deputy commander. Didn't she know you're not gay? Qinlan's expression fell, and he impatiently said to Bulma, Hey, can we stop talking about the gay thing already? As he spoke, he waved his arms as if trying to sweep away the embarrassing topics. I am not gay. Damn that author, damn the previous life. Once I increase my combat power, I must escape Earth and live my own life. Bulma and Qinlan chatted happily as they walked out of the corridor, arriving at the tranquil fountain in the inner courtyard. The sunlight bathed the inner courtyard, illuminating the corners shaded by lush trees full of vitality. A puppy, a kitten, and a small dinosaur joyfully chased each other as they ran past, frolicking freely on the verdant grass. From time to time, the distant melodious roars of dinosaurs added a touch of liveliness and energy to the tranquil scene. Bulma watched as Qinlan clumsily made exaggerated gestures, unable to help but cover her mouth and laugh, her laughter revealing her fondness for him. A warm feeling surged within her heart, and for a moment she felt that Qinlan had transformed into a big boy, incredibly adorable. Bulma lightly stepped forward, gently hugging Qinlan's arm as if caring for a child, and softly smiled at him, saying, all right, let's not mention it anymore. Bulma looked up, her face radiating a gentle smile, but a glint of cunning and intelligence flickered in her eyes as she curiously asked, so Qinlan, you and Bonnie are childhood friends then? Qinlan shook his head and replied, we are not childhood friends, although Commander Reed often brought Bonnie to the headquarters before. My Blue Army base is located in the southern region. I would only occasionally see Bonnie at headquarters when I returned to report, and although I had seen her long ago, we had never spoken before. Bulma nodded slightly as if receiving the answer she wanted, and then asked, so when did you two actually get to know each other? At that moment, sunlight poured over them, elongating their shadows, while a gentle breeze caressed their hair, bringing a pleasant coolness. Bulma's eyes were filled with anticipation, while Qinlan fell into nostalgia, quietly pondering the process of getting to know Bonnie. Qinlan slightly furrowed his brows and said in a steady tone, It was not long ago after Commander Reed was killed during a meeting at headquarters. The scientific group leader Dr. Goro proposed that Bonnie take over as the next commander of the regiment, and that was when I first saw Bonnie's detailed information. After everyone agreed in the meeting, I sent someone to invite Bonnie from the Western capital to attend the meeting, and this conversation marked our first dialogue. Before that, the most I had done was to greet her when she was next to Commander Reed. Hearing Qin Lan's words, Bulma's eyes lit up, and a somewhat happy yet adorable smile appeared on her face. She placed her hands on her hips, leaning back slightly, and exclaimed proudly, "Ha! Great. That means Bonnie is the third party." Qin Lan was the one who spoke to me first. Qin Lan, hearing this, felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and he couldn't help but wipe the sweat away, shaking his head helplessly while silently criticizing, "What kind of peculiar logic is this? Just because I spoke to someone first means they belong to me." He looked at Bulma's excited expression, feeling somewhat amused yet exasperated. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept by, making Bulma's hair flutter, her smile appearing even more radiant and sweet under the sunlight. The surrounding flowers, grass, and trees swayed gently in the breeze, seemingly dancing joyfully to celebrate Bulma's happiness. Bulma, still smiling, nodded and continued, "I heard that guy mentioned Dr. Goro before. They seem to be quite close. That Dr. Goro is incredibly smart. The little gadgets he made for Bonnie even impressed my dad. They are truly genius designs." Thus Qin Lan and Bulma leisurely strolled in Bulma's home, walking side by side, their steps light as they joyfully conversed. Both of their faces radiated relaxed smiles, and their eyes revealed trust and appreciation for each other. Meanwhile, in a bright and warmly decorated treatment room, bright lights poured down like warm sunlight onto the tidy floor, as if cloaking the entire room in a layer of warmth, bringing a sense of reassurance. The walls were carefully painted in soft tones, exuding a cozy atmosphere, causing anyone inside to feel comfortable and relaxed. The treatment room was furnished with a simple, yet comfortable treatment bed covered with a pristine white sheet that appeared particularly neat, emanating a faint freshness that quietly spoke of the rigor and professionalism here. On a nearby table, various medical instruments and medications were neatly arranged, each item in order, as if waiting for the doctor's call. The air was filled with a faint scent of disinfectant, deliberately emitted to ensure the hygiene and safety of the treatment environment. The window was slightly ajar, and a gentle breeze blew through, allowing fresh air to circulate freely, bringing a touch of coolness to the room, preventing it from feeling stuffy. The leader of the Chaju group wore a serious expression as he led the group officials, quietly gathering around the hospital bed. The leader approached the bed and placed the flowers he held on the bedside table. The gazes of the other officials focused like beams of spotlight on the Chaju group leader and the consultant Yamamoto lying on the bed. Consultant Yamamoto lay quietly on the bed, his expression haggard and weary, as if crushed by an immense fatigue. His lips trembled as he murmured, "I have worried the leader." At that moment, Yamamoto's heart was filled with guilt and self-reproach. He was acutely aware that his thoughtless words had caused trouble for the group, and he secretly resolved to work even harder after his recovery, not to let down the leader's expectations. The leader of the Chaju group reached out and gently patted Yamamoto's shoulder, his eyes revealing a hint of concern as he softly said, "Yamamoto-can, make sure to rest well. Leave the rest to me." After saying this, he resolutely turned and led everyone out of the ward. As they stepped out of the ward, the Chaju group leader instructed his subordinates to wait here, walking to an unoccupied window with a man in a black suit. The Chaju group leader's fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain, his teeth grinding, as he glared with unrestrained anger, asking the man in the black suit through gritted teeth, "Have we found the world's #1 assassin, Tao Pai Pai?" The man in the black suit bowed his head slightly, his tone laced with helplessness. "Leader, we have not found him yet. A month ago it was as if the world's #1 assassin, Tao Pai Pai, suddenly vanished from the world and has not appeared since. There are rumors in the assassin world that Tao Pai Pai encountered a hard nut to crack while accepting a mission and was killed. It is also said that even his daughter is searching for his whereabouts." The Chaju group leader sighed deeply after hearing this, his tightly clenched hands gradually loosening, his eyes filled with profound disappointment and helplessness. He closed his eyes, remained silent for a moment, then slowly opened them, speaking firmly, "Since we cannot find the world's #1 assassin, Tao Pai Pai, let us try one last time to look for other top assassins." His gaze was resolute and determined, as if silently vowing in his heart. He then continued to instruct seriously, "Watanabe, pay attention, we must leave no trace behind. We absolutely cannot let the Red Satin Corps find any connection to us." His eyes were sharp like a falcon, fixed intently on the other man. The man in the black suit immediately straightened up, respectfully bowing and confidently assuring the Chaju group leader, "Rest assured, leader. I will handle it thoroughly. I guarantee that no one will know this assassination incident is connected to our Chaju group." The Chaju group leader nodded, expressing his trust, and after patting the man in the black suit on the shoulder, he walked towards the Chaju group's officials with heavy steps. For a moment, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the corridor outside the ward, as if an invisible cloud of gloom was hovering over everyone. The expressions of the Chaju group officials were serious and tense as they stood quietly at the door of the ward, watching the man in the black suit bowing and the leader approaching, silently pondering what the two had discussed. The warm sunlight cascaded down like a light veil onto the broad sidewalk, with a few cars smoothly passing by on the road. On the pavement, various figures intertwined. Some elderly people walked leisurely with their pet dogs, while elegant ladies strolled with small pet dinosaurs. There were also energetic individuals focused on their workouts and loving parents pushing floating or wheeled baby strollers. This diverse crowd added a unique splash of color to the streets of the city, resembling a vibrant painting. At this moment, the city no longer displayed the bustling crowds of the morning and evening rush hours, shedding some of its noise, becoming particularly tranquil and harmonious, bursting with vitality. Qianlan and Bulma strolled leisurely down the streets of the West City. Just moments ago, Bulma enthusiastically brought Qianlan to her favorite nearby restaurant for a meal. After dining, the two engaged in cheerful conversation as they walked, filled with laughter. Before they knew it, they found themselves standing in front of Bulma's home. Upon reaching the entrance of the Capsule Corporation, Qianlan suddenly halted. Noticing Qianlan's pause, Bulma turned around with a puzzled expression, her beautiful big eyes blinking curiously as she looked at him, softly asking Qianlan what's wrong. Qianlan smiled and replied, "Bulma, I need to go back and cultivate. They'll come find you in half a month." Hearing Qianlan's response, a fleeting look of disappointment crossed Bulma's face, but she quickly regained her composure, her eyes glancing around, as if she had come up with an idea. Then she leisurely made a suggestion, cautiously asking Qianlan, "How about you stay at my house?" Qianlan looked at Bulma in surprise, inwardly pondering her proposal. He scratched his head and asked in confusion, "Huh? Why?" Bulma pursed her lips, her eyes revealing a hint of hesitation. She took a step closer to Qianlan and whispered, "I don't want you living with that guy Bonnie." Qianlan's face displayed an exasperated expression as he shook his head helplessly and said softly, "But Bonnie is the commander and I am her deputy. If I'm not with her, how can I protect her?" His voice carried a hint of resignation, and a barely noticeable flicker of guilt passed through his eyes as he added, "Besides, her house is very big. We don't even live together." Bulma pouted, her face etched with dissatisfaction as she glared at Qianlan, her eyes revealing stubbornness and unwillingness. She stomped her foot and said irritably, "I've been to her house and know it's bigger than mine, but I'm just really not happy about it." However, at that moment, Bulma's expression suddenly changed, as if she had thought of a brilliant idea. Excitement sparkled in her eyes, and her face broke into a joyful smile. She eagerly said to Qianlan, "Wait for me a moment." With that, she turned around like a cheerful little bird and dashed inside. Her footsteps were light and swift, as if she couldn't wait to realize her idea. Qianlan watched Bulma's departing figure, his expression filled with curiosity. He shook his head and stood quietly in place, waiting for Bulma. Before long, Bulma sprang out of the house like a lively little deer, holding a palm-sized device tightly in her hand, as if it were her most treasured possession. She approached Qianlan, her face brimming with uncontrollable excitement, her eyes sparkling as she eagerly handed the device to him, her voice filled with enthusiasm. "Qianlan, this is the latest invention from the Capsule Corporation, a handheld computer. It can communicate and video call via satellite. Once my dad finishes the gravity chamber, he'll let you know right away. You can use it to contact me anytime, anywhere." Qianlan reached out to take the handheld computer from Bulma, examining it closely. A familiar look flickered in his eyes, as if he were reminiscing about something. Bulma, meanwhile, happily explained to Qianlan how to use the handheld computer, detailing how to make contact and other operations. After teaching Qianlan, Bulma's eyes sparkled like two bright stars, glimmering with expectation as she continued, "Qianlan, you must contact me when you're not busy." Qianlan looked down at the handheld computer in his hand, his fingers gently stroking its surface as waves of familiar feelings surged within him. He thought to himself, "This handheld computer Bulma brought is surprisingly similar to the first smartphone I used in my previous life, the BlackBerry. Could it be that this era has similar inventions? Should I tell Bulma about the concept of future smartphones now?" A flicker of hesitation appeared in his eyes. However, after some consideration, he decided against saying it right away. He thought, "If I try to organize my thoughts on the spot, I might not be able to express this concept clearly and accurately, and I might miss some points. After I return, I will carefully record and organize the functions of the smartphone, at least to provide Bulma with a direction for development." Having made up his mind, Qianlan's lips curled slightly upwards, revealing a gentle smile, as he softly said to Bulma, "Bulma, you are really good to me." He could deeply feel that the young Bulma had a particular yearning for love and would give wholeheartedly for the one she cherished. Upon hearing this, a charming blush spread across Bulma's face, blooming into a flower-like smile, her eyes sparkling with joy reminiscent of the twinkling stars in the night sky. She playfully stuck out her tongue, her adorable demeanor evoking a sense of affection. Qianlong couldn't help but reach out, gently patting Bulma's head, and then he slowly lifted off the ground, hovering in the air. Holding up the handheld computer, he waved it gently and said softly, "Well then, Bulma, I'm off. We'll video chat later." With that, Qianlong turned and soared into the sky, his figure bathed in the sunlight, appearing as if cloaked in a dreamlike glow, exuding an ethereal grace. Bulma stood quietly in place, her gaze fixed intently on Qianlong's gradually receding silhouette. A determined and persistent light sparkled in her eyes, her lips moving slightly as she murmured, "Qianlong, you will be mine." At that moment, the gentle breeze tousled Bulma's hair, and her skirt swayed lightly in the wind, as if dancing to her unwavering belief. In the bright afternoon, with the sun still shining brilliantly, the sunlight fell softly like golden silk upon every corner of the estate. Qianlong descended slowly from the air into the estate, his figure appearing particularly tall under the sunlight. As he pushed open the slightly antiquated large door and stepped inside, his gaze unintentionally met that of Bonnie, who stood within. Bonnie stood there quietly like an elegant sculpture, the surrounding environment seeming to grow tranquil due to her presence, as if waiting specifically for his return. The interior of the estate was tastefully and exquisitely arranged, the ancient walls exuding the aura of time, with sunlight streaming through the windows, creating bright patches of light on the floor. Bonnie's figure stood out in this serene atmosphere. Outside the window, green trees flourished, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, producing a soft sound. Under Bonnie's calm and profound gaze, Qianlong felt as though he could not sense the warmth of the sunlight, as if he stood in a cold snowfield, involuntarily shivering. Meanwhile, Bonnie's expression remained composed, her beautiful eyes shining with a calm and profound light, resembling a still lake without a ripple. In her unique soft tone, she addressed Qianlong, saying, "Lon, are you back from your date with Bulma?" Her voice was not loud, yet it echoed in the air. Qianlong's body stiffened slightly, and overwhelming feelings surged within him, as if caught in an affair and being caught by his wife. His gaze darted away, unable to meet Bonnie's eyes, his fingers nervously fidgeting, seemingly searching for something to cover his embarrassment. Bonnie's expression showed no change as she quietly watched Qianlong, her eyes revealing neither anger nor sadness, only an inscrutable calm, as if waiting for his response. In a magnificent and splendid Baroque-style manner, it stands like a dreamlike castle, a dazzling pearl gracefully perched on the hillside, radiating a unique charm. Surrounded by lush greenery, the manor resembles a vast ocean of green. Before the grand entrance of the luxurious manor, facing Bonnie's question, Qianlong stood there quietly, his hands occasionally clenching and then relaxing, revealing his inner tension. Qianlong hurriedly explained to Bonnie, "I wasn't going on a date. I went to the Universal Capsule Company to ask Dr. Brief for help in creating a gravity room. We have already communicated, and he agreed to help me build the gravity room." He waved his hands slightly, seemingly trying to enhance the credibility of his words. Upon hearing this, Bonnie's gaze remained calm as she replied indifferently, "Oh, I didn't see Bulma at school this morning. It seems she accompanied you to see Dr. Brief." The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. Qianlong quickly nodded and eagerly agreed, "Yes, yes, yes. Indeed, Bulma took me to see Dr. Brief." He secretly sighed in relief. Bonnie continued with a faint smile, "It turns out that way. Bulma is indeed very beautiful, quite likable." Her smile carried a trace of subtle resignation. Qianlong nodded again, saying, "Yes, yes, very beautiful, very likable." After saying that, he suddenly realized his response was somewhat inappropriate, and he froze in place, an awkward expression spreading across his face. However, Bonnie tilted her head slightly, still gazing at him with calm eyes, and softly said, "I also quite like her." Her voice was devoid of any waves, yet the emotions contained within were difficult to grasp. Qianlong scratched his head and softly said, "Then Bonnie, I will go practice now." As he spoke, Qianlong waved goodbye to Bonnie and turned to head towards the gym inside the manor. Bonnie softly called out, "Hey," in a voice as gentle as a breeze. In Qianlong's puzzled gaze, Bonnie slowly and softly said, "Aren't you going to give me a hug?" Qianlong smiled gently, his smile as warm and charming as the spring sun. In the next moment, Bonnie found herself embraced by Qianlong. Looking down at the beautiful Bonnie, Qianlong couldn't help but recall the wonderful contact from last night. Disregarding the butler and other maids in the hall, he deeply leaned down to kiss Bonnie. However, being in a crowded environment, this time Qianlong's hands were exceptionally obedient. Their kiss was long and lingering, as if time itself had frozen for them. After their lips parted, it seemed there was a slight stickiness at the corners of their mouths. Bonnie's cheeks were like ripe apples, slightly flushed. She felt weak all over, leaning against Qianlong's chest, breathing slightly heavily. Qinlan also took a deep breath to replenish the oxygen lost during the kiss. Bonnie, still nestled in Qinlan's arms, did not look up and calmly asked Lan, "Weren't you not interested in women before?" She curiously looked up at Qinlan. Qinlan rolled his eyes and replied, "Bonnie, I just had a cleanliness obsession before. However, your presence made me realize that there are such pure and flawless, beautiful angels in the world." He gently cupped Bonnie's fair and delicate face, continuing, "Moreover, ever since I met you, my severe cleanliness obsession has noticeably diminished." Qinlan gazed at the slightly emotional Bonnie with fervent eyes, his hand slowly reaching out to wrap around her slender waist, pulling her soft body close, then leaning down to whisper softly in her ear, "Bonnie, tonight." Feeling Qinlan's warm body and the hardness of a certain part of him along with his ambiguous words, Bonnie's body involuntarily shivered slightly. She dared not look up, her face flushed, hurriedly interrupting, "Oh, I know, Lan. You need to practice tonight, so I won't have anyone call you for dinner. After you finish practicing, just tell the butler when you want to eat." Qinlan rolled his eyes slightly, about to continue speaking, when Bonnie quickly raised her hand to cover his mouth. Qinlan gazed at Bonnie, who was now blushing and appeared quite flustered, and his heart couldn't help but stir. This seemed to be the first time he had seen a second expression on Bonnie's face other than calmness. Bonnie, flustered, continued, "Lan, stop talking. I have class this afternoon, and am going to be late. I need to hurry. Goodbye." Before her words fell, she hurriedly wriggled out of Qinlan's embrace and rushed towards the door in a somewhat flustered manner. Her steps appeared hurried and chaotic, as if she wanted to escape this place that made her heart race as quickly as possible. Qinlan raised his hand to check the time. The hour hand had just pointed to 1 o'clock. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, a faint smile appearing on his face as he quietly muttered, "What a cute little coward." After saying that, Qinlan slowly turned and walked towards the gym that was specially soundproofed. Inside the gym, as Qinlan prepared to begin his daily training, he paused for a moment to contemplate the cultivation methods in the Dragon Ball world without a master's guidance. He silently categorized the cultivation methods of the Dragon Ball warriors in the original work. First, basic training in the gravity room, such as the Room of Spirit and Time King Kai's planet, and ordinary gravity rooms. Second, refining breathing through meditation, which Goku, Piccolo, and Vegeta had used. A third, combat training with partners of similar strength. And fourth, daily weighted training from the initial turtle shell to the weighted clothing created by Whis, spanning the entire Dragon Ball story. When thinking of the final weighted training, Qinlan began to ponder where to find a suitable weighted clothing for himself. At that moment, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. He seemed to still have a system. When he had just crossed over, the system had saved his life. However, most of its functions had already been lost, leaving only the ability to retrieve items from the beginner's gift package. Thinking of this, Qinlan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder he had almost forgotten about the existence of the system. Qinlan silently thought, "System." A crisp mechanical sound echoed in his mind. "Ding. The system is here." He then said, "Open the system space." In the next moment, Qinlan gazed at the suddenly materializing translucent interface made of blue light, which clearly displayed the contents of the system's item bar. Item 1, Senzabine 4. Item 2, 500 kilograms, adjustable weighted training suit 1. He slightly furrowed his brows, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes as he softly sighed inwardly. Alas, the battle power detector from the beginner's gift package was broken by Tarble, leaving only these two pitiful items. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to lift the heavy object with both hands, softly murmuring in his heart, "System, retrieve the weighted training suit." With a soft ding, the training suit appeared in his hands. Qinlan carefully examined the black folded training suit, lightly weighing it in his hands, yet feeling no weight at all. He stared at the black folded training suit, and when he slowly unfolded it, he found it to be a short-sleeved, short-pants, form-fitting training suit accompanied by a pair of gloves and a pair of socks. His lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a hint of satisfaction. Next, he wanted to verify whether the system items could be returned to the system space. He silently thought, "System, put the training suit back into the system space." Ding. "Sorry, host, the item has been retrieved and cannot be returned." "System, your products can't be returned to the system space either." Ding. "Any item." He shook his head helplessly, inwardly muttering, "No wonder the current system is really useless." However, he didn't dwell on it for long, swiftly removing his clothes with practiced ease. Immediately after putting on the training suit, he moved a bit and revealed a satisfied smile, muttering to himself, "Sure enough, this training suit is just as I imagined, with super elasticity, and I can hardly feel that I am wearing clothes." On a sunny afternoon with a gentle breeze, the brilliant sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows like a golden veil, softly illuminating the private estate's gym, filling the entire space with warm and bright light. Standing in the center of the gym, Qinlan focused intently on her training outfit, softly asking, "System, how do I adjust the weight of this training suit?" Ding. The host can silently think system adjust the training suit's weight to XX, where XX is the weight you want to set with the default unit being kg. The system's response rang crisply in her mind. Qinlan silently recited system adjust the training suit's weight to 100 kg. Ding. Adjustment successful. Qinlan moved her body, slightly sensing some mild resistance, but it was not too obvious. She frowned slightly, pondering this weight seems insufficient. Thus, she continued system adjust the training suit's weight to 500 kg. Ding. Adjustment successful. In the next moment, with a dull thud, Qinlan's body suddenly lost balance, and she fell unceremoniously onto the floor. Due to the sudden increase in the suit's weight, the immense pressure caused the floor to crack, creating a fine fissure. Exerting all her strength, Qinlan struggled to support herself, and slowly got up, trembling as she managed to stand. Next, Qinlan cautiously began performing simple training movements, such as walking slowly and lightly swinging her arms. Her movements appeared somewhat awkward and clumsy, as if she were a child who had just learned to walk, desperately exploring her boda's coordination. Despite the clumsiness of her actions, a joyful smile gradually spread across Qinlan's face. It felt as if she had entered a whole new world, and she silently marveled. This feeling is truly wonderful, just like when Sun Wukong first trained on planet King Kai in the original work. Hours passed, and Qinlan gradually adapted to the heavy weight. She began her daily punching and kicking training in the gym, needing to exert all her strength with each punch or kick. Sweat poured down her forehead like raindrops, dripping onto the floor and forming little puddles. Her gaze was focused and determined, revealing an indomitable resolve, though every movement was filled with power, as if she were engaged in an intense battle with an invisible enemy. Meanwhile, in the office of the Capsule Corporation, Bulma lay listlessly on the desk, her gaze wandering, revealing a hint of distraction. From time to time, she lifted her head to glance at the handheld computer on the desk. Bulma pouted slightly, muttering, "Stupid Qinlan, dead Qinlan, why hasn't he contacted me? What is he busy with now?" As she mumbled to herself, Bulma picked up the handheld computer, her fingers sliding gently across the screen, her gaze lingering on the contact information for Qinlan's device. Her eyes were filled with hesitation and conflict, her fingers hovering over the keys as if wanting to press, but hesitating. Finally, she sighed deeply, saying helplessly, "Forget it, he's probably busy." After saying this, she slowly put down her phone, continued to support her chin with her hand, staring blankly ahead, her mind swirling with thoughts. After a while, Bulma seemed to remember something, her lips curling into a slight smile. She quickly stood up, deftly putting the handheld computer into her backpack, slinging it over her shoulder, and walking towards the door. When she encountered a robot that greeted her, she did not stop, simply responding, "Tell Dad, I'm going to school." With that, she strode out of the company, took out a capsule, threw it to summon her hover bike, skillfully hopped on, and sped away towards the school like the wind. On a scorching hot afternoon, time slipped by like a fleeting shadow. When Qinlan finished this grueling and prolonged wait training, the moon quietly rose into the pitch-black night sky like a serene lady. Qinlan's body was already soaked with sweat. He lay on the old wooden floor of the gym, as if he had been submerged in water, feeling utterly drained. His breathing became rapid and heavy, each breath seeming to surge from his chest, as if he were engaged in a difficult struggle against overwhelming fatigue. His mouth was wide open, desperately gasping for every bit of oxygen in the air, as if he wanted to inhale all the fresh air into his body. He struggled to get up, only to realize he was wearing a 500 kilograms weighted training suit, as if a heavy mountain was pressing down on him, rendering him completely immobile. With no other choice, he silently thought, "System, adjust the training suit's weight to 300 kg. Qinlan resolved to gradually get used to the 300 kilograms as the basis for his future training. After all, this training suit was cleverly designed, comprising short sleeves, shorts, gloves, and socks, and could be freely paired with any clothing. It wouldn't be too late to gradually increase the weight once his combat power improved. Ding. Adjustment successful. As the system's prompt echoed, Qinlan felt the weight on him lift suddenly, as if a burden had been released. Exerting all his strength, he finally managed to get up. At that moment, he was utterly exhausted, as if his entire body had been drained, dragging his heavy leaden steps out of the gym. As Qinlan exited the gym, a servant approached him respectfully, offering a cup of functional water supplement. After taking a sip, Qinlan weakly inquired, "What time is it now?" The servant looked at his watch and respectfully replied, "Sir, the current time is 8:26 p.m. Dragging his weary body as if burdened by a 1,000-pound weight, Qinlan weakly requested of the servant, his voice tinged with undeniable fatigue, "Have the kitchen prepare food for me immediately, a lot of food. I feel like I could eat a whole cow right now." After the order was given, the servant bowed and quickly retreated, heading to the kitchen to convey Qinlan's command. Once the instructions were complete, Qinlan moved sluggishly like an aging man, taking heavy and slow steps towards the bathroom. As he stood before the constant temperature hot spring, a hint of relief flashed across his extremely fatigued face. He trembled as he struggled to remove the training suit, casually tossing it on the ground, as if that garment symbolized his heavy burden. In that instant when he discarded the training suit, he experienced a strange illusion, feeling as if his body had become weightless, as if all fatigue and weight had left him at that moment. Immediately, Qianlan entered the hot spring, comfortably lying back and closing his eyes. At that moment, 4 or 5 maids cautiously approached, their movements gentle and careful, afraid of waking the exhausted man. They quietly began providing massage and grooming services for the resting Qianlan. However, in the midst of this peaceful atmosphere, a sudden scream pierced the night. This scream shattered the night's tranquility, and in the next moment, a loud thud echoed throughout the bathroom as if a heavy object had fallen, shaking the entire room. Nestled halfway up a mountain to the north of the western capital, there lies a Baroque-style manor shrouded in mist and resembling a paradise, featuring a warm and spring-like indoor hot spring bath. Qianlan lay comfortably in the hot spring with his eyes closed, surrounded by 4 or 5 maidservants who were meticulously providing him with massages and grooming services. Suddenly, the sound of a scream and a thud startled Qianlan, who had been soaking in the hot spring with his eyes shut. He quickly opened his eyes and turned his head towards the source of the noise. He saw one of the maidservants sprawled on the floor, gripping tightly in her hands the wrist guards she had brought with her before entering the hot spring. Confused, Qianlan hurriedly asked what on earth happened. "Why did you fall to the ground?" The maidservant, panic-stricken, timidly replied, "Deputy officer, I originally intended to take your discarded clothes for cleaning and drying, but I thought one hand was stuck to the ground, so I used both hands to lift it." "Then how did you fall?" Qianlan pressed on. "Although I managed to lift it with difficulty, the bathroom floor was rather slippery, and holding something heavy, I lost my balance and fell, causing the wrist guards to slip from my hands and hit the ground with a heavy thud." Upon hearing the maidservant mention the weight of Qianlan's clothes, the surrounding people gasped in astonishment. One maidservant questioned, "Can a piece of clothing really be that heavy?" The group leader quickly reassured the maidservant, saying, "It's all right, you didn't do it on purpose, and you won't be fined. There's no need to exaggerate the situation." After speaking, the leader of the maidservants gracefully walked over, reached out her hand, and firmly grabbed the wrist guard, pulling upwards with all her strength. However, the guard remained as if rooted to the ground, not budging an inch. In that moment, disbelief washed over her face, her eyes wide open as she stared incredulously at Qianlan. The fallen maidservant then addressed everyone, saying, "If anyone doubts it, come over and help me lift this piece of clothing, and you'll know the truth." The maidservants in the bathroom gathered around, with 5 or 6 of them stepping forward. They united their efforts, faces flushed, straining with all their might, just barely managing to lift Qianlan's clothes. The others in the bathroom watched in shock as the 5 or 6 maidservants struggled together. One maidservant who had been massaging Qianlan timidly asked, "Deputy Officer Lan, how heavy is your clothing?" Qianlan's lips curled slightly upwards, revealing a faint smile as he softly replied, "About 300 kilograms in total." As soon as Qianlan finished speaking, the bathroom erupted in exclamations of surprise, and whispers of astonishment filled the air. Another maidservant, her face a mask of shock, slowly asked, "Have you been wearing such heavy clothing all along?" A barely noticeable smirk crossed Qianlan's lips as he suppressed the urge to smile, broadly nodding slightly and calmly stating, "Pretty much. However, the clothes I wear during training weigh 500 kilograms. A hint of pride laced his voice, as if he were showcasing his extraordinary capabilities to everyone. At that moment, praises erupted throughout the bathroom like a surging tide, each voice louder than the last. "So powerful. Incredible." Similar voices echoed in the air, filling the entire bathroom. However, before Qianlan could continue to flaunt, his stomach suddenly made a loud and discordant gurgling sound, as if protesting his neglect. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Qianlan's face as he quickly wiped away his smug expression, hastily washed up, and put on a bathrobe. He instructed the maidservants to return the cleaned clothes to his bedroom before hurriedly making his way to the dining room. In the dining room, bright lights illuminated the exquisite tables and chairs, creating a warm atmosphere. Various delicacies were being served, exuding enticing aromas. Qianlan's eyes sparkled as he eagerly sat down, swiftly grabbing the utensils and beginning to devour the food on the table with a whirlwind-like speed. The attending servants watched in astonishment at how quickly he was eating, their faces reflecting their surprise. Qianlan was completely immersed in the world of food, relishing every delicious bite, utterly oblivious to the stares of others. Finally, he let out a satisfied burp, contentedly settling back in his dining chair. At that moment, he wanted to check if his training had progressed. His own aura felt somewhat vague, so he silently called out, "System open personal panel." With a crisp ding, a blue semi-transparent personal panel slowly unfolded before his eyes. Qianlan's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the combat power section. he saw the displayed data combat power value 225. A wave of mild confusion surged within Qin. What was my combat power before? I can't seem to recall. It doesn't seem to have increased right. However, he understood that the path of cultivation was not one that could be achieved overnight. Breakthroughs would not come easily. In that instant, he couldn't help but deeply reminisce about when he first crossed over and thought just one word, and the system would grant me an extra 100 points in combat power. With such thoughts, Qin slowly stood up and walked steadily out of the dining room, returning to his cozy and tranquil bedroom. He quickly put on the clean and warm training outfit. The feeling of boundless strength in his body seemed to ebb away like a receding tide the moment he donned the 300-kilogram training suit. After simply stretching his limbs and doing a few warm-up exercises to adapt to the weight change, Qin lightfootly walked to the balcony of the bedroom. He looked up and saw the sky filled with countless twinkling stars like dazzling jewels intricately scattered across the vast night sky, shimmering with feeble yet resolute light, as if silently narrating the mysteries and grandeur of the universe. The moonlight like silver fell upon the earth like a light veil, illuminating everything around and creating a dreamlike and enchanting atmosphere. Qin quietly gazed at this captivating scene, his eyes reflecting a sense of tranquility and intoxication, as if he had become one with the surrounding world. Then he naturally crossed his legs, and his body seemed to lose weight as he slowly floated half a meter above the ground. Closing his eyes and maintaining a relaxed mindset, he began to meditate. His breathing became steady, gentle, and profound, as if harmonizing with the surrounding air, achieving a wonderful balance. This method of meditative cultivation was something he had learned while studying breath sensing and flying techniques from the mysterious cat sage during his time in Kalinta. Before long, a faint blue glow began to envelop Qin. This glow resembled a gentle veil wrapping around him in a barely perceptible manner. If one did not observe closely, one might mistake it for merely soft moonlight. However, only Qin could truly feel the tranquil yet powerful force emanating from within. However, not long after, a faint sound broke the tranquility. With a thud, his bedroom door suddenly swung open and a swift figure darted into Qin's bedroom like a ghost. On this tranquil night, silvery moonlight flowed like liquid water across the balcony of Qin's bedroom, draping it in a gossamer veil of light. All around lay profound stillness. Only a gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it a whisper of cool serenity. Qin sat cross-legged in midair, eyes closed, suspended, as if carved from celestial jade, immersed in silent meditation. Yet soon a faint sound pierced the hush, a soft, deliberate click as the bedroom door eased open, and a lithe figure slipped inside like a wisp of shadow. At that very moment, though his eyes remained shut, Qin seemed to sense the intrusion. His muscles tensed instantly, and his head turned ever so slightly backward. But in the next breath, having discerned no threat, he relaxed completely, his lips curving into a faint, knowing smile, as he resumed his deep meditation. The intruder moved with feline grace, closing the door behind her with a barely audible whisper. Her steps were weightless, merging seamlessly with the quietude of the night. Silent as falling snow, she glided past the threshold. By the pale glow of the moon, her eyes, tense, searching, scanned the room until they settled upon Qin on the balcony. A flicker of nervous excitement crossed her face, her breath quickened, and her gaze shimmered with quiet yearning. She fixed her gaze upon his back, her lips parting slightly, as if to speak, then hesitated, holding her silence. Drawing a slow, steady breath, she advanced toward him, each step feather-light and deliberate, as though treading upon clouds, fearful above all of disturbing his sacred stillness. She halted just before the balcony, standing motionless, her sapphire blue eyes, luminous as distant stars, resting upon him with curiosity, devotion, and quiet anticipation. Time slipped away like a comet's fleeting trail, moments vanished unnoticed. Yet the moon remained as enchanting as before, its light spilling across the earth like a silken river of silver. Within the hushed bedroom, only the even rhythm of breathing rose and fell, a soft nocturnal murmur woven into the silence. Inside the room, she now lay curled upon the bed, deep in peaceful slumber. On the balcony beneath the vast night sky, Qin, still seated in levitated meditation, began to shed his faint azure aura. In the next instant, he lowered his feet to the ground and rose gracefully. His deep, penetrating eyes opened slowly, revealing the boundless expanse of the star-strewn heavens, and the moon serene and sovereign hanging high above. Qin turned gently, his gaze shifting inward, to the bedroom. Through subtle spiritual resonance, he had already recognized the intruder, Bonnie, golden-haired, angelic, and regal. Her eyes gleamed like polished sapphires, crystalline and profound, her skin fair as freshly fallen snow, smooth as porcelain refined by master artisans, her bearing noble and ethereal, radiating an otherworldly grace, as if a celestial being had descended among mortals. Bonnie, the current supreme commander of the Red Ribbon Army, whose name alone struck dread into the hearts of the global king's forces, whose renown sent tremors through nations. Now bathed in the delicate lunar glow, Qianlan studied Bonnie where she lay curled upon his bed. She wore a charming knee-length one-piece sleepwear, ivory-based golden trim adorned with delicate pink motifs, her form nestled like a sleeping kitten. She faced the balcony where Qianlan stood serene and radiant. For a moment he was utterly entranced, the moonlight like a diaphanous veil draped softly over her, weaving a dreamlike reverie. In that tender, mysterious luminescence, her flawless alabaster skin shimmered with a cool, ancient luster, as though humming with primordial mystery, drawing Qianlan deeper into silent awe. Her exquisite, delicate features glowed more vividly beneath the moon's gentle caress, her slender arms bare and elegant resembled tender lotus roots, pure and supple. Her long, graceful hands rested lightly curled. Elegant, even in repose, her legs slender and perfectly proportioned traced lines of harmonious beauty, as if sculpted by divine hands. Her petite feet, dainty, flawless, and exquisitely formed, seemed crafted to embody perfect harmony, soft, mysterious, and infinitely alluring. The entire room breathed a hushed, enigmatic stillness. Bonnie's presence transformed it into a living masterpiece, imbuing the space with transcendent beauty. Qianlan stood silently on the balcony, gazing upon Bonnie's sleeping form, a fierce warmth rising within his chest, yet he refused to disturb her tranquil dreams. Then a cool night breeze drifted in through the open balcony. Bonnie's brow furrowed faintly, and her delicate frame shivered as if chilled. Qianlan drew a deep breath, mastering the fire within, and stepped quietly onto the bed. With infinite tenderness he reached out and gathered her into his embrace. Like a swallow returning to its nest, Bonnie instinctively nestled into his warmth, her body curling gently, a drowsy kitten clinging to heat and safety. Her furrowed brow smoothed at once, while a look of deep contentment softened her features, and then without hesitation she wrapped her arms tightly around him. A sudden flash of cerulean light ignited in Qianlan's eyes, two luminous orbs blazing like sapphires in the dark, casting an ethereal blue radiance. In the next breath the balcony door slid shut with a soft, resonant click. Near the foot of the bed a quilt lifted gently, enveloped in azure light, floating like a feather through the air before settling softly over them both. Cradling Bonnie, feeling her warmth seep into his being, Qianlan too drifted into peaceful slumber. The moon sank low, and the first golden thread of dawn slipped through the curtain's edge, spilling light across the room. The clear, bright trill of birdsong roused Bonnie from sleep. Blinking slowly, her eyes, still clouded with drowsy softness, gazed out unfocused and dreamy. Instinctively she clung to Qianlan's limbs, wrapping around him, nuzzling gently against his chest. Her movements stirred him awake, his vision still hazy, his voice thick with sleep as he raised a hand and patted her shoulder tenderly. "No nuzzling. It tickles." At his words Bonnie, blissful moments before, froze rigid as if struck by invisible lightning, utterly still. Qianlan felt her body flush with sudden intense heat, like cradling a living ember. His mind snapped into clarity, awareness flooded in. This was no dream. He looked down upon Bonnie, radiant, intoxicating, and in that instant primal longing surged, unstoppable and true. Gently he lifted her blushing apple-soft cheek and kissed her, tender yet unyielding. Though her heart raced like a startled bird, Bonnie did not retreat. She met his passion with fearless, fervent response. Her hands locked around his back, their lips fused. Time dissolved, the world receded, and only they remained, two souls inseparable. Soon garments fell away, effortless, inevitable as nature itself unfolds. Moments later a servant outside Qianlan's bedroom noticed the door shimmering faintly with a translucent blue light, and opening just a hair's breadth. Then came Qianlan's low, commanding voice from within, informed the steward, "Commander Bonnie is unwell today. She requires rest." The words had scarcely faded when the door clicked shut, locking with quiet finality, and the azure light dissolved like mist at dawn. The servant wasted no time, breaking into a swift, respectful trot to deliver the order to the steward. In the early morning a soft ray of sunlight filtered through the gap in the curtains, casting golden threads upon the exquisitely carved bed in the bedroom. On the bed Qianlan and Bonnie lay intertwined, resembling a beautiful painting. Qianlan's sturdy arms tightly embraced Bonnie, their cheeks pressed together as they whispered sweet words to each other. Their gazes were filled with affection, as if the world contained only the two of them. Qianlan and Bonnie had just shared a passionate half-hour, discussing the profound meanings of life, and the air in the room still lingered with a hint of intimacy. Before long Qianlan rose, carefully cradling Bonnie in his arms, as if she were the most precious treasure in the world. Bonnie's delicate figure rested softly against Qin Lan's chest, her exquisite face adorned with a subtle smile of happiness. As they entered the hot spring connected to the bedroom, the head maid of the bathhouse approached with another mature woman whom Qin Lan had never seen before. The unfamiliar mature woman slightly bowed to Qin Lan and Bonnie, then revealed a calm smile as she said, "Greetings, my lords. Lady Bonnie is not suitable for soaking in the hot spring today. In general, one must pay special attention to hygiene for 3 to 5 days after the first time to avoid infection of any wounds." After hearing Qin Lan's words, Bonnie's movements were gentle and peaceful as she softly wrapped her arms around Qin Lan's neck. Then she lightly kissed Qin Lan on the cheek and whispered in his ear, "Lan, she is my life assistant. It seems our plan to bathe together has to be postponed." Qin Lan feigned reluctance, childishly saying, No, I just want to take a bath with you. You clearly said there would be kisses during bath time." Bonnie blinked her charming eyes, and after a moment smiled back at Qin Lan, saying, "Well then, let's go wash together." Qin Lan smiled tenderly, lightly kissing Bonnie's forehead softly, saying, "Just kidding, silly. Your health is the priority. Go rest now. In a couple of days I won't let you off the hook." At that moment, Bonnie's life assistant signaled the 2 sturdy maids behind her to come forward. The maids carefully took Bonnie from Qin Lan's arms. Bonnie's face slightly flushed as she reached out her delicate hand, grasping Qin Lan's left hand and bringing it to her rosy lips, kissing it deeply. Qin Lan felt a slick sensation enveloping the knuckle of his left index finger. Moments later, Bonnie blushed as she said to Qin Lan, Later you can kiss me indirectly." Qin Lan looked at the adorable Bonnie and, unable to resist, stepped forward to kiss her again. Both of them, having tasted forbidden fruit for the first time, were immersed in that wonderful emotion, unable to resist. Finally, after Bonnie's life assistant cleared her throat twice, she bowed slightly to Qin Lan, who had separated from Bonnie, and exited the room with her. Moments later, Qin Lan lay in the steaming, constant temperature hot spring. He raised his hand, looking at the place on his left index finger where Bonnie had just kissed. He gently brought his hand to his lips and kissed it. In that instant, Qin Lan felt as if he truly experienced Bonnie's kiss. He shook his head and smiled, allowing the maids to gently attend to him as they completed his washing. After washing up, he walked out of the bathroom, feeling refreshed, heading to the dining room for a meal. On the way to the dining room, a servant approached Qin Lan quickly, holding a small machine, bowing respectfully before softly saying, "My lord, this is the machine that the cleaners found while tidying up the gym this morning. It must have been left behind by you after exercising in the gym last night. I brought it to you." Qin Lan's gaze fell on the machine, and the relevant memory was instantly awakened. He slapped his forehead, suddenly remembering that he had not contacted Bulma yet. He took the machine, smiled at the servant, thanked him, and then walked straight to the dining room. Upon entering the dining room, Qin Lan's eyes swept across the empty dining table opposite him, and his brows furrowed slightly. He turned to the server in the dining room and asked, "Has Bonnie not eaten yet?" The server quickly bowed and replied, "My lord, the kitchen has prepared meals for Lady Bonnie and sent them to the bedroom." Qin Lan nodded slightly, sat down at the dining table, and began to enjoy his breakfast. After finishing his meal, Qin Lan returned to his bedroom, entered the study, and sat down at the desk, his gaze sparkling with contemplative light, as if he were reminiscing about something. Then he picked up a pen and began to meticulously record the development trends and various functions of smartphones from his past life that came to his mind. The entire room was filled with a tranquil and focused atmosphere, with only the sound of Qin Lan's pen dancing across the paper. Soon after finishing his thoughts, Qin Lan carefully checked what he had written, confirming its accuracy, before picking up his handheld computer, tapping the screen to contact Bulma. 2 minutes later, the video call successfully connected. Bulma's youthful and beautiful face appeared, her lips slightly pouting with a hint of displeasure as she reproached Qin Lan. "Did you remember to contact me?" Qin Lan's gaze fell upon the corner of the scholar statue behind Bulma, realizing she was likely at school at that moment. Hearing Bulma's words filled with resentment, he felt a bit embarrassed, scratching his head and smiling as he said, "Sorry, Bulma. I started cultivating right after returning yesterday, and I didn't contact you because I practiced too late. This morning I hurried to contact you as soon as I woke up." Bulma's lips curled, slightly feigning anger as she huffed, and said, "I'll temporarily forgive you. What are you doing now?" Qin Lan waved the notebook with his written notes in front of the camera, his face beaming with pride as he said, "I was just writing down ideas for improving this handheld computer and its future development trends." Bulma showed a slightly surprised expression, exclaiming, "You understand machines. I thought your mind was only filled with cultivation." Qin Lan rolled his eyes at Bulma's comment, feeling a bit annoyed as he replied, "Forget it if you don't want to listen. I was all excited to contact you. I'm going to cultivate now." With that, Qin Lan tossed the notebook onto the table and stood up, pretending to leave. Bulma, seeing Qin Lan stand up, felt a bit anxious and quickly spoke, Wait, I'm listening. I didn't say I wouldn't listen." Seeing this, Lan's expression softened slightly as he smiled, sat back down, and picked up the notebook to continue reading the content aloud. However, just after he read a couple of lines, Bulma's lively eyes blinked and suddenly turned, revealing a sly smile as she said softly to the reading Lan, how about you come find me for lunch? After all, I'm sneaking out of class to take this video call, and I don't have much time, or I still have to take roll call later. You come find me and bring that notebook with your recorded ideas so I can take a look. That way we can have a detailed chat face-to-face while we eat. Lan thought for a moment, nodded, and replied, all right, see you at noon. By the way, should we go to the restaurant near your house that we visited last time? Bulma gently shook her head, her smile becoming even more radiant as she cheerfully said, come find me at my school instead. Contact me around 1140 at the school gate, and I'll let you try the delicious food in our cafeteria. Lan did not think much and nodded in agreement, saying, okay, see you at noon. Bulma replied, then I won't say more, or I have to return to class. Goodbye. As she spoke, she playfully blew a kiss to Lan. The next moment, the screen in Lan's hand turned pitch black. A faint smile graced Lan's lips as he slowly lowered the computer. After hanging up the video call, Bulma, like a fluttering butterfly, jogged lightly toward her classroom. A gentle breeze caressed her hair, making it dance in the wind. Her face radiated a brilliant smile akin to the warm and bright sun of spring. That smile was filled with anticipation for meeting Lan, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. After experiencing the dreamlike intimacy of last night, there seemed to be no more barriers between Lan and Bonnie. Lan slowly stepped out of the room, his stride remarkably natural. Upon reaching the doorway, he unhesitatingly asked the attendant waiting outside, where is Bonnie's room? Please take me there. The attendant, with a respectful demeanor and sincere tone, replied, at your command, my lord, I will lead you there now. Subsequently, he diligently guided Lan towards Bonnie's room. As they walked along, the servants they passed all wore smiles, bowing to Lan. Lan nodded in response, his gaze reflecting warmth and kindness. Before long, the attendant halted and gestured forward, saying, sir, ahead is Lord Bonnie's room. At this moment, Lan spotted the butler standing outside the door like a statue waiting. Upon seeing Lan's arrival, the butler's lips curved slightly, revealing a gentle smile. Then he bowed respectfully to Lan and said, greetings, vice officer. Lan politely nodded in response, and then said, I am here to see Bonnie. The butler nodded in understanding and softly replied, Lord Bonnie is inside, please go in. After saying this, he stepped aside and opened the door for Lan. Lan entered Bonnie's room, where a faint fragrance lingered. Bonnie reclined comfortably on a soft bed, enjoying a lavish breakfast under the careful attention of 3 or 4 maidens. Sunlight streamed through the window, seemingly draping her in a layer of golden radiance. The moment Bonnie saw Lan walk in, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing a soft smile. That smile was as warm and gentle as the spring sun. Her eyes sparkled with delight, as if she was anticipating Lan's arrival. The maidens, upon seeing Lan, performed a standard salute in unison before quietly stepping aside. Lan scanned the room, and then stepped to the front of Bonnie's bed, gently taking her delicate hand and asking with concern, Bonnie, does it still hurt? Bonnie shook her head slightly, her lips parting as she softly replied, no, it doesn't hurt anymore. As she spoke, her cheeks, already a bit flushed, became even more radiant like the evening glow. Then Bonnie blinked her gem-like eyes and gazed at Lan, asking gently, Lan, is there something you need? Lan nodded softly, saying, I need to step out for a bit around noon, I'm going to. While handing the notebook, he held to Bonnie. Bonnie sat at the edge of the bed, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lan, quickly interjecting, you're going to find Bulma, right? After speaking, her eyes calmly watched Lan, showing no sign of disturbance. Lan, taken aback by the interruption, coughed awkwardly, as if he had choked on water, his face revealing a hint of embarrassment as he responded, yes, that's right. I need to discuss something with her and show her what I've written. Bonnie elegantly extended her hand, gently taking the notebook, but did not open it immediately. Her water-like eyes remained fixed on Lan, as if expecting an explanation. Feeling a bit awkward, Lan scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment appearing on his face as he quietly said, I previously asked Dr. Brief for help in making the gravity chamber, but he didn't ask for any payment from me. I felt a bit guilty about it. Just then Bulma gave me a handheld computer, saying that once the gravity chamber was ready, she would contact me with it. After using it, I felt that this handheld computer would definitely become popular in the future, so I suggested some of my usage experiences and improvement ideas. That way, once Dr. Brief makes money from this, I would feel a bit better. Bonnie blinked, her gem-like, beautiful eyes attentively listening to Lan's explanation. After hearing this, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint smile, as she softly said, to put it simply, you and Bulma are still quite distant. Her father, Mr. Brief, helped you make something, and you're already thinking of how to repay him. Lan nodded slightly, a hint of guilt on his face, softly replying something like that. Bonnie leaned gracefully against the side of the bed. Qinlan sitting beside her appeared somewhat tense. Bonnie raised her hand to cover her mouth, chuckling lightly her smile, carrying a trace of subtle cunning, as if she was plotting something in her heart. She slightly leaned forward, her red lips near Qinlan's ear, her soft breath brushing against him like a gentle breeze, and then that tender voice slowly whispered in his ear, "Lan, would you like me to help you advance your relationship with Bulma?" Hearing Bonnie's whisper, Qinlan, whose mind had been wandering, turned in surprise to look at her. When he saw her calm and indifferent expression, a wave of unease washed over him. He couldn't help but think, Bonnie is trying to trick me. Bonnie looked at the hesitant Qinlan, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly, revealing a somewhat peculiar smile, as she said in a calm tone, "In fact, given your relationship with Bulma, there's no need to be so polite with her." At this moment, Bonnie still sat at the edge of the bed, her beautiful and deep eyes fixed intently on Qinlan, revealing an indescribable meaning in her gaze. Qinlan thought to himself that he could no longer remain passive. Just as he opened his mouth to explain something, Bonnie quickly extended her delicate finger, placing it on his lips to silence him. Then Bonnie gently pointed to the handheld computer in Qinlan's hand, her soft voice resuming, "Let me take a look at that handheld computer." Qinlan handed the handheld computer to Bonnie, while briefly explaining the operation method to her. Bonnie listened attentively, nodding from time to time, quickly mastering the operating skills. Then without hesitation, she called Bulma for a video chat. At that moment, Qinlan's heart leaped. His gaze filled with tension and worry as he silently lamented, "Oh no, is Bonnie going to declare her claim? If Bulma knew what had happened between Bonnie and me last night, she would definitely hate me. It seems my gravity chamber is about to fly away." A look of despair crossed Qinlan's face, and his heart sank. He weakly shook his head, sighing inwardly, "I can't blame these two girls. If I have to blame someone, it can only be my own fickleness." Bonnie wore a smile that seemed to be half smiling, her eyes glinting with a hint of mischief as her gaze fell on the slightly lowered head and visibly downcast Qinlan. Before long, Bulma's lovely face appeared clearly on the screen of the handheld computer. She looked nervously at the screen and softly said, "Qinlan, what's wrong?" "I'm in class right now." Bulma paused slightly, realizing that it was not Qinlan on the screen, but Bonnie lying on the bed. Bonnie calmly stared at Bulma on the video and spoke, "Bulma, it's me." On a tranquil afternoon, bathed in warm sunlight, the bright rays filtered through the gaps in the curtains, cascading into the room like golden grains of sand. Bonnie quietly leaned against the bed, her gaze calmly fixated on Bulma in the video, and softly said, "Bulma, it's me." Bulma was clearly taken aback to see Bonnie on the video, her expression revealing displeasure with a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. "Why is it you? How did you get Qinlan's computer? Where is she?" Bonnie deftly raised the computer in her hand slightly, turning her body to show the screen to Qinlan, who was sitting beside her, and waved at Bulma. Bonnie blinked her crystal-clear eyes and calmly replied to Bulma, "Lan is right next to me. He just asked me for a leave, saying he had to accompany you on a date this afternoon. But Bulma, I truly didn't expect this. You have this convenient portable computer and didn't think to give me one first." Saying this, Bonnie slightly shook her head, revealing a trace of sadness on her face. She then emphasized, "I am really hurt. You are really a person who prioritizes romance over friendship. I have now decided to deny Lan's leave. You can't go on a date with him." Upon hearing Bonus' words, Bulma's face instantly flushed a vibrant red, resembling a ripe apple, so alluring that one couldn't help but want to take a bite. Her eyes showed a hint of embarrassment, and in a slightly coaxing tone she said, "Bonnie, my good sister, tomorrow I will give you one, okay?" On the other end of the video, Bonus' lips curled into a slight smile, her eyes glinted with a mischievous light. She blinked and softly replied, "Then it's settled. I really like this little computer." Bulma lifted her head again, quickly glancing ahead, as if she were a little mouse caught in the act, fearing being discovered by others. Then she swiftly lowered her head, speaking in a hushed voice, "Let's not chat anymore. The professor is glaring at me. Bye." With that, she hurriedly ended the video call. After hanging up, Bonnie still wore a smile on her face, her bright eyes looking at Qinlan as she gently handed the computer to him. Qinlan reached out to accept the computer, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes, as if he had a multitude of words to say, but held back. However, Bonnie seemed unfazed by what had just occurred, sweetly snuggling into Qinlan's embrace, gazing at him with eyes full of tenderness. Qinlan's gaze fell upon the beautiful Bonnie in his arms, his hand gently caressing her golden hair as if he were touching the most precious treasure in the world. Looking at the lovely girl in his embrace, he could no longer resist and leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on Bonnie, whispering, "Bonnie, you are truly beautiful." Bonnie smiled slightly, her eyes filled with mischief, her crimson lips parting. "So, who is prettier, me or Bulma?" Qinlan immediately showed an awkward expression, hurriedly replying, "Both are beautiful, both are beautiful. One is as beautiful as a pure snow lotus, fresh and elegant. The other is as charming and delightful as a playful lily of the valley." Boney gave Qianlan a mock glare, pouting. You are really bad with words. Then the two continued to cherish each other in the room, exchanging laughter as a warm and sweet atmosphere enveloped them. Boney's face radiated a blissful smile, her eyes filled with deep affection for Qianlan, like a pool of spring water. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, with only their laughter and tender words echoing in the air. This small room became their world, filled with love and warmth, resembling a secluded paradise where only their sweetness and tenderness existed. At this moment, tranquil like a beautiful painting, a low but particularly clear voice of the butler penetrated the poetic stillness of the bedroom like a sharp sword. Lady Boney, Miss Zhongjin is outside and wishes to see you. Nestled in Qianlan's embrace, Boney nodded slightly, her gentle voice like a warm spring breeze. Let her in. Zhongjin hurriedly entered Boney's bedroom, lifting her gaze to quickly scan the surrounding maids, her lips pressed tight, not speaking a word. Noticing her expression, Boney waved her hand calmly, saying to the surrounding maids, You may leave for now. The maids respectfully bowed to the three and elegantly exited the room. As the bedroom door slowly closed, Boney asked, Zhongjin, is there something wrong? Zhongjin wore a serious and solemn expression, her voice tinged with a hint of undeniable tension. Commander Boney, Officer Lan, we just received news from headquarters. A fearless girl has somehow sneaked into our headquarters experimental group and taken away the controlled Tao Pai Pai. Saying this, Zhongjin bent slightly cautiously, handing over the folder in her hand, her tone low. These are the images captured by surveillance. Qianlan did not hesitate to take the folder, opening it to gaze at the photos captured by the surveillance alongside Boney. In the images, a girl dressed in the same blue robe as Tao Pai Pai had large eyes that revealed a chilling ferocity. Her long hair, cascading like a waterfall, was braided into a large braid at the back of her head, with a large butterfly knot at the end, drawing much attention. Zhongjin slightly furrowed her brows and quietly said, According to the image analysis, this girl is Tao Pai Pai's daughter, named Tao Lanlan. Qianlan gazed at the spirited and heroic girl in the photo, feeling puzzled. Is there such a character in Dragon Ball? Why can't I recall it? Boney furrowed her brows, her tone laced with anxiety. The surveillance has identified her. Why didn't our people stop her? Zhongjin revealed an awkward expression, scratching her head, and replied, Once discovered, our people rushed to intercept her. However, this girl was simply too powerful. Our soldiers who went to intercept her were easily defeated by her. Moreover, she could emit lasers from her hands like Officer Lan and Tao Pai Pai. Our aircraft couldn't track her at all. In the end, we could only watch helplessly as she took Tao Pai Pai away. Qianlan furrowed his brows, slightly crossing his arms, lost in deep thought. After a while, his sharp gaze fixed on Zhongjin as he asked, Why did Dr. Jero want me to spare his life after the fierce battle with Tao Pai Pai a few days ago? What did he take Tao Pai Pai for? Zhongjin pondered for a moment, then replied gravely, Dr. Jero didn't do anything particularly special. At that time, Tao Pai Pai was gravely injured by you. His chest was broken from your kick. Dr. Jero merely extracted some of his blood while treating Tao Pai Pai secretly. However, our guards did indeed intentionally restrict Tao Pai Pai's freedom. Upon hearing this, Qianlan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, his brow slightly raised, revealing a hint of suspicion as he asked distrustfully, So while treating me, did Dr. Jero also secretly collect my blood? Upon hearing Qianlan's words, Zhongjin's expression became particularly awkward as he stammered, Yes. Yes. Deputy Officer Lan, your strength is truly formidable. The doctor must want to understand your uniqueness. Qianlan frowned slightly and said to Zhongjin, Tell Dr. Guluo that I am quite unhappy. I do not wish for such things to happen again. Zhongjin bowed earnestly and replied to Qianlan, I will convey that to Dr. Guluo. Qianlan nodded helplessly, a hint of resignation in his eyes, and calmly said, Let's leave it at that, no more on this topic. As for Tao Pai Pai, you need not fear. I have become stronger now, and he is no longer my match. Bonnie's voice was calm and resolute, like a stone thrown into a still lake, creating ripples. Lan, even though you are not afraid of Tao Pai Pai, he is still a hidden assassin. If we do not eliminate him, none of us know when he might attack the other members of our Red Ribbon Corps. Qianlan slightly furrowed his brows, pondered for a moment, then gently nodded, and said, Bonnie makes a valid point. He then tenderly caressed Bonnie's beautiful face, although his brow was slightly furrowed, his eyes gazing ahead, seemingly lost in deep thought. After a moment, he softly said, Then let it be. Since we have not offended Tao Pai Pai openly, we might as well send someone to contact him. Later, I will personally visit him on behalf of our Red Ribbon Corps to offer condolences and provide some financial support, giving him a way out. As he spoke, Qianlan's gaze was resolute and decisive, as if he had made a firm decision in his heart. Suddenly, his expression darkened and a hint of coldness crept into his voice. If he proves to be uncooperative, then it would be time for a new #1 assassin in this world. At that moment, a determined aura enveloped his face, sending chills down one's spine. After hearing Qinlan's arrangement, Zhongjin secretly glanced at Bonnie. He saw Bonnie slightly nodding, seemingly in agreement with Qinlan's decision. Zhongjin then said to Qinlan, "Understood, Deputy Officer Lan. I will head down to arrange it now." His voice was crisp and decisive, and as he turned to leave, his steps were steady and firm, without a trace of hesitation. After this brief interlude, Qinlan gently opened his arms and embraced Bonnie tightly. Soon Bonnie's face flushed with a rosy hue resembling a ripe apple as she shyly covered her head and no longer wanted to go out. Bonnie, however, was flustered by Qinlan's restless hands that crept under the covers, causing her to turn beet red, and she soon pushed Qinlan out of the bedroom. Qinlan smiled and said farewell to Bonnie, leisurely walking out of her bedroom. The steward, seeing this, bowed respectfully to him. But after taking a few steps, Qinlan seemed to suddenly remember something important, stopping in his tracks and turning to look at the steward standing outside the door. The steward, who had just straightened up, noticed Qinlan's gaze on him and continued to bow slightly respectfully, asking, "Deputy Officer, is there anything you need to instruct?" Qinlan's eyes held a hint of confusion as he asked, "Why is Bonnie's bedroom smaller than mine? And why doesn't she have a hot spring in her room?" The steward replied in a calm tone, "The bedroom you are currently residing in was specifically prepared for His Excellency Ruid during his visit to the West City. It is equipped with the finest facilities in the estate and the largest reasonable space available. However, you need not worry, Deputy Officer. Bonnie specifically instructed us to make the room thoroughly tidy before returning to the West City. All the items in the room are brand new, so please feel at ease during your stay." Hearing this, a wave of warmth surged in Qinlan's heart, and a hint of gratitude flickered in his eyes. But he did not say more, merely nodded slightly to the steward and softly replied, "Understood." He then turned and walked towards the gym, his steps firm and steady. At that moment, the bright sunlight filtered through the leaves of the estate, casting dappled shadows on the ground. A gentle breeze caressed Qinlan's hair like delicate fingers, making his figure appear particularly tall amidst the interplay of light and shadow. The steward stood quietly in place, watching Qinlan gradually walk away, his face always maintaining a humble expression. Qinlan stepped into the spacious and bright gym, a faint refreshing scent wafting towards him. In the gym, bright lights illuminated the floor, reflecting a sense of tranquility and vitality. Before entering the gym, he softly instructed the attendant standing outside to come and call him at 11 o'clock. Without glancing at the various fitness equipment lined up against the wall, Qinlan walked straight to the central empty space, his gaze resolute and focused, as if this were his battlefield. Then he silently murmured in his heart, "System, adjust the weight of the training suit to 500 kg. With a crisp sound of ding, the adjustment was successful. Qinlan's body sank slightly as he clenched his teeth tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, revealing the immense pressure he was enduring. However, compared to the last training session where he had collapsed, he had made significant progress this time. He began performing some basic movements on the spot, slowly and powerfully lifting his legs, his arms stretching out, as if engaging in a difficult struggle against the invisible weight. Next, he started doing push-ups and sit-ups, each rise and fall filled with strength, as if challenging his own limits. Once his body gradually adapted to the weight, Qinlan began his regular punching and kicking practice. His movements were fluid and agile, each punch accompanied by a sharp wind sound, and each kick was as swift as a fierce storm. Time quietly passed amidst Qinlan's sweat. His clothes were soaked, and his damp hair clung to his forehead, yet his eyes sparkled with unwavering determination and persistence. The entire gym seemed to have become a stage for his solo performance, with him as the protagonist, showcasing his strength and resilience. Outside, the sunlight bathed the lush green grass, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, seemingly cheering for his efforts. In this moment of serene silence, the clock's hands moved like a silent dancer, quietly reaching the 11 o'clock mark. The heavy door of the gym slowly opened, and the attendant, adhering to Qinlan's instructions, softly reminded him at the appointed time. Upon hearing the reminder, Qinlan completed his current movement with fluid grace, then took a deep breath, as if reaching an understanding with his body, quietly ceasing his training. After stopping his training, he stood there with a focused demeanor, as if engaged in a silent yet intense dialogue with his inner self. After thoughtful consideration, he resolutely decided not to change the weight of the training suit, opting to challenge the astonishing 500 kilograms load as it was. Exhausted, Qinlan walked towards the bathroom with heavy yet determined steps, as if burdened by lead. Each step seemed somewhat laborious, yet his gaze revealed an unshakable resolve and determination. Soon Qinlan stood in the spacious and bright bathroom, slightly struggling to unfasten the 500 kilograms training suit. Qinlan tossed the training suit onto a cart specially prepared for his heavy gear. He watched as 3 or 4 maids struggled to pull the seemingly lightweight clothing, shaking his head at the visual contrast. The maids pulling the cart gritted their teeth, their legs trembling slightly, as if each step required immense effort. Qinlan calmly instructed the maids no need to wash it, just dry it. I will wear it again later. After saying this, he declined the service from the approaching maids. He slowly reached out and turned on the faucet, warm water cascading down like a rushing waterfall. He stepped in, allowing the warm water to wash over his weary body. The entire bathroom was filled with steam, and through the hazy mist Qinlan's figure appeared indistinctly. The contours of his muscles were accentuated by the shimmering water, resembling a beautifully sculpted statue. Water flowed down his hair, dripping onto his solid chest and splashing tiny droplets. The water seemed to transform into gentle hands, softly caressing every inch of his skin, the warm touch gradually dispelling the surrounding fatigue. Qinlan gently closed his eyes, wholeheartedly savoring this moment of tranquility and relaxation. The warm water flowed cheerfully, silently, washing away the sweat on Qinlan's body, seemingly also taking away the heavy sense of fatigue, making his body gradually feel lighter. In his heart, Qinlan silently thought, system open personal panel. With a crisp sound of ding, his gaze fixed intently on the combat power section. When the glaring number 226 appeared before his eyes, a barely perceptible smile involuntarily appeared on his face. In that misty, steamy bathroom, the hazy vapor floated freely as if he were in a dreamlike mystical realm. After washing up, Qinlan stood quietly, his body slightly relaxed, allowing the maids to gently dry him. Then he struggled slightly to put on the heavy training suit, each movement bearing a weighty force, as if he were contending with a mountain. Next, he wore a deep blue sports outfit and stepped out of the bathroom with heavy strides, naturally leaping as if he belonged to the vast sky. His posture was as agile as an eagle, seemingly ready to soar into the heights at any moment. However, in the next moment, he was astonished to find himself slowly rising into the air like a hot air balloon, struggling upward inch by inch. At that moment, time around him seemed to slow down. Just then, a colorful butterfly gently flapped its wings, elegantly flying out from the flower beds below. Under Qinlan's gaze, it flew past gracefully, easily surpassing the top of his head. Sweat beads instantly formed on Qinlan's forehead. He was stunned, unable to believe that his current speed was slower than that of a butterfly. Qinlan gritted his teeth, accelerating the flow of qi within him. Suddenly, his speed surged like a mighty arrow, shot forth with an incredible velocity towards the sky. Flying towards the direction of Shidu Imo University, Qinlan felt a slight sweat forming on his forehead, his breathing becoming somewhat hurried, sensing a bit of strain. But he knew well that the routine weight training was not just a form of cultivation, but also a tempering of his will, a step in his growth, and an essential path towards attaining great strength. On a particularly sunny noon, the gentle breeze caressed the lush green trees at the university entrance, presenting a scene of vibrant life. Soon Qinlan lightly landed at the entrance of Imo University, his figure appearing particularly upright under the sunlight, as if he were a divine being descending into the mortal realm. At this moment, the eyes of the students at the university entrance were collectively drawn towards him. The female students blushed like the evening glow, shy yet captivating. The male students had their eyes wide open, mouths agape in astonishment, unable to contain their surprise, exclaiming, "Wow, he is so handsome." Amidst the astonishment, there was an indescribable sense of wonder. It's so shocking. Is he really real? He looks just like a superhero. Someone was so excited that their body trembled slightly. I can't take it anymore. He is just too charming. Another voice nearly screamed, filled with uncontrollable excitement. Wow, he flew down from the sky. How handsome. The exclamations echoed, resonating through the air as if to break through the heavens. Students quickly surrounded Qinlan like a tide, their eyes sparkling with excitement, as if they were earnestly admiring a world-famous painting. Qinlan stood quietly in the center, his stature tall, like a pine tree, calm and composed. His gaze was deep and sharp, shining like stars, revealing an extraordinary aura. The corners of his mouth slightly rose, bearing a faint, almost imperceptible smile, as if he was indifferent to everything around him. Despite the excitement and strong curiosity within the students, none dared to step forward and greet Qinlan. In the bustling, crowded throng, Qinlan was unexpectedly surrounded by the male and female students, feeling a slight discomfort in his heart. He took out his handheld computer and initiated a video call with Bulma. Soon the video connected smoothly, and Qinlan looked at Bulma on the screen, asking casually, "Where are you?" "I'm already at your school gate." Bulma on the video blushed slightly, panting as she ran hurriedly, replying, "Qinlan, I just saw you, give me 10 seconds. I'll be there soon." Qinlan nodded and said, "Then hurry up, there are really a lot of people here at your school." However, Bulma, on the other end of the video, did not respond further. He heard the screen shaking, accompanied by Bulma's clear and loud voice, "Make way. I'm going to find my boyfriend. Move aside." Before long, Bulma struggled to squeeze through the crowded throng. She spotted Qinlan standing in the center at a glance, her eyes sparkling with joy and happiness, as if she were a little girl seeing her beloved teddy bear. Excitedly, she shouted, "Qinlan, you finally made it." Before she finished her words, she dashed into Qinlan's embrace like a cheerful little bird. The campus was filled with the breath of youth, the green trees were lush, and the gentle breeze softly caressed them. Bulma's hair danced freely in the wind, her smile resembling flowers blooming brilliantly in spring, exuding a captivating fragrance. At noon, the sun blazed fiercely, making the heat unbearable. The sunlight poured down on the university campus entrance, illuminating the ground, as if it were a mirror reflecting dazzling rays. The area was bustling with people, noisy and vibrant, as individuals jostled against one another in a lively atmosphere. Outside the university gates, lush green trees with dense foliage acted as gigantic umbrellas, providing a cool shade for the crowd. The greenery beneath the large trees was in full bloom, a riot of colors that resembled a vibrant painting permeated with a lively and vigorous aura. Not far from the university entrance, a throng of people gathered, creating an uproar under the bright sunlight that seemed to drape a golden veil over the entire raucous scene. Bulma, like a joyous little bird, could hardly wait to dart out of the crowded crowd and ran towards Qinlan, who was surrounded by people. Her steps were light and agile, her form as graceful as a fledgling returning to its nest as she dashed into the warm and wide embrace of Qinlan. Immediately, a chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the crowd. Those who knew Bulma gaped in disbelief, their faces etched with incredulity. Meanwhile, those who did not recognize her expressed envy, quietly lamenting in their hearts. Among the crowd, some familiar with Bulma whispered in shock, "Bulma isn't her boyfriend Yamcha? Who knows? Maybe she was dumped by Yamcha. After all, Yamcha is so popular." Most of the students who did not know Bulma discussed enviously, "Who is this girl? She looks somewhat familiar. Looking at the school emblem, she must be one of us. How envious. She gets to hug such an impressive person." Among the noisy discussions, Bulma paid them no heed, gripping Qinlan's hand tightly and making her way through the crowd. Once they pushed through the crowd, they trotted lightly towards the campus with a beaming smile of happiness adorning Bulma's face. She turned her head, her gaze towards Qinlan, revealing a hint of affection. As Qinlan held Bulma's hand and stepped into the campus, the intense stares of the crowd gradually faded. With the absence of the scorching gazes and the disturbances of gasps, as well as the troubling gestures of those around them, Qinlan's mind and body gradually relaxed, feeling the normalcy of the atmosphere. As the atmosphere around Qinlan normalized, Bulma's pace slowed, yet she did not let go of Qinlan's hand, still holding it tightly. The two strolled leisurely along the tree-lined paths of the campus. Qinlan's gaze slowly swept over the lush trees on either side, observing the students exuding youthful vitality, chatting and laughing as they mingled with friends, their joyous voices echoing in the fresh air. In a daze, Qinlan felt as if he had returned to the grand campus of his past life, a wave of emotions surging within him. Just as Qinlan was lost in his thoughts, a cheerful Bulma turned to him with a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling, as she softly said, "Qinlan, you looked really cool when you descended from the sky." Qinlan's lips curled slightly upwards, raising an eyebrow. With a teasing smile, he replied softly, "Oh really? Why didn't you say I looked cool when I was flying on Kame House?" Bulma's face instantly flushed with a shy hue as she lowered her head, bashfully, gently fiddling with the hem of her clothes before looking up slightly, playfully responding, "I was too shy back then." Her voice held a hint of shyness reminiscent of a bashful little deer. After saying that, as if she had thought of something, she giggled, her laughter akin to a cheerful bird, crisp and melodious. Qinlan looked at Bulma incredulously and teased, "Come on, you. Shy. The first time we met at the pirate base, you scared me." Upon hearing this, Bulma quickly covered her face with her hands, stamping her foot playfully, exclaiming, "Stop it, stop it. That's too embarrassing." However, in her youthful phase, Bulma's personality was lively and playful. Just after feeling shy, she immediately hugged Qinlan's arm, as she had done the first time, swaying and coquettishly saying, "It's all your fault. You completely fit my aesthetic. Look, today you charmed all my classmates. They are all gathered around you." Qinlan shook his head helplessly, a hint of displeasure flashing across his face as he softly stated, "I don't like this feeling, being surrounded and pointed at as if they are watching animals in a zoo." Bulma bit her lip, suppressing a laugh. Under Qinlan's exasperated gaze, she pondered for a moment before looking up at him and said, "Then next time you should drive here. That way no one will pay that much attention to you." After considering it, Qinlan nodded in agreement, saying, "You are right. Next time I go to a crowded place, I'll definitely drive." Before long, Qinlan and Bulma entered the school cafeteria side by side. The cafeteria was filled with enticing aromas of various foods, bustling with voices brimming with the vibrant energy of campus life. After their meal, they sat together beside the spacious school sports field. Qinlan's gaze was focused on Bulma as he quietly shared his ideas for improving the handheld computer and its functional suggestions. Initially, Bulma was just eagerly looking forward to her meeting and date with Qinlan. However, as she listened to Qinlan's ideas unfold step by step, her previously calm eyes gradually sparkled with excitement, becoming more and more captivated, her face displaying an uncontrollable thrill. When the discussion became exciting, Bulma's eyes shone with curiosity as she held the handheld computer, her fingers gently sliding across the screen, envisioning new functions, occasionally exclaiming in amazement. Then, while listening to Qinlan's introduction, Bulma nodded, continuously jotting down notes as her fingers danced over the keyboard like butterflies, as if afraid of missing any crucial detail. Bulma earnestly contemplated the applications of the handheld computer and market scenarios, her eyes reflecting a desire to explore new technology. Time swiftly passed amidst Bulma's questions, Qinlan's answers, and her thoughts and notes. The warm sunlight bathed them, and a gentle breeze brushed by, stirring Bulma's hair and scattering her youthful thoughts. Suddenly, the sound of a bell rang out. The alarm on Bulma's wristwatch went off, breaking the tranquility of the moment, signaling that class was about to begin. Bulma helplessly raised her hand, gently pressing the save button, and then smiled at Qinlan, her eyes filled with infinite anticipation for the future. The entire scene seemed to be frozen in that moment, brimming with youthful vitality and beautiful aspirations for the future, resembling an eternal painting of youth. On the sports field of Emeli University in the western capital, the bright noon sunlight poured down like scattered gold, illuminating this vast area and creating a beautiful scene filled with youthful vitality and romantic ambience. The lush green grass resembled a soft velvet carpet, exuding a fresh fragrance of grass. The rainbow-colored tracks spiraled around this vibrant lawn like a brilliant ribbon laid out upon the sturdy ground. On one side of the sports field, tier upon tier of steps stood tall, constructed of concrete, forming a spacious grandstand. In the grandstand, groups of students occasionally gathered together, each wearing their unique outfits adorned with the Emeli University emblem, either excitedly chatting or intently watching the sporting events on the field, cheering for their friends. Their faces radiated youthful vigor and enthusiasm. Occasionally, couples would deliberately flaunt their affection, their eyes revealing deep love for one another, whispering sweet nothings or bursting into hearty laughter, playfully enjoying this beautiful time of youth, as if the whole world consisted only of each other. On the sports field, groups of figures were running, jumping, and throwing, with sweat shimmering like crystals under the sunlight. Laughter and cheers intertwined, filling the entire sports field with vitality and energy. At the grandstand, Bulma and Qinlan were also present, immersed in this warm scene. Ding, ding, ding. The clear sound of a bell suddenly rang out. The alarm clock on Bulma's wrist chimed at its usual time, reminding her of the passing moments. As class time approached, and their conversation on the handheld computer remained unfinished, Bulma glanced at her watch, displaying a hint of helplessness on her face, reluctantly closing and taking away the notebook brought by Qinlan. Qinlan looked at Bulma, who pouted slightly, with an obviously unhappy expression. Qinlan gently smiled and rubbed Bulma's incredibly cute face softly, saying, "It's okay. If there's anything you don't understand, you can always contact me through this handheld computer." Bulma shot Qinlan a glance, not particularly happy, grumbling, "As if you have time to video call me anytime." Qinlan scratched his head, a shy smile appearing on his face, reassuring, "No worries, no worries. You can send me text messages. I will contact you immediately after my training." Bulma tightly held onto Qinlan's notebook, her gaze revealing a hint of reluctance. A gentle breeze brushed past like soft feathers, scattering Bulma's peacock blue hair at her temples. Qinlan tenderly reached out, gently tucking her hair behind her ear, and this subtle, yet caring gesture caused a charming blush to rise on Bulma's cheeks and ears. Yet at that moment, her eyes reflected a reluctance and shyness at the thought of parting from Qinlan, like ripples dancing across a spring pool in the gentle breeze. However, upon hearing Qinlan's promise, Bulma nodded slightly, her gaze returning to the notebook in her hand, as if suddenly recalling something delightful, a sweet smile blooming on her lips. This was the first time Bulma encountered someone like Qinlan. After receiving her gifts, Qinlan not only knew how to use them, but also proposed improvements, and even helped her plan the product's future and explore its commercial value. Clearly, Qinlan placed great importance on the things she sent, which filled Bulma's heart with a surge of sweet joy. Then Bulma smiled and looked up, her eyes sparkling with genuine affection, and said to Qinlan earnestly, "Qinlan, you are truly wonderful." Qinlan was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. In that instant, Bulma mustered her courage, and like a lively butterfly dashed forward to bravely kiss Qinlan on the lips. Their lips gently brushed against each other like a dragonfly touching the water, then quickly parted. This brief kiss seemed to ignite a blazing flame between them, filling the surrounding air with a sweet fragrance. The entire scene seemed frozen in time, with the surrounding people appearing as mere backgrounds to this beautiful moment. The sunlight remained warm, the breeze still gentle, and the love story of Bulma and Qinlan was just beginning unfurling like a vibrant painting in the passage of time. Beside the university sports field, under the exceptionally brilliant sunlight, Qianlan sat quietly on the steps, his gaze slightly dazed, his thoughts evidently lingering on the moment when Bulma kissed him sneakily, leaving him in a daze, still not recovered from that magical situation. At this moment, Bulma's cheeks were already flushed with shyness, her head lowered like a startled little deer. She quickly stood up and hurriedly ran away. Qianlan's gaze followed the fleeing Bulma closely. Just then Bulma seemed to suddenly remember something. She turned back and smiled at Qianlan. That smile was like the warm and bright sunlight of spring. With her clear and pleasant voice, she called out to Qianlan. Qianlan, the name mobile phone is really great. From now on, the handheld computer will be renamed mobile phone, as you said. After saying this, Bulma playfully winked at Qianlan, then blew him a cute kiss with her finger. Subsequently, she let out a joyful laughter like a silver bell, continuing to skip away towards the classroom building. Qianlan scratched his head in slight confusion, unable to understand what had just happened. How did Bulma suddenly kiss him? He gazed at Bulma as she ran away, feeling a surge of indescribable excitement in his heart. Then Qianlan shook his head, seemingly trying to shake off all those jumbled thoughts. Then in front of the students at the sports field, he leaped up, his figure soaring like a bird rushing towards the clear blue sky, hastening towards Bonnie's estate. In an instant, exclamations of surprise echoed among the students surrounding the university sports field. Moments later, Qianlan slowly flew back to the estate. He first went to see Bonnie. After some warm exchanges, Bonnie, with a slight blush, playfully scolded Qianlan, saying, "You truly a big flirt, go find Bulma instead." After saying this, she pushed Qianlan out of the bedroom. With a mischievous smile, Qianlan left Bonnie's room, feeling a bit unsatisfied. In the spacious and bright gym, Qianlan stepped inside, took off his jacket, and began his daily routine of disciplined and passionate training. At this moment, Qianlan was fully immersed in his training. Every movement was filled with power. His punches were agile and swift, his legs flexible and strong, each punch and kick cutting through the air with a whoosh emanating of vibrant beauty. The majority of his daily time was spent on this high-intensity training. His sweat fell to the floor like raindrops, quickly forming small puddles. Sweat trickled down his sturdy muscles with glistening beads of perspiration sparkling under the light. Qianlan's breathing was steady and powerful, his expression focused and resolute. Every action he took was precise and powerful, as if he were engaged in an intense dialogue with his own body. He needed strength. He longed for immense power. This desire burned in his eyes, driving him to continually challenge his limits. The cool moon resembled a shy maiden quietly climbing to the treetops and casting down silver light, adding a mysterious and enchanting hue to this summer night. On this tranquil night, the stars twinkled and sparkled like countless gems embedded in the sky, radiating captivating brilliance. After finishing his meditation, Qianlan lay quietly on the bed, slightly tilting his head, gazing with his bright eyes at the vast and deep starry sky outside the balcony, filled with fascination and longing. The open balcony door allowed the beautiful white noise formed by the intertwining sound of chirping insects and cicadas to gently and slowly flow into the bedroom. This natural harmony resembled a soothing and harmonious symphony flowing through the air, gradually relaxing Qianlan's body and mind, with a trace of tranquility and satisfaction appearing on his face. His thoughts began to drift unconsciously, recalling the scene of video chatting with Bulma, using his handheld device. Oh, now it should be called a smartphone. They had agreed to continue their discussion about the smartphone's subsequent plans and functions over lunch the next day near the school. At the thought of this, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Qianlan's mouth. Qianlan's mind unconsciously extended from the lunch plan to the soft kiss Bulma had given him at noon today. A sweetness surged in his heart, while his gaze flashed with a barely perceptible flutter. Then he recalled Bonnie's calm and admiring gaze, and his mood became complex. He let out a soft sigh, seemingly pondering something. Before he realized it, time slipped away during his contemplation, and Qianlan's gaze gradually softened, as if his eyelids had donned a heavy training suit, slowly closing his eyes and drifting into slumber. The next day, the first ray of morning sunlight broke through the thin clouds, casting its glow upon the vast earth. The sun slowly ascended from the horizon, generously bringing warmth and light to the entire world. Qianlan woke up leisurely to the crisp and melodious sounds of birds chirping, as if nature were playing a wonderful symphony, just for him, gently rousing him from his slumber. After washing up, he encountered Bonnie at breakfast, and they enjoyed a lavish meal together. After finishing, Qianlan headed towards the gym of the manor, ready to embark on a new day of training. After 2 days of difficult adaptation, Qianlan had gradually gotten used to going about his daily routine while wearing the 500 kilograms training suit. However, during his punching and kicking training, every time he threw a punch or kicked, his movements became noticeably sluggish, tightly restrained by the heavy weight of the training suit. Yet there was no trace of discouragement in Qin Lan's eyes. With an iron-willed determination and relentless effort, he steadfastly continued his training. With every step he took and every attack he launched, he could truly feel his speed gradually recovering, a change so evident that it filled him with joy. Before he knew it, a morning's time had flitted by in Qin Lan's sweat-drenched training like a fleeting shadow. At this moment, a servant gently pushed open the gym door and entered saying, "Sir, it is now 11 o'clock." Hearing the servant's announcement, Qin Lan gradually stopped his training, dragging his weary and sore body towards the bathroom. Stepping out of the bathroom, Qin Lan seemed to radiate renewed vitality. After the warm soak in the hot spring and the gentle, soothing massage from the maid, the fatigue in his body was noticeably alleviated and his face gradually regained some color, the previously tense expression also relaxing. After bathing, the refreshed Qin Lan slowly stepped into the outdoor garden of the manor. He closed his eyes, searching for Bonnie's presence in the garden. In the next moment, Qin Lan flew towards the location of Bonnie's aura. He saw Bonnie leisurely strolling along a flower-filled path. A gentle breeze caressed her golden hair as if nature itself were tenderly brushing her. The sunlight fell perfectly on her fair cheeks, as if draping her in a layer of divine halo, adding to her enchanting charm. Upon seeing Bonnie, Qin Lan flew directly in front of her, without any hesitation, wrapping her in a warm embrace, followed by a deep and passionate kiss. Holding Bonnie tightly, he whispered softly in her ear, "I'm going to find Bulma at Emory University now." Bonnie still wore a faint smile on her face, slightly raising her head to look at Qin Lan's profile. As she responded, "It seems Bulma has truly stolen your heart. You have to go on dates with her every day?" Qin Lan scratched his head a bit shyly and explained awkwardly, "Yesterday, at noon, our discussion about the smartphone wasn't finished before she had to go to class." Bonnie blinked her beautiful, captivating eyes and teasingly said, "I know. You two will probably need decades to finish discussing everything, right?" After saying this, she shot a playful glance at Qin Lan. Qin Lan laughed heartily and said in a relaxed tone, "Is my dear commander jealous? It won't take that long. I'm actually almost done. I can talk for a while today at most. After that, it will depend on how they handle it themselves." Bonnie nodded, slightly smiling calmly, as she said, "Actually, I don't mind if you discuss things with Bulma for decades." Her voice was gentle, yet firm, her gaze revealing a hint of indulgence. Upon hearing this, Qin Lan felt a deep sense of emotion rise in his heart. He hugged Bonnie even tighter, as if wanting to hold on to this warmth forever. Bonnie continued softly in Qin Lan's embrace, "Oh, by the way, when you come back from Bulma's, find me. Zhongzhen reported this morning that Tao Pai Pai has made contact. You just need to take the 60 million Sony we prepared over to him in the next couple of days." Hearing that figure, the corners of Qin Lan's mouth twitched slightly, and he rolled his eyes, saying, 60 million Sony, being a killer really pays well. Maybe I should become a killer too. Bonnie chuckled lightly and said in a calm tone, "Ordinary people might think that's a lot, but for us, the Red Ribbon Army, it's just about a month's surplus. It's nothing to give him. It's always good to make friends." Then Bonnie blinked her lively eyes and playfully said, "I can't have my dear vice officer doing everything personally, can I?" After listening, Qin Lan thought for a moment and nodded, saying, "What my dear commander said is true. I was a bit petty." Bonnie giggled and then gently kissed Qin Lan. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she said, "My dear vice officer, you are indeed a bit petty. I still remember how adorable you were when you were fighting for the budget during the military fund allocation at headquarters. At that time, I decided I wanted to support you, but later I found out you didn't like women, which made me sad for quite a while." As she spoke, Bonnie slightly furrowed her brow, yet her mouth curved into a subtle smile, as if she was holding back laughter. On a tranquil noon, the warm sunlight gently cascaded over the garden of the manor like a soft veil. The trees surrounding the garden were meticulously pruned into various elegant shapes, some graceful and delicate, others tall and handsome. Colorful flowers bloomed in a vibrant display, their fragrance wafting freely throughout the garden, resembling a melodious tune flowing through the air. The chirping of birds at noon rose and fell, sometimes crisp and pleasant, other times melodious and lingering, as if joyfully playing a delightful symphony, adding a touch of vitality to the serene environment. At that moment, after hearing Bonnie's words, Qin Lan revealed a hint of embarrassment on his face, quietly saying to Bonnie, "Didn't we agree yesterday not to mention the past?" "Really? I'm off to find Bulma for your phone." With that, he released his embrace of Bonnie. Bonnie gracefully rose from Qin Lan's arms, gently tidying his clothes with a soft smile, and said softly, renaming it to "phone is indeed convenient." "Then, my dear, your commander will be waiting for you to return with the phone." Qin Lan smiled, extending his hand to warmly caress Bonnie's soft cheek, and then leaned down to place a gentle kiss on her forehead. Afterwards, Qin Lan turned to the butler standing nearby and gently instructed, "Prepare a maglev carve for me." The butler respectfully nodded, then pulled out a small capsule box from his pocket and carefully handed it to Qin Lan, speaking respectfully, "Sir, this is the deluxe edition of the transportation capsule box. The capsule number 1 is the maglev car you need." Upon hearing Qin Lan's words, Bonnie paused slightly, her beautiful eyes blinking with curiosity as she softly asked, "Aren't you going to fly there yourself?" "Flying there is too eye-catching. I was surrounded last time, and it felt quite unpleasant," Qin Lan replied with a slight grimace as he took the capsule box. "Let's just drive, and after all the time should be about the same." With that, Qin Lan waved at Bonnie and elegantly soared from the garden like a bird, landing steadily at the manor gate. The bodyguard opened the manor's grand gate for him, and he stepped out. Standing outside, Qin Lan gently pressed the maglev car capsule, then casually tossed it out. With a bang, a thick cloud of smoke rose up, filling the air. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a stunning maglev car appeared before him. Qin Lan swiftly leaped into the driver's seat, starting the vehicle and speeding towards Melee University. At that moment, in a concealed corner, not far away, a mysterious barehead man was closely observing the gate of Bonnie's manor through binoculars. His gaze was sharp and focused, as if he missed no detail. When he saw Qin Lan toss out the capsule and drive away, his heart involuntarily quickened. He immediately picked up the intercom and said, nervously, "Reporting from Meisan, reporting from Meisan. Target number 1 has appeared. Target number 1 has appeared, driving maglev car with license plate H8567, heading west towards the Western District. Target number 2 is still inside the manor. Please respond upon receipt." Moments later, a voice came from his intercom, "Received. Mason will continue to monitor the target manor and report the situation at any time. End of report." The barehead man's eyes sparkled with cunning and conspiracy. Meanwhile, Qin Lan and Bonnie were completely unaware that they had quietly been enveloped by this invisible shadow. At noon, the scorching sunlight poured down like liquid gold onto the streets of the city, with vehicles bustling like a dense swarm of ants, now witnessing the peak of traffic flow. Qin Lan was driving, but before long, he helplessly found himself caught in the heavy traffic of the main road. Time ticked away, and the vehicles seemed frozen, showing no signs of easing. Qin Lan looked exasperated, cursing the terrible traffic conditions in his heart. Unable to wait, he got out of the car, gently pressed a button, and watched as the maglev sports car quickly transformed back into capsule form with a bang. With a swift motion, he leaped up, agile as a bird, soaring into the sky and elegantly flying over the traffic. The surrounding drivers looked on in surprise, their gazes following Qin Lan's flying figure. Before long, Qin Lan landed on a quiet, secluded path not far away. He landed steadily in the alley, paused for a moment to adjust his breath, then prepared to walk along the small path before driving around to Melee University. Qin Lan took out his phone and initiated a video call with Bulma. As he walked forward, he complained to the phone screen, "Bulma, I might be a bit late. The roads in West City are just too congested." Bulma nodded on the other end of the video, responding, "Driving is indeed super congested. But Qin Lan, next time you can ride a flying motorcycle, that would be better. Although you can't fly too fast in the city, at least you won't have to deal with traffic jams." Hearing Bulma's words, Qin Lan's eyes suddenly lit up as he thought to himself, right. Compared to the real world, the management of airspace flying in the Dragon Ball world is indeed much more relaxed. He then eagerly took out the deluxe transportation device given to him by the butler. He focused intently on the 2 capsules and 1 empty slot in the box. He noticed that slot number 1 was empty, clearly marked with new maglev supercar. Slot number 2 contained a capsule labeled luxury top-tier RV. Slot number 3 had a capsule prominently marked extended version starry sedan. A look of disappointment involuntarily appeared on Qin Lan's face as he said to Bulma in the phone, "It seems I didn't bring the flying capsule." Bulma showed a nonchalant expression, casually replying, "No worries, I'll head to that restaurant and wait for you for a bit. Last night I added that satellite positioning feature you mentioned to my phone, only I find it super convenient. When I arrive at the restaurant, I'll send you my location. Just come directly." Qin Lan nodded slightly and said, "All right, then I'll have to take a detour. See you soon." His voice carried a hint of helplessness. Just as Qin Lan ended the video call, an extraordinarily beautiful woman, disheveled and with a terrified expression, came stumbling towards him. Qin Lan merely glanced at her disinterestedly and turned slightly to the side, preparing to skillfully avoid her and continue walking forward. However, what Qin Lan did not expect was that this woman seemed determined to reach him, lunging straight at him, her hands eager to grab his arm. Qin Lan scoffed inwardly, "I just enhanced my combat power. How could I let myself be caught by an ordinary person?" He quickly sidestepped the lunging woman. The woman instantly missed her target, her balance thrown off as she fell forward, desperately using her hands to brace herself and nearly landing in a comical faceplant. Confusion and dazedness still lingered on her face. She quickly adjusted her expression, striving to appear pitiful and endearing. She gently raised her sorrowful eyes, looking at Qin Lan with a pleading gaze. However, she was astonished to find that Lan completely ignored her, continuing to walk straight ahead, leaving her with an increasingly distant silhouette. A thin bead of cold sweat silently slid down her forehead, as if mocking herself that all her efforts to appear pitiful and charming were wasted on Lan's retreating back. In that moment of distraction, a new directive came through the earpiece hidden among her hair. On the edge of the city of Shidu, there lies a secluded alley standing quietly like a silent guardian in the corner of the city. It feels as if one has stepped into a world cut off from the rest, far away from the disturbances and clamor of the city. Here it is quiet and dim, as if forgotten by the bustling splendor of urban life. The sunlight seems to deliberately avoid this place, keeping the alley shrouded in perpetual gloom. The walls are weathered and the marks of time are clearly visible upon them. The stones are interlaced, exuding an ancient aura. The ground is uneven, as if it bears the imprints of history, recording the vicissitudes of time. The alley is so tranquil that it feels somewhat oppressive. There are no sounds of vehicles, nor the clamor of crowds, only the occasional whisper of the wind gently brushing against Lan's cheek. In this quiet alley, Lan walked leisurely towards the path ahead. Not far behind him, a particularly beautiful woman lay sprawled on the cold ground, her clothes disheveled and her hands supporting her weight. The woman on the ground with a hidden earpiece in her hair received new instructions. She nodded slightly, indicating her acknowledgement, and then slowly got to her feet. Then, with a voice as delicate and melodious as a yellow oriole emerging from a valley, she called out to Lan's back, "Sir, please wait a moment." Hearing the voice, Lan stopped and turned to look at the woman, confused, and pointed at himself, asking, "Are you calling me? What's the matter?" The woman felt a bit frantic, thinking to herself that in this secluded alley there were no other people apart from the two of them. Nevertheless, she continued to feign a pitiful appearance, blinking her eyes and nodding, maintaining a limping posture as she slowly approached Lan. She artfully revealed her long snow-white thighs reminiscent of mutton fat, jade peeking out from the tattered pants. As she neared Lan, her voice trembled as she spoke in a soft tone, "Sir, you should know me. Please help me now. I will definitely repay you later." However, Lan, looking puzzled, shook his head and asked, "Who are you?" "I don't know you. Do you need me to call the police?" The woman never expected that Lan didn't recognize her, a hint of embarrassment flashing across her face, but she quickly concealed it, forcing a smile, and softly saying, "Sir, calling the police might be too late now. Can you help me escape from here?" As soon as the woman finished speaking, the once peaceful and dim alley stirred like a disturbed giant, with the sound of footsteps gradually approaching from both sides. Suddenly, dozens of tattooed individuals rushed out from both sides of the alley. Over 100 of them crowded together on either side of the alley, shouting loudly, intermittently calling out, "Hey, Jingxiang, let's see where you can run. You bastard. How dare you come out? Come back with us." It was as if their cries echoed each other. Among them, some brandished gleaming sharp knives, reflecting a chilling light under the dim illumination. Others gripped long steel pipes, their expressions fierce like hungry tigers. Some held guns, the dark muzzles exuding a murderous intent that sent shivers down one's spine, and others wielded powerful shotguns, as if ready to unleash deadly fire at any moment. They advanced aggressively like a pack of hungry wolves, closing in on Lan and the woman hiding behind him. Faced with this sudden situation, Lan furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze calm and composed. In the face of 100-person siege, his heart remained undisturbed, as if everything was under his control. However, from the words of these thugs, Lan seemed to grasp the general situation. At this moment, the narrow alley was filled with a tense atmosphere, as if the very air had solidified. The woman pressed closely against Lan, not knowing whether her acting was truly good or if she was genuinely frightened by the scene. Her face was filled with terror and helplessness, her body trembling involuntarily, and her beautiful eyes were filled with despair. Lan speculated that this stunning beauty might be a well-known actress. She was being forced by a gang leader to do things against her will, and after enduring numerous hardships, she managed to escape stealthily. Fate's clever arrangement allowed her to encounter Lan. In Lan's mind, the background of the Dragon Ball world emerged, where incidents of robbery, bank heists, and even train and plane hijackings were not uncommon. The advent of transformation capsules, while bringing great convenience to people's lives, also provided those robbers with more convenient means of committing crimes. Lan shook his head helplessly, his gaze falling on the approaching gang members, hesitating inwardly whether to eliminate them all directly. Before long, the tattooed brawny men surged together tightly, surrounding Lan and the woman behind him. At this moment, a particularly tall, bald man entered Lan's line of sight, leaping out from the crowd to stand before him. He towered over Lan, at least a head taller, standing at over 6 feet 3 inches. His muscles were bulging, covered in tattoos, especially the one on his chest, depicting a Japanese warrior wearing a ghost mask, which was particularly striking. This bald man had an arrogant expression, his chin slightly raised, his eyes filled with disdain, staring fixedly at Qin Lan, and said, "Who are you, pretty boy? Hand over Kudo Jingxiang." The woman hiding behind Qin Lan trembled, her voice shaking as she whispered, He is my boyfriend. He has already called the police. You better let us go, the police will be here soon." The brawny man, hearing Kudo Jingxiang's words, turned to Qin Lan with a look of disdain, raising his gun and pointing it at Qin Lan's forehead, questioning, "You? Are you her boyfriend? Just you? You called the police. Do you think you can live until they arrive?" Qin Lan shook his head, his expression slightly displeased, replying, "I don't know her." Before Qin Lan could continue, the crowd surrounding Qin Lan and the woman erupted in laughter, with insults like coward, useless, and trash echoing through the air. Qin Lan seemed to be enraged by the mocking, and after a cold laugh his expression turned stern, filled with anger as he said, "But you have provoked someone you shouldn't have today." The man with the gun first laughed loudly, shouting, "Then let me see how you're not someone to mess with." With that, the bald man quickly chambered a round in his gun, and without hesitation aimed the muzzle at Qin Lan's forehead and pulled the trigger. At the edge of the western city's urban area, in a seemingly forgotten corner, lurked a dimly lit alleyway. In this narrow alley, 100 tattooed gang members crowded together. They wielded firearms, carried clubs, and gripped knives, exuding a chilling aura of violence. In the midst of the alley stood a man and a woman cornered. The man was tall and robust, his expression resolute and determined, resembling an unyielding mountain. The woman was exquisitely beautiful, yet her face was marred with terror, her delicate body pressed tightly against the man's back, as if this was the only way she could find a semblance of safety. The ground was stirred up with dust littered with torn newspapers and empty beverage bottles rolling chaotically in the wind. This desolate scene evoked an overwhelming sense of desolation and decay. The gang members occasionally whispered to each other, their eyes filled with ferocity and greed, like hungry beasts searching for the slightest flaw in their prey. Among them, a particularly towering bald man stood firm, like an indomitable iron tower. In his hand, he gripped a chillingly cold handgun, the dark muzzle aimed unwaveringly at Qin Lan's forehead, his face twisted into a grotesque smile, as if reveling in the pleasure of controlling another's fate. In the next moment, the burly man roared in anger, and without a moment's hesitation pulled the trigger, seemingly determined to snuff out Qin Lan's life. However, unexpectedly, he suddenly realized that despite exerting all his strength, his finger felt as if bound by a mysterious force, unable to pull the trigger. Others quickly noticed his anomaly, seeing that the handgun in the bald man's grip was enveloped in a dreamlike blue light, as if frozen and unable to move. At this moment, the bald man's eyes were filled with boundless terror, his pupils darting around, as if silently narrating the indescribable fear deep within him. At this moment, Qin Lan's eyes emitted a chilling blue light akin to flames roaring from the depths of hell, fixated on the motionless burly man. The surrounding environment grew increasingly oppressive and silent, as if the entire world had frozen at that instant. In the next second, without hesitation, Qin Lan swung a hook punch, a seemingly casual strike that contained the ferocity of a tempest, aimed like lightning at the chin of the boasting bald man. The power of Qin Lan's punch sent him flying, blood spraying from his mouth as he soared into the air. His clothes seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, precisely suspending him against the air conditioning unit of a second-floor apartment on one side of the alley. After launching the attack, Qin Lan charged into the crowd, as if entering a realm devoid of people. He appeared at ease, his movements fluid and natural, like a stroll in the garden. His strikes were as swift as lightning, sending dozens of gang members either flying into the air or crashing into the walls on either side. In just a few seconds, the gang members on the other side looked bewildered, staring in shock at Qin Lan, standing steadily amongst the fallen. In the air, the few recently struck men fell like scattered raindrops. Instantly, the dozens of people over there were horrified and fled in a panic. They hurriedly discarded their weapons, trying to lighten their load, sprinting at their fastest speed towards the other end of the alley. At this moment, the entire alley was permeated with a tense and oppressive atmosphere. The walls bore clear signs of impact, and various weapons lay scattered on the ground, silently narrating the fierce battle that had just occurred. Qin Lan slowly turned his head, his cold and sharp gaze fixed on the group of dozens who were fleeing in disarray, their armor discarded. His right hand was slightly raised, accurately and decisively aimed at the fleeing crowd, swiftly and forcefully waving downwards. In the next instant, an incredibly powerful burst of air erupted from Qin Lan's hand. First, those who had just been knocked down and lay moaning at his feet were struck, as if by a speeding train, violently slammed against the walls by an invisible shockwave. Wherever the shockwave passed, any debris was blown into the air or against the walls with no resistance. Newspapers fluttered like broken butterflies, the firearms scattered on the ground, disassembled blades twisted and deformed by the raging wind, and other items were propelled towards the walls of the alley, producing a symphony of clanging sounds. In just a brief second, the clearly visible shockwave trajectory surged forth like a roaring speeding train, bringing with it the momentum to obliterate everything, crashing into the fleeing crowd. In an instant, the shockwave unleashed by Qinlan's palm sent them tumbling in all directions, chaos erupting as cries and gasps echoed throughout the narrow alley. At this moment in the entire alley, only Qinlan stood firm. His posture was as erect as a pine tree, his gaze exuding unparalleled determination and coldness, as if he were the absolute ruler of this place. In this alley, the atmosphere was oppressive and tense. Except for the starlet Kudo Kyuka, who was kneeling on the cold ground, her eyes vacant and dazed as she watched everything unfold before her, there was no one else but those lying on the frigid ground. Actually, there was still one person who had not fallen, the bald man who had just led the charge with a gun aimed at Qinlan. At this moment, he was precariously hanging from the air conditioning rack on the second floor, not far above his body, swaying, as if he could fall at any moment. Qinlan had previously used his superpower to control the handgun tightly enveloped in blue light, which remained suspended in its original position without moving an inch. However, the once arrogant crowd lay sprawled on the ground, their wails and sobs echoing continuously in the narrow alley. Qinlan's body slowly rose, his movements light and graceful, like a nimble hummingbird hovering quietly in front of the bald man. Qinlan gazed into the bald man's terrified eyes, his cheek already misshapen from the earlier punch, unable to speak, as he emitted incoherent whimpers, appearing to plead for mercy. Qinlan extended his right hand, and the handgun that had previously been suspended in midair aimed at his forehead shot forth like a dazzling blue meteor, tracing a brilliant tail of blue light, as if mysteriously summoned into Qinlan's hand. Qinlan hovered in the air, his gaze cold and ruthless, fixed on the bald man before him. He steadied the handgun against the man's forehead and coldly stated, "I warned you that you provoked someone you should never have. Next life, be more careful." After saying this, without a moment's hesitation, Qinlan decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! In the next moment, Qinlan, without a hint of hesitation, resolutely pulled the trigger. Bang! However, contrary to expectations, the bullet did not fire from the handgun. On the contrary, a multitude of colorful and dazzling paper streamers erupted from the handgun. They fell like a vibrant rain of flowers, showering the bald, muscular man, adorning him with a brilliant array of colors. Qinlan was taken aback by this scene, a strange expression flickering across his face. He slowly lifted the gun, scratching his head instinctively, his eyes filled with deep confusion. Qinlan's gaze was firmly locked on the bald man before him, who was nodding and shaking his head repeatedly, tears streaming down his face, seemingly trying to express his complex emotions through this unique gesture. Qinlan simply could not understand this peculiar head language, completely at a loss as to what he was trying to convey. Looking around, Qinlan noticed that the only person still conscious was the beautiful woman who had previously sought his help. He extended his left hand and gently beckoned to the dazed beauty kneeling on the ground. In an instant, a high-pitched scream echoed through the alley. The woman they called Kudo Kyoko was lifted into the air, surrounded by a halo of bluish light. This was the superpower displayed by Qinlan. She was like a small bird trapped in a cage, chirping helplessly as she was forced to fly before him. Qinlan's eyes, glowing with a bluish light, fixated on Kudo Kyoko, who was enveloped in mysterious blue light, continuously emitting piercing screams in the air. His brows knitted tightly, his face revealing unmistakable impatience. Then he raised his voice and shouted at her, "Enough! Shut up! I ask you, what on earth are you doing?" Kudo Kyoko was startled by Qinlan's sudden outburst, immediately closing her screaming mouth. Her teeth trembled uncontrollably, and her body shook along with it. She stammered, her voice slightly trembling, "A hero. We are from the production team. Filming a street prank show primarily to promote the new movie I star in. It's the kind that is currently very popular, showcasing content or segments from the movie through street pranks." Qinlan's mouth twitched slightly, a memory from his past life flashing through his mind. He recalled having seen a promotional video online for a foreign film called Which Something Lee, where a girl was made to scream uncontrollably in a cafe to prank passersby. A look of speechlessness appeared on Qinlan's face as he said with annoyance, "So they and you are all actors. You are all just performing." He gestured first at the bald man, not far away, then pointed to the crowd of about 100 people lying on the ground moaning in agony, and finally fixed his gaze directly on Kudo Kyoko. Kudo Kyoko nodded vigorously in response, undoubtedly confirming Qinlan's guess. Qinlan rolled his eyes dramatically, his tone filled with dissatisfaction as he said, "This is really boring. You are not allowed to broadcast this show. Did you hear that?" As he spoke, he deliberately put on a fierce expression, his eyes wide open, glaring menacingly at Kudo Kyoko. Seeing Qinlan's fierce demeanor, tears welled up in Kudo Kyoko's eyes, nearly causing her to cry. Her voice trembled with obvious sobs, her body shaking involuntarily as she stammered, "A hero. This time we are. We are live. Already. Broadcasting. Qianlong facepalmed in disbelief, then shook his head helplessly, closing his eyes to concentrate, and carefully sensed the presence of everyone around him. The situation is relatively decent. Although these people are injured to varying degrees, fortunately none of them are in mortal danger. Qianlong blinked, a flicker of relief rising in his heart. He silently thanked his 500 kilograms weighted training suit, for it had indirectly suppressed his immense combat power. Without its presence, if he had unleashed his full combat strength exceeding 200, not a single person here would have survived. Then Qianlong shook his head again, saying, "Fine, let it be live." After speaking, his gaze flickered, the bluish light in his eyes shining as he looked towards the bald man. In the next moment, just like Kudo Kyoka, the bald man was enveloped in a blue light. Both of them descended softly to the ground, as if being cradled by gentle clouds. Qianlong ignored the crowd on the ground who were moaning in pain. He straightened up, his brow raised as if realizing something, and said to Kudo Kyoka, "By the way, you'd better contact your directing team quickly and have them call for an ambulance. These people are not dead yet, but if we wait any longer, I can't guarantee that." Then Qianlong smirked, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction as he continued, "By the way, tell those who are still alive today to be grateful that I didn't go all out." With that, he turned away, striding forward with firm and powerful steps, his figure appearing exceptionally tall, as if he were the sole ruler of this chaotic scene. Kudo Kyoka watched Qianlong's departing back, filled with awe. She did not dare to delay, quickly pressing her earpiece to call the directing team, her voice trembling slightly. Meanwhile, those on the ground in the alley who were not seriously injured secretly watched Qianlong leave, their hearts surging with complex emotions. At this moment, as Qianlong departed, they felt a sense of relief, experiencing rebirth. At the same time, in a mysterious base hidden from the world, a burly black man, resembling a towering iron tower, wore an expression of fury, his hair seemingly standing on end due to anger. His hands tightly gripped the walkie-talkie as if he intended to crush it, while he shouted angrily, "Meiba, you damned bastard. How could you lose track of such a wide main road?" His voice thundered like a raging storm, echoing throughout the base, causing pain to people's eardrums. A voice from the other end of the walkie-talkie, tinged with grievance, attempted to explain, "The elevated main road is a one-way street, and there are only 2 exits. We have people monitoring them. We only saw him get on the elevated road, but did not see him come down. Oh, perhaps he changed to a flying vehicle to slip away due to traffic congestion." The black man's brows furrowed tightly, resembling a volcano about to erupt, as he continued to roar into the walkie-talkie, "Idiot. I don't want to hear any excuses. Losing track of target number 1 is an irrefutable dereliction of duty. I don't care what methods you use, you must find him again for me. This is an indisputable order." A respectful response came from the walkie-talkie. "Understood." Meiba received. After hearing the reply, the black man ceased speaking, suddenly slamming the walkie-talkie violently against the hard ground. With a loud bang, the walkie-talkie bounced several times on the ground before rolling into a corner. He continued to curse, "Damn it." The entire base was enveloped in his furious shouts, the atmosphere reaching a tense climax. On the bustling streets of the West capital, a sleek maglev car sped by like lightning, driven by Qianlong as it raced towards the vicinity of Imali University. Previously, Bulma had sent him a location, which was for a restaurant not far from Imali University. When Qianlong entered the restaurant following the location and saw Bulma waving at him, a smile gently appeared at the corners of his mouth, his face radiating a relaxed and joyful expression. He sat across from Bulma, happily discussing the various exciting features of his phone, occasionally teasing each other with playful banter, creating an exceptionally harmonious atmosphere. Meanwhile, across the globe, an enormous number of young people were intently watching the promotional material for the latest blockbuster film by Kudo Kyoka on various platforms, such as television, large screens, in public squares, and computers. In the upper left corner of the video, a striking slogan flashed repeatedly. The mysterious male lead makes his appearance to save the national goddess. Let's look forward together to the national goddess masterpiece. Upon seeing Qianlong's unbeatable performance in the live broadcast, the crowd was initially taken aback, their eyes reflecting surprise, and soon they began to gossip amongst themselves. "This male lead is not only handsome, but also an outstanding actor, yet it seems I've never seen him before. Does anyone know his name? Is this a street prank? Who are they pranking? Could this just be a promotional clip? While this male lead is simply too handsome. His formidable strength is like that of Superman. He is definitely a superhero." The entire scene was filled with noise and excitement, as people's gazes were magnetically drawn to the screen featuring Qianlong, their hearts brimming with curiosity and anticipation. At this moment, within the tranquil and peaceful Kame house, sunlight streamed through the windows, casting mottled shadows on the floor. Krillin's eyes widened in shock, his face filled with disbelief as he pointed at the television, his mouth slightly agape, his voice trembling as he said, "Master Roshi, That looks like Qianlong, hasn't he gone to film a movie? Hearing this, Yamcha's curiosity was instantly piqued. He leaned over, his eyes fixed on the screen, and chimed in, indeed. That's that guy Qianlong. I never imagined he would go into acting. But wasn't he a general of the Red Ribbon Army? Could the king allow him to appear on television so brazenly? It's quite strange. Master Roshi strolled over slowly, peering closely at the television, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. As he said, Qianlong seems to have turned over a new leaf. But judging by the way he punches, that outfit must be very heavy. He clapped his hands excitedly, and then turned to Yamcha and Krillin with a serious expression, saying, all right, we can't fall behind too much. If Qianlong can persist in his daily training, wearing such heavy clothing, you both must carry 100 kilograms of metal turtle shells tomorrow, and you are not allowed to take them off except for sleeping or bathing. We also need to start strengthening our training. Upon hearing Master Rose's words, Yamcha and Krillin's faces instantly turned as bitter as a bitter melon, exchanging helpless glances. Krillin cautiously asked Master Roshi, did Qianlong really wear very heavy clothing? I can't tell at all. After Krillin spoke, he couldn't help but scratch his smooth head. Master Roshi, hearing Krillin's words, showed no hesitation and swiftly raised his wooden staff, striking Krillin's head with force. His tone carried an undeniable firmness as he said, don't forget Bulma is also in the West capital. Qianlong asked her to make a special weight suit, which should be a piece of cake for her smart brain. Now, let's not discuss others anymore. We must motivate ourselves tomorrow. Hearing Master Rose's words, Krillin and Yamcha immediately straightened their bodies, standing upright like poles, their voices loud and powerful as they shouted, understood. Once Master Roshi walked into the house with his hands behind his back to find the heavy metal turtle shell, Krillin quietly tiptoed over to Yamcha and whispered, Yamcha, call Bulma and ask her how heavy the suit for Qianlong is. That way we can have a goal in mind and a clear direction for our efforts. Yamcha scratched his head, a hint of difficulty appearing on his face, mumbling softly, this doesn't seem very good. I broke up with Bulma, already contacting her again now would be quite awkward. On the sunlit streets of the West capital, vehicles flowed continuously and pedestrians bustled about, presenting a scene of vibrant activity. After finishing a delicious specialty meal at the restaurant, Qianlong and Bulma naturally and harmoniously held each other's hands as they leisurely walked out. Bathed in warm sunlight, they seemed to merge with the whole world. Their steps were light as they headed straight towards Imali University, every step filled with reliance on each other, their demeanor resembling that of an incredibly loving couple, as if the world contained only the two of them. They strolled leisurely, savoring this tranquil moment. Suddenly, a sharp, ear-piercing screech of brakes came from behind, shattering the peace. Qianlong's nerves instantly tensed. He quickly turned his head to look behind, only to see a van charging towards them like a ferocious beast. Without the slightest hesitation, Qianlong reacted extremely swiftly, extending his strong arm to wrap around Bulma's shoulder. Then, with a nimble posture, he swiftly moved to the side, tightly protecting Bulma beside him. Immediately after, the crazed van rampaged onto the sidewalk, blocking the way of Bulma and Qianlong before abruptly coming to a halt. The van door swung open violently, and three burly men, wearing half-face masks that obscured their upper faces and sporting rugged features, emerged one after another. Their gazes were fierce and filled with malice as they approached Bulma and Qianlong directly. Bulma stood undaunted, hands on her hips, her posture upright, as she loudly demanded, hey, who are you? Why are you blocking us? Her voice was crisp and resonant, echoing in the air like silver bells, filled with determination and defiance. The burly men exchanged glances upon hearing Bulma's question, then burst into loud laughter, one of them saying, Miss Bulma probably doesn't know us. We just want to invite you to come with us. My brothers are short on cash lately, and just want to borrow some money from your father, Mr. Brief. Having said that, they swiftly drew handguns and submachine guns, aiming the dark muzzles at Qianlong and Bulma. Seeing this scene, Qianlong held his forehead with one hand, feeling helpless as he muttered, why is this happening again? Is today just not a good day to go out? Wait, does the Dragon Ball world even have such a thing as a calendar? On the sunlit streets near Imali University in the West capital, vehicles flowed like lively fish, freely navigating the wide roads. Pedestrians thronged the sidewalks, some hurrying along as if pressed by urgent matters, while others strolled leisurely, savoring the beautiful moments, each seemingly enacting their own unique story. Shops lined both sides of the road, their colorful signs resembling a vibrant scenic route competing for the attention of passersby. The air was filled with delightful aromas. Rich coffee teasing the senses, the sweet scent of freshly baked bread enticing passersby, and the refreshing fragrance of flowers, all weaving together a busy and lively scene. Qianlong and Bulma found their path blocked by a van, confronted by three burly men wearing half-masks, their expressions menacing as they spoke to the duo. A crowd gathered at a distance, their faces betraying curiosity. Some whispered among themselves, speculating on the unfolding events, while others stood on tiptoe, trying to peer through the crowd, eager to catch every detail. Many people inside the shops leaned out curiously, watching the scene unfold. Facing the three fierce men, Bulma showed no fear, proudly lifting her chin as she wrapped her arm around Qinlan's, confidently declaring, "Do you know who my boyfriend is? How dare you attempt to kidnap me? You truly have a death wish." One of the burly men exchanged glances with his companions, then laughed heartily. "We don't know your current boyfriend. We specifically waited for you to be dumped by your ex-boyfriend before coming. The desert bandit Yamcha is formidable, and we cannot match him. However, we are not afraid of this pretty boy beside you." With that, one of the men aimed a gun at Qinlan's forehead, threateningly saying, "Hey, pretty boy, get lost. Be careful, or it'll break your pretty face." He reached out with his other hand towards Bulma, saying, "Miss Bulma, come with us. Don't make me resort to violence." At that moment, Qinlan raised his hand without hesitation and casually slapped the burly man before him. The force of the slap was tremendous, causing the man to spin in the air like a top before crashing heavily against the nearby wall. At the moment of impact, cracks appeared on the wall, and the burly man fell silent. Seeing this, Bulma was overjoyed, swiftly leaping over Qinlan to shout angrily at the remaining two bastards, "Don't you dare mention that heartbreaker Yamcha in front of me. My current boyfriend would scare you to death if you knew who he was. He is the general of the Blue Army of the Red Ribbon Army. General Qinlan." The expressions of the two men turned grim at Bulma's words. They instinctively took a few steps back, their eyes filled with fear as they darted between glances at Qinlan and their unconscious companion on the ground. One of them quickly regained his composure and urgently said to the leader, "Big brother, wait a minute. I've heard that the general of the Blue Army of the Red Ribbon Army is a woman named Violet, who is quite well known in the southern region. Bulma is trying to deceive us." The burly leader wiped the sweat from his forehead, snorted coldly, and then whispered to his companions, "Quick, go get the leader of the Chaju group. Regardless of whether it's true or not, this pretty boy is not to be trifled with." Then he fixed a piercing gaze on Bulma, a mocking smile spreading across his face as he said, "As expected of the princess of Capsule Corporation, your acting skills are truly top-notch. You almost tricked us, brothers. Are you really being taken in by this pretty boy?" A hint of disdain flickered in his eyes as he smirked slightly, his contempt barely concealed. Bulma's face flushed with anger as she placed her hands on her hips and glared with wide eyes, retorting furiously, "Dare you say that again?" The burly leader took a big step forward, straightening up as he loudly declared to Bulma, "However, that has nothing to do with me. Even if he really is the general of the Blue Army of the Red Ribbon Army, we operate in the West Capital, and we have the Chaju group protecting us. If the Red Ribbon Army wants to come to West Capital, they first have to get past the Royal Army. We have nothing to fear." The more he spoke, the more confident he became, his voice growing louder and a smug expression settling on his face. Qinlan raised an eyebrow, slightly confusion evident in his gaze as he asked, "Oh, you have connections with the Chaju group?" The burly leader felt a twinge of fear rise in his heart as Qinlan began to speak. He slowly took a step back and warned Qinlan, "Of course we do. You'd better not lay a hand on me. I've already sent my underling to call the leader of the Chaju group. We were only planning to kidnap Bulma for some money. If you dare to meddle, the Chaju group will ensure you completely disappear from this world, you bastard." Hearing this, Qinlan burst into laughter. He raised his hand, pointed at his own nose, and with a confident smile mockingly retorted, "Me? To make me disappear? I doubt even the leader of the Chaju group would dare to speak to me that way." Just then the burly man sent to call for help hurried back. He hadn't even arrived yet, but his voice echoed from a distance, "Big brother, Master Xiongtai of the Chaju group is on his way with people. Don't let that kid and Bulma escape." In the next moment, the roar of several cars thundered like surging waves, reverberating throughout the street. A long line of cars sped towards them like a tempest, followed by the screeching sound of sudden braking akin to a piercing alarm. Dozens of black cars like iron behemoths approached with an unstoppable momentum, tightly surrounding Qinlan and the others, along with the van, forming two rows of solid defense. The streets and shops, once bustling with noise and commotion, saw people either eagerly watching the spectacle or busily making phone calls. However, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the Chaju group, they acted like startled birds, quickly moving into action. They swiftly shut their doors, unhesitatingly pulling down their shutters. The once clamorous street instantly fell into an eerie silence, as if time had frozen at that moment. The two burly men, upon seeing the 50 or so individuals clad in black suits disembarking from the black cars, immediately donned fawning smiles, hurrying over with nods and bows. Their demeanor was one of utmost flattery as they cheerfully exclaimed, "Master Xiongtai, here." Then a man in a dark gray suit, slicked back hair, and sunglasses slowly emerged from the back of one of the black cars. Surrounded by a group of his underlings in black suits, he strode forward with an air of disdain, loudly proclaiming, "What a bunch of no-name fools daring to impersonate the Red Ribbon Army on my turf and look down on us in the Chaju group." As he spoke, he casually waved his hand, and one of his underlings promptly presented him with a cigar, while another carefully lit it for him. After taking a leisurely puff, he strolled towards Qianlong and Bulma at a relaxed pace. The two burly men were now cautiously bending forward, following closely behind, their demeanor extremely submissive, guiding the way with gentle movements. Led by them, a group was slowly making its way towards Qianlong. The previously leading burly man leaned close to Master Xiongtai, whispering, "Master Xiongtai, this is the guy." He pointed at Qianlong. At this moment, the people in the surrounding shops witnessed this scene and couldn't help but express their astonishment. Some wore expressions of shock, muttering to themselves, "Given the situation, that person has no chance, he's doomed." Others shook their heads and sighed quietly, saying, "What bad luck, how did he offend the Chaju group? It's a death sentence for him." At noon, on the sunlit streets near Emeli University in the west, the originally bustling scene was abruptly shattered by a sudden event. A dozen black cars surrounded a lonely van and a man and woman standing nearby, resembling a swarm of black dragons. As the doors of the black cars opened, 60 or 70 members of the underworld dressed in black suits poured out, their figures converging ominously toward the two in the center. The once crowded crowd, upon seeing the situation from a distance, displayed expressions of terror, hurriedly turning to flee. People instinctively avoided them, as if the underworld members were a pack of ferocious beasts that one dared not approach. Vehicles that approached occasionally seemed like frightened animals, quickly reversing and steering clear of this place of trouble. The shops on either side were driven by an invisible force, hastily shutting their doors. Shop owners hid behind their doors, nervously observing the commotion through the cracks, fearful that the turmoil would spill over into their shops. The man and woman surrounded were Qianlong and Bulma. Qianlong's expression was stern, and his gaze revealed a hint of calmness and indifference. The scene before her startled Bulma. A wave of inexplicable panic surged within her, causing her heart to flutter. She hurriedly moved behind Qianlong, her body trembling slightly, and nervously whispered to him, "Qianlong, both your Red Ribbon Army and their Chaju group are quite famous. Who is stronger between you?" Qianlong sensed Bulma's anxiety. He gently patted her hand and confidently reassured her, "Don't worry, there's nothing to fear. When their Chaju group's leader sees me, it's like a chick facing a tiger. Who do you think is stronger?" Qianlong's words exuded confidence. Upon hearing Qianlong's words, Bulma straightened her back, forcing a calm demeanor, and bravely declared him not afraid at all. At that moment, the Chaju group's leader Yongtai approached, wearing sunglasses. Upon seeing Qianlong, his body involuntarily trembled slightly, as if he had encountered a terrifying beast, his expression betraying a hint of fear. For a moment, he was somewhat dazed, unable to confirm whether the person before him was indeed the one he feared. Quickly, Yongtai took off his sunglasses and tossed them to a nearby underling, then cautiously stepped forward, scrutinizing Qianlong's face as if seeking an answer. As his pupils focused, he finally saw clearly the profile of Qianlong, who was conversing with Bulma, and received the answer he most dreaded. In an instant, a wave of terror swept through him like a lightning bolt, transporting him back to that fateful night 2 days prior. Scenes from the spacious and solemn conference room at the Chaju Group headquarters replayed in his mind like a film. Countless underlings armed with submachine guns fell to the ground before Qianlong's icy gaze, struck down by the very bullets they had fired. A more than 5-ton granite rockery was launched like a cannonball by a careless wave of Qianlong's hand, crashing down several meters away, instantly turning the group's top soldier into a pulp. And with a mere lift of his hand, he unleashed a piercing blue laser that vaporized Yamamoto's arm before shooting into the ocean, creating towering waves. These images, whether witnessed firsthand, viewed through videos, or relayed by others, continuously intertwined and surfaced in his mind. Cold sweat streamed down his face like a spring, beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks, soaking his collar. "It's him. It's him. It's really him." Yongtai's heart screamed. Now he is the vice officer of the Red Ribbon Army. Once he was General Lon of the Red Ribbon Army. Suddenly, Yongtai felt a wave of regret wash over him, wishing he could slap himself hard. Initially, he had come out just to flaunt his power out of boredom, never expecting to encounter Qianlong here. Now he was in big trouble, and with one misstep, he might lose his life. Yongtai glanced back at the group of confused but aggressive underlings behind him, feeling utterly devoid of any sense of security. He gritted his teeth, contemplating that at this moment relying solely on his own power was the only way to safeguard his life. Under the astonished gazes of those present, Yongtai made an unexpected move. The leader of the Chaju group, in the incredulous eyes of the crowd, suddenly jogged over to Qianlong. He bent his body, bowing and scraping his face, adorned with an excessively flattering smile, greeting Qianlong. "Ah, indeed it is Vice Officer Lon." The fortune teller told me that today I would encounter great joy, and I was still puzzled about what that joy could be. The moment I saw you, I suddenly understood. This is the great joy. Qinlan looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked, have you heard my story? Yongtai quickly nodded, speaking hurriedly, you must not remember me. But just a few days ago, I had the fortune to witness your splendor during a meeting at our headquarters. I have admired you for a long time. Not only the underlings of the Chaju group, but even those hiding in the closed shops around, peering through small gaps to observe, wore expressions of disbelief and shock. What did they see? They witnessed the once mighty and arrogant leader of the Chaju group, Yongtai, bowing and scraping before Qinlan. In an instant, the two, initially prepared to kidnap Bulma, suddenly turned pale, their faces ashen. They knew very well that they had kicked a metal plate this time and were undoubtedly doomed. The underlings in black suits were even more shocked. Some underlings murmured, is this really the same arrogant boss? Another underling rubbed his eyes vigorously, doubting whether he was still dreaming, for even in front of the leader, the boss had never shown such a humble demeanor. Others speculated inwardly, who exactly is this person? How can he make the boss act like this? The crowd around couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Heavens, what is going on? Who is he that the leader of the Chaju group shows him such respect? Someone gasped, mouth agape, as if they could fit an egg in it. This is astonishing. Just how powerful is he? Another person furrowed their brows in suspicion, filled with doubts. It's truly unbelievable. What abilities does he possess to make that usually fierce boss so fearful? In that moment, everyone was filled with confusion, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. This sudden scene stirred waves in everyone's hearts. Bulma's beautiful eyes transformed into hearts sparkling with excitement. In that moment, her youthful pride was greatly satisfied. Bulma's heart involuntarily raced faster, and she tightly clutched Qinlan's arm. A sudden flash of memory crossed Qinlan's mind, recalling the time he led their team leader to meet Bonnie at the conference room of the Chaju group. Perhaps this Master Xiongtai was also crouching in a corner of the conference room at that time. Qinlan's gaze swept past Xiongtai, quickly scanning the group of Chazu's young brothers behind him, all dressed in black suits and looking dazed. Xiongtai keenly caught the look in Qinlan's eyes and quickly raised his hand to pat his forehead, saying apologetically, you see, Deputy Officer Lan, I am simply too excited to see you that I forgot to introduce you to our brothers. After saying that, Xiongtai briskly walked in front of the young brothers, exaggeratedly raising his voice. Brothers, this is the renowned Deputy Officer Lan of the Red Satin Brigade. Everyone quickly bowed to Deputy Officer Lan with me. In the next moment, the previously dazed young brothers under Xiongtai's lead bowed deeply to Qinlan in unison, exclaiming, greetings, Deputy Officer Lan. Next, Xiongtai continued to lead everyone in bowing to Bulma, who was holding Qinlan's arm, shouting, greetings, Madam Officer. Upon hearing this greeting, Bulma's face flushed with embarrassment. She hurriedly covered her mouth with one hand, bursting into a series of joyful laughs. Her eyes sparkled with joy and her charming face radiated a smile of happiness as she responded to everyone. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Qinlan rubbed his head helplessly, secretly muttering, what a hassle. After all, as the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. He couldn't say much more. Qinlan turned to Xiongtai and said in a deep voice, all right, enough of this, don't waste our time. Handle these three who were preparing to kidnap Bulma. We'll be leaving first. Upon hearing Qinlan's words, a heavy stone finally lifted from Xiongtai's heart. He knew he was safe this time, and a delighted smile appeared on his face. He quickly nodded respectfully to Qinlan, assuring, understood, Deputy Officer. I will send these three reckless fools to where they belong, ensuring your satisfaction. After saying that, Xiongtai swiftly turned and discreetly signaled to a subordinate dressed in black suits. In the next moment, 4 or 5 young brothers from the Chaju group moved swiftly like shadows. They were agile and efficient, and before the 2 burly men could react, they subdued them in just a few moves. They skillfully covered the burly men's mouths, tied their hands behind their backs, and effortlessly threw them into the car. Meanwhile, 2 other young brothers ran to the wall, securely binding the unconscious burly man with ropes and tossing him into the trunk of the car like a sack of sand. The entire process was clean and quick, without the slightest hesitation. Then the black sedan carrying the 3 sped away from the scene like an arrow released from a bow. Qinlan watched all of this with a satisfied expression, nodding repeatedly. He then waved his hand casually at Xiongtai of the Chaju group, taking Bulma's hand as they continued toward Imari University. Master Xiongtai led his young brothers, respectfully bowing deeply to Qinlan's departing figure while loudly calling out, we bid farewell to Deputy Officer Lan and Madam Lan. His face was beaming with a fawning smile, and he secretly rejoiced, I have passed this test. Watching Qinlan and Bulma grow farther away, their laughing figures disappearing at the end of the street, Xiongtai finally straightened up and let out a long sigh of relief. The young brother beside Xiong Tai wore a puzzled expression and cautiously asked, "Big brother, we don't really need to be afraid of the Red Satin Brigade, do we?" You. Before he could finish, Xiong Tai's expression suddenly changed, fury erupting like a volcano. He sharply raised his hand and slapped the young brother on the head, roaring angrily, "You idiot! What do you know? I am not afraid of the Red Satin Brigade. Even when the former commander of the Red Satin Brigade was in the West City, we were still equals." With each shout, his body trembled, as if controlled by an uncontrollable rage. Immediately afterward, he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks on that young brother. After a while, Xiong Tai's anger gradually subsided. Breathing heavily, he waved his slightly trembling hand, signaling his subordinate to bring him a cigar. The subordinate respectfully handed him the cigar and lit it for him. Xiong Tai took a deep breath, and the smoke slowly escaped his mouth, forming hazy smoke rings. His gaze grew deep and complex, as if recalling something. After a brief silence, Xiong Tai said, "But I dare not provoke this Deputy Officer Lan. Do you all know Tai Jianjun?" His voice was low and powerful, carrying an undeniable authority. Xiong Tai's young brothers nodded with respect, saying, "Of course we do. He is the pride of our Chaju group. Senior Tai Jian is my idol." Their eyes sparkled with admiration for Tai Jian. However, Xiong Tai's face revealed a dismissive expression as he continued, "He is the top expert of our Chaju group, Tai Jian. Just a few days ago, without even meeting Deputy Officer Lan, he was easily defeated with just a wave of Deputy Officer Lan's hand, turning him into a meat pie." His voice carried a tinge of shock and disbelief, as if that scene was still vividly replaying in his mind. Amidst the stunned gazes of his young brothers, Xiong Tai roared, "You idiots, remember, I just saved your lives. From now on, whenever you see Deputy Officer Lan and his woman, you must show the utmost respect. Have you all understood that?" He leaned slightly forward, gesturing emphatically with his hands to reinforce his words. After speaking, Xiong Tai abruptly turned and stepped into the car. He muttered under his breath, "Damn, what a buzzkill today. Let's go back." With a forceful slam of the car door, a loud bang echoed. Immediately afterward, a convoy of more than a dozen black sedans surged forth like a black whirlwind, swiftly and orderly taking off. They sped along the road, the low rumble of tires against the ground resonating in the air as if the convoy was venting its dissatisfaction. And at the scene, only the cracked wall and the van with its doors wide open and abandoned remained. They stood there alone, as if they were witnesses to this story, quietly narrating everything that had just transpired. At noon, the brilliant sunlight draped the quiet path of the campus like a golden veil. Qin Lan and Bulma strolled shoulder to shoulder along the tree-lined lane, leisurely enjoying this moment of tranquility and beauty. The gentle breeze caressed their faces like a soft touch, bringing a hint of coolness and comfort. However, such beautiful moments are always fleeting, like a shooting star streaking across the sky. Time flew by unnoticed, and soon Bulma had to bid a hasty farewell to Qin Lan due to class. Holding the phone, Bulma prepared for Bonnie tightly in his hand. Qin Lan drove merrily back to Bonnie's hillside manor. The vehicle glided smoothly through the suburbs of Shidu, where the scenery was tranquil and beautiful. In the distance, majestic mountains stood tall, contrasting with the nearby sea, creating a harmonious picture of mountains and waters, all appearing so calm and serene. As he reached the foot of the mountain, this tranquility was suddenly shattered by an unexpected event. Qin Lan's ears caught a sudden sound of thud. The sound, initially faint, grew louder and closer, like a ferocious beast charging towards him. He quickly turned around, his eyes fixed intently on the source of the sound. Before him appeared a rocket, trailing flames hurtling towards him at an astonishing speed, like a blazing meteor. A flicker of shock crossed Qin Lan's eyes, but his instincts took over, compelling him to react instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively abandoned the vehicle and leaped into the air, soaring skyward like a bird attempting to evade the sudden danger. However, upon realizing the rocket was alarmingly close, its speed unfathomably fast, leaving one in awe. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated. The blast echoed through the sky, an ear-splitting roar. Under the impact of the explosion, the magnetic levitation sports car was instantly obliterated, countless parts and shards scattering like colorful fireworks, sparkling as they flew apart. They danced wildly in the air, resembling a shattered dream, gradually disappearing into the void. Not far from the explosion, two individuals in khaki camouflage lay concealed amidst the dense foliage. Upon witnessing the rocket they had fired strike the target with pinpoint accuracy, joy erupted on their faces. The two stood up excitedly, unhesitatingly discarding the heavy rocket launcher from their shoulders. Their bodies trembled with exhilaration, as if enveloped by a powerful surge of joy. One of them could not contain himself, spreading his arms wide to fully express his inner ecstasy, his voice ringing out in passionate cheers reverberating in the air. The other tightly clasped his hand, equally unable to suppress his excitement, their eyes glimmering with fervent thrill and satisfaction. Next, one swiftly grabbed the walkie-talkie in his hand and with excitement and urgency shouted to the other end, Meichi reporting. Meichi reporting. Target 1 has been successfully eliminated. The license plate has been confirmed as H58670 and the individual in the vehicle has also been confirmed as Target 1. Please respond as soon as you receive this. His voice trembled with barely contained excitement, his finger firmly pressing the walkie-talkie button, as if afraid to miss any crucial reply. Just as they focused intently on the report, a gentle breeze swept through like a ghost. This breeze danced through the thick smoke of the explosion like a nimble performer. The smoke gradually dissipated under the gentle caress of the breeze like a veil being slowly lifted by an invisible hand. At this moment, the entire scene became clear and vivid. The wreckage of the obliterated magnetic levitation sports car lay alone, surrounded by countless scattered parts and shards, silently narrating the thrilling explosion that had just occurred. Above the wreckage, Qianlong hovered about 2 meters above the ground, floating like a feather. He crossed his arms tightly to shield his face, raising his right leg to cleverly protect his abdomen. The sportswear he originally wore had completely vanished under the explosion's impact, leaving only tattered black fragments of his training suit. His form seemed frozen like a statue, immobile, as if time had crystallized in that moment. His gaze was deep and focused, pondering a critically important question. Recalling the moment of the explosion, Qianlong, who was at its center, suddenly felt an indescribable lightness throughout his body, as if some form of restraint had been released. Yet he couldn't help but inwardly exclaim, "This is bad." After the flames from the explosion subsided, Qianlong quickly looked down and saw his training suit in tatters like paper shredded by a raging storm. Qianlong's expression turned grim, veins bulging on his forehead as he clenched his teeth, silently murmuring, "System." A cold mechanical voice suddenly rang out, "Ding. Host, I am here." Qianlong held on to a fleetingly unrealistic hope and whispered, "Adjust the training suit's weight to 200 kg. However, the merciless mechanical voice poured cold water over his last glimmer of hope. "Ding. Training suit has been damaged, unable to use." Qianlong took a deep breath, his expression darkening further as he silently thought how to repair the training suit. "Ding. Item status is in an irreversible state." The mechanical voice's response drove him into despair, a dark glint passing through his eyes. Without the training suit, Qianlong abruptly lifted his head, his face clouded with malice. His vicious gaze locked onto the 2 individuals in khaki camouflage, not far away, like flames igniting. One of them gaped in disbelief, his eyes wide, as if frozen, staring intently at Qianlong, as though witnessing the most incredible thing in the world. How could a person survive being directly hit by a rocket? The other was drenched in sweat, beads rolling down his forehead, his hands fumbling behind him as if trying to grab a rifle to continue attacking his target. A fierce rage ignited within Qianlong, boiling like a volcano. His veins bulged like coiling dragons, gritting his teeth as he roared, "You 2 bastards. Damn it." In an instant, all his strength erupted, and the next moment he appeared like a specter above the 2 individuals over 100 meters away. The 2 felt an unexpected darkness above them, barely having time to look up to see what blocked the sun. In the air, Qianlong stretched out his hands towards their heads, furiously unleashing 2 blue shock waves. Boom! An even more deafening explosion erupted, shaking the earth as if the entire ground trembled. Qianlong's fury was not yet quelled. He shot towards Bonnie's manor like a meteor, streaking across the sky at an astonishing speed. His figure quickly vanished into the distance, leaving behind a massive, deep circular crater on the ground, as if struck by a meteor from beyond. The 2 individuals just moments ago seemed as if they had never existed in this world, leaving no trace of their presence. Moments later, Qianlong soared through the sky above the Bonnie manor like a falcon spreading its wings. At that moment, in a concealed corner not far away, a barehead man was secretly observing through binoculars. When he saw Qianlong's figure appear, a look of astonishment spread across his face. He hurriedly opened his walkie-talkie, his voice tinged with tension as he urgently called out, "Mei-san reporting, Mei-san reporting. Target 1 spotted, Target 1 spotted. Target 1 has entered the manor. Please respond." As soon as the barehead man's words fell, a reply, filled with confusion, immediately came through the walkie-talkie. "Received. Received. I will reconfirm with Meichi. Mei-san will continue to monitor the target manor. End of report." Hearing the reply, the barehead man showed a puzzled expression, but he unhesitatingly picked up the binoculars again, fully focused on continuing his surveillance. At this moment, soaring in the sky, Qianlong's gaze was sharp as an eagle, and he quickly spotted Bonnie, standing on the balcony, beaming with joy and waving vigorously at him. Qianlong took a deep breath, striving to calm his mind, slightly adjusting his state before flying towards Bonnie at lightning speed. As Lan slowly approached, his figure gradually became clearer in Bonnie's sight. To her astonishment, she noticed that Lan's clothes were tattered with most of his shirt completely missing, leaving only a few strips of fabric hanging at his waist. Both of his pant legs had completely vanished below the thighs as if torn away by some powerful force. His skin was stained black by gunpowder, yet there were no visible wounds, as if he had just crawled out from a dark and deep coal mine. Seeing Lan in such a tragic state, Bonnie's lips pressed tightly together, and silently a string of tears like pearls rolled down from her eyes. Once Lan landed steadily on the balcony, she rushed towards him, tears streaming down her face. Standing in front of Lan, she anxiously circled around him, choking back sobs, as she nervously inquired, "Lan, are you hurt?" Looking at Bonnie's distraught and panicked expression, Lan felt a deep stir within his heart. The fury that had arisen from losing his training suit and being ambushed gradually subsided at this moment. Gently, Lan reached out his arm, wrapping it around Bonnie's waist, then tightly embraced her trembling body, softly reassuring, "I'm really fine, it's just my clothes that got blown up." After hearing Lan's words, Bonnie quietly continued to weep in his embrace. She held him tightly with all her strength, as if fearing that if she loosened her grip for even a moment, he would vanish. Bonnie looked up, her eyes as clear and sparkling as sapphires, filled with tears as she gazed directly at Lan softly, saying, "When I heard that explosion and felt the tremor on the ground, my heart nearly shattered. Lan, I was truly terrified of losing you. At that moment I thought if anything happened to you, I probably couldn't go on living either." Before she finished speaking, tears surged from Bonnie's eyes like a flood, cascading down her beautiful and delicate cheeks. Lan was filled with emotion, his eyes revealing a tender affection. He gently raised his hand, cautiously wiping away the tear stains on Bonnie's cheek, and promised softly, yet firmly, "Don't worry, Bonnie. Have you forgotten? I made a wish to the divine dragon for immortality. No one can kill me." Then Lan slightly lowered his head and gently kissed Bonnie's lips. He softly patted her shoulder, speaking with determination, "We should quickly find those who ambushed me and see who was behind the assassination at the foot of the mountain." Upon hearing Lan's words, Bonnie's expression instantly darkened, her eyes flashing with rage as she snarled, "We must find those damned guys. They dare to harm my Lan." Bonnie's face was so dark it seemed as if water could drip from it. She turned to her maid beside her and coldly commanded, "After Lan has bathed, have the butler and Zhongzhen come to my study." Finishing her words, Bonnie tightly grasped Lan's hand, as if fearing that if she loosened her grip even slightly, he would disappear. Then she quickly led Lan into the small bathroom in the bedroom. "Yes, milady." The maid obeyed and slowly withdrew. Shortly after, a cleaned-up Lan emerged from the bathroom, dressed in a stylish and fresh sports outfit. Bonnie eagerly rushed to embrace Lan, snuggling in his arms. Soon they sat on the soft sofa in front of the desk, and not long after, the maid reported that the butler and Zhongzhen had arrived outside the bedroom door. After allowing them in, Bonnie's gaze turned icy, her voice devoid of warmth as she issued orders. Zhongzhen immediately used the headquarters satellite video to locate the people who just attacked Lan, analyze their appearances, and identify their organization. Butler immediately instructed the hidden and visible sentries around the manor. "I want the list of all unfamiliar individuals who have entered and exited in the week since we arrived in Shidu, along with their identities, in the shortest time possible." At this time, Lan interjected, "Bonnie, I have the ability to sense everyone within a 3-kilometer radius. Please mark the locations of our visible and hidden sentries on the nearby map, or bring me a security diagram. I think those who secretly attacked me likely have accomplices hiding somewhere nearby." Bonnie nodded, slightly agreeing with Lan's statement. She turned to the butler and commanded, "Bring me a security diagram of the manor," as Lan said. "And the 2 matters I instructed must be handled immediately." Zhongzhen stood tall, saluting Bonnie and Lan with a standard yet solemn military salute, saying seriously, "Understood." The butler also bowed respectfully to the 2, answering, "Understood, milady." Afterward, the butler and Zhongzhen swiftly exited the study, and the door clicked softly shut. Lan stared intently at Bonnie, whose emotions were even more furious than his own. Suddenly, a thought struck him, filling him with a wave of fear. This time he had encountered an attack. Even without the protection of immortality, with his own combat capabilities, he should not have been injured. However, a terrifying thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. What if it were Bonnie who had been attacked? She had neither immortality nor the powerful combat ability to defend herself. Thinking of this, Lan's fists involuntarily clenched. He silently resolved to make a big deal out of this, to eradicate all those daring enough to show themselves. Let those lurking in the darkness clearly understand. Lan is untouchable. Lan thought, as for Bonnie and Bulma, it seems they will need help from the Dragon Balls. But how to help them? Wishing upon the Dragon Balls requires waiting a year. It seems far too long now. Next time I use the Dragon Balls to make a wish, I can't just think of myself. Lan furrowed his brow, tightly sinking into deep thought. Boney caught a glimpse of Lan's slightly somber expression, and a wave of sorrow surged within her heart, making her feel despondent. She couldn't help but tightly embrace Lan, her voice filled with deep affection and attachment, as she softly said, "Lan, please never leave me, okay?" Hearing Boney's words, Lan temporarily paused his thoughts about the Dragon Ball, turning his gaze towards Boney and observing her face filled with uncertainty. Lan's voice was gentle, yet firm, as he comforted Boney simultaneously, making her a steadfast promise. The two relied on each other, firmly believing they could safely overcome every challenge together. Not long after, the butler approached with steady steps, holding a document in his hand. His expression was solemn and respectful as he handed the document to Lan and Boney, saying, "My lords, this is the security map of our estate's surroundings." After receiving the document, Lan quickly flipped through it before passing it to Boney. In the next moment, he decisively took Boney's hand and walked out of the study onto the spacious balcony. His eyes were filled with tenderness and determination as he softly told Boney, "I will sense the auras within a certain range and inform you of their locations. You can check the security map to see if they are our people." Boney nodded slightly, her gaze revealing complete trust in Lan. Lan quietly closed his eyes, exerting himself to elevate his aura to its utmost. When one sensory perception is closed off, the sensitivity of the other senses becomes sharper and more powerful. After a moment, Lan pointed towards a steep and towering mountain 300 meters away, softly asking, "Are there our people up there?" Boney followed the direction Lan pointed and glanced down at the map in her hand, then gently replied, "Yes, they are our people." Lan nodded slightly to show he understood, then pointed diagonally towards a thicket-covered rocky slope 1,800 meters away, asking, "Is it here?" Boney looked at the map and her expression suddenly darkened as she replied, "We have not deployed personnel there." Lan opened his eyes, a faint smile forming at the corners of his mouth, revealing a cold smile. In the next moment, his figure was lifted as if by an invisible force, slowly rising into the air. Then, like a shooting star, he swiftly sped towards the rocky slope in the distance. Moments later, Lan's figure reappeared on the balcony, followed closely by two individuals enveloped in blue light, their faces filled with fear and panic. Lan hurled the two individuals to the ground. Boney looked over and saw that they were dressed in brown camouflage, one of them resembling a pig-headed person. They appeared utterly terrified, their eyes darting around, revealing profound fear. The blue glow in Lan's eyes gradually faded as he maintained an expressionless face, coldly questioning the two. "Gentlemen, if you wish to live, it would be best to honestly disclose everything you know." The two were already frightened out of their wits, trembling and tightly closing their mouths, bowing their heads in silence. Lan's lips curled into a cold smile as he continued, "Gentlemen, look over there. There should be your people in that mountain, right?" The two involuntarily turned their gaze in the direction Lan pointed. It was a majestic mountain, rising over 2,000 meters away, nearing 3,000 meters. The two displayed expressions of disbelief, unable to comprehend how Lan could know of their meticulously hidden base. Lan observed their expressions, noting how their faces darkened further. He had obtained the answer he sought. However, he glanced at Boney beside him. Boney shook her head at Lan, indicating that there were no individuals from the Red Ribbon Army stationed there. Lan suddenly smiled again, looking coldly at the two, saying, "I didn't expect there to be quite a few of your people over there, probably more than 100, right?" Upon hearing Lan's words, the two immediately shut their eyes, tightly pursing their lips and refusing to utter a single word. Lan coldly clapped his hands, speaking lightly, "You two are truly loyal. Then please enjoy a unique fireworks show together." The two looked at Lan with suspicion, their eyes filled with confusion. Lan opened his left hand, pointing toward the towering mountain over 3,000 meters away. As they watched in bewilderment, Lan's body began to transform. His muscles rapidly bulged, resembling twisted tree roots, and he instantly became much stronger. The veins on his forehead bulged, twisting like worms. In the next moment, a massive blue shockwave erupted from his outstretched left hand. The shockwave roared like a giant dragon, charging with immense force directly toward the massive mountain nearly 3 kilometers away. Before they could recover from their shock, a thunderous explosion echoed from afar. A grand explosion occurred at the distant massive mountain. The intense light generated by the explosion resembled a dazzling little sun, its brilliance blinding, forcing everyone to instinctively close their eyes and shield themselves from the blinding glare. However, this was just the beginning. Following closely before the light had completely dissipated, a tremendous rolling shockwave surged toward them at lightning speed. At this critical moment, Lan unhesitatingly embraced Boney, tightly protecting her in his broad arms. The two individuals lying on the ground were pale with fear, desperately covering their heads, pressed tightly against the cold ground. The crowd nearby also erupted in terrified screams, chaotic sounds echoing through the sky. Surrounding trees and gardens seemed to be uprooted by an invisible giant hand flying into the air. The room shook violently as if it could collapse at any moment. Qinlan felt a pang of regret in his heart, thinking, "Oh no, I've gone a bit too far this time, exerting too much force." Now he could only hope that he wouldn't destroy his own home. After the shockwave swept through Bonus Estate, and the nearby estates suffered varying degrees of damage. Fortunately, this was the famous wealthy district of Shidu, where the buildings were constructed with extremely solid materials, remarkably sturdy. However, after 3 explosions occurred consecutively in the vicinity today, one of which was comparable to a nuclear explosion, whether this area could still retain its reputation as a wealthy district remained uncertain. Not to mention other things, just after the shockwave passed, the deafening sound of the explosion followed closely. People barely had time to lower their hands, covering their ears, continuing to press tightly against them, straining to resist the earth-shattering noise. It was a swift occurrence. The previous explosion had only just happened a mere few seconds ago. Once everything settled down, the 2 individuals captured by Qinlan slowly raised their heads in astonishment, gazing ahead, where an enormous mushroom cloud slowly rose from the former location of their base. The massive mountain they had originally relied on to establish their base had seemingly vanished without a trace. Witnessing this scene, the 2 appeared as if they had been struck dumb, collapsing weakly to the ground. As the shockwave of the explosion gradually subsided, Qinlan gently released the well-protected Bonnie from his embrace. He slightly lowered his head, reached out his hand to tenderly smooth the disheveled hair of Bonnie, who had been tousled by the blast, softly comforting her with eyes full of affection. Then Qinlan turned around, his gaze instantly turning cold and sharp, staring mercilessly at the 2 captives in khaki camouflage lying on the ground, and asked icily, "Was that explosion beautiful? You came to surveil us, so you should be aware of the methods employed by our Red Satin Brigade. Aside from you, we will soon find all of your relatives, and let them taste the beauty of the explosion, as well shall we." Saying this, Qinlan unhesitatingly extended his hand, palm open, directly aimed at the 2 on the ground, and coldly declared, "Then, let's have you taste the flavor of this explosion first." These words were like a sharp sword, ruthlessly piercing through the last psychological defenses of the 2. Their bodies trembled violently, shaking their heads, incessantly tears streaming down their faces. Filled with fear and despair, they pleaded with a crying tone, "Well, speak. We'll tell you everything. Please don't harm our families." Qinlan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. He turned to the butler, whose clothes were slightly disheveled, and calmly said, "Take them away, record everything they know, and bring it to me later." After saying that, Qinlan smiled and took Bonnie's hand again, slowly returning indoors. Qinlan and Bonnie entered the study together and sat down on the soft sofa. After the maids served them tea, she swiftly joined the busy group of maids around them, becoming part of the hustle. They began to silently tidy up the study, which had become a mess due to the shockwave, and organize the chaotic bedroom. Bonnie lightly turned and lay down naturally, resting her head on Qinlan's thigh. Her small hand tightly grasped Qinlan's hand as her eyes gazed up at him, and she asked gently, "Lan, do you really not know Kudo Kyoka?" A hint of confusion crossed Qinlan's face as he gently reached out to caress Bonnie's delicate fair cheek, slowly shaking his head, his tone tinged with helplessness. "I really don't know her." Then he blinked slightly and asked with a hint of helplessness, "Did you see that live broadcast just now?" At this point, Qinlan couldn't help but silently complain, expressing his grievances. Today is absolutely not suitable for going out. In just half a day, merely half a day's time. Countless unexpected events have occurred one after another. Even his beloved training outfit was destroyed in this series of incidents. A trace of sadness involuntarily surfaced on his face. Bonnie, being gently caressed on the cheek by Qinlan, involuntarily trembled slightly, a ticklish sensation washing over her, causing her to giggle softly. She sweetly said, "I didn't watch the live broadcast, though I watched the recording afterward. As long as there is news about you, those below will definitely inform me at the first moment." However, when Zhongjin spoke, there was a hint of worry on his face, and he carefully analyzed the situation for me. "With your exposure on television, the 2 of us making such a grand appearance in the Western capital will surely make the king's nerves extraordinarily sensitive, so we need to prepare in advance." Qinlan gently patted Bonnie's delicate hand, as smooth as mutton fat, and softly reassured her no need to worry about the king. Then he slightly lowered his head, tenderly kissed Bonnie's rose petal-like soft red lips, and gently asked Bonnie, "Do you want to become a queen? If you do, I will take you to Zhongdu and let you sit directly on the throne of the king. How about that?" Bonnie's face flushed slightly from Qinlan's kiss. She gently reached out to caress his cheek, her eyes sparkling with playfulness, and teasingly said, "Oh, can my Vice Minister Lan decide who can ascend to the throne?" Qinlan wore a confident smile, his eyes shining with determination and sharpness, and unhesitatingly replied, "Of course. Don't you know my strength? If anyone dares to oppose my Bonnie's ascension to the throne, I will definitely kill them all. Bonnie recalled how Qinlan had just destroyed a mountain with a mere gesture, and she couldn't help but nod her face, displaying a look of affirmation. Then she looked at Qinlan with loving eyes and said sweetly, "Lan, you're really amazing." After saying this, she slowly leaned in to kiss him. Moments later, their lips slowly parted. Qinlan chuckled and teasingly asked Bonnie, "My queen Bonnie, when do you plan to ascend to the throne?" Bonnie gave Qinlan a slightly annoyed look, shook her head calmly, and said flatly, "No, being this commander is already keeping me extremely busy. I don't want to be king." For a moment, their moods lightened as if basked in the warm spring sun, turning from heaviness to light-hearted joy. Their laughter joyfully echoed in the air, leading to a delightful banter filled with fun. Perhaps it was because Qinlan had successfully captured the hidden observer lurking in the darkness just moments ago. His eyes glimmered with clarity after discerning everything, and he was about to understand the true nature of the hidden enemy. Qinlan stood tall and proud, a slight smile curving his lips, revealing a confident demeanor. He knew well that at this point in time, there was no one on earth he could not defeat, as long as he knew who the hidden enemies were. He had the confidence to eliminate all of them. Moments later, the butler entered the open door of the study with steady steps, walking into the room. He skillfully maneuvered around the maids who were tidying up the room and approached Qinlan and Bonnie, respectfully presenting a detailed file of the captives' testimonies. Qinlan took the file, casually flipping through it, while Bonnie curiously leaned in to look at it together. The butler stood respectfully beside them, briefly summarizing to the two, "Your Excellencies, these two belong to the King's Army, Western military, directly under the command of the Special Operations Reconnaissance Company, led directly by the Western military commander. A couple of days ago, they received orders from the Western military commander to quietly relocate to the abandoned peak in the Western Mountains and were tasked with surveilling our estate from a distance. According to their testimonies, their reconnaissance company had not received any orders to ambush Vice Minister Lan. However, around 12:30 today, their unit suddenly issued them a new order demanding they approach our estate alone to establish a small two-person observation post specifically to monitor Vice Minister Lan." Qinlan raised an eyebrow and retorted, "Monitoring me alone? Silence him. It is imperative to silence him. To keep this secret completely secure, the only course of action is to eliminate Watanabe Hiroshi, the sole person aware of this matter. After all, only by ensuring that no one can speak forever can the secret be most likely kept." After a moment of contemplation, a hint of reluctance faded from the face of the leader of the Chaju group, followed by a ruthless expression. A little over 10 minutes ago, in the courtyard of the Chaju group headquarters, which controls the largest underground gang in the western region of the world in the western capital, sunlight filtered through the lush bamboo leaves, casting dappled shadows. The underground emperor of the western capital, the leader of the Chaju group, was enjoying tea in the courtyard pavilion, immersed in the tranquil atmosphere. Suddenly, the serene atmosphere was shattered by a loud, muffled sound. He then felt the ground tremble violently. The teacup trembled as if startled, wobbling at the edge of the tea table before rolling off and shattering on the ground with a crisp sound. A hint of confusion flashed in the leader's eyes as he frowned slightly. Just as he turned to inquire with the black-suited subordinate beside him, his gaze was drawn towards the direction of the western mountains. He witnessed with his own eyes that a massive mushroom cloud erupted from the distant western mountains, soaring into the sky like a roaring beast. The enormous cloud obscured the sun, evoking a sense of dread, as if the world's end was approaching. His heart raced, and he thought to himself, what on earth is happening? Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he said to the subordinate next to him, "Watanabe, go find out what happened over at the western mountains." The young subordinate in the black suit, Watanabe, wasted no time, darting out of the courtyard like a gust of wind. Moments later, Watanabe rushed back, beads of sweat the size of mung beans on his forehead, breathing heavily as he reported to the leader, "From what I've gathered so far, a mountain peak in the western mountains has experienced a violent explosion. Details are still under further investigation and will be reported promptly." The leader nodded slightly after hearing this, his expression still serious, choosing not to speak further. His gaze remained fixed on the still dissipating mushroom cloud, lost in thought. At that moment, a gentle breeze rustled the flowers and grass in the courtyard, stirring the leaves, creating a soft, rustling sound. However, the tranquility had already been shattered by the shocking explosion, and the entire courtyard was enveloped in a tense and oppressive atmosphere. After a moment, another plump young subordinate in a black suit hurriedly stepped into the pavilion. His steps appeared somewhat flustered, as if carrying extremely important news. He hurried to the leader, respectfully bowed deeply, reaching a full 90 degrees. He tightly clutched a document in both hands, carefully handing it to the leader, then quickly turned to leave, as if not daring to linger. The leader took the document and slowly opened it. The first thing that caught his eye was a comparative photo of the mountain peak before and after its disappearance, accompanied by detailed text and data. His gaze continued downward and landed on an image showing a blue energy wave just before it struck the mountain alongside another image depicting the stunning scene of a massive white light generated at the moment the blue shockwave hit the mountain. As his eyes fell upon the blue shockwave in the document, a deep sense of dread surged within the leader. A flash of shock crossed his gaze, and memories of the terrifying scene he witnessed not long ago on that beach involuntarily surfaced in his mind. His expression darkened further, revealing a hint of fear. His lips trembled slightly, and the hand that had been gripping the document tightened unconsciously. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil within, and continued to look down. Indeed, on the next page of the document, he saw the source of the energy wave was none other than the person he least wanted to see, General Lon of the Red Satin Brigade. Qin Lon. The Red Satin Brigade, one of the most powerful evil organizations on this planet, has an established army. However, the reason for the leader's fear was not merely because of this evil organization. It was solely because of the person in the photo. After closing the document, the leader took another deep breath, but the fear within remained like a tidal wave, hard to suppress. At that moment, he felt as if he were being consumed by despair, deeply aware of Qin Lan's formidable power. It was an overpowering strength that rendered everything else fragile and would be ruthlessly destroyed. The leader's mind involuntarily recalled the scene from a few days ago in the headquarters conference room, when Qin Lan had burst in like a divine soldier, crashing through the roof. Facing dozens of bodyguards' gunfire, Qin Lan merely glanced. Shockingly, the bullets aimed at him reversed course and precisely killed the bodyguards who fired. With a gentle wave of his hand, the several tons of granite rockery in the courtyard were easily blown away, as if its weight were mere illusion. On the beach, he spread his fingers, unleashing a massive laser from his hand that stirred up monstrous waves over 100 meters high on the sea, triggering a terrifying tsunami. These astonishing scenes of Qin Lan's overwhelming power repeatedly flashed in the leader's mind, refusing to fade. He made a silent decision. He must never let Qin Lan discover that he had secretly arranged an assassination against him. For a moment, the leader silently rejoiced in his earlier decision to send Watanabe Hiroshi alone and conceal his identity to search for the assassin. Silence him. It is imperative to silence him. To keep this secret completely secure, the only course of action is to eliminate those who know about it. After all, only by ensuring that no one can speak forever can the secret be most likely kept. After pondering for a moment, the leader's face shed a hint of reluctance, replaced by a ruthless expression. The next moment, a slight smile played at the corners of the leader's mouth as he shook his head in a half-smile. Feigning indifference, he turned his gaze to the person sitting across from him, who was also drinking tea, and said in a calm tone, "It looks like a volcanic eruption, but it won't have much impact on us. Let's continue enjoying our tea." With that, he unhesitatingly tossed the document in his hand into the boiling tea fire, as if discarding a useless object. The flames in the furnace received new fuel and instantly roared to life, flaring up fiercely. The bubbles in the teapot became denser, boiling over as if ignited by the raging flames. The leader slowly raised his gaze, fixing it on the tall young subordinate in a black suit standing beside him. After lingering on the subordinate for a moment, he softly said, "Watanabe, you have been by my side for about 7.5 years, haven't you?" Upon hearing his name mentioned, Watanabe quickly turned and faced the leader, respectfully bowing deeply and responding firmly, "Leader, you are not mistaken." The leader nodded slightly, a gentle smile appearing on his face as he asked softly, "During all this time, I have seen your loyalty and ability. So I would like to ask you, after following me for so long, what have you learned?" Watanabe felt a surge of excitement at the leader's question. He took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions, then began to succinctly recount the experiences he had learned. Throughout this process, the leader listened quietly, his gaze focused and profound, as if he were trying to perceive the depths of Watanabe's heart through his words. Meanwhile, Watanabe was wholly focused on answering the questions, slightly leaning forward to show respect for the leader. After listening to Watanabe's response, the leader let out a hearty laugh, his boisterous laughter resonating in the air. He turned his head, a hint of pride in his gaze, and said to his advisor Oda, who was sitting across from him, "Oda-kun, what do you think of Watanabe's answers?" Upon hearing the leader's question, Oda first nodded slightly in affirmation, a faint smile on his face. His eyes revealed admiration for Watanabe, as he said to the leader, "I congratulate you, leader, for gaining another talented individual." Watanabe-kun's responses were appropriate and generous, his perspectives on issues deep and comprehensive, and his handling of affairs showcased his unique insights, embodying a perfect balance of intensity and calmness. He is truly a rare talent. The leader's smile grew even brighter, and he cheerfully called out to Watanabe, "Watanabe, don't just stand there, come and sit down." He gestured towards the tatami mat next to advisor Oda. Oda also smiled kindly and made a welcoming gesture towards the standing Watanabe, his eyes conveying friendliness. Watanabe couldn't hide his joy, his face alight with excitement, as he deeply bowed to the leader and advisor Oda. He then made his way to the designated tatami mat, carefully seating himself opposite the leader. The leader personally stood up, skillfully lifting the teapot to pour a cup of fragrant tea for Watanabe, the tea flowing into Watanabe's cup, like a clear spring, instantly filling the air with the aroma of tea. As he poured the tea, he said softly, "Watanabe-kun, you've been by my side for so long, you have both ability and merit. In the future, I will be giving you more responsibilities. After all, I am getting older and my energy is not what it used to be." Watanabe trembled slightly with excitement, bowing his head to the leader and firmly stating, "I understand. Rest assured, leader. I will do my utmost to relieve your burdens." The leader nodded slightly, a look of satisfaction appearing on his face as he said with seriousness, "The southern district of the western capital near the beach is a place with many establishments and a complicated crowd. Now that I am older, it has become quite challenging to manage. Watanabe-kun, you will need to do your utmost in the southern district of the western capital to relieve my burdens and achieve new accomplishments for the organization." Upon hearing the leader's words, not only was Watanabe astonished, but Oda and the other subordinates standing in the pavilion were also taken aback. They never expected the leader to be willing to hand over the most lucrative southern district of the western capital to Watanabe. Although the southern district seems insignificant within the entire influence of the Chaju group in the western region, its economic benefit accounts for 23 of the Chaju group's total income. This is the second most important industry for the leader. At this moment, Watanabe's face displayed a look of surprise and excitement, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Oda furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly deep in thought. Meanwhile, the other subordinates whispered among themselves, their faces showing expressions of surprise and envy. Upon hearing this, Watanabe was startled, quickly standing up in a panic, trembling slightly. As he deeply bowed to the leader, his voice trembling, "I hope the leader will retract the order. My abilities are truly limited, and I fear I may struggle to manage the affairs of the southern district of the western capital." As he spoke, cold sweat dripped from his forehead, his expression filled with urgency and unease, hastily refusing. He knew that the leader would never easily hand over his core interests to a trusted subordinate. The leader sighed lightly upon hearing this, slowly shaking his head, choosing not to respond to Watanabe. He silently picked up his teacup, leisurely taking a sip, then began to speak about another matter. "Watanabe, you have followed me for so long, and you know I have only one precious daughter, Ayako. Ayako has been closest to you since childhood." At this point, the leader sighed again, continuing, "But I am getting older and must acknowledge that. You say you are unwilling to take on this burden, but if anything were to happen to me, who else could Ayako rely on?" The leader's expression gradually appeared somewhat forlorn. Upon hearing the leader's words, Watanabe's expression suddenly shifted. His mind began to wander through time, memories flooding back like a tide. He recalled when he was young, just a teenager, following the Thenotiet leader Jinhu and enthusiastically assisting that adorable little girl Ayako, who was about 10 years old. At that time, he nimbly climbed a tree to fetch a kite that had gotten stuck high in the branches. Innocent Ayako joyfully called out to him, "Watanabe-kun, you're amazing. When I grow up, I will marry you." Then scenes from 3 years ago resurfaced in his mind. At that time, Jinhu had been promoted to leader, and he followed Jinhu to the western capital. Now a graceful and stunning Ayako waved goodbye to him, smiling and nodding her eyes, revealing a hint of reluctance as she gently waved him farewell. Watanabe then realized, so Jinhu had long known Ayako's feelings for me. His gaze grew even more resolute, and he straightened up, solemnly addressing the leader with a determined voice, "Leader, I understand. I will unconditionally accept any arrangement made by the leader." The leader's gaze focused on Watanabe, a look of satisfaction appearing on his face as he nodded gently. However, in his eyes there seemed to fleetingly flash a barely perceptible hint of reluctance. He then spoke in a steady and firm voice, "Very well. You have spirit. You are full of vigor. Watanabe-kun, you must work hard. Take good care of Ayako, and also protect our Chaju group well. The future belongs to you young people." Saying this, he gently lifted the already poured cup of tea and slowly extended it towards Watanabe. Watanabe deeply bowed with respect, then exclaimed yes. He quickly reached out with both hands to firmly grasp the offered cup. Without hesitation, he tilted his head back and drank it all in one go, as if expressing his determination and courage. Leader Jinhu let out a hearty and cheerful laugh, saying loudly, "Watanabe-kun, please take a seat. Soon during the meeting, I will formally appoint you to manage all affairs in the southern district of the western capital." At that moment, the joyful leader, the excited Watanabe, and the contemplative advisor Oda together formed a unique and captivating scene in the courtyard. Time flowed slowly. While the three were chatting passionately, suddenly a young subordinate rushed over, bowing towards the three seated in the pavilion, panting, yet respectfully, saying, "Leader Jinhu, the hall master, and the cadres have all arrived at the conference room." With a warm and amiable smile, Leader Jinhu spoke gently to Watanabe. "Watanabe, you go to the conference room first. Remember this time, don't stand as you did before, sit directly on my left. I have already had a tatami mat placed there for you." Watanabe's face flushed with excitement, and he stood up eagerly, deeply bowing to leader Jinhu, responding loudly, "Understood." His eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation, his hands trembling slightly. Then leader Jinhu turned to the other subordinates in the pavilion and calmly instructed, "You all follow Watanabe to the conference room and support him." The subordinates in the pavilion bowed in response. "Yes, leader." Watanabe, invigorated, held his head high and walked out of the pavilion with determined steps. His posture was upright, radiating boundless energy. Following Watanabe were the subordinates of leader Jinhu, moving in an orderly manner behind him, exuding a trained demeanor as they headed towards the conference room. At that moment, only leader Jinhu and advisor Oda remained in the pavilion. Oda slowly stood up, respectfully bowing to leader Jinhu and saying, "Leader, I will head to the venue first." Leader Jinhu waved at Oda and lowered his voice, saying softly, "Oda-kun, come here for a moment." Oda cautiously approached the leader's side and bent down slightly. The leader's voice was low, like a gentle breeze, clearly reaching Oda's ear. Watanabe Hiroshi, on September 5, 748 of the AI calendar, had an affair with the wife of our brother Tanaka. On April 17, 750 of the AI calendar, he embezzled club funds. Upon hearing this from the leader advisor, Oda's body trembled slightly, a look of shock appearing on his face. However, he quickly responded, nodding in understanding. "Understood." Leader Jinhu nodded slightly, gently, sighing, his tone tinged with helplessness. "Watanabe, this kid should never have had designs on Ayako. During the meeting, I will be relying on you, Oda-kun." Oda nodded again, responding firmly, "I understand." With that, he turned and headed towards the conference room at the leader's wave. In an instant, leader Jinhu arrived at the door of the conference room. His figure appeared particularly tall in the sunlight, exuding an invisible authority. Before entering, he swiftly popped a small object resembling a chocolate block into his mouth, the action skilled and natural, as if it were a habitual motion. Then leader Jinhu stepped into the conference room. Upon seeing him, everyone in the room quickly stood up, bowing respectfully to welcome his arrival. Once leader Jinhu was seated, he raised his hand slightly, making a downward motion to signal everyone to sit. Everyone complied and sat down, the entire conference room falling into silence. Leader Jinhu's gaze landed on Watanabe, who was sitting to his left. He reached out and gently patted Watanabe's shoulder calmly, saying, "Everyone, Watanabe-kun has been with me for 7.5 years now, and I believe everyone knows him." At this moment, the faces of the crowd below displayed confusion, filled with questions. They could not understand why Watanabe, the leader's subordinate, was sitting above them, nor could they comprehend why the leader was inquiring about him. In the uncertain atmosphere, no one dared to speak out easily. The cadres of the Chaju group exchanged glances and nodded, indicating they recognized Watanabe. The atmosphere in the conference room grew somewhat noisy and chaotic, filled with various hushed discussions. The corners of leader Jinhu's mouth slightly lifted, revealing a calm smile. He slowly extended his hand, gently pressing down with movements elegant and steady. The meeting room regained silence, as if shrouded by an invisible force. Then leader Jinhu's voice resonated in the quiet conference room. "Watanabe-kun has risked his life for the organization, not shying away from danger. Moreover, he has successfully passed my tests and is a capable and trustworthy person." Upon reaching this point, leader Jinhu coughed lightly twice, then paused slightly before continuing, "I am getting older and my energy is very limited. I have decided to concentrate all my energy on managing the organization. Thus today, during this grand meeting, I will entrust all affairs of the southern district of the western capital to Watanabe-kun and promote him to the 17th Hall Master of our Chaju group." At this moment, the faces of the crowd revealed astonishment as they exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. However, since leader Jinhu was relinquishing his own territory, which did not cause any losses for everyone, no one raised objections. Leader Jinhu observed the crowd's reaction, satisfaction evident on his face, and smilingly nodded, then turned his gaze to Watanabe, saying, "It seems that Watanabe-kun's promotion to Hall Master is indeed the will of the people." Watanabe, witnessing everything settling into place, felt a surge of overwhelming passion. He quickly bowed his head and respectfully said to leader Jinhu, "All of this is thanks to your careful cultivation, leader. When you direct me east, I will never go west." After a moment, leader Jinhu slightly nodded, displaying a look of contentment as he turned to face the crowd, continuing in a gentle voice, "Today, just as everyone is gathered, I would like to share a personal matter. My only daughter Ayako has turned 18. As her father, I naturally hope she can have a beautiful home." He then looked at Watanabe, saying, "Watanabe-kun has been by my side since he was a teenager. He has grown up with Ayako, and they are indeed childhood sweethearts. Today I will take the liberty of pledging Ayako to Watanabe-kun. What do you think?" Upon finishing, he narrowed his eyes slightly, discreetly gesturing with a subtle motion. Below, Advisor Oda, who had been closely observing Leader Jinhu, took in everything. He subtly nudged the person sitting next to him. Watanabe, overwhelmed with excitement, shot up, deeply bowing and loudly declaring, "I am willing. Thank you for your support, leader." With this dramatic scene unfolding, the cadres of the Chaju group understood why Leader Jinhu had suddenly decided to hand over his territory to Watanabe. Realizing this was merely an internal resource allocation of the family, they then casually began to applaud, expressing their congratulations. Amidst the warm applause, suddenly one of the cadres sitting next to Oda stood up, abruptly shouting, "I object." In the spacious conference room, the previously lively atmosphere turned deathly silent, everyone looking bewildered at the person who had spoken out. Watanabe glared fiercely, his eyes flashing with intensity as he fixed his stare on this person, angrily demanding, "This is Leader Jinhu's family matter. What qualification do you have to object?" The cadre of the Chaju group, however, showed no signs of fear, meeting Watanabe's fierce gaze head-on, standing tall and responding with righteous fervor. "Leader Jinhu has made tremendous contributions to our organization over the years, and we as subordinates are grateful and will never forget. I absolutely cannot allow such a dedicated leader's only daughter, Miss Ayako, to become a widow at the tender age of 18. Upon hearing this, Watanabe erupted in fury, slamming his hand down with a bang, shouting at the cadre, "You bastard! What nonsense are you spouting here?" Leader Jinhu also wore a puzzled expression, slightly frowning as he inquired, "Why do you say that? Watanabe has grown up under my watch. He is strong and has no issues. How could Ayako become a widow?" The cadre's expression turned serious as he unhesitatingly raised the document in his hand, his voice booming, "Leader Jinhu, you have been deceived by this guy. This is irrefutable evidence of Watanabe Hiroshi violating our club's regulations." He pointed at the pallid Watanabe, shouting, "Watanabe, you shameless scoundrel, on the night of September 5, 748 of the AI calendar, you intoxicated the wife of our brother Tanaka and violated her. Furthermore, starting from April 17, 750 of the AI calendar, Watanabe audaciously embezzled club funds, severely harming the overall interests of our organization. Leader Jinhu, I initially planned to privately present this to you after the meeting. However, since you were about to ruin Miss Ayako's happiness in this grand meeting, I was compelled to step in to prevent it. Please forgive me, leader." As he spoke, he waved the evidence in his hand. Watanabe Hiroshi's face turned even paler, his eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the cadre, his body involuntarily retreating. His heart filled with fear and confusion, unable to comprehend why his deeply buried secret had been exposed. As the cadre's words fell, the crowd in the conference room was stunned by this sudden revelation, quickly starting to murmur among themselves. The noise spread through the room, and someone angrily shouted, "What? Seducing the sister-in-law and embezzling club funds. This bastard must be punished severely." Another person chimed in, "We must handle this scoundrel Watanabe. According to the regulations, he deserves no mercy." Then someone shouted, "Law Enforcement Hall. Where is the head of the Law Enforcement Hall?" At this moment, Watanabe Hiroshi was already in a state of panic, his legs feeling weak, almost unable to stand. His eyes were filled with despair and helplessness, filled with regret for his foolish actions. Leader Jinhu's eyes widened, disbelief written all over his face as he confronted Watanabe, heartbroken, loudly demanding, "Watanabe, stand like a man. Tell me, is this true?" As Watanabe continued to retreat, he heard the leader's furious shout, and his heart felt as though it was struck by a heavy hammer, trembling as he slowly turned his head, staring blankly at Leader Jinhu's anguished face, then reluctantly shifting his gaze to the document with black and white text and accompanying images in the cadre's hand. A tide of regret surged within him. He lamented that he had betrayed the leader's careful cultivation, regretted having hurt Ayako, regretted being overwhelmed by alcohol that night, losing his rationality, regretted not being able to resist the temptation of greedy desires. Watanabe unhesitatingly fell to his knees before Leader Jinhu, tears streaming down his face as he sobbed uncontrollably, continuously bowing his head, repeatedly uttering, "I'm sorry. Leader, I'm sorry. Leader, I have let down your expectations." Leader Jinhu's eyes widened in fury, staring intently at the kneeling Watanabe, his chest heaving violently as he let out a deafening roar, "Ah, you bastard. I have treated you as my own since you were young, nurtured you with care. You. With a sudden thud, a stream of bright red blood gushed from Leader Jinhu's mouth. The blood shot out like arrows, splattering before the kneeling Watanabe, who stared in horror at the blood before him, his body trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, he heard the anxious shouts of others around him. "Leader Jinhu, are you okay, leader?" Watanabe slowly lifted his head, his gaze blankly fixed on Leader Jinhu, who had collapsed nearby. Leader Jinhu's face was as pale as paper, his spirit waning, blood staining the corner of his mouth. In that instant, memories of the past surged through Watanabe's heart. He recalled the leader's patient teachings, which sometimes involved scolding or punishment. Yet now it seemed like a father's tough love for his child. And after passing the leader's tests, he was entrusted with managing the richest southern district of the western capital and even given the hand of the leader's only daughter in marriage. Watanabe's heart ached with guilt, feeling as if it were being twisted in pain. He was filled with regret, pounding his chest in despair, slapping his own face as tears blurred his vision, murmuring, "I truly deserve to die." At this moment, Watanabe's eyes were bloodshot, resembling burning flames, as red veins spiderwebbed across his once white sclera. He knelt deeply before Leader Jinhu, utterly disregarding the blood flowing from his forehead. His forehead struck the ground violently, making thud-thud sounds, each impact echoing the cries of regret and pain from his heart. Heedless of his injured forehead, he hoarsely shouted, "Leader Jinhu, all of this is due to my foolish actions. Please take care of yourself. 18 years later, I will come back to find you and listen to your teachings." With that, Watanabe resolutely drew the decorative samurai sword from the wall of the conference room. His hand trembled slightly, but was filled with determination. He tightly gripped the sword hilt, and without hesitation thrust it forcefully into his abdomen. The blade pierced his flesh, and a flicker of pain flashed across his face. Then he forcefully slashed horizontally, as if to sever both his sins and regrets. Friends who often committed seppuku knew that this method of suicide was extremely painful and might not lead to an immediate death. In an instant, Watanabe's intestines spilled onto the cold ground like a fountain. He felt a sharp, pain-cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his face contorted pale as paper, his lips trembling in agony. However, his gaze remained resolutely fixed ahead as he continued to shout, "Leader Jinhu, I'm sorry for your cultivation. Leader Jinhu, I'm sorry for your cultivation." That voice echoed in the silent conference room, filled with endless regret and self-reproach. In the end, his voice gradually weakened until it completely faded away. The entire scene was bloody and tragic, too painful to behold. In that crowded and noisy space, everyone surrounded Leader Jinhu like a wall. Leader Jinhu silently gazed at everything Watanabe Hiroshi had done. A hint of undeniable compassion flashed in his eyes. As Leader Jinhu sighed deeply, his voice revealing boundless fatigue and helplessness, he seemed to want to pour out all the helplessness within him. Leader Jinhu slightly turned his head, his gaze firmly fixed on the gathered cadres of the Chaju group, and with a deep, resolute voice, he said, "Although Watanabe is beyond redemption, he deserves a proper burial. Let him rest in peace. This will also serve as an explanation to our brothers." With that, Leader Jinhu, with the support of two subordinates, struggled to rise. His steps appeared heavy, as if each stride required enormous effort. The two subordinates held him tightly, carefully escorting him out of the conference room. Leader Jinhu's face was marked by exhaustion, his eyes dimmed, as if he had lost the spirit of his former self. Upon reaching the door, he paused again, slowly turning back, his voice weak, yet laced with fatigue, saying, "You all can leave now. Let me rest well. Today's meeting content is cancelled, and everything remains as is." His voice was low and powerless, as if it were squeezed out from deep within. After speaking, he gently waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave. The entire scene felt exceptionally heavy, with everyone silently watching Leader Jinhu depart, filled with complex emotions. Within the heavily fortified and solemn military command compound, soldiers marched in precise unison, patrolling its perimeters with vigilant eyes sweeping every corner, tense, austere, and thick with anticipation. The soldier's face was as pale as parchment, utterly drained of color. His expression trembled like that of a startled hare. His knuckles whitened as he clutched the report with desperate intensity. Staggering to the conference room door, he raised a trembling hand and tapped softly upon the tightly shut portal. Upon receiving permission, he slowly pushed it open and stepped inside. His body quivered faintly, as though straining to suppress an overwhelming dread. Bowing his head, he hurried forward and presented the report to the Western military commander. The Western military commander sat at the head of the table, immovable, mountainous, unwavering. As he accepted the report, his brow first furrowed slightly, then darkened sharply, his gaze flashing with stunned disbelief. In that instant, his fury erupted like a volcanic cataclysm. He crushed the report in his fist, crumpling it violently into a tight, furious ball. With a thunderous roar, he bellowed, "Aide-de-camp, immediately mobilize the 13th Division stationed near Shidu, under the guise of field exercises, and seal off West Mountain without delay. Await assault orders." His voice reverberated through the chamber like rolling thunder, shaking the very foundations of every soul present. Behind him, the attending soldier snapped to attention and rendered a crisp, flawless salute. Then in a clear, resounding voice, he replied, "Yes, Commander." Turning sharply, he broke into a swift jog, his footsteps echoing down the corridor like hammer blows against each listener's heart. Consumed by wrath, the Western military commander hurled the crumpled report across the room. a seething projectile of pure fury. It tore through the air with lethal velocity, as if striving to shatter the suffocating silence. Flames of incandescent rage burned in his eyes, threatening to ignite the entire chamber. Who dared embolden those filthy vermin, those cowardly rats hiding deep in mountains and barren wastelands, to annihilate an entire elite reconnaissance platoon of the Western military? Damn it! Accursed fools! His voice detonated like thunderclap within the chamber, deafening every ear. Without pause, the Western military commander issued swift, decisive orders. Secretary, report directly to His Majesty the King. Inform him the Western military stands ready to eradicate the Red Ribbon Legion's new warlord and all his forces in Shidu, without further surveillance. Cease all monitoring immediately. The scribe seated quietly in the corner sprang upright, like a bullet released from its chamber, delivering a sharp, immaculate salute. Understood, Commander. His reply was terse, unwavering. Then he strode from the room with unwavering resolve. The Western military commander's countenance remained storm-darkened as he fixed his burning gaze upon the Chief of Staff seated at the conference table, his voice laced with searing fury. Chief of Staff, immediately retrieve all satellite imagery from the West Mountain Reconnaissance Temporary Base. His fists clenched so tightly that sinews stood out like taut cables, his fingernails nearly biting into his palms. His jaw clenched with such ferocity it seemed he would devour his enemies whole. I will see exactly where these wretches, who dared strike our elite reconnaissance platoon, have fled. The officer seated at the table nodded without hesitation and instantly relayed firm commands to the guards behind him. In moments, the chamber transformed into a whirlwind of urgent activity. Officers darted across the floor, telephones rang, voices overlapped, all pulsing with the feverish energy of war about to break. Soon the vast, silent conference room lit up abruptly. The massive screen flared to life, displaying crystal-clear satellite surveillance footage before them all. There loomed a colossal mountain piercing the heavens, its sheer majesty dwarfing all else. Nestled within its hidden recesses stood a makeshift large-scale wartime observation post. Cunningly concealed atop the peak, it remained all but invisible, detectable only upon meticulous scrutiny of the satellite feed. Just as confusion rippled through the room, why no fierce battle unfolded as expected. A mysterious azure beam blazed forth from beyond the frame, streaking toward the observation post with lightning speed. It struck with terrifying velocity, radiating immense, otherworldly power. In an instant, blinding white light, brighter than the sun at noon, flooded the entire screen, dazzling, searing, unbearable to behold. Gradually the brilliance receded, leaving only dense, roiling smoke, thick, impenetrable, obscuring all detail, reducing everything to hazy, shapeless ambiguity. Then the image expanded rapidly, revealing a monstrous mushroom cloud erupting skyward like a titan's pillar, towering, unstoppable, awe-inspiring. The mighty mountain that had filled the frame moments earlier was now gone, utterly erased, obliterated by unimaginable force. A deathly hush fell over the chamber. Every face bore shock and incredulity. Cold sweat traced paths down their temples. Could this be a new missile developed by the Red Ribbon Legion? Its destructive power is beyond terrifying. His voice trembled, not just with fear, but with raw, unprocessed awe at the spectacle he had just witnessed. Tension coiled tighter still within the room. All eyes remained riveted on the screen, searching desperately for clues amid the swirling, impenetrable haze. Moments later, the secretary rushed back into the taut, charged atmosphere of the conference room. His expression grave, he approached the Western military commander and spoke in a low, somber tone. Commander, His Majesty has issued direct orders. Stand down, for now. Intelligence suggests the Red Ribbon Legion possesses a missile of unprecedented, horrifying potency. Any premature action risks catastrophic losses to our forces. As he spoke, the secretary carefully handed over a dossier and a sleek black case. Then, with solemn gravity, he added, these contain footage and recordings of the oceanic explosion and subsequent tsunami that occurred several nights ago. The Western military commander's face darkened like an approaching tempest. Taking the dossier, he frowned deeply and murmured low and heavy, play the footage. Though I'd heard rumors, I dismissed them at the time. The secretary bowed respectfully, then moved swiftly to the control console and began operating it with practiced precision. The screen faded to black. Then within the radiant, day-bright cityscape of Shidu, a swift azure spark slashed across the night sky like a meteor. It streaked overhead with celestial grace before plunging downward, vanishing without trace upon the shoreline sands. Across the beach, bonfires glowed warmly, scattered like chess pieces across the sun-bleached expanse, casting gentle, flickering light. Then, in the exact spot where the azure spark had vanished, a colossal azure beam erupted, surging seaward with the force of a primordial tide. Instantly, the ocean exploded. Towering waves surged upward, churning with apocalyptic fury, as if seeking to swallow the world whole. At that heart-stopping moment, the video cut abruptly. A collective gasp tightened every chest in the room. Faces turned eyes wide with shared, unspoken horror. Clearly this was the Red Ribbon Legion's newly deployed weapon. A missile of staggering, incomprehensible power identical in devastation to the earlier satellite footage, chilling to the bone. Panic flickered across the Western military commander's face. He waved frantically, shouting, "Now! Immediately alert the 13th Division. Mobilize, but hold position. Stand by, and rescind the exercise-based mountain lockdown order. Effective immediately." He drew a deep, steadying breath, then turned again to the screen and commanded, voice sharpening, "Replay the previous footage. I must study it closely. Identify the launch mechanism of this devastating weapon." Instantly, the footage reversed, tracking backward along the Azure beam's trajectory, following its origin all the way to a hillside manor. As the beam vanished, the image zoomed in sharply, revealing Qianlong, palm outstretched, fingers splayed wide in perfect clarity. Confusion etched every face. They scanned the frame repeatedly, yet found no trace of any weapon. The intelligence officer narrowed his eyes, voice thick with suspicion. "This man is General Lon of the Blue Army, Red Ribbon Legion's Southern Command. What business does he have in our Western theater?" The chief of staff shook his head faintly, his expression stern, composed. His voice resonated with quiet authority. "Now is not the time to question identity. Our sole priority is locating that unknown weapon. Resume playback. Let us determine precisely where this devastating missile originated." The footage resumed, and in the next frame, all watched in stunned silence as Qianlong's palm ignited with brilliant azure light, then unleashed a thick serpentine beam, born from nothing yet roaring forth like a dragon breaching the sea. The sight froze them utterly, eyes wide, mouths agape, speechless with disbelief. Silence held, until suddenly the commander of the Western Military Guard Regiment shot upright, as if electrocuted. His voice cracked with exhilaration. "I remember. This is no missile, it is martial art. The legendary Kamehameha wave, the ultimate technique of Master Wu Tian, the god of martial arts, the world's greatest martial artist. During the finals of the World Martial Arts Tournament held at the Southern Temple, the champion used this very technique to obliterate the moon itself." The revelation struck like a seismic shockwave, shattering calm, igniting chaos throughout the chamber. The room erupted, voices overlapping, bewildered and awestruck. "No wonder the moon's been missing for weeks. This is utterly terrifying. Can any human truly wield such earth-shattering power?" Faces were etched with pure, unvarnished astonishment. Amid the clamor, a faint, crisp, rapid staccato, tap, 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 cut through the air like distant gunfire. Yet the assembled officers, still reeling, barely registered it. At that moment, the Western military commander threw his arms wide and bellowed, "Enough! Silence! Transmit this footage," and all intelligence gathered, "to His Majesty immediately. Then we must." Boom! Before he could finish, a cataclysmic roar shook the heavens. The ceiling collapsed inward in a shower of dust and debris. A figure burst into the chamber, moving with ghostly speed, defying gravity, hovering motionless at the center of the room. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, swept the chamber, then locked onto the Western military commander with lightning precision. Time itself seemed to congeal. Breathing grew ragged, hearts hammered against ribs, every pulse echoing in the sudden, profound stillness. The once noisy room fell silent, every eye fixed upon the figure suspended midair. Mouths gaped wide, slack-jawed, as if swallowing astonishment whole. Their expressions were masks of utter disbelief, until closer inspection revealed the truth. This was Qianlong, the very man who had unleashed the Kamehameha wave in the footage moments before. In the next instant, guards stormed in, but froze in horror. The Western military commander hung helpless in Qianlong's iron grip. Qianlong's eyes remained cold, indifferent to all others. Expressionless, he lifted the commander and asked, voice flat and detached, "You are the Western military commander?" The commander's face paled, veins bulging at his temples. Clenching his teeth, he gave a slight trembling nod, fear and resignation gleaming in his eyes. At that, Qianlong's irises shimmered with eerie cobalt blue light, cold, ancient, infernal. In the next breath, azure luminescence enveloped the commander entirely. Ignoring all else, Qianlong soared upward, carrying his captive through the shattered roof, vanishing into the boundless sky. Anti-aircraft batteries froze, paralyzed by caution, unwilling to risk collateral damage. All they could do was watch helplessly as the two figures dwindled into the distant horizon. The chief of staff's face darkened like an oncoming storm, his eyes smoldering with impotent fury and bitter frustration. His hands clenched until his knuckles bleached white, his lips trembled faintly as silent curses burned within his mind. After a long, measured breath, he steadied himself and issued his command voice low and steady. Execute the orders the commander gave moments ago. And report every detail of this incident, verbatim, to His Majesty. He exhaled slowly, then let his clenched hands fall limp as if drained of all strength. In the hushed aftermath, every mind in the chamber remained haunted by the image of Qin Lan, divine invincible, descending like a god from myth, leaving behind only silence, awe, and the weight of irreversible change. Not long ago, Qin Lan detonated the massive mountain peak in the distance, the aftermath of the explosion sweeping through. In a very secluded corner, not far from the Bonnie Manor, a hulking, barehead man slowly struggled to rise from the chaotic ground. His body still trembled slightly as if he had yet to recover from the shock of the recent fright. The room was in disarray, clutter scattered everywhere, and the originally tidy arrangement had been completely destroyed. The barehead man groped through the chaos, eventually finding the intercom buried beneath the debris. His trembling hand tightly gripped the intercom as if it were his last lifeline. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the fear and panic within, then spoke into the intercom, his voice slightly trembling. Mei-san reporting, Mei-san reporting. Please respond if you received this. After a brief silence, a response came from the other end of the intercom. Received. Received. Mei-san, what do you have to report? Continue speaking. A flicker of hesitation passed through the barehead man's eyes, but then he seemed to make a decision. Biting his lip, he gripped the intercom more firmly and declared loudly, I request to withdraw from this surveillance mission. If you disagree, I will exit the Mei group. Report concluded. His gaze was resolute, as if he had made an irrevocable decision. Moments later, a furious roar came from the other end of the intercom. Mei-san, do you understand what you're saying? Have you forgotten the consequences of betraying the organization? The barehead man shuddered slightly at the angry shout, yet his gaze remained steadfast and composed. He gripped the intercom tightly, as if he could crush it, his lips trembling as he said, May you use satellite footage to see what happened here and she do before responding to me. The key point is 5 minutes ago. The barehead man's breathing grew heavier as he awaited Mei-Yi's response. A cold, disdainful voice came from the intercom. All right, I want to see what has turned you, Mei-san, into a coward. Even if I die, even if I jump out of the plane, I will never lose the courage of our top 3 assassination group, the Mei group. However, I can't contact Mei-Chi and Mei-Ba. Mei-san, try to reach him, he should be near you. The barehead man snorted coldly, a slight smirk of mockery appearing on his lips, but he did not respond to Mei-Yi. He thought to himself that Mei-Chi and Mei-Ba had probably turned to dust already. After all, Target 1 was an incredibly terrifying humanoid monster. In the next 5 minutes, the barehead man's gaze remained fixed on the intercom in his hand, his fingers occasionally rubbing along its edge, the atmosphere around him growing increasingly oppressive and tense. A frantic shout came from the intercom. Mei-san, Mei-san. This is Mei-Yi. Please respond if you received this. Upon hearing Mei-Yi's voice, the barehead man's previously taut nerves relaxed slightly. He detected that the anger had dissipated from Mei-Yi's tone. He sneered disdainfully, letting out a cold snort in his heart, then picked up the intercom at a leisurely pace, replying calmly, Received. Received. The voice of Mei-Yi continued from the intercom. The organization has reached a decision. It is unanimously believed that the organization is currently facing difficulties, thus it is to be disbanded immediately. Mei-san has worked hard and is now granted ownership of all industries in Shidu, as well as this hillside manor. The final command from the organization is for Mei-san to maintain a hidden identity and live normally in Shidu for 1 year, so as not to arouse the target's suspicion. After 1 year, Mei-san can decide his own fate. All communications are to be severed from this point forth. The satellite station is to be destroyed immediately, with no remnants to be left. End of report. Upon hearing the command from the intercom, a heavy weight finally lifted from the barehead man's heart. His body trembled slightly, then he exhaled deeply as if all the pressure had been released in that moment. He lay weakly on the cold floor, staring vacantly at the ceiling, his face showing a look of relief. However, just moments later, the barehead man swiftly turned over. His movements were decisive and firm, a resolute light flickering in his eyes. He began to act nervously, yet methodically, meticulously searching every corner of the room for any traces related to the Mei group. He carefully destroyed items that might expose his identity, as if engaged in a fierce race against time. In a tranquil study filled with the scent of books, soft light streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting warm patches of light on the floor and creating an atmosphere of peace and serenity. The butler stood tall, nodding slightly, and replied to Qin Lan in a steady tone, Yes, the 2 soldiers did indeed say so. They are not clear about the specific situation. Qin Lan's lips curled into a faint smile, revealing an indifferent expression. His gaze was firm and confident, as if everything was under his control, and he casually said, It's fine if they don't know, but their commander should be aware, right? I just need to invite their commander from the Western Army, and then everything will be clear. The butler was taken aback for a moment, a hint of surprise flickering across his face, but he quickly regained his composure and said nothing more. Bonnie furrowed her brows slightly, her eyes revealing evident concern. She reached out her hand, gripping Qinlan's tightly, and softly asked, Lan, will this be dangerous? After all, the commander of the Western Army usually has a security team as a standard defensive force, and nearby there is a mechanized brigade and an air assault regiment stationed. Their defensive and combat capabilities are on a completely different level compared to the Chaju group, Bonnie said, anxiously detailing the armed forces near the Western Army headquarters. Qinlan sensed Bonnie's worry and smiled gently, his expression filled with warmth and affection. He tenderly reached out, lightly patting Bonnie's head as if to comfort her not to worry, and confidently said, Bonnie, did you forget? When I faced the rebellious Copper Army, as long as I knew the location of General Copper, no army could stop my advance. Moreover now, my strength has become even more formidable. His words exuded a sense of determination and confidence that slightly eased Bonnie's mood. Bonnie's thoughts drifted back to the breathtaking and heroic moment when Qinlan single-handedly penetrated the Copper Army. The worry on her face lessened a bit, and she softly said, then you must pay attention to your safety. Qinlan's lips lifted into a warm smile, and then he opened his arms to tightly embrace Bonnie, as if to merge her into his embrace, softly comforting her, don't worry. Then he turned to the butler, his gaze firm and steady, saying, bring me the location of the Western Army's headquarters and a picture of their commander. The butler bowed slightly, respectfully acknowledged, and then lightly left the study as if afraid to disturb the couple. Qinlan's gaze returned to Bonnie, his eyes full of tenderness and affection as he gently stroked her hair, continuing the conversation, it's a pity that the phone I got for you was broken along with mine. Bonnie held tightly onto Qinlan's waist, resting her head on his broad chest, her face beaming with a happy and contented smile, as she softly said, Lan, none of that matters. As long as you are safe, everything is good. Qinlan scratched his head awkwardly, a wry smile appearing on his face, as he said, it seems I can only trouble Bulma again to help us make 2 new phones. Her gem-like, brilliant eyes sparkled with lively light as she playfully laughed, saying, that's not a trouble, we are all family. For Bulma to make us something isn't that only natural. After all, you are her husband, and I am her sister. After she spoke, her laughter rang out like a series of clear silver bells echoing in the air. Qinlan sat beside Bonnie, his gaze fixed on her, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Finally, he couldn't help but softly ask, Bonnie, do you ever feel jealous? His voice was low, tinged with a sense of guilt. Bonnie seemed to have anticipated this, turning her head slightly, her gaze meeting Qinlan's eyes. Her hands gently wrapped around his neck, her face radiating a determined yet tender expression as she softly replied, although I feel a bit jealous. I don't mind Bulma being like a sister to me. Lan, do you know, women naturally admire strength. If a woman chooses to settle for less and finds a man who is inferior to her, she is likely to get all of him. However, that woman will ultimately lose her happiness. Either she becomes a resentful woman who complains about the heavens all day long, or she ends up as a weary beast of burden. As she spoke, a hint of disdain flickered in her eyes, her lips curling slightly into a faint smile that carried a touch of mockery. Moreover, even with such a compromise, the man she chooses is likely to cheat, whether seeking companionship with bar girls or one-night stands. Oh, once there's an opportunity, the genes hidden within you men will instinctively drive you to mate more often. Hearing this, Qinlan quickly raised his right hand, speaking with a serious tone, I absolutely did not. His expression was exceptionally earnest. Bonnie looked at Qinlan's reaction and couldn't help but cover her mouth, giggling. Her laughter carried a teasing tone, and her eyes were filled with playful mischief. Then she gently asked, oh, then have you ever been moved by Bulma? Qinlan's face instantly flushed red as if burned by fire, and he lowered his head, his lips parted slightly, but unsure of what to say, remaining silent. Bonnie gently reached out her fingertip, lightly touching Qinlan's nose. Her face was filled with a blissful smile as she softly said, Lan, do you know, I truly love you. I am deeply attracted to your handsome and charming appearance, enamored with your formidable strength, and adore your loyalty and lack of infidelity, ultimately falling deeply in love with your tenderness. I believe Bulma feels the same as I do, as she may be even more intelligent than I am, but my upbringing has taught me a bit more than her. Her eyes brimmed with sincerity and deep emotion, as if she wanted to imprint Qinlan's image deeply in her heart. After speaking, Bonnie playfully blinked her beautiful eyes, tightly wrapping her arms around Qinlan's neck, softly continuing, after all, you are the man who looks down on Kudo Kyoka. Just as she finished speaking, a voice interrupted the moment, Sir, the materials are ready. The butler slowly walked into the room, interrupting this heartfelt moment between Bonnie and Qinlan. Qinlan gently kissed Bonnie before extending his hand to take the materials from the butler. The butler stood to the side, and after receiving an eye roll from Bonnie, a hint of awkwardness appeared on his face. He slightly lowered his head, seemingly wanting to reduce his presence. The atmosphere in the entire room became somewhat subtle the sweet ambience that had once lingered was diluted by the butler's sudden intrusion. Qianlong carefully reviewed the materials before nodding slightly. He raised his hand and gently patted Bonnie's firm side, signaling her to get off him. His tone was gentle as he said, "Then I'll go bring the commander of the Western Army for questioning." However, deep within that gentle gaze a hint of ruthlessness flickered. Then his gaze turned cold as he continued, "I will make the murderer pay the price." Moments later, Qianlong leisurely ascended into the air from the balcony. Just as he prepared to soar into the sky, he vaguely heard a voice below, calling his name loudly. Qianlong looked down and saw someone piloting a personal flying device, racing towards him like an arrow. At noon, the blazing sun scorched the earth, and the glaring sunlight pierced like a sharp blade, making it nearly impossible to open one's eyes. The cloudless sky resembled a vast sapphire, clear and serene, with no birdsong to be heard, as if the entire world was silent under the scorching sun. The air was filled with waves of heat, making it feel somewhat suffocating. "Qianlong!" A clear and loud shout reached his ears just as Qianlong soared into the air. As Qianlong prepared to fly far away, he instinctively turned towards the voice. He saw Bulma piloting a jet personal flyer racing towards him like a gust of wind. Qianlong's gaze fell upon Bulma, who looked excited, her eyes brimming with tears, and her tear-streaked cheeks blossomed with a joyful smile. She eagerly leaned out of the right side of the flyer, as if this would bring her closer to Qianlong. She waved at him repeatedly, hoping he could see her better, her peacock blue hair, flowing in the wind, beautiful and dazzling like a radiant aurora. In the blink of an eye, the flyer piloted by Bulma swiftly approached Qianlong. Before he could even speak, Bulma shed 2 tears, disregarding everything as she leaped from the flyer towards Qianlong, who was floating in the air. The uncontrolled flyer, like a runaway wild horse, headed straight for a vacant space in the distance, followed by a loud explosion. However, Bulma could not care about that at this moment. She simply wanted to fly to Qianlong's side and embrace him tightly. Qianlong quickly reached out and securely caught the flying Bulma. The next moment, he heard a faint sound akin to soft sobbing as Bulma began to cry. Bulma, nestled in Qianlong's arms, cried, while using all her strength to hold him tightly, as if she wanted to merge him completely into her being. Qianlong felt Bulma's deep attachment to him along with her intensely burning emotions. He gently patted Bulma's back, speaking softly with a voice that seemed to soothe everything. There, Bulma, don't cry. But weren't you in class? How did you end up here?" Upon hearing Qianlong change the subject, Bulma slowly raised her head to look up at him. Qianlong noticed the dark tear streaks on Bulma's delicate and lovely face, which must have been caused by her carefully applied makeup before she came to see him at noon, now ruined by her tears. A surge of emotion welled up in Qianlong's heart. He reached out, gently helping Bulma wipe away the tear marks on her cheeks. Bulma sobbed continuously, her voice thick with emotion as she said, Qianlong, during class my heart suddenly felt uneasy, and before long I heard the explosion. I saw the huge smoke coming from this direction. I don't know why, but my heart suddenly panicked, fearing something would happen to you. Whoa. At this point, Bulma's tears surged even more fiercely, as if a dam had burst. Bulma's tears shimmered faintly in the sunlight. At that moment, a gentle breeze blew through, lifting Bulma's hair and stirring the chords of Qianlong's heart. Qianlong gently rubbed Bulma's head softly, saying, "Bulma, look, I'm fine, nothing's wrong. Don't cry now, be careful, or you might not look pretty anymore." After hearing this, Bulma nodded slightly, took a deep breath, and tried to calm the turbulence within her, saying lightly, "Okay, I won't cry anymore." She gently wiped away her tears, then continued to gaze deeply at Qianlong, her eyes filled with heartfelt concern. "When I heard the explosion, I rushed out of class calling you, but I couldn't reach you at all. I hurried to contact the phone you gave to Bonnie, but still received no response. At that moment, I felt as if my heart was about to shatter, so afraid something had happened to you. That's why I rushed over without a second thought, even if I faced the worst outcome." Qianlong rubbed Bulma's hair again, sighing helplessly as he said, "Silly girl, what could I do that would put me in danger? What could you possibly do?" Bulma lifted her tear-streaked face, her moist eyes revealing a hint of determination as she looked straight at Qianlong and said firmly, "I want to be with you no matter what happens. I want to be by your side." In that moment, Qianlong felt a surge of emotion, unable to help but leaned down to kiss Bulma. Under the vast sky, they embraced tightly, kissing passionately. Bulma initially felt shy, her body trembling slightly, but soon she responded to Qianlong's kiss with a stiff yet heartfelt return. Moments later, their lips slowly parted. Suddenly, Qianlong sensed a gaze that made his heart race, his mind instantly clearing from the emotional haze. He cautiously glanced sideways to the source of the gaze below, and sure enough, Bonnie was standing on the balcony looking up at Qianlong and Bulma in the air. Qianlong immediately felt awkward, involuntarily coughing a few times, a strong sense of guilt surging within him, as if he had been caught doing something wrong. After their deep kiss, Bulma's cheeks flushed crimson akin to a ripe apple. Yet her eyes were filled with concern for Qinlan as she softly asked Qinlan, "What's wrong?" Qinlan awkwardly scratched his head and stammered, "They'll take you down to the ground first. I have something to attend to, and when I return we'll have a good talk." Upon hearing Qinlan mention the ground, Bulma seemed to awaken from a dream, looking around in surprise to find herself in the air with Qinlan holding her waist with one hand. She felt the wind rush past her feet in the emptiness below. In an instant, Bulma seemed to snap back to reality and let out a sharp scream, "Ah!" Then, like an octopus, Bulma tightly clung to Qinlan, her body shaking as the fear of heights drained the color from her face, as if the rosy cheeks she had just moments before from their passionate kiss were a mere illusion. The next moment, Qinlan, feeling somewhat guilty, slowly descended with Bulma to the balcony where Bonnie was. After placing Bulma down, he turned to escape, but his hand was suddenly seized tightly by Bonnie's delicate jade-like hand. Qinlan helplessly revealed an awkward smile, silently lamenting. Bonnie held on to Qinlan's hand with one hand and lightly covered her mouth with the other, chuckling softly as she said, "Wanna run? When you were kissing Bulma just now, why didn't you seem shy?" Upon hearing Bonnie's words, both Bulma and Qinlan's faces turned bright red like ripe apples, and they both shyly lowered their heads, not daring to meet Bonnie's gaze. Then Bonnie surprisingly tiptoed and gently kissed Qinlan on the cheek. With a smile, she said, "Quickly go and invite the guest back. We need to settle this matter." Qinlan nodded, saying, "Okay. They'll go over first. See you later." Saying that, Qinlan quickly ascended and swiftly flew away like an arrow, leaving only a shadow behind. Bonnie then took Bulma's hand and slowly walked inside. On this tranquil afternoon, the sunlight is just right, neither scorching nor cold, while a gentle breeze caresses as if nature is whispering softly. The azure sky resembles a brilliant gem, deep and pure, with soft sunlight cascading onto the rooftops of the estate, reflecting dazzling and enchanting rays. On the balcony, vibrant flowers sway gently in the breeze, as if performing an elegant dance. Their petals are soft and delicate, reminiscent of silk, exuding a faint fragrance. After more than half an hour, Qinlan, soaring through the sky, unleashed his extraordinary superpower, firmly controlling a somber-faced, graying military officer. He is the commander of the Western Military District of the Royal Army. The immense binding force of the superpower rendered the officer's body rigid like a statue, completely unable to move. Qinlan soared gracefully in the air with the controlled officer floating behind him. They soon arrived above Bonnie's villa. Qinlan's gaze was focused and determined as he stared intently at the villa below, sensing with his chi which room Bonnie was in. The controlled officer's face twisted, revealing a hint of fear and helplessness as he struggled in vain. Moments later, Qinlan descended to the surroundings of the balcony. At that moment, he suddenly heard Bulma's clear and melodious voice coming from inside the house. "Clearly, I am the older sister." Hearing this voice, Qinlan was taken aback, and all of a sudden his curiosity weighed heavily on him. He was eager to eavesdrop on what the two were discussing, so he immediately halted his descent. Then Qinlan silently reached above the balcony, pressing against the wall, holding his breath, and prepared to listen in. After Bulma's voice fell, Bonnie's calm voice followed in the room. "When I was young, I met Lan." However, at that moment, a maid responsible for cleaning walked onto the balcony and immediately spotted Qinlan hovering in the air. She hurriedly bowed to him and greeted in a soft voice, "Greetings, Your Excellency." This greeting was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly breaking the tranquility within the room, and the voices inside abruptly ceased. Qinlan shot an annoyed glare at the maid who had ruined his eavesdropping. Noticing Qinlan's unfriendly gaze, the maid immediately adopted a pitiful expression, biting her lip with a sorrowful look at Qinlan, and deeply bowed again, softly saying, "I am terribly sorry, Your Excellency." Qinlan, looking helpless, then descended onto the balcony along with the Western military commander, who was covered in a blue glow and unable to move. He casually waved his hand at the apologizing maid, saying, "It's fine, you may continue cleaning." With hurried steps, Qinlan quickly entered the room, coming face to face with Bulma and Bonnie. His gaze was focused, concentrating as he activated his superpower, forcefully flinging the somber-faced, graying military officer onto the soft carpet inside. Subsequently, he employed his superpower again to liberate the officer's head, enabling him to communicate. The officer, feeling the freedom in his head, twisted his stiff neck a few times, displaying a hint of relief on his face, but he did not speak. Qinlan's expression was as cold as ice, his gaze flickering with a stern light as he coldly interrogated, "Did you order the assassination against me at noon today?" The officer slowly shook his head, responding firmly, "No, a few days ago, I only received orders from the king to monitor your estate. At noon today, the king issued new orders to specifically monitor your whereabouts. We absolutely did not arrange an assassination against you." As the officer spoke, Bonnie discreetly handed Qinlan a document and whispered in his ear, "These are satellite images of the two individuals sent to assassinate you." While Qinlan attentively listened to the officer's explanation, he quickly flipped through the document in his hand. After the officer finished explaining, Qinlan pondered his words, murmuring, "The king, huh?" Later, Qinlan held the document directly in front of the officer, questioning, "Aren't these two individuals from your royal army? I see they are wearing the same color camouflage uniform as you." The officer's gaze fell on the document in Qinlan's hand, examining it carefully for a moment before shaking his head and answering decisively, "I do not know these two individuals, nor have I ever issued any orders related to assassinating or ambushing you. Moreover, while their clothing may resemble ours in color, they are certainly not the standard military uniforms of the Western Army of the Royal Army." Qinlan furrowed his brows, tightly forming deep creases, his expression serious as he spoke with a hint of intimidation. "You better tell me the truth. The consequences of lying I believe you do not wish to know." The officer snorted coldly, raising his head with a disdainful expression, proudly declaring, "I am the commander of the Western Army. Falling into the hands of your Red Satin Brigade, I have long been prepared for death. Besides, this matter was not done by us, so why should I lie to you?" Upon hearing the words of the officer Qinlan had captured, Bulma could not help but be taken aback. Her beautiful big eyes widened in disbelief, staring at the officer as if unable to believe what she had just heard. She never expected that Qinlan would casually discuss capturing the highest commander of the Western Army in a tone as easygoing as one would have when going out to buy vegetables. After all, even an ordinary person would take longer to catch a rabbit, right? Bulma's understanding of Qinlan's abilities was once again refreshed. At this moment, Bulma felt a deep sense of pride. Qinlan is truly her Prince Charming, the White Knight she had always dreamed of. Although this guy Qinlan might seem a bit flirtatious, well, it seems he isn't really. According to Bonnie, there are many beautiful maids here, yet Qinlan has never had any improper thoughts about them, nor has he ever laid a hand on them. But then again, it makes sense. After all, just before class she saw that recorded video, and Qinlan had a dismissive expression even when facing the national goddess Kudo Kyoka, so it was natural he wouldn't look at these ordinary beauties. Suddenly, Bulma's mood felt as if it had been infused with a sweet spring, becoming exceptionally joyful. If Qinlan doesn't even regard Kudo Kyoka, doesn't that mean she, Bulma, is even more beautiful than the national goddess? For a moment, she secretly felt proud, even beginning to pose with her hands on her hips and laughing triumphantly. The bright sunlight streamed through the window, casting bright patches of light on the floor. At this moment, the atmosphere in the room became exceptionally tense, as if enveloped in an invisible weight. Only Bulma's mood brightened, with a radiant smile appearing on her lips. Qinlan's gaze was like a sharp sword, light fixed intently on the officer, attempting to catch any hint of flaw in his eyes. However, the officer's eyes were filled only with determination and resolve. In an atmosphere that was both solemn and oppressive, Qinlan failed to obtain the answer he had hoped for from the commander of the Western Army. His expression was as cold as water, revealing his displeasure, yet a glimmer of determination and resolve sparkled in his eyes. He waved his hand, signaling the steward to take the commander of the Western Army away for detention. Then his gaze swiftly turned to Bonnie, and he asked in a deep and steady voice, "Miss Zhongzhen, have there been any new developments regarding the identities of the two individuals who attacked me based on their photographs?" Bonnie's face showed a hint of helplessness and confusion as she gently shook her head, her brows slightly furrowed. "We have identified the two individuals. They are both just ordinary residents and farmers. Moreover, there is no connection between the two. One of them is an office dispatcher at a regular freight company in the southern continent. He came to the western capital for a company-organized welfare trip 4 days ago. The other is a farmer from a farm in the vast plains of the eastern capital. He arrived in the western capital 2 days ago to participate in a pumpkin competition scheduled for 5 days later." As she spoke, Bonnie instinctively rubbed her forehead, seemingly trying to think of something and clear the fog in front of her. Qinlan took a deep breath, slowly relaxing his tightly clenched fists, and rubbed his own head, revealing a hint of regret as he said, "Unfortunately, I can only sense the presence of living beings around me. I have no way of perceiving the positions of robots or machines. Aside from the sentries we arranged, the only other presence is those I killed from the king's army." At this moment, Bulma suddenly interjected, "If that's the case, there should only be 3 possibilities left. The first possibility is that a hidden observer is using mechanical or electronic facilities, even going so far as to utilize satellites at a high cost to monitor this place. The second possibility is that the king's army has implemented a strategy of division, with one group specifically tasked with surveillance and reporting information, while another group executes the assassination plan based on that information." During the time Qinlan was away, Bonnie had already informed Bulma of the explosion concerns, Qinlan's predicament, and the suspects. Then Bulma's expression became calm as water. She composedly said, "The last possibility is that the observer is right beside us." Listening to Bulma's analysis, Qianlong nodded slowly. His eyes grew darker, as if concealing an endless storm. He pressed his lips tightly together, silently contemplating a countermeasure. After a moment, he looked up at the two women and decisively said, "Then let's eliminate them one by one. I will first go to the central capital to talk with our king properly." Upon hearing this, Bonnie nodded slightly, a hint of authority gradually appearing on her originally calm face. Her voice was like the cold wind of winter, icy and resolute, as she said, "According to the detailed information from previous investigations, the residents of the Banshan Manor have all been long-term residents living there for over 6 months. The temporary entrants also stayed for normal durations without any abnormalities detected. It seems that I must conduct a thorough inspection of the manor today." Bulma was as excited as a child, eagerly raising her hand, saying, "Then leave the search for the machines to me." Then Bulma rubbed her chin, her brows slightly furrowed, her expression turning serious as she said decisively, "Since they are monitoring us, they must be transmitting signals. When I get home, I will create a signal fluctuation detector to seek out those abnormal signal sources nearby. This way, once we find them, we can investigate them one by one and surely uncover the mastermind behind it all." Then Bulma, puffing up her cheeks in anger, pretended to be furious, saying indignantly, "To dare assassinate Qianlong, they must pay a heavy price." As soon as she finished speaking, she fiercely swung her tightly clenched right fist in the air. A smile played at the corners of Qianlong's mouth as he gently rubbed the heads of Bulma and Bonnie, his tone filled with emotion as he said, "It's truly wonderful to have you both here." Then Qianlong calmly picked up the teacup from the tray held by a nearby maid, took a gentle sip, and said, "I will set off for the king's palace in the central capital now. I should be back in about 2 hours." With that, he smiled and waved to the two women, saying, "I will head to the central capital first. We will meet again in 2 hours." After saying this, Qianlong turned and walked towards the balcony. At this moment, warm sunlight spilled onto the balcony like scattered gold, and Qianlong's figure appeared particularly tall in the sunlight. A gentle breeze brushed by, bringing with it a refreshing and invigorating atmosphere. Bulma and Bonnie quietly watched the direction in which Qianlong had left, their eyes revealing trust and anticipation. At this moment, Bulma seemed to suddenly remember something very important as she quickened her pace, running a few steps to catch up with Qianlong, and anxiously called out, "Qianlong, wait." Hearing Bulma's call, Qianlong turned his head in confusion, his gaze inquiring as he asked, "What is it, Bulma?" Bulma's face showed a hint of embarrassment as she softly said, "I just remembered that my flying vehicle exploded and now I can't get home. Qianlong, can you take me back?" As she spoke, her eyes were filled with eager anticipation, intently fixed on Qianlong, seemingly waiting for his answer. In Qianlong's mind, the image of Bulma's tear-streaked face after she saw him surfaced, showing a happy and excited expression as she bravely jumped out of the flying vehicle and hugged him tightly. A warm current surged within Qianlong's heart. His gaze softened as he gently replied, "It would be my utmost pleasure. Serving Miss Bulma is my honor." Upon hearing Qianlong's response, Bulma was as happy as a cheerful little bird. She immediately reached out to hug Qianlong's arm, playfully saying, "Qianlong, you are so wonderful." Bonnie approached Qianlong with a half-smile, saying, "Lon, I also just remembered that my home is already in ruins. Can you take me to school in the future?" Qianlong coughed twice, somewhat helplessly replying, "Sure. Of course." Bonnie smiled as she stepped forward, first giving Qianlong a gentle kiss on the cheek, then doing the same to Bulma, and tilting her head with a smile, as she said, "You both must be careful. I will wait for you both to come back at home." Qianlong also leaned down and gently kissed Bonnie's forehead, softly saying, "All right, don't worry." After saying this, he extended his hand around Bulma's waist and slowly ascended into the air. As Qianlong held Bulma in her arms, they slowly ascended. Suddenly, Bulma's lips curled into a sly smile, as if she had thought of something, and with a playful flutter of her eyes, she winked and waved at Bonnie. A hint of pride shone in her expression, her clear voice leaping through the air, "My dear sister, don't worry about me. I will return shortly with the machine." Bonnie shot Bulma an annoyed glance, but instead of bickering, she smiled and waved goodbye to the two. Watching them disappear swiftly into the southern sky, Bonnie turned back to the bedroom, her expression instantly returning to its usual coldness as she straightened up and called out, "Elena." "Butler." As soon as the words left her lips, a young woman with brown curly hair strode in with a vigorous gait, exuding an air of elegance. Her movements were crisp and efficient as she saluted Bonnie with a perfect military gesture, announcing loudly, "Reporting, Commander. Elena is here." The butler followed closely, bowing respectfully and slowly saying, "Your Excellency, I am at your service at any time." Bonnie's gaze was as cold as ice. She emotionlessly issued her command, "Elena, notify the guards to immediately seal off the estate." From now on, no one except Qinlan and Bulma is allowed to enter or exit. Butler Yu and Elena together will notify all servants, maids, chefs, doctors, drivers, and security personnel to gather in the gym without carrying any belongings. Elena will dispatch 10 guards to monitor the gym, while the remaining guards will search every corner of the estate thoroughly. Since the greenery has all been uprooted, it's a perfect opportunity to inspect the estate's interior thoroughly. Once the orders were given, the atmosphere within the estate instantly became tense and solemn. The guards moved swiftly and orderly like well-trained soldiers dressed in matching uniforms, with determined strides and sharp gazes taking over the estate and beginning internal checks. Elena organized over a dozen guards to securely stand watch inside the gym and at the entrance, their eyes vigilant and focused on everyone in the room, leaving no room for any anomalies. Meanwhile, the butler and other staff hurriedly darted around the estate, gathering all personnel to assemble in the gym. The entire estate was shrouded in a tense atmosphere, as if enveloped by an invisible gloom. Sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, casting dappled shadows. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, seemingly adding a touch of unease to the tense atmosphere. Bonnie stood by the window, quietly observing the movements of the guards within the estate. Her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, her gaze steady yet tinged with a hint of worry. The whole estate was engulfed in a tense ambience, as if a massive storm was about to arrive. Bonnie stood by the window, quietly observing everything within the estate, her eyes resolute and calm, as if contemplating something of great importance. In the skies above the bustling city, Qinlan soared like a majestic eagle, flying with astonishing speed to the area where Bulma's home was located. The surrounding citizens watched with curious expressions as Qinlan and Bulma appeared above the roof of the transforming capsule company, gradually descending. Excitement erupted among the crowd. Wow, look! The transforming capsule company is developing something new again. Could it be a magical machine that allows people to fly directly? I can't wait. I really hope it's something as cool as a hoverboard. Qinlan carefully placed Bulma on the grass in the yard, releasing her as he prepared to say goodbye and head to Zhongdu. However, Bulma clung tightly to Qinlan's waist, unwilling to let go. She looked up, her beautiful big eyes sparkling with anticipation, blinking as if trying to convey something without speaking. Qinlan was no longer the naive youth he had been just a few days ago. He instantly understood Bulma's feelings, a gentle and resolute gleam flickering in his eyes. Without hesitation, he leaned down, embracing Bulma tightly, then slowly and affectionately lowered his head, kissing her delicate lips that resembled rose petals. At that moment, a soft breeze caressed Bulma's hair, as if blessing her. Sunlight bathed her charming face, adding a captivating blush. Her eyes gently closed, savoring the sweetness and happiness of that moment. Qinlan held Bulma closely, his embrace firm and powerful, as if trying to merge her into his very being, conveying his deep affection. In that instant, time seemed to stand still, and the entire world existed solely for the two of them. Bulma softly wrapped her arms around Qinlan's neck, their lips drawn together like magnets, soon lost in the fervor of a passionate French kiss. As their bodies grew warmer in each other's embrace, their breaths quickened involuntarily, as if, in that moment, the entire world truly consisted only of each other. Qinlan, I really can't bear to see you leave, Bulma murmured softly in his arms, her eyes filled with affection and reluctance. Qinlan held Bulma tightly, responding gently, I too am reluctant to leave you, but don't worry, I will return as soon as possible. Wait for me. The two of them leaned against each other in the yard, relishing in the warmth and sweetness of the moment. Before long, Qinlan had to slowly lift off the ground, preparing to fly to Zhongdu. He gazed at Bulma, affectionately smiling as he waved goodbye. Bulma smiled back, her clear voice echoing, Safe travels. I will be waiting for your return at Bonnie's place. Then, like a bird, Qinlan swiftly flew northeast. His figure ascended higher and smaller into the blue sky, eventually vanishing into the distant horizon. Bulma stood quietly in place, her eyes shimmering with the shyness and reluctance of peach blossoms, her gaze following Qinlan until he disappeared into the far sky. At that moment, Mrs. Brief approached gently. Her steps were light and cheerful, as if she were walking on clouds. Then her unique soft voice rang in Bulma's ear. Oh dear, why did Qinlan rush off right after kissing Bulma? He hasn't even had a date with her yet. Bulma rolled her eyes at Mrs. Brief in exasperation, saying, Mom, you really are. Humph. Then Bulma turned and jogged toward the house, as if trying to flee from this slightly awkward situation. Only Mrs. Brief remained standing in the yard, watching Bulma joyfully run away, unable to suppress her laughter. She murmured to herself, Bulma has already reached the age where she can get married. How wonderful. The sun continued to warmly illuminate the yard, lighting the path Bulma had taken and highlighting the contented smile on Mrs. Brief's face. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying the fragrance of flowers from the garden, as if adding a touch of sweetness to this heartwarming scene.